Chapter 1. Revenge Before Rebirth. I have waited for you for far too long, Cheng. If you refuse to let me live, then we shall all perish together. Amidst a cacophony of furious curses, a hammer, the size of a sandbag, struck brutally against Cheng Feng's occiput. A piercing pain surged through him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed towards the wash basin. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he glimpsed in the mirror the blood gushing from his head, accompanied by a visage of raw despair. Why must I endure this? The one who should be dismissed is the general manager. I am merely a scapegoat. In an instant, Cheng Feng found himself once again in the light, surrounded by familiar faces and objects that seemed reminiscent of a dream. As reality dawned upon him, an icy dread seized him, chilling him from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. After exhausting himself for over a decade, had it all been in vain? He had returned to square one after a night of turmoil. Lin Fei and Xie Yin stared at Cheng Feng, bewildered by his unexpected demeanor. Just moments ago, he had been like a peacock in full display, eloquently preparing to confess his feelings, having even purchased a bouquet of flowers for Lin Fei. As he stood frozen, lost in thought for several seconds, Lin Fei, holding the flowers with a flushed face, softly uttered, "I'm sorry, Cheng Feng, but let's just remain classmates. That I am only a sophomore and not ready for a relationship." Following her, Xie Yin, frustrated by his indecision, kicked him lightly. "What's wrong with you, Cheng Feng? What just happened?" she demanded. "Why did your confession suddenly come to a halt? You're usually so articulate." Finally, Cheng Feng snapped back to reality, surveying the two beauties in front of him with an odd expression, then quickly scanning the onlookers surrounding them. He focused his gaze on Lin Fei and nodded with a smile. "Indeed, we are not quite compatible. For instance, you enjoy sweet tofu pudding while I prefer the savory kind. Our tastes diverge," he remarked nonchalantly. "Let's leave it at that. I have other matters to attend to, so let's pretend this never happened. Farewell." With that, he turned and walked away without a hint of regret. As he stepped out, he raised his right hand above his head and waved lightly. Lin Fei and Xie Yin stood there, dumbfounded. Was this the same Cheng Feng they knew? When had he become so carefree and somewhat dashing? It wasn't until Cheng Feng had walked several meters away that the two beauties finally regained their senses. Is he out his mind? He just walked away like that? Using the difference in our tastes as an excuse, what a feeble rationale. Lin Fei stomped her foot in frustration. Beside her, Xie Yin shouted in indignation. "Are you really just leaving like that? Cheng Feng, isn't that a bit too much? Don't forget what you said. You promised to treat us to dinner and a movie. You wouldn't stand us up, would you?" Without looking back, Cheng Feng replied with a smile. "I'm sorry, but I forgot my wallet and have no money on me. You two go ahead." With that, he strode away, heading straight for the stadium entrance. Watching his rapidly departing figure, Xie Yin clenched her teeth in frustration. "Humph. No wallet? You must be joking. How did you manage to purchase those roses without one? For tonight's grand feast, I meticulously applied my makeup and donned my daily disposable contact lenses. You think you can dismiss us with just the excuse of not having a wallet? It's not that simple. This matter is far from over." Observing their indignation, the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. To abruptly withdraw a confession midway is simply hilarious. Is this fellow truly toying with that enchanting lady? This guy is truly insufferable. Does he believe he can simply walk through the motions? My friends are eagerly anticipating the spectacle, yet we've only witnessed half of Itho. Frustrating. Amidst the murmurs, everyone turned their gaze towards Cheng Feng, who was swiftly departing. Meanwhile, a tempest raged within him. Just moments ago, he had been in the capital at the end of 2024, attending a grand annual meeting at the group headquarters. Recently promoted to the position of chief financial officer, he had commanded authority at the event, basking in his newfound glory. With his rapid ascent, both his salary and bonuses had soared, and his year-end bonus had quadrupled compared to the previous year, reaching an astounding 1.6 million. With this bonus, coupled with the wealth he had amassed over the years through various means, Cheng Feng planned to pay off his remaining mortgage of several $100,000 in one fell swoop. From that point forward, he envisioned a life unburdened by debt, where he could live in extravagant leisure. Furthermore, he had recently started dating a graduate from the Beijing Dance Academy, whose graceful figure was captivating and whose beauty was striking. Especially at night, this enchanting creature could truly steal one's breath away. Yet, Joy turned to sorrow when, in a moment of distraction while visiting the restroom, he was abruptly struck down by a former subordinate. What a tragic fate. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai in 2009. By sheer coincidence, he was witnessing the very moment he had first confessed his feelings to Lin Fei, only to be met with rejection. Thus, he stood frozen in disbelief as the two facets of his soul and memory began to coalesce rapidly. For the vast majority, reincarnation is a coveted dream, a divine opportunity to reshape one's life. Especially with the memories of a past life, it is undoubtedly a winning hand from the outset. However, Cheng Feng was different. He had no desire for such a rebirth. After years of relentless effort, he had finally attained a position as a chief financial officer with an annual salary of 1.5 million. Was that an easy feat? Moreover, he possessed nearly 10 million in savings, a spacious apartment nearing full repayment of its mortgage, and a stunning girlfriend awaiting his affection. How could he have been reborn? One's life may cease, yet wealth remains. It is indeed the greatest sorrow of existence. Fortunately, Cheng Feng was quick to adapt, skillfully managing to maintain a facade of composure without revealing any cracks. He refrained from continuing his confession, for he knew it would yield no success. In his previous life, he had pursued Lin Fei for over 2 years, yet had never even held her hand. Upon graduating, she went on to study in the United States, severing all ties. The next encounter came during a class reunion in the post-pandemic period, where his former dream goddess had transformed into a mother, a single parent, no less. Meanwhile, he had morphed into a carefree wanderer in the world of romance. Shaking his head in resignation, he contemplated the absurdity of life, allowing for a second chance. Just then, his phone, tucked away in his pocket, rang unexpectedly. He casually retrieved his antique mobile phone and glanced at the incoming call, momentarily taken aback, only for a flicker of deep-seated hatred to flash in his eyes. How unfortunate! Just as I've been reborn, my enemies have come knocking, granting me no respite whatsoever. The caller was his cousin, the son of his second uncle. Yet, this blood relative had brought ruin upon the Cheng family, shattering what was once a blissful and harmonious household, nearly driving his parents to enmity. In his previous life, Cheng Feng had graduated and sought work in distant lands, resisting the urge to return home for an extended period, ultimately becoming a notorious womanizer. Despite his parents' persistent pleas for him to marry, he remained obstinate. All of this was intricately linked to this cousin and his family. It was through this cousin that Cheng Feng first witnessed the grotesque transformation of human nature when faced with the allure of immense profit. Concepts of blood ties, morality, and humanity held no value in the eyes of his cousin's family. They were utterly insignificant. Of course, not everyone in the world is so vile. The world still possesses its beauty, yet there are always a few repugnant individuals, and his cousin's family was a nest of maggots intent on defiling this world. With this thought, Cheng Feng could not help but feel a surge of relief. He was thankful for his rebirth, especially at this pivotal moment. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I shall first seek vengeance, and then live freely and joyfully. The tragedies of my past life shall never be allowed to recur. Cheng Feng's teeth nearly ground to dust from his rage as he prepared to answer the call. Just then, a delicate and ethereal figure suddenly collided into his embrace. Chapter 2. The alluring freshman. Unexpectedly, Cheng Feng's phone was knocked from his grasp, soaring through the air in a graceful arc before landing on the grass nearby. However, the habits of a seasoned romantic prevented him from hurriedly retrieving his fallen device. Instead, he swiftly embraced the beautiful girl who had stumbled into his arms. What a slender waist, as delicate as if it were made of air. Cheng Feng silently admired her before turning his gaze to her face, which elicited yet another wave of astonishment. What a stunning visage, one that inspires deep affection. She possessed a slightly cherubic, oval face, captivating phoenix eyes, willow-like arched brows, a refined nose, and a petite mouth, all harmoniously combining to create an exquisite beauty. More importantly, Cheng Feng could distinctly sense that, despite her loose athletic attire, the young woman's curves were undeniably alluring. Her bosom was likely a D cup, and her posterior appeared quite pert. In comparison, Lin Fei, the belle of the accounting department, paled in contrast. Although Lin Feier's facial features were more striking, her physique was rather ordinary. She boasted long, straight legs, but was somewhat slender, with merely a B-cup bust and a less pronounced rear, clearly lacking targeted exercise. In the eyes of all the male students in the accounting department, Lin Feier was the undisputed queen, the dream goddess for many, including the inexperienced Cheng Feng. However, that was not the case for the current Cheng Feng. With the soul of a man in his 30s who had encountered countless women, Lin Feier's physique seemed rather insipid, devoid of allure. The young lady in his arms, with her enticing curves and breathtaking beauty, was a different story altogether, igniting a spark of desire within him. Indeed, she was a freshman from the finance department, having just begun her academic journey this year. Though still somewhat naive, by her sophomore year, she would undoubtedly ascend to the status of the finance department's belle, becoming the object of adoration for many male students at the university. As a student of the university, Cheng Feng was well aware of this enchanting beauty. Moreover, in his previous life, after several years of work, he had dealt with the bank where she was employed on numerous occasions and had encountered her several times. Regrettably, by then, she was already married, rendering her an object of distant admiration, forever out of reach. Although Cheng Feng was a notorious flirt in his past life, he adhered to certain principles. He would never engage with married women and never disrupt another's family, a significant tenet of his romantic pursuits. After all, illicit affairs have historically led to dire consequences. Who would dare to be careless? "Excuse me, could you please let go of me?" Li Yao whispered, her charming face flushed with embarrassment. Moreover, resembling someone evading a lecture, she hastily pushed against Cheng Feng's chest, attempting to create distance between them, her eyes brimming with shyness and trepidation. A fellow classmate who had rushed over, indignant, chimed in, "Hey, have you had enough? If you don't release her soon, I'll scream for help." Cheng Feng glanced at this irate individual and reluctantly withdrew his hand from Li Yao's slender waist. For heaven's sake, she had collided into my embrace and knocked my phone away. Surely, there are appropriate contexts for playful antics. My intention in holding her was merely to prevent her from falling and injuring herself. Yet I was misunderstood. As he spoke, he walked over to pick up his phone, wearing an expression that suggested he felt justified in his actions. The phone was unscathed, merely dusted with a few blades of grass and dirt. The call that had just come in was disconnected, leaving a notification of a missed call on the screen. At the sight of this missed call, a flicker of deep-seated hatred flashed in Cheng Feng's eyes. In the next moment, he pressed the screen to black before turning to face Li Yao and her companions. At that moment, Li Yao was standing beside the irritable individual, her cheeks flushed as she quietly explained the situation. Noticing Cheng Feng's gaze upon her, she hurriedly bowed her head to apologize. "I'm so sorry, I accidentally bumped into you. Are you all right?" Cheng Feng smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine, but you two should be more cautious. Avoid chasing and playing near the entrance of the stadium. There are too many people around, and you might accidentally collide with other students. If you were to fall and injure yourself, that would be a considerable inconvenience. With your beauty, I'm sure you wouldn't want a scar marring your face. That would be such a pity." After exchanging just a few words, Cheng Feng's old habit resurfaced as he began to shower compliments. Upon hearing his words, Li Yao shivered at the thought of an unsightly scar gracing her face. Quickly nodding in agreement, "Thank you for the reminder. I understand, and I will be more careful in the future." The girl, who had seemed quite irritable, shot Cheng Feng a disdainful glance. "If you're fine, why say so much unnecessary stuff?" she remarked before pulling Li Yao away. At that moment, Cheng Feng, still smiling, called out, "Excuse me, beautiful classmate, while I mentioned that I'm fine, I never claimed my phone was unscathed. Might I have your name and number? Should my phone indeed be damaged, I would know whom to seek for apologies." Before he could finish, Li Yao's companion shot him a sharp look. Li Yao hesitated for a moment, her cheeks reddening as she softly said, "My name is Li Yao. I'm a freshman at the School of Finance. My dormitory phone number is 021. A pleasure to meet you, Li Yao. I'm Cheng Feng, a sophomore from the School of Accounting, your senior. If anything happens to my phone, I will reach out to you." Cheng Feng introduced himself with a friendly smile. To the two young ladies, his beaming face bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a wolf eyeing a naive rabbit. After acquiring Li Yao's phone number, Cheng Feng turned and left without lingering. Watching his retreating figure, the two young women immediately began to whisper among themselves. Is this guy really a sophomore? He seems rather presumptuous. What else with this talk of a broken phone? I think he's just trying to pursue you, using this as an excuse to get your number. His intentions are dubious. Don't be ridiculous. After all, it was I who bumped into his phone. If he sought compensation, it would only be fair. There's no ulterior motive here. Besides, I gave him my dormitory number. Huh, quite right. I didn't expect you to have a bit of sense. If he really calls, leave it to me to handle. Just watch me put him in his place. After their whispered conversation, the two young ladies escaped merrily into the stadium. As Cheng Feng exited the stadium, he once again illuminated his phone and gazed at the missed call displayed on the screen. In the next instant, he dialed his uncle's number. Before long, the call was connected. Uncle, what prompted you to call me? Is there something on your mind? I was just jogging at the stadium and didn't hear my phone ring. Cheng Feng inquired, suppressing the anger and nausea that simmered within him, feigning surprise. I see you were running. I wondered why you didn't answer. I have a matter to discuss. Is the property deed for your grandfather's courtyard in your possession? His uncle proceeded straight to the point, eliciting another wave of distaste from Cheng Feng. Yet, despite his aversion, he had to feign compliance, for any misstep could lead to complications. Cheng Feng discreetly pressed the recording button, pretending to be curious as he replied, Indeed, last year when grandfather was still lucid, he transferred the ownership of that courtyard to me. Our family is well aware of this. Why do you suddenly inquire about it? His uncle paused momentarily before responding. Well, your brother is about to get married, but he lacks a place to settle down, and your sister-in-law's family is quite displeased. If there's no home, your brother's marriage may be jeopardized. Even if the bride's family agrees, they surely cannot expect the young couple to continue living in rented accommodation, can they? At this juncture, Cheng Feng interjected, Why not let them stay at home? Our spacious 4-bedroom house could easily accommodate them. Besides, wouldn't it be wonderful for the family to be together, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere? His uncle was momentarily taken aback, left speechless by Cheng Feng's response. After a brief pause, he resumed, fabricating excuses. Your aunt and I would indeed prefer that arrangement, but your brother and sister-in-law must consent as well. Nowadays, young couples tend to shy away from living with their parents. It can be rather inconvenient for everyone. So, I thought, since your courtyard is currently unoccupied, why not tidy it up and let your brother and sister-in-law use it as their marital home? Of course, your uncle wouldn't take your property for free. We can transact at market value. However, I'm a bit strapped for cash at the moment and can only offer an initial payment of $100,000. Chapter 3, a tragedy triggered by a courtyard. As he listened to his uncle's words, a torrent of painful memories and deep-seated resentments surged through Cheng Feng's mind, vividly resurfacing. A native of the capital, his parents both worked in Beijing. His father was a modest high school teacher, while his mother was employed at an ophthalmology hospital. Their family was relatively well off, comfortably positioned in the social hierarchy. His grandfather, a lifelong resident of a village beyond the eastern Fifth Ring Road, owned a unique 2-entry courtyard that spanned just over 500 square meters, with numerous rooms, rendering it quite spacious. However, as his grandfather aged, his health declined year after year. After the college entrance examinations last year, the old man took it upon himself to transfer ownership of the courtyard to Cheng Feng, much to the delight of his parents. Tragically, shortly after the National Day holiday, the old man passed away. Following the funeral arrangements, Cheng Feng's father enlisted help to tidy up the courtyard, subsequently renting it out to some northern drifters working in Beijing. Despite its village location, the courtyard was conveniently accessible, attracting many urban professionals employed in the CBD. Naturally, the rental fees were not insignificant. Since the courtyard belonged to Cheng Feng, the rental income rightfully fell under his purview. This arrangement comfortably covered his tuition and living expenses during university, allowing him to enjoy a rather affluent college life, with his wallet pleasantly plump. Unfortunately, this idyllic scenario was short-lived. Within a year, his uncle's family had set their sights on the courtyard, harboring ulterior motives. Their pretext was that Cheng Feng's cousin was getting married and lacked a venue for the ceremony. They proposed to purchase the courtyard at market value, offering only 100,000 yuan up front, with the promise of repaying the remainder gradually, banking on the notion that they were relatives and could not be denied. Yet this was merely a fade. The true motivation behind their desire to acquire the courtyard lay in the impending demolition of the village scheduled for the following year. In Beijing, particularly in 2010, the implications of such demolition were well understood by all, especially for a courtyard exceeding 500 square meters beyond the Eastern Fifth Ring. It was akin to striking gold. Who wouldn't covet it? Once the demolition plan was confirmed, the owner of the courtyard would undoubtedly become wealthy overnight. Even if true financial freedom remained elusive, achieving a basic level of financial independence within a decade was entirely feasible, with the potential for an exponential increase over the years. If one invested in Matai stocks, a tenfold return would be modest. Was financial liberation truly a question? Thus, one could dream of a carefree existence, entirely liberated from the drudgery of a working-class life. Alas, fate played a cruel joke on Cheng Feng at this juncture. His aunt's brother, employed in the municipal planning department and possessing a modicum of influence, had received early intelligence regarding the village's impending demolition. Considering that the Cheng family hailed from the village, he relayed this information to his uncle and aunt. However, the uncle's family had sold their village property long ago, leaving them without a home or land to capitalize on the demolition windfall. They harbored intentions of purchasing properties and land from other villagers. Yet the regulations prohibiting the sale of homesteads to outsiders thwarted their efforts. Everyone was astute. The local farmers eagerly awaited the demolition, dreaming of sudden wealth. Who would willingly part with their homes and land? Uncle and aunt, with a sudden flash of inspiration, set their sights on Cheng Feng's courtyard. They endeavored to deceitfully acquire this property, seizing the opportunity presented by the impending demolition to reap substantial profits. In truth, they succeeded. Exploiting Cheng Feng's naivety and his father's deep-seated affection for familial bonds, they managed to purchase the Sihuan despite his mother's objections, parting with a mere 100,000 yuan, akin to plucking it for free. Furthermore, Uncle cunningly persuaded Cheng Feng's father to complete the transaction as a familial gift, claiming it would circumvent hefty deed taxes. This seemingly benevolent act, however, sowed the seeds of significant future peril. Once the property was theirs, Uncle's family no longer mentioned repayment. As spring of 2010 approached, news of the village's demolition surfaced, and Cheng Feng's two-entry courtyard was situated right in the heart of the planning zone, making it exceedingly valuable. Overnight, Uncle's family became immensely wealthy, indulging in lavish mansions and luxury cars, reveling in their newfound fortune. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng's family, belatedly realizing they had been duped, confronted Uncle's household. Yet, the couple brazenly denied their obligations, even refusing to acknowledge the final payment for the Sihuan. They audaciously proclaimed that it was the Cheng family's property, asserting that both Uncle and his cousin held inheritance rights, dismissing any notion of usurpation or indebtedness. Faced with the complete rupture of relations, Cheng Feng's father, who had always been genteel, nearly succumbed to the shock, while his mother was equally incensed. Unable to swallow this bitter pill, Cheng Feng stormed to their door with a knife, only to be restrained by his mother, who wept and urged him to let go of their claim to the courtyard. From that moment, the two families became irrevocably estranged, severing all ties. This incident gradually eroded what had once been a harmonious family relationship. Cheng Feng's father fell into deep remorse, lamenting his misplaced trust in his cousin, while his mother, filled with resentment, began to complain incessantly, leading to frequent arguments. Eventually, their once stable household disintegrated into chaos, culminating in divorce, with Cheng Feng's father leaving with nothing. Post-divorce, he aged considerably overnight, and the days that followed were tumultuous. Cheng Feng's mother, having not remarried, transformed from a cultured woman into a bitter figure, finding fault with everyone around her. As for Cheng Feng, the disintegration of his harmonious family shattered any hopes of wealth and freedom. He no longer believed in blood ties and had no intention of marrying. All of this turmoil stemmed from that deceitfully acquired Sihuan, the source of his profound resentment towards Uncle's family. This is the path Cheng Feng traversed, the origin of his deep-seated animosity. Yet, having fortuitously been reborn, He vowed never to allow such repugnant events to recur in his life. Certainly not. The memories of these distasteful past events ignited a fierce rage within him. In this life, he resolved to protect not only his wealth, but also his family, ensuring that no one would dare to take advantage of him again. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Uncle continued to ramble on, attempting to persuade him with appeals to reason and emotion. I have discussed this matter with your father, and he has given his tentative approval. However, he mentioned that the property currently belongs to you, and your consent is necessary for the transfer. You must personally handle the paperwork. Where have you placed the property certificate? Perhaps your father could locate it for me to seek advice. Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng's alertness heightened significantly. His uncle, who works in the municipal planning department, possesses a degree of influence. Should they successfully acquire the property certificate, they might be able to complete the transfer procedures even in his absence. With this thought in mind, Cheng Feng promptly replied, "Since my father has agreed, I, as the younger generation, have no objections. However, the property certificate is not at home. It is with me. During the summer break while packing, I placed it in my suitcase and subsequently forgot to retrieve it, bringing it with me to the metropolis. I have not returned it since. If you wish to obtain the property certificate for consultation, you will have to wait until I return home for the winter break. I will bring the property certificate back then." At the mention of the winter break, his uncle immediately grew anxious. "Forget about the winter break. How about your aunt and I visit the metropolis? You can give us the property certificate then, and we can enjoy a little trip as well. If we delay until the winter break, I fear your brother's marriage plans may be jeopardized. This matter cannot afford to be postponed. Stop with the nonsense. Are you worried that if we wait until the winter break, the demolition news will be announced? In that case, your plans will be utterly thwarted." Cheng Feng silently scoffed at this, feigning contemplation before smiling and suggesting, "How about you both come to the metropolis this weekend? I will be free then and can accompany you around, treating you to some delicious food." "All right, this weekend it is. You truly are considerate," his uncle responded with delight. Little did he know the thoughts that were swirling in Cheng Feng's mind. Chapter 4. The Gentleman Behind the Dog. After finishing a call with his uncle, Cheng Feng wandered alone through the campus. He gazed at the once familiar scenery and pondered the path ahead, how to safeguard his assets, how to avenge the grievances of his past life for himself and his family. Half an hour later, as the night gradually enveloped the university campus, he returned to his former dormitory. "Hey, why are you back so early? Did the beautiful Lin turn you down mercilessly? Are you feeling a bit heartbroken?" The others, all fellow singletons, teased him. "While you're busy chasing after girls, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to indulge in a few games? I've always said that Lin Fei is not easy to pursue. You insisted on pressing your warm face against her cold backside, didn't you?" Inside the dormitory, the other 3 occupants were present. Upon seeing Cheng Feng enter, they erupted in a chorus of schadenfreude, reveling in the spectacle. At that moment, Cheng Feng from Jinzhong was seated at the computer, gaming while throwing in a few remarks. Li Heng, a local from Shanghai, stood before the mirror, meticulously arranging his flamboyant hairstyle, his sharp tongue akin to a venomous blade. Meanwhile, Ding Haifeng from northeast China sprawled on the bed, mercilessly mocking Cheng Feng. And to add insult to injury, this notoriously unhygienic individual was sleeping in Cheng Feng's bed. As he looked at these 3 familiar faces, Cheng Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of disorientation. Just moments before entering the dormitory, he had been anxious, unsure of how to face them, fearful of revealing any vulnerabilities. Yet, upon stepping inside, he found everything to be instinctual and natural. His mindset instantly shifted back to his university days, albeit with over a decade's worth of memories and life experiences enhancing his maturity. Yet, whether this newfound maturity was indeed preferable or aligned with what Cheng Feng truly desired remained uncertain. He scanned the trio and mockingly chided, "Damn it, you lot thrive on drama. Not a single decent person among you." Regrettably, he realized just before confessing his feelings that he had begun to exhibit signs of becoming a licking dog and managed to halt himself in time. He had not completed his confession and discovered that his feelings for Lin Fei were not as intense as he had thought. For those who wished to witness his humiliating rejection, they could dream on. Cheng Feng and Ding Haifeng were momentarily taken aback before turning to him. Li Heng, however, lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "Did I hear you right? You're not planning to pursue the beautiful Lin anymore, and you've left her hanging. Does that mean I have a chance?" Cheng Feng, if that is the case, I want to hold back. I wanted to pursue Lin Fei for ages. But you jump in first. As your doormate, I had to step aside. Now if I go check on Lin Fei, could I seize this opportunity to win her over? Cheng Feng glanced at him and jested, "I truly don't intend to pursue Lin Fei anymore. You're free to go after her, and others can chase her too. I have no right to stop anyone. But judging by your tone, it seems you're aiming to be a gentleman. Just a friendly reminder, gentlemen always come second to dogs." Laughter erupted from Ding Haifeng and Cheng Feng, while Li Heng appeared somewhat bewildered. The notion of a warm-hearted man trailing behind a dog was entirely foreign to him. Cheng Feng chuckled softly, preparing to elucidate the matter. Just then, the dormitory door swung open and a disheveled figure ambled in. Upon entering, this individual extended a hand. "You're finally back, Cheng Feng. Lend me 300 yuan. I'll repay you next month." The tone and demeanor exuded an air of entitlement. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Feng and Li Heng frowned, their eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Cheng Feng regarded the intruder and gently shook his head. "Before we discuss borrowing money, Huazi, perhaps you should settle the debts from before." He continued, "Isn't they're saying? Money borrowed should be repaid. It's not difficult to borrow again." Qiu Zihua, a classmate of Cheng Feng, resided in the adjacent dormitory. Hailing from Jiangcheng, he was exceptionally bright, ranking among the top students upon admission, far surpassing Cheng Feng and Li Heng, who occupied the lower echelons. However, within merely half a semester, he became ensnared in the virtual realm of online gaming, rapidly transforming into a heavy internet addict. Consequently, he abandoned his studies and personal hygiene, spending day and night in a nearby internet cafe, engrossed in games. During his freshman year, he could still rely on his sharp intellect and solid foundation from high school to cram for exams. Yet, as he progressed to his sophomore year with the introduction of various specialized courses, coupled with his escalating gaming obsession, this method of studying proved futile. Thus, he began to fail courses at an alarming rate. By the first semester of his junior year, his number of failed subjects was sufficient to warrant expulsion. The school wasted no time in processing his withdrawal, sending him back to his hometown. Upon returning to Jiangcheng, he reportedly experienced a moment of clarity, following his parents' guidance to repeat a year, eventually gaining admission to a 211 university in Chang'an. Yet, who could have anticipated that within a year, he would revert to his old ways, once more plunging into the virtual world of online gaming? After that, Cheng Feng and his friends lost all contact and were left unaware of his subsequent fate. With such an obsession for online gaming, Qiu Zihua inevitably required substantial funds. Being no wealthy heir, his meager living expenses were woefully insufficient. What to do when funds run low? Naturally, he turned to his classmates for loans. He borrowed from every male student in his class, even extending his reach to other classes within the same department, yet he failed to repay anyone. The classmate from whom he borrowed the most was Cheng Feng, who had lent him over 5,000 yuan in total. Even after Qiu Zihua was expelled in his third year, not a single cent was returned to Cheng Feng. Throughout this period, Cheng Feng had attempted to reclaim his money, but to no avail. Upon hearing the demand for repayment, Qiu Zihua was momentarily taken aback. His face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "It's merely 300 yuan. Does Lord Jing really need to concern himself with such trivial amounts?" Cheng Feng replied with a smile, fully aware that if Qiu Zihua remained unrepentant in his current state, the more than 2,000 yuan he had previously lent would never be seen again. That money is as good as thrown away, but from this moment forth, I shall never lend a single cent to Qiu Zihua again. Damn, not even 300 yuan, and I had considered you a friend, Qiu Zihua retorted, turning away from the dormitory. As soon as the door closed, Li Heng disdainfully remarked, "You should have done this long ago, Cheng Feng. This guy is nothing but a bottomless pit. He's practically ruined himself. Indeed, Huazi has nearly brought his own demise upon himself. He borrowed so much money from everyone, yet has not repaid a single cent." Cheng Feng chimed in. Cheng Feng chuckled softly and shifted the topic. Tonight, I must return to the capital. I will be leaving overnight. I will call the instructor tomorrow to request a leave of absence. This time in the capital, I may stay for about a week. If anyone calls the dormitory or comes looking for me at school, just say I have affairs to attend to at a friend's house and that I don't know when I'll be back. Even if it's someone claiming to be a relative, including my parents, you should say the same. Do not disclose that I have returned to the capital. This trip must remain strictly confidential. Furthermore, if the teacher calls my name during class, please respond for me or inform the teacher that I am on leave. Cheng Feng and Li Heng exchanged glances, both astonished. What are you going to the capital for, making it all so mysterious? That's not for you to inquire. It's a private matter. Cheng Feng replied with a smile. He then approached his bed, kicked out Ding Haifeng, that filthy pig, and began to pack his belongings. He gathered a few changes of clothes, preparing to leave the dormitory. At that moment, Li Heng was also readying himself to seek out Lin Feier. Unlike Cheng Feng's casualness, he meticulously organized his things, even spritzing on a bit of cologne to enhance his so-called charm. Upon witnessing his flamboyant demeanor, Cheng Feng and Cheng Feng recoiled in disdain. Good grief! Can you be any more effeminate? Why not just change your name to Little Hengzi? That would be so fitting. Get lost. I call this style and taste. You uncouth northern brutes wouldn't understand the refinement of a Shanghai gentleman. Li Heng shot back. He then exited alongside Cheng Feng, each heading their separate ways. Chapter 5. Strike first the following day, at dawn, Cheng Feng emerged alone from the railway station in the capital, intending to make a brief visit home to retrieve his property deed. At that moment, he had made a slight effort at disguise, donning a baseball cap and lowering its brim to avoid recognition by acquaintances. Although the capital is vast, with a population of 10 to 20 million, he was heading to a familiar neighborhood where many knew him, hence the need for caution. Compared to the southern metropolis, the morning chill of mid-October in the capital was palpable. Despite wearing a coat, Cheng Feng could not suppress a shiver. Before long, he arrived at the taxi stand, opened the rear door of a cab, and settled inside. Master, please take me to the west gate of Xinhua, Li, at Chegingswang. There's a snack spot called Hugui Temple. Just stop at the entrance. Upon hearing his accent and recognizing the route, the driver turned to glance at him and struck up a friendly conversation. Hey, just back from out of town? Heading straight to Hugui Temple snacks? Sounds delicious. Cheng Feng responded with a soft smile and a nod. Indeed, after a night spent in hard seats, his stomach was empty. He planned to have a bite before returning home for some rest. As the taxi gradually merged into the flowing traffic, half an hour later, Cheng Feng found himself at Hugui Temple outside the west gate of Xinhua Li. Ready to enjoy breakfast, he picked up a freshly fried youtiao with his chopsticks and took a hearty bite. On the table, there was a tea egg, a small dish of pickles, and a bowl of tofu pudding garnished with cilantro rather than the traditional doji. Although he was a true native of the capital, having been born and raised there, he could never quite tolerate the taste of doji. Throughout his life, he had scarcely encountered many locals who enjoyed it. It resembled dishwater, and whoever drank, it would surely retch. Perhaps a few from the southern districts appreciated it, like the young princess of the Beijing Circle, Guan Gij. Yet, in the Chegingswang area of the West City, he had seldom seen anyone indulge in doji. In his view, its continued existence was merely to satisfy the curiosity of adventurous tourists from all over the country. While savoring his breakfast, Cheng Feng occasionally glanced through the restaurant window at the entrance of the opposite residential complex. His home was located just across the street, in a community built in the mid-1990s. Back then, housing prices were still low. His parents had worked for over a decade to save some money, supplemented by support from both sets of grandparents, allowing them to purchase a modest 3-bedroom apartment there. Fast forward over a decade, and the once fashionable complex had succumbed to the relentless march of time, becoming an aging community. Fortunately, the management and environment of the complex remained quite commendable, being situated in a prominent school district with convenient transportation, ensuring a comfortable living experience. Before long, Cheng Feng finished his breakfast, rose from his seat, and made his way directly toward the residential complex. On the way back from the train station, he had called his parents to engage in casual conversation, confirming that they had both gone to work, which put his mind at ease. This time, he had no intention of informing them of his return, at least not yet. Should he divulge this information, it was likely that his uncle would call his father, and the secret would be revealed, potentially jeopardizing his forthcoming plans. With a few swift strides, he crossed the road and entered the complex. In the garden by the community gate, a few elderly women adorned with red armbands immediately turned their vigilant gazes towards him. Once they confirmed he was the child of a resident, they diverted their attention. No longer interested, two of these women, familiar with Cheng Feng, had no intention of approaching him for inquiries. Navigating through a shaded pathway lined with trees and circumventing several residential buildings, Cheng Feng finally arrived at the entrance of his home. It was now past 9 o'clock, and aside from the elderly and children, most adults had already left for work. Fortunately, he encountered no familiar neighbors until he entered the building, significantly reducing the likelihood of revealing his whereabouts. Soon, he successfully returned to his abode. Everything inside felt as it always had, familiar and comforting. In the cozy corner of the small living room stood an oval, transparent fish tank housing over 20 vividly colored goldfish, swimming gracefully. Cheng Feng had purchased the fish tank from the nearby Guanyuan flower, bird, and fish market, handpicking each goldfish himself. On the balcony outside lay his jet road bike from high school, with a black helmet hanging from the handlebars. That bike, bought with his pocket money during his sophomore year, had once been a treasured possession. During university breaks, he would ride it around, visiting friends and classmates. Now, however, the bike's crossbar was draped with two freshly washed sofa covers, clearly repurposed by his mother as a makeshift clothes rack. On the coffee table, a selection of fresh fruits, including oranges and grapes, sat invitingly. Scattered across the table and sofa were a novel and several magazines, creating a slightly chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere filled with the essence of life. Every piece of furniture and decor was achingly familiar, each detail infused with the warmth of home. Observing his surroundings, Cheng Feng felt a swell of emotion, his eyes growing misty. Everything before him mirrored the home he remembered from 2009, exuding warmth and sweetness, evoking an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Had it not been for the hypocritical greed of his uncle's family, this happy household would never have fallen apart, and his family's life would not have become so arduous. Contemplating this, Cheng Feng clenched his jaw, a sound of frustration escaping him. He quickly scanned the living and dining areas before making his way into his bedroom. The bedroom, measuring a mere 12 square meters, felt cramped yet held its own charm, brimming with memories of growth. The layout remained unchanged, reflecting the same arrangement as in his recollections from 2009. However, Cheng Feng paid little heed to these details. He approached his desk, crouched down to open the lower cabinet door, and began to rummage through its contents, swiftly retrieving a file folder. Upon opening the folder, a bright red document caught his eye, radiating an air of festivity. Without needing to inquire, he recognized it as the property deed for his family's two-entry courtyard house. In his previous life, he had received a call from his second uncle, but failed to return home, later informing his father that the property deed was stored here. After locating the deed, his father, without suspicion, handed it over to the uncle. From that moment, their family was thrust into a passive state, ultimately leading to the loss of their cherished courtyard home. Cheng Feng casually opened the property deed, where his name was boldly inscribed. In the next instant, a mix of emotions surged within him, and he exhaled deeply. Fortunately, it is not too late. This belongs to me, and no one else shall covet it. With this property in the courtyard, I can become immensely wealthy overnight and rise to prominence. This property deed, seemingly ordinary, captivated Cheng Feng for a good 2 to 3 minutes. Once his emotions settled, he placed the deed on his desk and glanced at the household registration book beneath it. To inherit this courtyard from his grandfather, Cheng Feng had opened a separate household registration, facilitating the transfer. Now, it was coming in handy. He perused the property deed and household registration before returning them to their file and finally seated himself in a chair. He then pulled out his phone and began to dial his counselor for a leave of absence. He had left in such haste the previous night that he had neglected to inform his counselor. Once on the train, the noise had made it impractical to call, and he had delayed until now. In a moment, the call connected. "Good morning, Teacher Liu. This is Cheng Feng. I had to return to the capital rather abruptly yesterday, and I'm calling to request leave for today. Cheng Feng feigned sorrow as he spoke, noticing the odd tone in his voice. Teacher Lu on the other end was momentarily taken aback. Hello, Cheng Feng, what has happened? Why did you leave in such a hurry? Did you only remember to ask for leave today? The National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival holidays have just passed. This is an unforeseen circumstance. My uncle has suffered a severe car accident and is not expected to survive. My family called for me to return to say my final goodbyes. I might need a week off, as you understand. Cheng Feng struggled to suppress laughter, his voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. You have caused our family to fall apart. That fellow curses you to die early and be reborn. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Lu responded, Ah, I see. This qualifies as a special circumstance. I can grant you a week of leave. Take care of your family matters and return to class as soon as possible. I hope your family remains safe. After exchanging a few more words, Cheng Feng ended the call, fearing that further conversation would lead him to burst into laughter. He then tidied his desk, placing the property deed into his backpack. After shedding his outer garments, setting an alarm, and lying down to catch up on sleep, he slumbered until around 1 in the afternoon when the alarm roused him. He rose, entered the bathroom, and took a hot shower. Approximately half an hour later, having completed his preparations and erased all traces, Cheng Feng grabbed his backpack and exited his home. For the upcoming week, he would have to remain adrift, ensuring that his family remained unaware of his return to the capital, particularly his uncle's family. This week was of paramount importance to him. Chapter 6. The street rogue intrudes into Renmin University after enjoying a meal outside. Cheng Feng boarded a bus, setting his course for Renmin University. A half hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the university library. Choosing a bustling spot amidst the crowd, he leaned casually with his shoulders slumped, waiting for someone while admiring the flow of female students passing by. After a short while, he reached a conclusion. Although predominantly a liberal arts institution with a majority of female students, Renmin's allure, compared to that of the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, seemed somewhat diminished. However, it boasted more academically accomplished beauties, given its esteemed status as a top-tier 985 university, while the latter merely ranked as a leading 211 institution. The Southern University, situated in the south, was home to a greater number of demure and refined beauties. As Cheng Feng reveled in the beauty surrounding him, many of the Renmin girls took notice of him as well. Who is this guy? He seems rather carefree, looking like a street rogue here to flirt with our students. Indeed, his gaze bore an air of aggression, suggesting that even among peers, he was not to be trifled with. Several passing female students whispered among themselves, curiosity piqued. At that moment, Cheng Feng exuded a certain streetwise demeanor. Though his body was still that of a youth under 20, his thoughts and soul felt well beyond 30. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. His lacked the clarity and naivety typical of a college student, replaced instead by shrewdness and worldly wisdom. Noticing a few Renmin beauties seemingly discussing him, he smiled and nodded in their direction. The young women, their cheeks flushing, instinctively quickened their pace, hurrying towards the library entrance. Just then, a stout figure came barreling towards him. This individual, named Shi Tao, was Cheng Feng's childhood friend, having attended the same school from elementary through high school until their paths diverged at university. Their families lived in close proximity. Despite his imposing stature and rugged appearance, Shi Tao was academically gifted, consistently outshining Cheng Feng in their studies, much to Cheng Feng's chagrin. In the college entrance examination, Shi Tao's scores were sufficient for admission to Peking University, albeit with limited choice of major. His father held a senior executive position at a state-owned bank, which led him to enroll in Renmin's finance program, considered a flagship discipline of the university. More importantly, he followed in his father's footsteps, securing a position at the headquarters of the central bank, where he thrived. Within the domestic financial system, Renmin's finance program carried significant prestige, rivaling that of Peking and Tsinghua universities, perhaps even boasting certain advantages. In the blink of an eye, Shi Tao reached Cheng Feng. Damn it! What are you doing back here this hour? You didn't get expelled, did you? What kind of trouble did you stir up? Did you perhaps woo the president's daughter? No wonder you looked a bit like a rogue from afar. With that, he playfully punched Cheng Feng on the shoulder. Ouch. Easy there. Can't you be a bit gentler? Cheng Feng stepped back, laughing while feigning annoyance. You possess a robust physique akin to that of a beast, lacking any sense of delicacy in your actions. A single blow from you might very well inflict internal injuries upon me. I do have aspirations to pursue the esteemed daughter of the principal. Yet she is already in her 30s, and alas, I am not in possession of such refined taste. After exchanging a few jests, he finally delved into the main subject. I have returned on leave to attend to some exceedingly important matters, which I have not disclosed to my parents. You must promise to keep this confidential. Over the next few days, I intend to stay at your place until I conclude my affairs, or perhaps return directly to school. Is there an available bed in your dormitory? Shi Tao scrutinized him with a look of astonishment. Staying over poses no issue. One of our neighbors in the dormitory is also from the capital, attending 101 high school and returning home daily, leaving his bed largely unoccupied. You may rest there. At this juncture, I am curious about the nature of your pressing matters that require secrecy from your family. Do share. Cheng Feng stepped forward, smiling as he whispered. This pertains to my family, and I truly cannot divulge the details. Once everything is settled, I shall inform you. However, please refrain from spreading it around. The reason I sought you out, aside from needing a place to stay, concerns a transfer student in your class, Zhou Yin. Do you still have contact with him? To my knowledge, Zhou Yin's father is a renowned real estate mogul in the capital, with a fortune in the billions. I would appreciate your assistance in connecting me with Zhou Yin, as I wish to meet his father. Shi Tao nodded in response. I have maintained contact with Zhou Yin. After all, we were comrades in the last row. Though academically challenged, he possesses a commendable sense of loyalty. He is currently enrolled at the University of Business, and I've heard he is preoccupied with preparations for studying abroad. If you had arrived any later, you might have missed him entirely. Let us return to the dormitory. I will arrange your accommodation and subsequently contact Zhou Yin to invite him for dinner tonight. You can meet him then. I still have to attend class. The afternoon sessions are specialized courses, and the professor is notorious among the finance faculty. I cannot afford to skip. As they engaged in casual conversation, they exited the library and made their way toward the dormitory area. Upon entering the dormitory complex and passing the student services department, Cheng Feng took a moment to purchase some toiletries, such as towels and a toothbrush, in preparation for his extended stay at Shi Tao's dormitory. Before long, they arrived at Shi Tao's room, which was deserted as the other occupants had gone to study, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Shi Tao had just returned from the study room. Otherwise, Cheng Feng would have been in search of him there. Having visited Shi Tao's dorm previously, he was relatively familiar with the surroundings and recognized a few of Shi Tao's roommates. Once inside, he plopped down onto a chair and urged Shi Tao, please call Zhou Yin immediately and arrange for us to have dinner together tonight. This meal is on me. Certainly, but I'm even more intrigued about what scheme you are concocting that necessitates such urgency, Shi Tao replied, nodding. He then retrieved his phone and began dialing Zhou Yin's number. The call connected swiftly, and he succinctly conveyed the situation. After exchanging a few words, Shi Tao turned and said, Zhou Yin suggested we skip the barbecue tonight and join him at KTV for some singing. He'll invite a few lovely ladies and treat us. What do you think? However, Cheng Feng shook his head. Let's avoid KTV. It's far too noisy. I have important matters to discuss with him that must remain confidential. A few old friends enjoying barbecue and beer is much more delightful. The presence of women would only hinder the swiftness of our camaraderie. Very well. Then let us go for barbecue. Shi Tao nodded in agreement. He then resumed his conversation with Zhou Yin. Much like Shi Tao, Zhou Yin was also curious about the reason Cheng Feng sought him out and readily agreed to meet. Once the time and place were settled, Shi Tao concluded the call and hung up. He then briefed Cheng Feng on the situation before heading off to class. Before leaving, he shared his computer password and the dormitory gateway password with Cheng Feng, allowing him to access the internet in the dormitory. Cheng Feng, equipped with his own laptop, naturally had no need to use Shi Tao's computer. Once the door closed behind him, he retrieved his laptop from his backpack, powered it on, connected to the gateway, and began searching for pertinent information. His inquiry focused on the planning and demolition details related to his courtyard residence. Unfortunately, Despite scouring the Planning Bureau's website for recent years' information, he found nothing relevant. However, this was to be expected, as such planning details are kept highly confidential prior to their official release. Otherwise, the villagers within the demolition zone might receive advance notice and hastily construct additional floors on their homes. At that point, a single-story house could easily become a 3- or 4-story structure. That would pose a significant dilemma. Who would bear the costs? Chapter 7. The flashy rich heir at 7 o'clock in the evening outside the west gate of Renmin University. A resounding roar echoed through the air as a fiery red Ferrari California screeched to a halt in front of a well-known barbecue restaurant. The arrival of this crimson sports car instantly stirred a commotion along the street, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Among them, a throng of beautiful women, as well as several girls dining or shopping nearby, were particularly enraptured, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Look over there. A red sport car has arrived. It looks so cool," exclaimed one. "That's a Ferrari, worth several million. I wonder who is behind the wheel. Is he handsome?" Unfortunately for the other girls, the passenger seat was occupied by a stunningly beautiful and alluring woman. Many of them wished to showcase their charms and approach the young driver for his phone number, but found themselves at a loss for a suitable excuse. More often than not, they felt a twinge of inadequacy, realizing they could hardly compare to the captivating beauty in the passenger seat. This is Zhou Yan's car, so ostentatious, yet perfectly fitting for his flashy personality. One remarked, "Wait, didn't Zhou Yan drive a BMW M5? When did he switch to a Ferrari California? It's undeniably flamboyant. Just look at the envious gazes from those girls. They seem ready to pounce." Zhou Yan had purchased the Ferrari during the summer vacation. "I had ridden in it once and found it rather cramped, barely able to extend my legs within its confined space. It's no wonder you're feeling squished. Just look at your build." Another chimed in. At the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, Cheng Feng and Shi Tao engaged in quiet conversation. Just then, Zhou Yan swung open the car door and stepped out. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, he possessed a certain charm. Clad in trendy attire that exuded an air of allure, coupled with the vibrant Ferrari California, he was undeniably striking in the eyes of the vain young women surrounding him. The alluring woman in the passenger seat soon followed, hastily making her way to Zhou Yan, entwining her arm with his in a display of affectionate dependence. Her figure was enticing, with a pronounced hourglass shape that certainly turned heads. Goodness, he has yet again changed girlfriends. This guy's pace of switching partners is faster than I change clothes. Shi Tao jested, with his father's fortune in the billions. Isn't it normal for him to treat relationships as casually as changing outfits? Cheng Feng replied, noting that the seductive vixen seemed somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place her. As they descended the steps, they approached Zhou Yan and his girlfriend. Zhou Yan, with a suave flick of his wrist, locked the car with his remote key before striding towards Cheng Feng and Shi Tao, his girlfriend in tow. At that moment, nearly everyone around was fixated on the duo, having grown accustomed to such attention and indifferent to the fervent gazes. Shi Tao, however, appeared somewhat bashful. In just a few strides, Zhou Yan and his party were upon them. "Shi Tao, Cheng Feng, what brings you two to seek me out for some barbecue? Moreover, having chosen such a quaint establishment, why don't we head over to Gondi? There's a rather decent barbecue joint over there. And tonight, my friends, the treat is on me." With that, he approached Cheng Feng and Shi Tao, exchanging fist bumps in greeting. Due to his high school camaraderie with Shi Tao, Cheng Feng was relatively familiar with this individual, having frequently played basketball together during their school days. However, the bond was notably stronger between Shi Tao and this fellow, marking them as true friends. "Master, you might consider embracing a bit of reality and experiencing the lives of us ordinary folk. As students, we might only visit this barbecue place once a month." Shi Tao jested. Following closely, Cheng Feng chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, you're accustomed to luxury, surrounded by beauty, and likely oblivious to the struggles of the common man. Though the facade of this barbecue restaurant is modest, it holds a small reputation around Renmin University, boasting commendable culinary skills and relatively fresh ingredients." Zhou Yan glanced up at the name of the barbecue place, paused momentarily, then nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I believe I've heard of this establishment. Let us go here. I too shall partake in the common man's hardships. The alluring woman beside him, a sultry feline, slightly furrowed her brow but remained silent. After some light-hearted banter, Zhou Yin remembered to introduce the enchanting lady. Allow me to present Meng Meng, my girlfriend, currently navigating the entertainment industry. This is Shi Tao, and this is Cheng Feng, both my high school friends. The captivating Meng Meng, Zhou Yin's new girlfriend, had recently graduated from Beijing Film Academy and was 2 years his senior. Upon hearing her name and alma mater, Cheng Feng suddenly realized this beauty was a classmate of the famed actress Yang Mi, having acted in a few television dramas in her past. Although she had failed to make a significant impact and had gradually faded from the limelight, as Cheng Feng had taken an interest in Yang Mi. He had encountered group photos of her class online more than once and had coincidentally seen some of the dramas featuring this lady, hence she appeared somewhat familiar. However, that was where his curiosity ended. He had no desire to delve deeper in her life. For Zhou Yin, this Beijing Film Academy beauty was merely a transient figure, akin to his previous girlfriends. Subsequently, the group continued their light-hearted conversation as they entered the barbecue restaurant. Your Ferrari is quite flashy. I imagine driving it must be exhilarating. Indeed, it cost me several million. Would you like to take it for a spin and experience it? Perhaps another time. Tonight, I plan to indulge in some drinks. As they conversed, Cheng Feng and his companions had already entered the barbecue establishment. Though modest in appearance, the restaurant was well-equipped, featuring 10 scattered tables and several private rooms. Cheng Feng had arrived earlier in the afternoon to reserve one of the private rooms. In no time, they settled into the designated private room, ready to place their orders. The owner of the barbecue restaurant, who came to take their orders, was exceptionally courteous. Gentlemen, that Ferrari outside is absolutely stunning. Your choice to dine at my humble establishment truly honors me. Zhou Yin glanced at the proprietor and jested. In that case, can today's meal be complimentary? If so, I shall certainly bring a few friends with their supercars tomorrow, and we shall undoubtedly turn the entire street upside down. Alas, a complimentary meal is simply not feasible. After all, this is a modest establishment, and my partner at home would never consent, the owner replied with a smile, shaking his head before swiftly changing the subject. What would you gentlemen like to eat? We have just received a fresh batch of oysters today. Would you care for some? Cheng Feng glanced at Zhou Yin and then at his alluring girlfriend, nodding with a grin. We must have some oysters, and perhaps a few large kidneys as well. My friend here needs a proper replenishment. Come on, is my friend really that weak? Do not underestimate him. He is truly a champion in the realm of nocturnal endeavors. Zhou Yin retorted with a mock scowl. Upon hearing this, the captivating young woman beside them blushed slightly. In the midst of their playful banter, the group completed their orders. In addition to the usual lamb skewers, tripe, and chicken wings, grilled oysters and large kidneys were deemed essential. Once the order was finalized, the barbecue restaurant owner departed with the receipt. As soon as the door closed, Zhou Yin curiously inquired, Fengzi, what brings you back from the bustling metropolis just to see my father? I'm quite intrigued. Not just him, but also Shi Tao and the enchanting young woman turned their attention towards Cheng Feng with curiosity. Cheng Feng chuckled softly before revealing, it's nothing of great consequence. I happen to have a courtyard house that I'd like to sell to your family. Suddenly, the alluring young woman's eyes sparkled with interest, her gaze towards Cheng Feng transforming entirely. Zhou Yin and Shi Tao, however, were momentarily taken aback, both appearing somewhat astonished. Chapter 8. Lured by Profit Fengzi. Didn't you rent out that courtyard? Why the sudden urge to sell? Shi Tao inquired with curiosity. As childhood friends, he was well aware of the courtyard's existence and had even spent a few nights there with Cheng Feng. He knew that the property, under Cheng Feng's name, had been a lucrative source of income for his college tuition and living expenses. Like him, Yin was also intrigued. Isn't it just a courtyard? Does it really require my father's intervention? I could easily secure it by playing the dutiful son for a few days. Moreover, a courtyard in the capital is a rare asset. There is no shortage of buyers lining up for it. Cheng Feng glanced at him, chuckling as he shook his head. My courtyard is quite unique. The reason for selling and for choosing your father is quite specific. What makes it so special? Do tell. I can share this with you. But At this point, Cheng Feng abruptly paused, smiling as he turned his gaze toward the alluring young woman beside him. Yin blinked in surprise, but quickly understood the implication. The next moment, he promptly ushered her out. Ming, could you step outside for a moment? Wait by the door, and don't come in unless I call for you. Ah, Ming exclaimed, her expression darkening. She shot an indignant glance at Cheng Feng, but reluctantly stood up and exited the private room. The saying goes, one who dines from another's plate must not be too demanding, and she was certainly no exception. Once the door closed, Cheng Feng joked in a hushed tone, well, how commanding you are. At least she is a beauty. You could be a little more subtle. Yin glanced at the door, a smug grin on his face. It's just for fun. I'm not planning to marry her. A designer handbag later, and any grievances can be soothed. She'll still pamper me comfortably at night. Beast. Cheng Feng and Shi Tao simultaneously chastised him. After a few playful exchanges, Cheng Feng lowered his voice to discuss serious matters. The price for my courtyard is several times above market value, but I bet your father would be very interested. On what grounds? Is it tied to the Prince Gong mansion? My father isn't a fool. It's simply because this courtyard is located in the heart of an undeveloped area. The development plan for this region hasn't been announced yet. Very few people in the capital are aware of it. Are you serious? How do you know such confidential information? Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he was indeed a wealthy second-generation heir, he was not merely a frivolous playboy. He understood precisely where the funds for his carefree lifestyle came from. Upon realizing this was connected to his family's real estate business, he instantly became serious. Certainly, it is indeed true. With your father's extensive connections, it would not be difficult to verify. Merely a few phone calls and some dinners. I can provide an overview of the situation, but let us keep this conversation behind closed doors. Once we step outside, I shall not acknowledge any of this. It is imperative that you maintain strict confidentiality to avoid any potential troubles. Cheng Feng remarked with a smile, subtly warning the two men. Zhou Yin and Shi Tao exchanged glances rapidly, nodding in agreement. Understood, we are not gossips. Very well, please do continue. Cheng Feng nodded and began to elaborate on the relevant circumstances. He was more knowledgeable than anyone regarding the subsequent development of the area surrounding his courtyard, and he spoke with great clarity. However, he chose to omit certain details, such as the schemes from his uncle concerning the courtyard. Family secrets should remain within the family. As he elaborated, Zhou Yan's eyes sparkled increasingly with interest. Once Cheng Feng concluded his account, Zhou Yan, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Fengzi, you are a true friend. No doubt about it. My family's patriarch will take your courtyard, regardless of the price. Tomorrow I shall introduce you to my father to finalize this matter. And I'll also engage in some legitimate business to prevent my father from incessantly labeling me as a spendthrift, only interested in frivolities. Ha ha ha, Yan Gu. You are quite magnanimous. Cheng Feng smiled and gave a thumbs up. He then shifted the topic. There is another matter. Could you assist me in finding an old car? I need it for some errands in the coming days. That is nothing to worry about. How about a Ferrari California? Or I have an old BMW M5 that's just gathering dust at home. You can use that. While these luxury cars were indeed splendid, they were also highly conspicuous. It would be preferable to find something more understated, like a Jetta. Goodness, such a decrepit vehicle is truly hard to come by. Perhaps we have one at the company. I'll inquire about it later. About 10 minutes had passed as they spoke, and outside the private room, Ming was growing increasingly impatient, her expression resembling that of a displeased sculpture. Every passerby, be they staff or patrons, cast curious glances her way. Among them were some older gentlemen attempting to strike up a conversation, eager to make her acquaintance. Nevertheless, Ming was acutely aware of who the true benefactor was and chose to ignore their advances. After 10 minutes of standing at the door, her penance was finally at an end. The door to the private room swung open, and Zhou Yin peered out. Come in, Ming. We concluded our discussion. You remembered I was waiting at the door. I thought you had forgotten me entirely. Ming pouted, strutting into the room with a sway of her hips. Zhou Yin casually shut the door behind her and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Was it such a hardship to wait at the door? You were merely standing there. Didn't you have your eyes set on a Chanel handbag? I'll take you to purchase it tomorrow. Is that not a fair resolution? Really? I adore you. Meng Meng's face instantly brightened, and she pirouetted on her toes to plant a kiss on Zhou Yan's cheek. Cheng Feng and Shi Tao exchanged knowing smiles at this scene. A perfect match indeed. As they conversed, the waiter brought in an array of delectable dishes, including grilled skewers and oysters, accompanied by several bottles of chilled beer. Cheng Feng casually opened 2 bottles of beer, one for himself and the other for Shi Tao, while he handed Zhou Yan a bottle of juice and turned his gaze towards Meng Meng. "My dear lady, would you prefer a drink or a beer?" Before she could respond, Zhou Yan interjected with indignation. "What is the meaning of giving me juice? Are you looking down on me?" Cheng Feng glanced at him, chuckling softly. "Haven't you heard? Drink and drive don't mix. It's no trifling matter. If you were to drive under the influence tonight and something were to happen, who would take responsibility? How could you possibly face your father tomorrow? Perhaps Meng Meng could drive you home, but if she doesn't know how, we'll have to find someone else to pick you up. The choice is yours. But driving after drinking is absolutely out of the question. I can't drive. I've failed my driving test multiple times." Meng Meng quickly shook her head. Zhou Yan, taken aback for a moment, then turned to Cheng Feng and said, "All right, Feng Zi, I have countless friends, but few remind me not to drive after drinking. You're the true friend. Hold it. Please, no sentimental speeches. I can't stand that." Cheng Feng laughed, waving his hand. Subsequently, everyone engaged in cheerful banter while savoring the feast laid before them. As time slipped away, about half an hour before the gathering concluded, Cheng Feng suddenly instructed the waiter to summon the owner. Once the owner arrived, he ordered a plethora of barbecue items. "Your skills are commendable, my friend. Let us have 40 lamb skewers, 40 beef tendons, and 20 kidneys. Also, grill some leeks and green peppers and pack it all up. Oh, and let us settle the bill." "Very well. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." The owner beamed with delight as he swiftly took the order. Shi Tao and Zhou Yan exchanged puzzled looks and turned to Cheng Feng. "We're almost done eating. What is the meaning of ordering so many skewers?" "This is for the boys in Shi Tao's class. Since I'm staying in someone else's dorm, I ought to be considerate," Cheng Feng explained with a smile. Shi Tao and Zhou Yan exchanged a glance before giving a thumbs up in unison. "Feng Ge, you're truly generous." Even the barbecue shop owner and Meng Meng joined in, raising their thumbs in approval. Chapter 9. You can't possibly have a secret crush on me. Do you remember your promise to me, that you would never allow me to lose sight of you? Yet, you have flown so far away, following the migratory birds heading south. It was morning in the male dormitory of Renmin University. The melodious and powerful voice of Dao Sheng suddenly pierced the silence, awakening Cheng Feng from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he glanced around the dormitory but found not a single soul in sight. The other 3 roommates had already gone to class, and the chaotic state of the previous night had transformed into a tidy room. The skewers and empty beer bottles that had littered the table and floor had vanished without a trace. In the next moment, Cheng Feng reached for his phone, which lay beside his pillow, and noticed a call from Xie Yan. He pressed the answer button casually, lying back on his bed to take the call. "Hello, Xie Yan. What is the matter? Aren't you going to let me get a good night's sleep?" "Ah, the first class has already ended, and you're still asleep? How carefree can you be? Have you really returned to Beijing?" Xie Yan's indignant voice came through the line. "Is that so? Quickly tell me what you want, and I'll get back to my nap." "Ugh, why do you sound so infuriating? I wanted to settle a score with you. You're not at school. Who am I supposed to confront? Settle a score? What grievances do we have? Is it because of what happened the other evening?" Later, Li Heng, that warm-hearted guy, came to find you, saying he wanted to treat you all to dinner. Don't mention that Li Heng. He is who he is, and you are you. Don't conflate the two. Just wait until you return. I'll show you what's what. All right, when I return to school next week, I shall meet you, my fair warrior. Now, let's discuss serious matters. If you don't, I might hang up. Infuriating. Why do I even care about you? By the way, the linear algebra professor called your name. Be careful. He is infamous for being a killer. Is that all? No worries. I've already requested leave from Professor Liu. At this point, he suddenly spoke with a playful tone. Xie Yan, with you being so concerned about me, could it be that you secretly harbor feelings for me? I must admit, I am quite flattered. On the other end of the line, Xie Yan clearly paused, then, in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, exclaimed, Go to hell. Dream on. Before she could finish, she abruptly hung up. Listening to the beeping sound from his phone, Cheng Feng chuckled softly. He then sat up, ready to rise and freshen up. The light banter with Xie Yin had completely dispelled his drowsiness. Deep down, he understood that Xie Yin indeed had a secret affection for him. However, as he had been pursuing Lin Fe, she, as both a classmate and a close friend, could only bury those feelings deep within her heart. She often acted carefree, even trying to play matchmaker between Cheng Feng and Lin Fe, which created an internal conflict for her. Throughout their 4 years in university, she had never revealed even the slightest hint of her emotions. Moreover, she had rejected many suitors and had never been in a romantic relationship during her time at university. If one were to say that Xie Yin was a beauty in her own right, though not quite as stunning as Lin Fe, her figure was undeniably more alluring, possessing considerable charm. Regrettably, in his past life, Cheng Feng had been blind to it. In his eyes, only Lin Fe existed, completely oblivious to the covert glances cast upon him by Xie Yin, and neglecting the concern that this beautiful woman had shown him. It was not until several years after their university graduation, during a class reunion, that Cheng Feng escorted the intoxicated Xie Yin back to her home, where she, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, revealed her true feelings. Upon realizing her affections, Cheng Feng feigned ignorance, silently turning away. At that time, he had transformed into a notorious philanderer, neither initiating nor rejecting, and shunning responsibility. He wished to spare Xie Yin from heartache, feeling incapable of offering her any promises. Thus, he deemed the wisest course of action to depart, pretending as if nothing had ever transpired. After rising from his bed, Cheng Feng picked up a towel and toothbrush, heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, on the 6th-floor corridor of the main teaching building of the prestigious university, Lin Fe, observing the flushed cheeks of Xie Yin, curiously whispered, "What has caused your face to turn so red? Yin Yin, has Cheng Feng been teasing you over the phone? He tends to be quite flirtatious when he encounters a beautiful woman. This troublesome habit of his certainly needs to be addressed." "That is not true. Let us return to the classroom. Class is about to begin," Xie Yin said, shaking her head with a flushed face. At that moment, her heart raced incessantly, and she felt somewhat guilty towards her dear friend standing before her. It was all that scoundrel Cheng Feng's fault for daring to suggest that this beauty harbored a secret admiration for him. How absurd! Secretly enamored? What nonsense! Upon this realization, her cheeks flushed even deeper. She promptly turned her head and hastened into the classroom, her heart now in utter disarray. Lin Fe subsequently followed him inside, her face adorned with skepticism. At that moment, Li Heng unexpectedly emerged from the back door of the classroom. As he stepped out, he immediately spotted Lin Fe entering through the front door, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before he could gather his thoughts, Shen Feng's teasing voice floated in from behind. It appeared that Feng Zi's words were indeed accurate. The warm-hearted man was ranked behind the dog. Li Heng glanced back, chewing on his beetle nut, and murmured with disdain, "Vulgar. You wretches are destined to live in solitude," eternally accompanied by the 5th miss. After the scolding, he returned to the classroom. By the time he spoke, it was already around 9:30. Cheng Feng emerged from the dormitory building, his backpack slung over his shoulder, preparing to head to the main gate of Renmin University. Just moments ago, Zhou Yin had called to inform him that he would soon be driving to the university's main entrance. After receiving the call, Cheng Feng made his way downstairs. As he reached the ground floor, he spotted Shi Tao approaching him from a distance. When the latter drew near, Cheng Feng immediately inquired, "Why are you back? Didn't you have 4 classes this morning?" After taking a few breaths, Shi Tao replied, "I will not attend the last 2 sessions of moral education. I'll accompany you to meet Zhou Yan's father. There's no need for you to join us. Zhou Yan can go with me, as his father is not some notorious gangster. You fail to understand. My presence with you during this meeting carries significant implications and will undoubtedly benefit you. In that case, let's go together, for the moral education class is indeed rather dull." Cheng Feng nodded with a smile. He was well aware of Shi Tao and his family's background. Though Shi Tao appeared to be a stout and rough individual, he was, in truth, a shrewd character through and through. His father holds a significant position at the headquarters of the construction bank, possessing a measure of real authority. yet remains discreet and unassuming. In the ordinary course of life, Shi Tao remains remarkably unassuming, indistinguishable from the children of typical households, which allows him to associate freely with Cheng Feng. Yet, this individual possesses a keen awareness of the considerable weight his father's modest influence carries in the eyes of certain individuals. These individuals refer to those entrepreneurs who, desperate for substantial loans, would go to great lengths to secure financing from banks, particularly real estate developers, such as Zhou Yan's father. Although Shi Tao does not recklessly exploit his father's authority, he understands how to leverage it to his advantage. Hence, he articulates that the impact of his visit with Cheng Feng to Zhou Yan's father is vastly different than if he were to go alone. Cheng Feng also comprehends this nuance, yet he remains silent about it. With a sly grin, he and Shi Tao proceed toward the main entrance of Renmin University, engaging in casual conversation along the way. Fengzi, based on your hints last night, it seems you don't plan to inform your parents about selling the Sihiyuan just yet. That sum is quite substantial. What are your thoughts? It's not the right moment. I'll reveal it to them later and give them an extraordinary surprise. All right, as long as you have it figured out, just don't lose your head. This is a colossal amount, and even the interest would be considerable. My friend, I'm not concerned about the interest. I have my plans for this money and will not squander it. Cheng Feng replied with confidence. As they spoke, they had already exited the main gate of Renmin University. Upon stepping out, they spotted Zhou Yan standing beside a brand-new Range Rover, waving enthusiastically in their direction. Damn, he has changed cars again. It must be nice to have money. Cheng Feng remarked with a chuckle as he and Shi Tao made their way toward the gleaming vehicle. Chapter 10. Valuable chips. As the conversation flowed, everyone had already boarded the vehicle. Cheng Feng surveyed the interior and jested, "Oh, where's your little star girlfriend? Don't tease me. My parents are at the company today. How could I bring her along? I've sent her off to audition for a role, and she's quite excited about it." With that, Zhou Yan started the engine and slowly drove away. Cheng Feng turned to meet Shi Tao's gaze in the back seat, and they both burst into laughter. It's evident that you two are merely fulfilling your respective needs, a pair of rogues. Indeed, one might even say it's a case of kindling and flame, like Shimin Qing encountering Pan Jinlian. Get lost. Our arrangement is mutually agreeable. She seeks my connections and financial support, while I appreciate her looks and charm. Zhou Yan retorted with a playful scold. Suddenly, he shifted the topic. Meng Meng graduated from Beijing Film Academy, and she was classmates with the actress who portrayed Guxiang. She knows many beautiful women from the academy. Would you like me to introduce you? Perhaps you might find a lovely partner. Wow, when did you turn into a matchmaker? Are you planning to embark on a second career? Let's pass on that. We are not the young heirs of a real estate company, and we can't afford those ravenous vixens. Cheng Feng and Shi Tao exchanged banter, declining the tempting proposition. In the blink of an eye, the Range Rover had merged onto the North 3rd Ring Road, speeding eastward along its path. After a few light-hearted exchanges, Zhou Yan finally broached the serious matter at hand. Last night, he had made a trip home to discuss Cheng Feng's situation with his parents. After hearing the introduction, they expressed great interest and agreed to meet Cheng Feng today to discuss the purchase of a Sihiyuan. Due to Cheng Feng's somewhat reserved account of the situation, he had not disclosed the precise location of his Sihiyuan to Zhou Yan, mentioning only the general area awaiting development, which lies outside the 5th Ring Road and encompasses a vast expanse. This information alone was sufficient to pique his parents' interest. Rather than hastily gathering information, they preferred to meet Cheng Feng first and then decide on their next course of action. Half an hour later, Zhou Yan drove into the underground parking garage of a high-end office building on the East 3rd Ring Road. Upon exiting the vehicle, he casually gestured towards an old Jetta parked nearby and turned to Cheng Feng, saying, "Fengzi, this is the Jetta you wanted. Its performance is impeccable. Feel free to do as you wish." Cheng Feng examined the Jetta and nodded with a smile. "Understood. A reliable Jetta means I can drive with peace of mind. And it's quite understated, perfect for my needs. Looks like you know your cars. We should have a proper discussion later." "Certainly, but I fear we may not be on the same wavelength. I only understand family sedans, while you're into sports cars. Essentially two different worlds." As they joked, they entered the elevator. Just then, An elevator door opened, and several people stepped out. Zhou Yan led Cheng Feng and the others into the elevator, swiped his access card, and they ascended to the upper floors. A few minutes later, they found themselves in Zhou Yan's father's office. Under the introduction of Zhou Yan, Cheng Feng briefly met his parents and exchanged pleasantries. As for Shi Tao, he was already acquainted with them. After a polite greeting, Zhou Yan's mother invited Cheng Feng and Shi Tao to take a seat on the sofa, pouring them 2 cups of freshly brewed tea, and the conversation flowed naturally. Their real estate company had initially begun as a modest clothing stall on Xiushui Street, gradually evolving into its current scale. To some extent, Zhou Yan's mother played a pivotal role, as she was the one who earned the initial capital through her savvy dealings in clothing. Old Zhou later resigned from his job to join her in managing the family business. Although Zhou Yan's mother is less involved in the day-to-day operations now, she retains tight control over the company's finances and wields considerable influence. Cheng Feng sought out their real estate company to sell his courtyard house. Motivated by his connection with Zhou Yan, as well as the knowledge that they conduct their business with integrity, ensuring he would not be taken advantage of in the transaction. He was also aware that the company was poised for promising growth in the coming years, until the adverse economic climate post-2022 led them into difficulties. Much like many other real estate firms, during their casual conversation, Zhou Yan's parents inquired about Cheng Feng and Shi Tao's academic endeavors. When they mentioned their respective schools, Zhou Yan, sitting nearby, inevitably received a few admonishing slaps from his mother. His father, equally disappointed, chastised him for being a wayward youth, preoccupied with cars and romantic pursuits. The unfortunate Zhou Yan could only endure the barrage in silence. After a while, Zhou Yan's father pivoted to the main topic. Xiao Feng, let us discuss your courtyard house and the upcoming development area outside the East Fifth Ring. Since you are certain that area is about to be developed and your courtyard is centrally located, why the rush to sell it? Once the planning proposal is released and the demolition news is announced, your courtyard will undoubtedly command a handsome compensation price. With this, Zhou Yan's mother chimed in with a few affirming remarks. Cheng Feng looked at the couple and smiled, saying, "Uncle, Annie, there are indeed reasons behind my decision to sell the courtyard ahead of time, but it pertains to certain family matters that I cannot disclose to you. Last year, the property was transferred to my name, and there are no disputes regarding ownership. I am fully capable of deciding whether to sell it. Now that I am of age, I can be responsible for my actions and have conducted market research, so you need not worry about potential complications arising from this. If your company acquires this courtyard and wishes to engage in the development of this area, it could serve as a significant asset. For example, once the demolition process commences, this courtyard could set a precedent, facilitating swift compensation and relocation, thereby encouraging other villagers to follow suit." As he spoke, he casually unzipped his backpack, retrieving the property deed and household registration book, along with a map of the city. He then took out his laptop, opened it, and brought up an enlarged electronic map, specifically highlighting the location of his courtyard. He then opened the property deed and household registration book, presenting them to Zhou Yan's parents. Subsequently, he unfurled the map of the capital, gesturing towards the approximate area he had delineated, and began to elucidate the yet-to-be-released development plan. "Uncle, Andy, I have come to acquire information through certain exclusive channels that this area is set to undergo large-scale development next year, with the planning scheme anticipated to be finalized soon. This location is in close proximity to the Jingtong Expressway, allowing for a mere 10-minute drive to Guomao. The subway line plans have long been established, signifying immense developmental potential. Moreover, this area is situated near the Tonghui River, which could be harnessed to create a rare, waterfront luxury real estate project in the capital. From a geographical standpoint, my insights are somewhat limited. You two, as esteemed professionals in the real estate industry, undoubtedly possess a broader and more specialized perspective, capable of discerning the substantial value this region harbors. Given your extensive networks and influence, I am confident that you could swiftly uncover the veracity of this planning scheme and seize the opportunity ahead of others." Zhou Yan's parents exchanged glances, nodding in approval. "Well done, Xiao Feng. You have certainly done your homework and come prepared. Your introduction has indeed piqued our interest in the development of this area." In the midst of this conversation, Zhou Yan's mother suddenly turned and playfully smacked her son. You little rascal, look at Xiao Feng. He is your high school classmate and friend, and you are leagues behind him. If you could possess the same insight as Xiao Feng, your father, and I would wake up laughing from our dreams. Zhou Yan exclaimed in protest. What do you mean? In what way am I lacking? You are being overly critical. Let's not forget that it was I who introduced Feng and Shi too. While they engaged in this familial banter, old Zhou picked up the map of the capital and began to examine it intently. In a matter of moments, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 11. The Lion's Roar. Old Zhou meticulously examined the map for a while, then picked up the property certificate of the Sihiyuan for comparison, followed by another check on the electronic map. As Cheng Feng had asserted, this particular two-entry Sihiyuan indeed occupied the very heart of that area, holding immense value. Being the owner of a real estate company, old Zhou understood this at a glance. Should he successfully acquire this Sihiyuan, it would undoubtedly aid in the development of that region. When demolition eventually commenced, it could serve as a leading example, thereby minimizing resistance to the project. With this realization, a look of delight blossomed in old Zhou's eyes. He then raised his gaze towards Cheng Feng and remarked with approval, "Very commendable, Xiao Feng. I never anticipated your discerning. I could identify the tremendous value of this Sihiyuan even before the planning scheme was unveiled. Your profound understanding of the developmental prospects for the entire area is remarkable. With such astute insight, you would surely thrive in the real estate industry. Indeed, this two-entry Sihiyuan is etched in my memory." Cheng Feng replied with a hint of nostalgia. From 2010 onwards, I returned several times each year, solely to remind myself not to forget those resentments. Each return filled me with a seething anger. How could it not be deeply ingrained? Cheng Feng quietly lamented, then humbly responded with a smile, "You flatter me. In your and Annie's presence, my skills are but a mere display. However, I am indeed quite familiar with this village and understand the advantageous position of this Sihiyuan, as well as the surrounding circumstances which guided my judgments." Old Zhou nodded with a smile and then shifted to the main topic. "Excellent. This keen observation is indeed rare. Now let us discuss the matter at hand. How much do you intend to sell this Sihiyuan for? If the price is reasonable, our company may consider acquisition." With old Zhou's words, everyone turned their attention to Cheng Feng. Without a trace of hesitation, Cheng Feng promptly provided his quotation. "Uncle Zhou, Auntie, let me first emphasize that this two-entry Sihiyuan is my personal property and not a public asset. Thus, there are no ownership issues. Moreover, this Sihiyuan was inherited from my grandfather and is distinct from other properties in the village. It is free from the restrictions regarding the sale of village land to outsiders. Now, regarding the specifics of this Sihiyuan, it occupies a total area of 510 square meters, comprising 18 rooms, with the backyard leading directly to the Tonghui River. Exiting the backyard gate, one only needs to walk 30 meters to reach the riverbank, with no buildings in between. During my grandfather's lifetime, he cultivated many vegetables on that vacant land and even created 2 flower beds. While that land is not counted within the Sihiyuan's area, it could be considered our family's private reserve, despite it currently being unattended, leaving only the 2 flower beds. Calculating solely based on the Sihiyuan's area, let us assume a price of 50,000 per square meter. My asking price is 40 million RMB. Before he could finish, Zhou Yan interrupted, springing up from the sofa as if electrified. "What? 40 million? You truly dare to set such a price? Even a standalone Sihiyuan within the second ring road isn't priced like that. Are you planning to rob a bank instead? Moreover, as you suggested, even at a quoted price of 50,000 per square meter, it amounts to merely 25 to 26 million. Where did you derive the 40 million quote? If my memory serves me correctly, we share the same mathematics teacher, who certainly does not teach physical education." Cheng Feng turned to glance at the individual, nonchalantly stating, "The mathematics of my friend is undoubtedly not imparted by a physical education teacher. The 40 million quote is indeed accurate and remarkably reasonable. The 25 to 26 million reflects the price of a Sihiyuan, while the additional 15 million corresponds to the value of the undisclosed planning scheme information. In my perspective, the worth of this significant news far surpasses that of the Sihiyuan. The 15 million is already a friendly price. Whether my quote is reasonable Your esteemed uncles and aunts will discern. You, young master, need not be so anxious." Upon hearing this explanation, Zhou Yin was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Shi Tao could not contain his laughter and burst into a chuckle. As for the Zhou couple, they fell into a shared silence. After a moment of contemplation, they exchanged glances before old Zhou remarked, "I must say, Xiao Feng, your approach is indeed ruthless. You have come to feast upon the affluent. A price of 50,000 per square meter is truly outrageous. The current price for a standalone Sihiyuan within the second ring is merely around 30,000 per square meter. Your two-entry Sihiyuan, located beyond the fifth ring, is priced significantly higher than those within the second ring. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Exaggerated? Not at all. In just a few years, the price for Sihiyuan within the second ring will soar to 200,000 to 300,000 per square meter, perhaps even 500,000 to 600,000 per square meter. Moreover, they will become exceedingly scarce. One may not even be able to purchase them. As for this standalone two-entry Sihiyuan, within 5 years, its price per square meter will escalate to over 100,000. By the year 2020, the compensation price for public housing will exceed 100,000 per square meter. In retrospect, who will still deem 50,000 per square meter as excessive?" Cheng Feng silently criticized inwardly, shaking his head with a smile. "Uncle, aunt, I do not perceive this quote for the Sihiyuan as excessive. We must approach the issue with a progressive outlook. Over the years, you are well aware of how rapidly housing prices in the capital have surged. It may not be long before prices reach astronomical heights. Although this Sihiyuan lies beyond the fifth ring, it is only about 500 meters from the fifth ring road. Situated in the Chaoyang district, conveniently accessible via the Jingtong Expressway, the subway, and the Tonghui River, boasting an exceptional location. More importantly, this location is the core of the entire area. For your company, securing this Sihiyuan would be tantamount to establishing a foothold in this region. The vacant land behind the Sihiyuan spans an impressive 700 to 800 square meters. If managed astutely, it could be acquired at a very low price, representing a substantial opportunity. Additionally, the compensation price for standalone Sihiyuan in the event of demolition is vastly different from the market price. It is entirely normal for the compensation price to exceed the market price by several multiples while speaking. He casually grabbed a laptop and began analyzing the locational advantages of the Sihiyuan for old Zhou and his wife. As he elaborated, the couple nodded in agreement frequently. Beside them, Shi Tao and Zhou Yin wore expressions of utter astonishment, gazing at Cheng Feng as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Particularly Zhou Yin, who had initially appeared quite displeased, now found himself nodding unconsciously in agreement. Clearly, he was on the verge of being swayed by Cheng Feng's analysis. After approximately 10 minutes, Cheng Feng concluded his discourse. His insights were rooted in the anticipated rapid development of the real estate market over the next decade and the developmental circumstances surrounding the area beyond the fifth ring road, rendering them quite compelling. As his words lingered in the air, an immediate silence enveloped the room. In the next moment, Zhou Yin suddenly reached out to poke Cheng Feng. His expression exaggerated as he exclaimed, "Wow, you have an extraordinary way with words. You could make even the deceased come to life with your speech. I'm genuinely curious about what you've been studying at the Financial University of Magic City. It seems I too must consider furthering my education." Cheng Feng stepped aside with a touch of pride, responding with a grin, "Well, if I had not adequately prepared myself, would I have dared to present my courtyard for sale? Such concepts may sound grandiose. Yet with a thorough examination of the trends in Beijing's real estate market over the years, forming a judgment is far from difficult." Just as he was speaking, old Zhou suddenly commended, "Your analysis is remarkably professional and insightful, Xiao Feng. Our company South real estate researchers might not possess such capability, nor this foresight and vision. Considering you're only in your second year of university, your talent is truly astounding. You are destined to achieve great things. Regarding the matters you mentioned and the potential purchase of your courtyard, we will need to deliberate before reaching a decision. You three can remain here. We shall confer in the adjacent conference room, and a resolution will be forthcoming shortly." "Of course, no problem, Uncle Zhou. You both carry on. Please do not mind us," Cheng Feng replied politely. Subsequently, Old Zhou and his wife rose and departed for the next room, taking with them the map of Beijing that Cheng Feng had brought. As soon as they exited the office, Shi Tao joked, "Yin Xiao, I can assure you, your parents are undoubtedly sending someone to gather information." Chapter 12, The Transaction of Human Ingenuity. Approximately 15 minutes later, in the conference room, Old Zhou hung up the phone, excitement illuminating his features as he nodded affirmatively. That rascal Cheng Feng was indeed correct. The area beyond the 5th Ring Road is slated for extensive development next year. The planning proposal will be unveiled by the end of this year or early next year, followed closely by the announcement of the demolition compensation plan. Since we are privy to this information ahead of time, we must seize this golden opportunity. It is a rare stroke of fortune. Just as Cheng Feng had indicated, Old Zhou and his wife swiftly gleaned accurate information through the extensive network they had cultivated over the years. Without their connections to influential figures in the relevant fields, achieving the current heights in real estate would have been exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing the confirmed news, Zhou Yin's mother was naturally elated. Wonderful! With 1 or 2 months remaining until the year's end, if the planning proposal is announced post-New Year, we will have even more time to maneuver. The development of such a vast area, especially in Chaoyang District, presents significant locational advantages. If we manage to secure a portion of the land, our company is bound to ascend to new heights. But must we purchase that particular Sihiyuan? That scoundrel is asking for a staggering 40 million. How audacious of him! What if we before the thought could fully form? Old Zhou hastily shook his head. Stop right there. Now is not the time to fret over money. We must not engage in treachery that would leave Zhou Yin in a difficult position. Cheng Feng is right. This critical news holds far more value than that rural Sihiyuan. We stand to make a significant profit. Let us not forget about Shi Tao. He and Cheng Feng share a childhood bond, and we must consider this connection. Furthermore, we need not necessarily part with 40 million for Cheng Feng thus. The couple began to deliberate on how to negotiate with Cheng Feng and how to engage in the development of the area beyond the 5th Ring Road. In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed. In the office, Cheng Feng and the others were engaged in light-hearted banter. Yin Xiao, do you think your father will accept Cheng Feng's Sihiyuan? After all, he is already aware that the area is about to undergo development, Shi Tao remarked, half jokingly and half seriously. Damn, stop your cryptic remarks. Old Zhou is not that crude. However, one cannot deny that Cheng Feng is indeed cunning, living up to his nickname. With that, Zhou Yin playfully punched Shi Tao. Come on, does this even qualify as cunning? If he were truly ruthless, he would have quoted 100 million. It's not as if you can't afford it. Cheng Feng chimed in with a grin. As soon as he finished speaking, both Shi Tao and Zhou Yin exclaimed in unison, damn, why don't you just go and rob a bank? Just as they were speaking, the office door swung open. Old Zhou and his wife entered together, their faces betraying their joy. Upon witnessing their expressions, Cheng Feng immediately understood. Today's matter is settled. Indeed, upon entering the reception area, Old Zhou smiled and announced, Cheng Feng, we have made our decision. We will purchase your Sihiyuan at your quoted price of 40 million. We intend to place this courtyard under Zhou Yan's name. Zhou Yan is about to study abroad, which would allow us to leverage this situation during the relocation, having a lawyer represent him in negotiating compensation. The process will naturally proceed smoothly, setting a precedent for early demolition that encourages other villagers to follow suit. Listening to Old Zhou's words, Cheng Feng couldn't help but smile. Although he maintained a composed demeanor, his heart was overflowing with joy. The prospect of sudden wealth. At last, he could experience this exhilarating sensation in his life. After a brief adjustment of his emotions, he nodded with a smile. That's wonderful, Uncle Zhou Annie. It's truly commendable of you to think so broadly. Otherwise, how could your enterprise have flourished to such heights? Don't flatter us too much, chuckled Zhou Yin's mother. In the next moment, Zhou Yin, feeling a twinge of envy, began to grumble. 40 million. Dad, Mom, I'm your own son, yet I've never seen you give me that much money. With a swift motion, Zhou Yan's mother gave him a playful smack. You little rascal. Have you spent so little? If you ever achieve what Xiao Feng has, your father and I would not hesitate to give you our entire fortune. Old Zhou chuckled and continued speaking to Cheng Feng. Xiao Feng, to avoid unnecessary complications, We can only offer a maximum of 20% above the market price for this courtyard. I hope you understand that. Aside from the price stated in the property transaction contract, the remaining funds will need to be disbursed through alternative means to avert any troubles. Cheng Feng nodded with a smile, responding, I understand, Uncle Zhou. If the transaction price for this courtyard is excessively high and the news leaks, it could incite other villagers to follow suit and demand exorbitant prices, which would indeed be problematic. Hey, that's why you're so astute, Uncle Zhou exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up before shifting the conversation. We have discussed how to disburse the remaining funds and devised 2 proposals for you to consider. The first proposal involves dividing the remaining amount into 3 installments, to be paid within 2 years. Given the substantial sum, we need a plausible justification for such a payment to an individual. The second proposal entails providing you with the remaining amount in the form of real estate in one lump sum. This method is more discreet. Our company can facilitate it. Whether in the capital or in the metropolis where you will be studying, we possess ample properties to conduct the transaction swiftly, allowing for a seamless transfer of ownership. Once you acquire these properties, you can choose to reside in them or sell them again after some time. The decision rests with you. I believe this latter option is more advantageous. Upon hearing old Zhou's 2 proposals, Cheng Feng fell silent. In truth, he yearned for cash, as it amounted to 40 million. With the foresight of a reborn individual, he was confident in his ability to rapidly multiply this fortune into 400 million, for billion, or even more. This was the primary reason for his eagerness to sell the courtyard, rather than merely to avoid being outmaneuvered by his uncle's family, which was a secondary concern. However, he was also apprehensive about attracting the attention of the relevant authorities. A sum of 40 million yuan is far too substantial to be transacted in cash. It necessitates a bank transfer, as the likelihood of being scrutinized is exceedingly high, leaving indelible traces. Opting for numerous property transactions significantly diminishes the risk of exposure. Currently, personal property information has not yet been integrated nationwide, making inquiries rather cumbersome. Even post-2020, ascertaining the entirety of an individual's property holdings is no simple feat. With this in mind, Cheng Feng clearly understood the optimal choice. Uncle Zhou, you and your partner have indeed been thoughtful. I shall select the second option, but I do have certain stipulations. If my Sihiyuan can be sold at a 20% premium over market price, I will utilize the 40 million to offset the costs, leaving us with a remaining sum of over 30 million. We will consider this 30 million as our base. I intend to acquire properties in both Beijing and Shanghai, with future sales to be discussed later. In Beijing, I am only interested in properties located within the East 3rd Ring Road, North 3rd Ring Road, and the West 3rd Ring Road, preferably fully renovated and ready for occupancy, while I wish to avoid properties in the South 3rd Ring Road. However, exceptions can be made for prime school district properties in Haidian, such as those near Zhongguancun 3rd Primary School, Renmin University Affiliated Primary School, and Tsinghua University Affiliated Primary School, which I would be more than willing to accept. Currently, new property prices in the East 3rd Ring Road hover around 15 to 16,000 yuan per square meter. The prices in the North and West 3rd Ring Roads are comparatively lower, while properties within the 3rd Ring Road peak at around 20,000 yuan. In Shanghai, I seek new properties in Huangpu District, Jing'an District, and Suwei District, along with those in Lujiazui. I will not consider other districts, as the property prices in these areas are slightly elevated, around 20,000 yuan per square meter. I also have specific requirements regarding the types of units. In Beijing, I desire 2 large residences exceeding 200 square meters for my parents and myself, while the remainder should consist of 2-bedroom and small 3-bedroom apartments of around 80 square meters, all of which must be located in quality school districts. In Shanghai, I require 1 large 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom unit, with the other properties also being around 80 square meters, again ensuring they're situated within quality school districts. Old Zhou and his wife, along with Shi Tao, were left utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After Cheng Feng articulated his demands, old Zhou, taken aback, could only exclaim, "Wow, you are truly impressive. You must have done an immense amount of research. With these prime school district properties, you will undoubtedly see your investment multiply." Chapter 13. Sudden wealth. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after sharing a meal, Cheng Feng and Zhou Yin descended from the office building, preparing to acquire their property certificates. At this moment, Cheng Feng had unexpectedly ascended to the status of a multimillionaire. His bank account had just swelled by over 7 million yuan, a sum derived from the sale of a sledgehammer, clearly documented in the corresponding property transaction contract. In addition to the contract for the sledgehammer, his backpack contained a stack of property agreements and a multitude of keys to various residences. These contracts pertained to 22 properties of varying sizes, 12 located in the capital and 10 in the bustling metropolis. In accordance with Cheng Feng's specifications, all 22 properties were situated in prime locations, being newly constructed school district homes with significant appreciation potential. Among the 12 properties in the capital, 2 exceeded 200 square meters, while one of the 10 in the metropolis boasted an area of 180 square meters. The remainder were smaller units of approximately 90 square meters, which are the most sought after in the market. The current market value of these properties totals over 36 million yuan, the additional 3 million being a generous gift from the Zhou couple. By around 2020, the total value of these homes would likely skyrocket tenfold or more. Yet, their true worth lay not merely in the properties themselves, but in the coveted primary school placements that accompanied them. Once the prices of these school district homes peak, Cheng Feng plans to sell them all to avoid suffering a significant loss in value in 24 years, when he may find no buyers at all. Upon entering the underground garage, Cheng Feng and Shi Tao settled into an old Jetta, which would be at his disposal for the next few days. Zhou Yin and the company lawyer took a luxurious Range Rover, heading towards the housing authority together. As the vehicle roared to life and rolled out, Shi Tao suddenly expressed his thoughts. Fengzi, how come I never noticed before? When did you turn into a money magnet? Just like that, 40 million. Your methods are quite ruthless. Have you been assimilated by the people of the metropolis? Cheng Feng chuckled as he drove, responding, What do you mean money magnet? This might very well be my only chance to strike it rich in this lifetime. How could I not seize it? Uncle Zhou is a businessman, without substantial expected profits. Would he even consider my 40 million offer? Not a chance, unless I had saved Zhou Yan's life. Fair point, Shi Tao nodded with a grin. Even if you become a millionaire overnight, your future days will surely be quite pleasant. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he shifted the topic. Your driving skills have improved remarkably. You must have practiced quite a bit over the past year. Indeed, one of our dorm mates from the metropolis has an old Bora. Sometimes he brings it to school, and I've taken the opportunity to practice a few times. I see. Back when we took the driving test together, I've nearly forgotten how to drive. Driving is all about practice. The more you drive, the more proficient you become. Just take your father's car out for a few sessions, and you'll be just fine. Now that you're a multi-millionaire, have you thought about what car you might buy? Once you've purchased your vehicle, my friend, I'll take it for a spin to hone my driving skills. But that may take a while. The matter of my overnight fortune must remain under wraps until the new year. We'll discuss the car purchase later. While exchanging light banter, Cheng Feng skillfully maneuvered the old Jetta through the bustling traffic, closely following a Range Rover as they headed towards the housing authority. His impressive driving abilities were undoubtedly honed in a previous life. The pretext of borrowing Li Heng's car for practice was merely a ruse. After a brief journey of around 10 minutes, the two vehicles arrived at the housing authority's entrance. As soon as they alighted, Zhou Yin approached and draped an arm around Cheng Feng's shoulders. In the blink of an eye, you've transformed into a multi-millionaire with a fortune exceeding 40 million. It's truly enviable. I've never seen so much wealth. Come on, how about we switch? I'll give you my 7 million and all my properties, and you can grant me the inheritance rights to your family's real estate company. I wouldn't mind playing the young master for a change. Dream on. You really dare to entertain such fantasies. I still intend to take over in the future. After a few more jesting remarks, Cheng Feng and his companions followed the lawyer into the housing authority. Upon their exit 2 hours later, Cheng Feng's courtyard residence had successfully been transferred to Zhou Yan's name. The 12 properties he received from Old Zhou, situated in the capital, had also been smoothly transferred to his ownership. Now, all that remained was to await the property certificates. Once he secured the certificates, everything would be settled. As for the 10 properties in the metropolis, Cheng Feng could handle the paperwork upon his return. Arriving at the parking lot, Old Joe's lawyer shook Cheng Feng's hand and briefly outlined the situation. Cheng Feng, since we utilized the special channel for real estate transactions, with President Zhou's endorsement, you should receive the property certificates for these 12 houses by next Wednesday at the latest. You can acquire the certificates before heading to the metropolis. Once you arrive, just give me a call, and President Zhou will inform the local branch to provide you with the keys and send a legal advisor to assist you in handling the paperwork for the other 10 properties as well. It will be quite efficient. I'm truly envious of you. At just 20 and still in your second year of college, you possess so many properties and substantial savings. When I was your age, I relied on distributing flyers to make ends meet, the lawyer remarked. Cheng Feng smiled softly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Attorney Chun, for making this trip. I consider myself fortunate, especially with Uncle Zhou and Andy looking after me as a junior. Haha, you're articulate and promising, Attorney Chun responded, giving a thumbs up. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he boarded the Range Rover. Zhou Yin then patted Cheng Feng on the shoulder and cheerfully suggested, now that you're a millionaire, shouldn't we celebrate tonight? Absolutely. Since you're about to study abroad, let's consider this a farewell gathering. I'll be back in the metropolis next week, but I probably won't return until the winter break, so I won't be able to see you off. Cheng Feng nodded with a smile. Sounds good. All right, my friend. I'll handle the arrangements. Have Meng Meng bring along a few lovely ladies for a night of revelry. I assure you, their quality is beyond reproach. If you find someone to your liking tonight, you may very well bid farewell to your virginity, experiencing the real deal. It's time to stop your endless antics with Miss Wu. Zhou Yin chuckled softly. Before he could finish, Shi Tao kicked him in irritation. Dude, do you think everyone is as much of a lecher as you are? After exchanging a few jokes, they agreed on a time and place for their meeting and went their separate ways. Zhou Yin boarded a Range Rover, heading back to the office with Chun Lu, while Cheng Feng drove an old Jetta, taking Shi Tao back to Renmin University. As soon as they hit the road, Shi Tao immediately inquired, Fengzi, now that you've successfully sold that courtyard and acquired 22 new apartments, you've really struck it rich. Are you planning to continue living in our dormitory, or will you move into the new place? When will you return to the Magic City? Cheng Feng smiled and replied, although the 12 new apartments in the capital are all beautifully renovated, they don't even have beds. I think I'll stick to the dormitory for now. I plan to return to the Magic City only after obtaining the property deed to avoid any complications. Besides, I have other matters to attend to. In the meantime, I intend to purchase some furniture and appliances to rent out those 10 apartments of around 80 square meters. Some potential tenants are already on hand, specifically those from the courtyard. My father just collected half a year's rent and deposit from them. I can't just evict them all, can I? Sure, Tao nodded in approval, giving him a thumbs up. All right, that's the spirit. You've handled this beautifully. Half an hour later, Cheng Feng successfully returned to Renmin University. However, he did not enter the campus, but dropped Shi Tao off at the school gate before driving straight to Hailong Plaza. A few minutes later, he found himself at a stall selling cameras. Boss, I'll take 8 pinhole cameras with the longest standby time possible, ideally 3 to 4 months. If you have any that are motion activated and can be controlled remotely, that would be even better. The more advanced, the better. The stall owner looked at him with a mix of wariness and suspicion. Hey, keep your voice down. Buying such items requires some discretion. Chapter 14. Still a novice the following day, in the early morning, at a 5-star hotel near the North 3rd Ring Road. A sudden scream pierced through the bedroom, filled with sheer terror. Cheng Feng, brushing his teeth in the bathroom, was startled, nearly dropping his toothbrush. In the next moment, he hurriedly rinsed his mouth and swiftly exited the bathroom. Upon entering the bedroom, he beheld a disheveled beauty seated on the bed, tightly wrapped in a blanket, her face streaked with tears. Upon seeing Cheng Feng emerge from the bathroom clad only in a towel, her sobs intensified, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Cheng Feng glanced at her and retorted with irritation, "Stop this at once. Cease your weeping as if someone has wronged you." "Yes, you. I did not lay a finger on you last night." The young woman paused, cautiously lifting the blanket to inspect her own delicate form. Then, with gritted teeth, she cried out in anguish, "Spare me your deceit. You wretched liar. If you truly did not touch me, then where have my clothes vanished? If you did not make contact, why do you appear in this manner? Scoundrel, You shall await your fate. I intend to report you and accuse you of rape. Prepare yourself for imprisonment." As she spoke, she began to search for her phone, yet she dared not release the blanket. Upon hearing her words, Cheng Feng felt a wave of speechlessness. His friend had asserted that nothing had occurred, and indeed, she had been thoroughly intoxicated the previous night. It was he who had brought her to this guest room, yet he had no inclination for such indiscretions. What purpose would that serve? Like a block of wood. After I escorted you to the guest room, just as I was about to depart, you unexpectedly vomited, covering yourself completely. The situation was utterly revolting. Had I not intervened to assist you, you could have suffocated in your own vomit. Thus, I removed your clothing and helped you bathe, wiping your body down to spare you from further discomfort. I took the liberty of washing your garments, which are now hanging in the bathroom. Fearing that you might vomit again during the night, I chose to remain nestled on the sofa. Is it a crime for me to take a shower in the morning? Is my situation so easy? As he elaborated, the lovely lady's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She lifted the covers once more to inspect her body. Then, biting her lip in frustration, she indignantly exclaimed, "You deceitful scoundrel! That is exceedingly repulsive. Am I truly so disgusting? How could I possibly choke on my own vomit? Furthermore, having stripped me bare in such a manner, you dare to claim that you have done nothing? Spare me the deception." Even a ghost would not be swayed by such an assertion. Cheng Feng chuckled softly and continued, "To claim that I have done nothing would be a falsehood. At the very least, I have beheld a truly exquisite landscape, a sight that delights the heart. This shall serve as my reluctant recompense for assisting you in the removal of your vomit. Yet beyond this, I assure you, I have not engaged in any further actions. If my observations are correct, you are indeed a novice in such matters. Whether I engaged with you last night can be discerned through your bodily reactions, or perhaps a visit to the hospital would provide clarity." The lady, momentarily taken aback, felt her cheeks flush an even deeper shade of crimson. In an instant, she regained her composure and hastily concealed her head beneath the covers to commence her examination. The outcome, needless to say, was already evident. After completing her inspection, she poked her head out from under the covers, her face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "Fine, even if you didn't touch me. How did you know I was a virgin? Huh? Which beauty from the nightlife would wear cartoon cotton panties? I certainly haven't heard of such a thing. But I must admit, seeing you in those cartoon panties is indeed amusing." Cheng Feng laughed heartily. Before his words had fully settled, the beauty on the bed was already furious. "Go to hell, you filthy rogue. How utterly despicable!" She scolded in an angry yet delicate tone and without hesitation. She seized a pillow and hurled it at Cheng Feng. In the midst of this action, her blanket fell away, revealing a splendid sight that danced before him like a playful rabbit. Cheng Feng effortlessly caught the pillow aimed at him, but the next moment he stood frozen, his eyes wide, utterly captivated by the view before him. Even though he had seen it the previous night, it remained breathtakingly stunning. Observing his enthralled expression, the furious beauty finally grasped her state. "Ah!" she shrieked in embarrassment and fury, quickly pulling the blanket around herself. Cheng Feng merely chuckled, nearly deafened by the sound. Approximately 15 minutes later, the awkward atmosphere in the guest room began to dissipate. Cheng Feng dressed and sat on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation with the beauty, who was tightly wrapped in her blanket. "Ying, you're only a sophomore. How did you end up in a nightclub?" "As far as I know, the Central Academy of Drama has a rule prohibiting sophomores from taking on roles. You needn't seek opportunities in such a manner." Ying shot him a glance, quickly retorting, "Aren't you also just a sophomore? How do you frequent nightclubs? You act like a seasoned player, never losing at rock, paper, scissors, and you've had all the beauties intoxicated by you. How can you dare to criticize me?" Cheng Feng shook his head with a smile. "Hey, our situations are different. Zhou Yin is soon going abroad for studies, and I attended last night's gathering to bid him farewell. Besides, I'm a man. Spending a little money in a nightclub is the most I would do. You, on the other hand, are a beauty and a naive one at that. The nightlife is a hunting ground. If you encounter a lecherous old man or a scoundrel, the consequences could be dire, leaving you with nowhere to lament. Be cautious." Ying fell silent, her face filled with trepidation. After a moment, she hesitantly replied, "I had no idea something like that would happen last night. I was brought by a senior sister who is friends with Ming Ming. She said she wanted to help me expand my network. I had no idea they played so recklessly. But I must thank you, Cheng Feng. If it weren't for you, I might have truly encountered great misfortune. Cheng Feng shook his head and joked, be more mindful in the future. When making friends, keep your eyes open. Don't act like a naive fool lacking common sense. All right, he clarified our situation, and I must be on my way. I have matters to attend to. There's a hairdryer in the bathroom. After I leave, you can use it to dry your clothes before departing. Farewell. With that, he stood up and walked toward the door. As he took a few steps out, Ying suddenly hesitantly inquired, could you please share your phone number with me? I reside in the vibrant metropolis, and I plan to return soon. I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude for your kindness. Cheng Feng paused for a moment, turning to gaze at the expectant beauty before him. Why not? It will be delightful to befriend you. My phone number is 139. As he recited his number, Ying quickly grabbed her phone, jotting it down before dialing Cheng Feng's number. In her flurry of activity, she nearly lost her composure, creating a charming chaos. Noticing her diligence in recording the number, Cheng Feng turned and headed towards the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he paused and turned back with a smile, saying, Ying, I truly adore your smile. You radiate beauty and sweetness when you laugh, uplifting the spirits of those around you. Also, I must mention, your figure is remarkable and alluring. Those lively little red-eyed rabbits are unforgettable. With that, he swiftly opened the door and dashed out of the suite. Go to hell, you lecherous fiend, came her playful yet bashful retort, accompanied by a pillow that soared through the air, striking the door with a thud. Almost immediately, however, Ying broke into a fit of laughter. Ha ha, you had the audacity to undress me, yet did nothing. You're worse than a beast. In the next moment, she covered her flushed cheeks with her hands and swiftly dove onto the covers. How embarrassing. Can't you have a shred of decency? In the corridor outside, Cheng Feng chuckled as he saved Ying's number, labeling it as Red-Eyed Rabbit, before dialing Shirtao's phone. He found himself waiting for over 10 minutes before the latter finally emerged from the adjacent suite, wearing a smug grin reminiscent of a fox that had just pilfered a chicken. Upon seeing this expression, Cheng Feng instantly understood. This fellow had bid farewell to his virginity, while he himself remained untouched. Chapter 15. The Old Hand and the Young Beauty. Around 5 in the afternoon, at the Planning Bureau building, Cheng Feng sat in an old Jetta, intently observing the entrance of the building not far ahead. At that moment, he wore sunglasses and a wig, employing a simple disguise to remain inconspicuous. He had fashioned a makeshift dashcam using a high-definition pinhole camera affixed to the rearview mirror of the Jetta, with the lens pointed directly at the entrance of the Planning Bureau. As the workday ended, employees trickled out of the building, each heading homeward. Just then, an elderly gentleman in his 50s emerged from the building, his face flushed with vitality, exuding an air of triumph. Surrounding him were 5 colleagues of varying ages, who clustered around him like stars around the moon, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. Among them, a striking young woman clad in a red trench coat, her figure alluring, captured the most attention. She stood closest to the elderly man, nearly intertwining her arm with his, lending an air of intimacy to the scene. Witnessing this, a smirk flickered across Cheng Feng's face as he silently derided the situation. Finally, the old hand has revealed himself. Though aging, his heart remains youthful, indulging in such frivolities. Let him await his inevitable downfall. The figure he loathed was none other than the elderly gentleman who had just exited the Planning Bureau. The young beauty in red, approximately 28 or 29 years of age, was his clandestine mistress and a direct subordinate of the office. However, both were married, their outward appearances suggesting harmonious lives. More significantly, the young woman's husband was stationed far away with the military. This connection meant that should their affair be exposed, it would surely lead to catastrophic consequences for the elderly gentleman. Furthermore, he was a minor official with a penchant for corruption. The embezzlement and bribery he committed could potentially imprison him for life, or even lead to a firing squad. As the illicit pair exited the office building, the pinhole camera in the Jetta captured the moment, marking the first piece of evidence. Cheng Feng had his reasons for tracking them. This elderly man, whose heart remained as wild as ever, was none other than the elder brother of his second aunt. It was this very individual who had divulged the impending development news of the area beyond the Fifth Ring Road to his uncle and aunt. Behind the scenes, he had schemed to enable them to deceitfully acquire Cheng Feng's courtyard before the planning proposal was officially announced, thus allowing them to profit handsomely from the impending demolition next year. For Cheng Feng, who had endured grievous wrongs at the hands of this enemy, there was no room for mercy. He was resolute in ensuring that this old hand faced the consequences of his actions. He knew this man was the puppet master due to the latter's exposure in 2022, which led to his arrest and life sentence. By 2020, the elderly man had retired, believing himself free to enjoy life without fear. Yet, fate is seldom kind. The two construction company owners who had colluded with him were subsequently apprehended, leading to his exposure. The relevant authorities promptly initiated an investigation, delving deeper into the matter. The results are startling upon investigation. This former official, who retired from a deputy director position, enjoys the benefits of a full director's rank. Yet it turns out he is a minor official with insatiable greed. The properties owned by his family amount to over 30 in the capital alone, with an additional 20 or so in the bustling metropolis, the island city, in the land of opportunity. Their financial assets soar above 500 million in both domestic and foreign currencies, complemented by over 300 million in stocks, alongside a trove of gold, luxury watches, jewelry, and several opulent vehicles. Such wealth is not attainable by a mere departmental cadre. It is evidently amassed through various corrupt practices. Many of these properties are bribes from real estate and construction companies, exchanged for his facilitation in bidding processes or the leakage of confidential information regarding competitors' bids. Yet, the former official, despite his age, remains undeterred, maintaining several mistresses who clandestinely bore him children. Once apprehended, his mistresses and illegitimate offspring could not escape exposure. The most notorious among them was a striking young woman clad in a red trench coat, whose unique status ignited a significant uproar. Even his former direct superior was implicated, facing imprisonment as a consequence. It is said that upon discovering the truth, the young woman's husband was consumed by rage, nearly seeking vengeance upon the former official with a firearm. Fortunately, military leaders acted swiftly, restraining the enraged officer before the situation escalated further. Following his arrest, the former official divulged numerous details during interrogation, including the disclosure of planning information to his uncle and aunt, leading the Cheng family to realize that this official was the mastermind behind their misfortunes. However, this revelation proved futile, as they could not reclaim the courtyard and demolition compensation deceitfully taken by the uncle, who had employed deceptive means, yet operated within legal boundaries, armed with pertinent documents bestowed by Cheng Feng's relatives. Consequently, despite Cheng Feng and his parents uncovering the truth, they were powerless to recover their rightful assets, leaving them in profound discontent. In truth, the uncle's family, having suddenly acquired wealth, indulged in extravagance, particularly Cheng Feng's cousin, who within 2 years succumbed to a life of debauchery, gambling, drinking, and other vices. In just 5 or 6 years, they squandered all the demolition funds. Initially, they had the former official's support, allowing them to maintain a somewhat comfortable lifestyle, but once he was apprehended, their downfall was inevitable. They even sold their house to settle gambling debts, transforming from millionaires to a pitiful existence, renting a modest home in the suburbs. By the year 2024, prior to Cheng Feng's rebirth, he heard that his cousin had been in prison again, facing 1 to 2 years behind bars. Given this situation, even if Cheng Feng were to litigate against his uncle's family and prevail, he would not reclaim a single penny and would instead incur substantial legal fees, embroiling himself in further troubles. As Cheng Feng reminisced about these dismal events from his past life, the former official and several subordinates arrived at the parking lot, preparing to part ways. Drive carefully on the road. Huang Chu. See you next week. Xiaolu, how are you getting home? I wonder why I haven't seen your red polo. Would you like a ride? No. Thank you, Lugia. My car is restricted today. I'll be heading to my parents' house for dinner, and it conveniently aligns with Huang Chu's route. I can simply get a lift with him. Everyone, Let us head home and enjoy a pleasant weekend. We shall meet again next week, said the ever-smiling Huang. He then waved goodbye to the lady in the red coat. Let us get in the car, Xiao Lu. I'll drop you off on the way, he said, striding towards a black Magotan. The lady in the red coat waved at her colleagues and followed closely behind. The colleagues exchanged knowing glances and shared subtle smiles before parting ways. In a moment, Huang and Xiao Lu were seated in the car. As soon as the door closed, Huang leered mischievously and said, Darling, let us take care of our business at home first. Then we can go out to eat. I've made a reservation at Tan Family Cuisine. Giggling, Xiao Lu replied, Come on, this isn't your first time. Why the rush? Can you blame me? You were on your period before, and then I had to go on a business trip. It's been over half a month since we last had our time together. Huang responded, gently turning the key to start the vehicle. In the blink of an eye, the black Magotan merged into the bustling street, joining the flow of traffic. As they drove, Huang kept one hand on the steering wheel while the other eagerly slipped beneath Xiao Lu's open red coat, oblivious to their intimate moment. A dilapidated Jetta trailed closely behind them. Chapter 16. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows in the blink of an eye. Half an hour had elapsed. Cheng Feng had been driving in pursuit of the black Magotan, arriving at a prestigious residential complex near the West 3rd Ring Road. The black Magotan drove straight into the complex, yet Cheng Feng chose not to follow. Instead, he sought a parking spot by the roadside at the entrance of the community, preparing to lie in wait. After securing his vehicle, he swiftly adjusted the pinhole camera affixed to his rearview mirror, ensuring its lens was directed towards the entrance of the complex. This arrangement would allow him to capture a fleeting moment of the red-cloaked young woman once she exited the premises. By magnifying the surveillance footage, he would be able to glimpse the interior of the vehicle through the front windshield of the Magotan. Having completed these preparations, Cheng Feng relaxed. He casually removed his wig and stowed it in his backpack. Casting a glance around, he decided it was time to step out and find a place to relieve himself. Across the street, there was a Golden Arches establishment, which seemed a suitable option. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from his uncle. Cheng Feng pulled out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and smirked before answering. Hello, uncle. The next moment, his uncle's voice resonated through the receiver. Xiao Feng, it's me. Have you had dinner yet? I have. We usually have dinner around 5 at school. I was just about to head to the study room. Good. You're quite diligent. Unlike your brother, who was rather lackadaisical during his studies and ended up dropping out to mingle with society. My brother is doing quite well, in fact. He is about to get married while I'm still in school, uncertain of what the future holds. After all, you are a distinguished student from a prestigious university. Your future prospects will undoubtedly surpass your brother's. I have something to share. We decided to set off tonight and take the train to the Magic City. Arriving tomorrow morning, we will finally get to see each other. Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng's eyes filled with disdain. Yet, he smiled and replied, That sounds wonderful. Unfortunately, I have an important engagement tomorrow morning and will be unable to meet you at the station. His uncle paused momentarily before responding. No worries, focus on your matters. Once we arrive in the Magic City, we will take a taxi to find a hotel near your school. Just call me when you're free, and we can have dinner together, discussing that courtyard property in the meantime. Such courteousness must surely come with an ulterior motive. Cheng Feng scoffed inwardly at the notion, yet continued to smile, saying, Thank you for your understanding, uncle. After I finish my business, I will call you immediately. Dinner is on me. After dinner, I'll take you and Annie for a stroll along the Bund to admire the splendid night view of the Huangpu River. It's truly a sight worth seeing. On Sunday, I'll show you around other parts of the Magic City to experience the local culture and cuisine. Upon hearing this, his uncle responded appreciatively. Sounds good. You're becoming increasingly sensible. It seems you have truly matured. Looking at you now, I feel happy for your parents. After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries, Cheng Feng finally ended the call. As soon as he hung up the phone, he clenched his jaw and muttered a few curses. To plot against my buddy. You old foxes. Just roam around in this metropolis. With that, he opened the car door and stepped out, heading to the nearby McDonald's to relieve himself. An hour passed, and the night had completely enveloped the sky, yet that black Magotan still had not emerged from the residential complex. Damn, this old fellow is in good shape. He can really stir things up. Cheng Feng winced at the discomfort in his backside and grumbled in impatience. At that moment, a BMW 7 Series, the latest 745 model, suddenly pulled out from the community gate. Initially, Cheng Feng paid little attention to the vehicle, as it was not the target he was tracking. However, as the sleek new BMW 745 cruised past the Jetta, he suddenly realized that the driver was none other than Huang, the old rascal. The beautiful woman in the passenger seat was none other than the stunning lady in the red coat he had seen before. This pair of lovebirds had donned a new wardrobe of designer labels, looking exceptionally polished as if they were off for a dinner date. Especially the charming lady. Her cheeks, slightly flushed, exuded an air of vitality, likely having just finished a workout. Realizing this, Cheng Feng couldn't help but clench his teeth in frustration. Goodness, this old fox has kept his secrets well. I nearly fell for his ruse. Living in luxury, driving fancy cars, and surrounded by beautiful women. So this is the real life of this old scoundrel. Quite the indulgence. After cursing, he chose not to pursue them in his car. Instead, he removed the storage car from his pinhole camera and retrieved his laptop, transferring the footage he had just captured. He played back the surveillance footage on his computer, committing the BMW 745's license plate and distinguishing features to memory. This pristine BMW 745 would serve as compelling evidence, which he could later edit into a report and anonymously send to the city's disciplinary committee. Having completed these tasks, Cheng Feng set off in his car, heading straight for the North 3rd Ring Road. After about 20 minutes, he arrived at a newly constructed residential complex on the North 3rd Ring Road. Within this recently completed community, he owned 5 apartments, each measuring 89 square meters, all situated within the same building, 4 of which were directly opposite each other. It was needless to say that the complex was developed by the real estate company owned by Zhou Yan's father. Cheng Feng's 5 apartments were part of a previous transaction. Upon entering the community, he first greeted the property management, registered his name, left his phone number, and confirmed his identity as an owner. As for the property management fees and heating costs, they were waived for the first 2 years, included in the purchase price. Cheng Feng's 5 apartments were a generous gift from the developer, exempting him from any such expenses. Prior to this, Zhou Yan's father had specifically called to instruct the property management. As soon as Cheng Feng arrived, he was to be treated like royalty, with every convenience provided. Thus, from the moment Cheng Feng entered the property management office, the manager regarded him as a VIP and catered to him with utmost comfort. After completing the registration of various details, Cheng Feng, armed with the access cards and keys for his 5 apartments, was accompanied by the property manager to receive the properties. As they conversed, they entered one of the 89 square meter 3-bedroom units. This is a beautifully renovated new residence, stylish yet exuding comfort, albeit rather empty. Aside from the gas stove and gas water heater in the kitchen, the range hood and cooking appliances, as well as the built-in oven and microwave, there are no furnishings or appliances, rendering it uninhabitable. However, this is of little concern, as Cheng Feng has already ordered the necessary furniture and appliances, soon transforming these 10 new homes into warm and inviting spaces. Indeed, it is 10 units, not 12. The remaining 2 spacious residences, each over 240 square meters, are intended for Cheng Feng and his parents, as he does not wish to rent them out, fearing they may be mistreated by undesirable tenants. Yet, this arrangement may only be temporary. In a few years, he may no longer desire those 2 large homes. After inspecting the small 3-bedroom unit and confirming its condition, Cheng Feng accompanied the property manager to another unit across the hall. The second residence is an 80 square meter 2-bedroom apartment, where the living room, kitchen, and bathroom appear somewhat larger. Its other features mirror those of the small 3-bedroom, sharing the same design style, though with slight variations in detail, and likewise devoid of furnishings or appliances, leaving it rather vacant. In under an hour, Cheng Feng conducted a whirlwind tour of 5 new homes. He then smiled at the property manager, saying, "Manager Yang, I have ordered some new appliances, including a refrigerator, washing machine, and television, which will be delivered to the community shortly. I would appreciate it if you could find a few people to assist in bringing them upstairs. As for installation, the technicians from the appliance store will handle that. We'll just need a helping hand. Additionally, I have some new furniture arriving tomorrow that will require assembly on site, and I'll be grateful for your assistance then as well. I will leave a key for each of these new homes with you for coordination. Moreover, I would appreciate your help in facilitating the setup of water, electricity, gas, and the arrangement of broadband and cable television services. Rest assured, this will not be in vain. For completing these tasks, I will offer each person a labor fee of 2,000, with you receiving 6,000 as a token of my gratitude. Following this, Cheng Feng elaborated on his arrangements. He was entirely confident that there would be no costs incurred without purpose. As predicted, upon hearing the compensation he proposed, Manager Yang's expression brightened with delight. Once Cheng Feng finished, Manager Yang patted his chest and assured him, "Rest easy, Xiao Cheng. You can entrust these matters to our property management, and we will see to it that everything is handled properly." Chapter 17, the most compelling evidence having arranged matters concerning the several properties along the North Third Ring Road. Cheng Feng departed the residential community, steering his vehicle towards the East Third Ring Road. Near this area, he possessed 5 exquisite 89-square-meter apartments, recently constructed and adorned with elegant finishes for just over a year. Upon arriving at the Emerald Garden, situated along the East Third Ring Road, he reiterated his previous instructions. He entrusted one key for each of the 5 new apartments to the property manager, requesting assistance in transporting furniture and appliances to the residences. Subsequently, he arranged for the installation and setup of utilities such as gas, water, electricity, and broadband internet. The property management at Emerald Garden is a subsidiary of Zhou Yan's father's real estate firm, which ensured that they were diligent in their duties. Naturally, the property manager and their staff were compensated handsomely for their efforts. Once these arrangements were completed, Cheng Feng set off once more. This time, he directed his journey towards the vicinity of Financial Street, continuing his search for properties, specifically 2 expansive 240-square-meter 4-bedroom residences, in contrast to the previous 89-square-meter apartments. These larger homes were intended for his parents and himself, thus he had no intention of leasing them out. Given this, he was not in a rush to procure furniture or appliances. The interior layout and decor of these 2 residences required thoughtful design, and he aimed to furnish them with the finest selections, which warranted a patient approach. Upon entering the 2 spacious apartments, Cheng Feng took the opportunity to explore every corner. He found the layout, orientation, and overall decor to be relatively satisfactory. However, this satisfaction was tempered by the perspective of viewing these homes through the lens of 15 years in the future. In his previous life, he resided in a sprawling 280-square-meter flat. The design concepts and aesthetic styles of that dwelling were incomparable to these 2 larger homes, which were, after all, a decade and a half his junior. In comparison, these 2 apartments could only be deemed passable. Before long, he had completed his tour. He then approached the northern-facing window to admire the nightscape beyond. Gazing out, he beheld the illustrious Financial Street below. This locale served as the financial heart of China, a convergence of immense wealth and financial elites. His gaze extended further, taking in the bustling West Second Ring Road. Following this thoroughfare northward, he soon found himself envisioning the neighborhood of Chegingswang, where his own home lay. At this distance, it was impossible to discern the warm glow of lights emanating from his own window. Yet, he could vividly imagine the scene within his home at that moment. His parents had long since finished dinner and were now seated on the living room sofa, sipping tea and engaging in conversation while watching television, a scene both ordinary and heartwarming. In the summer months, his mother would occasionally venture downstairs to partake in square dancing to keep active. However, with the onset of cooler weather, the number of square dancers had dwindled, and she preferred to remain indoors, relishing the comfort of home. While his father did not indulge in square dancing, he was fond of playing chess. Yet, at this hour, there were no opponents available, and he too remained at home, accompanying his wife in watching television. Contemplating this, a smile inevitably graced Cheng Feng's face. What a beautiful life it was. Anyone who dared to disturb his family and shatter this happiness would find themselves in a relentless confrontation with him. In the next moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Cheng Feng retrieved the device, glancing at the caller ID, and, taken aback, muttered softly to himself, "Oh, father cannot possibly possess telepathic abilities. He is simply too persistent. It was my father who called." Cheng Feng chuckled softly and answered the phone. "Dad, what prompted you to call?" I'm currently studying in the classroom and was startled by the ringtone, with everyone staring at me. This was merely a fabrication. A basic survival skill Cheng Feng had honed in his previous life within the workplace. In the next moment, his father's familiar voice resonated. What is the matter? Is it unacceptable for me to call you without reason? Not at all. You may call whenever you wish, and I shall always receive your call with utmost respect. Enough with the banter. Let us get to the point. Your second uncle just called to inform me that they are already on their way and will arrive in Magic City tomorrow morning. You must be considerate. Understood. My second uncle called me in the evening. I have matters to attend to in the morning, but I will meet them in the afternoon. Rest assured, I will ensure they are well taken care of. That is acceptable. Do you have enough money? If not, I can transfer you some. I have sufficient funds. The rent for the second half of the year is still in my account. Around 70 to 80,000 should be adequate. As for you and Mom, make sure to enjoy yourselves and don't be too frugal. After a few more exchanges, his father concluded the call. Once the call ended, he sat on the sofa, momentarily lost in thought, then said with satisfaction, "It's rare. This little rascal even remembers to care about the family back home, advising us to take care of our health and not to save money for him, as if he were the one earning." His mother, eyes glued to the television screen showing infiltration, responded with a smile. Xiao Feng is almost 20. How can he still be so inconsiderate? Although he can be a bit foolish at times, he is sensible. Otherwise, I would have entrusted him with the entire rent. While his parents exchanged their quiet banter, Cheng Feng was tilting his head, searching for a suitable spot within one of the spacious residences. After a brief moment, he nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he spent over an hour installing 2 pinhole cameras in each of the 2 large houses. One camera faced the window, while the other was directed at the entrance, both positioned discreetly and difficult to detect. These pinhole cameras were capable of accepting SIM cards, boasting extended standby time, and could be operated remotely. Once he had installed the cameras, Cheng Feng retrieved his laptop, performed a series of settings and tests, and successfully established a remote network connection. As he proceeded, the interior of the door and the window was clearly displayed on the computer screen, offering comprehensive coverage. Until Cheng Feng dismantled these pinhole cameras, anyone entering these 2 houses would be captured immediately, leaving no room for escape. His reason for placing the cameras here was to prevent anyone from occupying the premises unlawfully and wreaking havoc by unlocking the doors. He had witnessed such occurrences many times in his previous life, often perpetrated by property management, and thus deemed it prudent to take preventive measures. After successfully installing and debugging the pinhole cameras, ensuring there were no apparent flaws, he stored away his laptop and descended the stairs with satisfaction. He then drove away from the community, vanishing into the night. In the blink of an eye, it was already Sunday afternoon. In the outskirts of Beijing, at a hot spring resort in Xiaotangshan, Cheng Feng reclined on a sun lounger by the heated swimming pool, clad in beach shorts, a swim cap, and sunglasses, ostensibly resting. However, with his eyes squinted, he was discreetly observing a couple in the pool. Beneath a large towel placed beside him lay a black handbag. The zipper of the handbag was slightly ajar, revealing a hidden high-definition pinhole camera. This camera was surreptitiously capturing footage of the couple in the pool, none other than Huang Leobankai and a woman in a red trench coat. At that moment, the pool was sparsely populated. Some were swimming, others were resting in a shallow end, and a few, like Cheng Feng, lounged by the poolside, each engrossed in their own activities. With no one around, Huang Leobankai and the beautiful woman became increasingly uninhibited, their chemistry palpable. "Hurry, take your hand away. What if someone sees us? That would be so embarrassing," the woman whispered, her cheeks flushed. "Sweetheart, you're overthinking it. Who would pay us any mind? Everyone here has their own partner," Huang Leobankai retorted. "Honestly, among the men and women in this pool, how many are true couples? I doubt there's even one. Everyone is just here to enjoy themselves. So let us not judge one another." Just as he finished speaking, he abruptly pulled the woman closer, pressing his lips against hers with fervor. His other hand had already ventured beneath her bikini. Witnessing this steamy scene, Cheng Feng internally cheered. Success. This is the moment I've been waiting for. It was worth trailing this couple for 2 whole days. "Huang Leobankai, you unscrupulous scoundrel," Savor these last moments. Soon enough, you'll be cleaning up your own mess in prison." As he spoke, Huang Lao Bankai and the beautiful woman ended their passionate kiss, yet his roguish hand continued its mischief. The next moment, Cheng Feng picked up the towel and handbag, rising triumphantly from the lounger and departing the pool. Just as he stepped into the men's changing room, the couple coincidentally glanced at his retreating figure. "That guy must have seen us being intimate, which is why he left," the woman remarked. "So what if he did? P.S. clearly alone. Just a single dog. Let him envy us." "Haha, you're incorrigible. That guy seems quite handsome and well-built. Finding a girlfriend should be a breeze for him. What's this? Are you interested in that little puppy? Should I play matchmaker for you?" In the changing room, Cheng Feng, playfully dubbed the little puppy, swiftly finished his shower and changed his clothes before exiting the resort. Just as he stepped outside, his phone rang abruptly. It sounded urgent and insistent. Yet again, it was his second uncle calling, marking the 5th time today. Chapter 18. The Prince of Deceit. As the call connected, the voice of my uncle, tinged with barely concealed anger, echoed through the receiver. "Xiao Feng, when on earth are you returning to school? We have been waiting for 2 days. You wouldn't dare toy with us, would you?" As Cheng Feng made his way towards the main building of the hotel, he concocted a web of lies to placate him. "Of course not, dear uncle. How could I possibly jest with you? Alas, I have encountered a rather unfortunate situation. I'm still in Chongming, for the police have instructed me to remain here until that old gentleman regains consciousness, confining me to a designated hotel. Being a good Samaritan is a challenging endeavor these days. Just yesterday morning, I witnessed him collapse by the roadside and, out of kindness, approached to assist him. When he mentioned his home was in Chongming, I selflessly offered to escort him back, only for him to lose consciousness again upon arrival. He has been asleep in the hospital for 2 days, and I must remain here, awaiting his awakening to clear my name. Is this not a grave injustice?" Listening to his elaborate fabrication, 2 lovely young women passing by stopped in their tracks, wide-eyed, nearly bursting into laughter. What a charming young man he appears to be. Yet his words are nothing but nonsense. Moreover, he weaves an entire narrative, cleverly soliciting sympathy. Clearly, he is a master of deception, far superior to our own skills. While silently mocking him, the 2 women sauntered past, their figures swaying gracefully. One, with a captivating physique, even turned to cast a flirtatious glance in his direction. Cheng Feng smiled and nodded, continuing to spin his tale for his uncle, who remained far away in the bustling metropolis. "Why concern yourself with such trivial matters? Chongming is not far. Perhaps we should come to find you, lest you fall victim to the notorious shrewdness of this place." "No need for that. I can manage the situation. The doctor assures me that the elderly gentleman will awaken soon. I have secured a taxi driver as a witness. There is unlikely to be any significant trouble." "Very well, as long as you are confident in handling it. Just be sure to return promptly. We'll be waiting for you." "Understood. After resolving this little predicament, I shall return immediately. In the meantime, you and Annie can explore the city at your leisure. Do not rush. How can we not be anxious? We have no inclination for sightseeing in the metropolis. Just today at noon, my sister-in-law inquired again about the wedding residence." "Indeed, how could you not be anxious? Without securing my courtyard, no delicacies will taste as delightful, and your minds will hardly be on leisure." Cheng Feng scoffed internally at their plight. After a few more exchanges, he fabricated an excuse to visit the police station and ended the call. Upon entering the hotel's main building, he ascended to his room to gather his belongings, preparing to drive back to the city. He had pressing matters to attend to that evening and could not afford to indulge in the comforts of this luxurious 5-star hot spring hotel. Once back in his room, he transferred the recently captured video of the illicit couple into his laptop. The folder he opened contained 30 or so clips, documenting not only the intimate moments of the elderly gentleman and the enchanting woman, but also revealing the hidden opulence of the elderly gentleman's undisclosed mansions, luxury vehicles, and a plethora of extravagant possessions. This is the report material that Cheng Feng gathered over the course of more than 2 days, sufficient to ensure that Huang Laobankai is imprisoned for a long time. The efficiency of this endeavor is attributed to Cheng Feng's profound understanding of the charges against Laobankai, a distinct advantage afforded to those who have been reborn. For instance, he is aware of Huang Laobankai's numerous mistresses, their names, the number of properties he owns, their locations, and their respective values. After transferring the surveillance footage, Cheng Feng remotely accessed the monitoring systems of two spacious residences to assess the situation. The footage from both homes was crystal clear, showing no signs of irregularity. Just as he was about to exit the surveillance system and leave the computer, his phone rang once more. It was a call from his father. This must be a summons for accountability. Cheng Feng smirked with satisfaction and answered the call. As he had anticipated, his father was indeed calling to demand an explanation. Questioning why he had left his uncle and aunt stranded at a hotel in Magic City without making an appearance, deeming it excessive. Subsequently, Cheng Feng recounted the fabricated tale he had spun for his uncle, successfully deceiving his father as well. Unsurprisingly, his father was swayed by the story and even expressed concern that Cheng Feng might have found himself in a predicament akin to the infamous Jinling Pengyu case, where good deeds led to misfortune, leaving him in a position where he could not articulate his innocence. In 2009, the shocking truth of the Jinling Pengyu case had yet to surface, making his father's apprehension entirely reasonable. Upon hearing Cheng Feng's assurance that he had located a taxi driver willing to testify and that there was surveillance footage of the incident, his father finally felt reassured and, after further persuasion from Cheng Feng, abandoned his plan to rush to Magic City. Instead, he agreed to allow Cheng Feng to address the dilemma independently, promising to come to Magic City should the situation prove unmanageable. As for his uncle and aunt, his father stated he would call them to clarify the circumstances, assuring them to enjoy their vacation in Magic City for a few more days. After successfully placating his father, Cheng Feng stowed away his computer and promptly packed his belongings. He then descended to check out of the five-star hotel and drove towards the city center. Just as he entered the highway, his uncle and aunt, who had just spoken with his father, began to murmur behind him. "Old Cheng, do you think this little brat has discovered something? Is that why he is avoiding us and leaving us stranded here? How ungrateful," his aunt remarked, clenching her teeth. Little did she realize how nefarious her own intentions were. In her mind, if they could successfully deceive their way into acquiring that courtyard house, it would be a testament to their family's prowess, leading to a windfall. His uncle pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That's unlikely. The planning scheme for that area beyond the Fifth Ring Road will not be announced until next year, and very few are privy to this information. This little rascal is studying at university in Magic City. He is even less likely to know about it. Perhaps it is as he said. He has encountered some trouble, which is why he cannot meet us. His aunt paused before interjecting. If that is truly the case, we can wait a bit longer. I just fear the worst. And I still feel a bit uneasy. By tomorrow afternoon, if that little rascal still hasn't shown his face, we shall venture to the prestigious financial district of the Magic City to seek him out. We need to ascertain whether he is truly at school or deliberately evading us. Perhaps to toy with our patience. After a moment's contemplation, my uncle nodded in agreement. Thus, it is settled. Waiting idly is indeed untenable, and I am becoming increasingly restless. Should that scoundrel be at school, he shall soon witness the consequences of his antics. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, on the expressway of the capital, Cheng Feng, who was speeding along, suddenly felt a warmth behind his ears. Goodness, who might be speaking of me? Perhaps those two cunning old foxes, who were likely in a frenzy. With a smirk, he returned his focus to the road. An hour later, Cheng Feng arrived near the North Third Ring Road. He filled up his Jetta with fuel, dined alone, and then drove to the Ruijin community near Jimen Bridge to inspect his newly acquired properties. In just 2 days, these new homes had transformed remarkably. The furniture and appliances he had ordered had all been delivered and set up flawlessly. Every appliance bore the hallmark of domestic brands, economical, sturdy, and perfectly suited for rental properties, causing no heartache should they sustain damage. The furniture was similarly unpretentious, crafted from mid-range solid wood, prioritizing durability and minimal formaldehyde content, thus posing little risk to health. As for aesthetics and fashion, such superficialities were of no concern. Had aluminum or stainless steel furniture been available, Cheng Feng would have eagerly opted for a stainless steel set, alleviating any worries regarding wear and tear. In addition to the furnishings and appliances, the gas, water, electricity, broadband, and cable television were all arranged within these 2 days. With generous rewards come diligent workers. The property management, upon receiving handsome compensation, executed their tasks with remarkable efficiency. Upon entering his new homes, Cheng Feng first turned on the brand-new large-screen television, checking the cable service. Next, he retrieved his laptop to test the broadband connection. Satisfied with the internet speed, he promptly changed the password, noting it on a sticky note affixed to the router. He then proceeded to inspect the other furniture and appliances, ensuring the electrical connections were secure and the plumbing was functioning smoothly. He meticulously checked that all furniture was appropriately installed, properly positioned, and that screws were tightened to prevent any mishaps. After a thorough inspection, he found no issues and, content, descended to leave. He then drove straight to the East 3rd Ring Road to evaluate his 5 new properties in Emerald Garden. Chapter 19. The Shameless Fraudster on a Monday afternoon. Around 5 o'clock, at the East 3rd Ring, in the offices of Panshire Real Estate Company, a gentleman was eager to inspect a particular quadrangle dwelling. Spending $40 million on a rural quadrangle seemed rather extravagant. Goodness, one should not take advantage of a bargain while feigning ignorance. If only one possessed a fraction of Uncle Joe's discernment, the immense latent value of this quadrangle would be immediately apparent. Cheng Feng and Zhou Yin descended from the upper floors, exchanging jovial banter as they entered the elevator leading to the underground parking garage. Moments later, they drove out in a Range Rover and an old Jetta, respectively, heading directly towards the 5th Ring Road. Following closely behind were 2 commercial vehicles, containing 7 or 8 security personnel from the real estate firm. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the bustling metropolis, after a series of relentless coaxing from Cheng Feng over the phone, the patience of his uncle and aunt had finally worn thin. They could no longer wait. Thus, they decided to visit the prestigious financial university of the metropolis. They intended to check on Cheng Feng's dormitory to ascertain whether he was truly attending classes or merely mocking them as fools. Upon entering the campus, and after several inquiries, they swiftly located the dormitory building for the male students of the accounting department, class of 08. As they arrived at the base of the dormitory, they were met by a disheveled individual, seemingly having not bathed in a month, emerging from the building. Goodness, how long had the financial university been without water? This individual was excessively unkempt. Is this the standard of today? Asked university students. The uncle and aunt exchanged incredulous glances, somewhat taken aback. Without hesitation, the uncle approached and inquired, "Excuse me, do you happen to know Cheng Feng from the accounting class of 08? We are his family and have come to the metropolis for a brief visit to see how he is doing." Listening to the middle-aged man's accent, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the troublesome Cheng Feng, the student couldn't help but feel resentment. "You wouldn't even lend me 300 yuan, leaving me to subsist on gruel and pickles for days, with no funds even for internet access. For 3 whole days, do you have any idea how I endured? It was sheer torment. If I get expelled from the team, it will be entirely your fault." As he simmered with indignation, Xiuzhua assessed the uncle with a feigned air of disdain and remarked, "Ah, so you are Cheng Feng's family. I am in the same class as him. He has not been in the dormitory for several days, and no one knows where he has gone. This morning in Western economics class, the professor called his name, and again in the afternoon statistics class, he was mentioned. What dreadful luck! If he continues to skip classes, he may very well face expulsion. Since you are his family, it would be wise to remind him to attend, lest he regret it later." Due to his lack of funds for internet access, Xiuzhua had, for once, attended a few classes. However, the claims of Cheng Feng being called upon twice by his professors were entirely fabricated, stemming from Xiuzhua's grudge for not receiving a loan. Seizing this opportunity, he unwittingly provided a substantial assist to Cheng Feng. Upon hearing that Cheng Feng had left the bustling metropolis of Shanghai for several days without returning, my uncle and aunt exchanged a glance, their concerns significantly alleviated. Perhaps the situation was indeed as that little rascal had claimed. He had engaged in virtuous deeds only to be wronged, forced to remain in Chongming, and unable to return to the city to reunite with his family. If that were the case, waiting an additional day or 2 would be of little consequence. After all, A mere couple of days paled in comparison to securing the property deed for that courtyard residence. While my uncle and aunt immersed themselves in their speculations, Chiozihua's mischievous eyes darted about. In the next moment, my uncle feigned irritation and remarked, "This little brat has no idea what he's up to. If he gets expelled from school, his father might just break his legs." "Thank you, dear student. We shall contact Cheng Feng's parents shortly to clarify the situation," he added, preparing to leave with my aunt. At that moment, Chiozihua suddenly interjected, feigning distress. "Uncle, Annie, Cheng Feng still owes me 500 yuan. Since you're his family, could you assist him in repaying this debt? He has yet to return my money, and I find myself without funds for meals. We are all classmates, and it would be unfortunate to fall out over such a trivial sum, but I truly am in need." As he spoke, he brandished his student ID to assert his identity, his expression almost tearful, showcasing a remarkable talent for dramatics. "Oh," my aunt gasped, her forehead lined with dismay. My uncle, too, appeared utterly bewildered. "Isn't it rather inappropriate for you, Chio, to demand money owed to you from us?" my aunt murmured indignantly. Before she could finish her thought, my uncle interrupted, "It's quite all right. It's just 500 yuan. After all, we are the boy's uncle and aunt. Helping him out is no trouble at all." Clearly, this young man is in dire straits, and Cheng Feng should not neglect his debts. With that, my uncle reached into his wallet, retrieving 500 yuan and handing it to the disheveled lad. Upon receiving the cash, Chiozihua's eyes gleamed with greed. He swiftly snatched the money, grinning broadly. "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. You are so generous. Cheng Feng is fortunate to have relatives like you. I haven't had dinner yet, so I must take my leave. Goodbye." With that, Chiozihua raced off, heading straight for the internet CAF where he often loitered. I finally have money," he thought, envisioning his feast of instant noodles, tea, eggs, and sausages, planning to indulge himself through the night. As he reveled in his fortune, he also expressed regret, wishing he had asked for 1,000 yuan instead. That would have covered his internet and noodle expenses for the month. What a fool! He chastised himself, also cursing the two cunning old foxes who had been so easily duped. Meanwhile, my uncle and aunt stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the audacity of Chiozihua. Is he truly that starved? How long has it been since he last ate? After a brief moment, they regained their composure. It appeared that the little rascal had indeed found himself in trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have vanished for several consecutive days or skipped classes so frequently. The prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, renowned as a top-tier 211 institution, certainly would not exhibit such lax management. Uncle, with an air of self-importance, remarked on the situation. It seemed to be the case, but to exercise caution, we should inquire with a few more students. How could that disheveled individual be the one from whom Xiao Feng borrowed money? Wasn't the rent for the courtyard in Xiao Feng's hands? That sum must be at least 60 or 70,000, and with such rental income collected every 6 months, life must be quite comfortable. Why would he need to borrow money? That unkempt fellow couldn't possibly be deceiving us, could he? Aunt puzzled chimed in. Upon hearing this, Uncle's expression darkened. Perhaps his wife hadn't handed over all the rent to Xiao Feng. After all, he was still under 20. It was also possible that he had extravagantly spent all his funds. Spending money is not difficult. A mere luxury watch can cost hundreds of thousands. The Nautilus your brother wears is said to be worth over 600,000. These details, however, are inconsequential. Our paramount objective now is to devise a means to acquire that courtyard. It represents a golden opportunity for our family's sudden wealth. While they were conversing, a few more boys emerged from the dormitory building. Uncle immediately ceased his discourse and approached them to inquire about the circumstances, aiming to ascertain whether Cheng Feng was present at the school. Coincidentally, these boys were from Cheng Feng's neighboring class. The two classes often attended lectures together. Thus, they naturally recognized him. Their responses were quite similar to those of Chiozihua, albeit without the shameless intent to swindle money. After receiving a confirmed answer, Uncle and Aunt felt a wave of relief wash over them. Subsequently, they whispered a few words to each other. Then, before departing from the dormitory, they sought a relatively secluded spot to call Cheng Feng. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before it was finally answered. After exchanging pleasantries, Uncle got straight to the point. "Xiao Feng, Your aunt and I have come to the campus of the university. We are right below your dormitory. Why don't you call your roommates and ask them to retrieve the property deed for that courtyard and hand it over to us? This way, we won't have to wait idly, and you won't need to rush back to school. The next moment, Cheng Feng's astonished voice came through the phone. Ah, you both went to the university? Chapter 20. The deception among scoundrels. As he descended from the Jingtong Expressway, Cheng Feng's phone abruptly rang from his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID, letting out a disdainful sneer. He then steered his vehicle to the roadside and came to a gradual halt. Following suit, Zhou Yin and the accompanying security personnel reduced their speed and parked beside him. Upon answering the call, he learned from his uncle that they had arrived in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai and had even located the entrance to his dormitory building. A wave of anxiety washed over Cheng Feng. However, he quickly regained his composure, swiftly analyzing the situation in his mind. From his uncle's words, it became evident that they had yet to enter his dorm room, nor had they encountered the three individuals residing there or the counselor. Thus, they remained unaware that he had actually returned to the capital and was not in Chongming. This revelation was sufficient. At least his plans had not been compromised. Assured of this, Cheng Feng felt a wave of relief. In the next moment, he feigned difficulty, saying, "I'm afraid that might not be appropriate, uncle. The property certificate for the courtyard is locked in my suitcase, which itself is secured in the cabinet, and I have the key. The other occupants of my dorm cannot access it. What's so difficult about it? Can't you simply pry open the lock? I'll buy you a better suitcase later. They aren't that expensive. It's far better than leaving us waiting indefinitely. It's not a matter of money. This concerns personal privacy. There are items in the cabinet and suitcase that I would prefer my classmates or anyone else not to see. It would be inappropriate, and I hope you can understand. Personal privacy? You're single. What kind of personal privacy could you possibly have? At worst, I'll pry open the suitcase myself while avoiding your classmates. We're family. Would I truly betray your privacy? That is really not feasible, uncle. I'm currently heading to the police station to review the surveillance footage. This issue will be resolved swiftly. Please wait a bit longer, and I'll return shortly." As he spun a web of lies, Zhou Yin emerged from the Land Rover and approached them. Upon noticing Zhou's presence, Cheng Feng quickly raised his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Seeing this gesture, Zhou halted, standing outside and waiting. After a brief silence on the other end, his uncle reluctantly conceded, "All right, Xiao Feng, since you insist, we shall wait a little longer. It won't make much difference in the grand scheme of things. Just return promptly once you're done." "Thank you for your understanding, uncle. I'll return as soon as I finish my business and will apologize to both of you then. We are family. After all, no need for formality. By the way, is there a classmate named Qiu Zihua in your class? We just encountered him, and when we inquired about your situation, he mentioned you owe him 500 yuan, which we have gone ahead and settled." "What? I owe Qiu Zihua 500 yuan? Cheng Feng's mind momentarily short-circuited, leaving him stunned. Almost immediately, he felt the urge to burst into laughter. It dawned on him that this cunning old fox had fallen victim to Qiu Zihua's trickery. In his previous life, after entering the second semester of his sophomore year, Qiu Zihua not only borrowed money without repayment, but also concocted various excuses to swindle money from everyone. Eventually, he even deceived relatives, friends, and those he had only known for a brief period, until one has deceived to the utmost, exhausting the trust of all, only to vanish without a trace. What Cheng Feng did not anticipate was that in this life, the first unfortunate victim of Qiu Zihua's deceit would be none other than his own uncle and aunt. More significantly, this misfortune was inadvertently orchestrated by him. Although his uncle was swindled out of merely 500 yuan, Cheng Feng felt an inexplicable thrill, a desire to burst into laughter. Yet in the next moment, he found himself in a predicament. "Uncle, you've been duped. Qiu Zihua is indeed my classmate, but this fellow is utterly unlearned, perpetually lost in online gaming, teetering on the brink of expulsion. Moreover, I have never lent him any money. Rather, he owes me 2,000 or 3,000 yuan and refuses to repay. We are all quite exasperated with him, and no one is willing to lend him further funds. If I am not mistaken, he must be broke, unable to afford internet access or even a meal. When he saw you, it was like finding a lifeline, prompting him to swindle you out of 500 yuan, which he undoubtedly used to indulge in gaming. This revelation left his uncle dumbfounded, followed by an expletive muttered through clenched teeth. Damn, are there really such people in university? ISNT, that just shameless. Cheng Feng, with a look of disdain, replied with a smile, isn't it just shameless? In a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of birds. You needn't be surprised. Anyway, I'm currently at the police station, about to review the surveillance footage. We shall converse further later. Without waiting for a response from his uncle, he hung up the phone. In the next moment, he erupted into laughter within the confines of his car. In both his past and present lives, it was the first time he found a hint of endearment in Qiu Zihua's wretchedness. Observing him laughing in the car, Zhou Yin, standing outside, became increasingly curious. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Yin gently tapped on the car window, gesturing for Cheng Feng to lower it. Once the window descended, he immediately inquired with curiosity, "What has got you so amused? Share it with me. Let us share a laugh." Cheng Feng glanced at him and recounted Qiu Zihua's misdeeds. However, he refrained from mentioning that the deceived individuals were his uncle and aunt, instead substituting them with the parents of another classmate. Upon hearing the tale, Zhou Yin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this guy is truly extraordinary. He can engage in such unscrupulous acts. You're sharing a class with this kind of scoundrel. You must be extra vigilant. Be cautious, for he might have his sights set on your wallet. You are, after all, a bona fide millionaire now. Cheng Feng nodded, still smiling, and continued, Indeed, one must exercise caution. If this fellow continues on this path, he may ultimately reach a breaking point. We have all recognized his true nature, and no one is willing to lend him money anymore. We are all treating him with a degree of wariness. Once we return to Modu, I may move out of the dormitory. Even if he tries to target me, I shall not afford him any opportunity. Hearing this, Zhou Yin nodded in agreement. Well, as long as you have a plan in mind, that is what matters. Should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to call me. My father has some connections in Modu. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Yin returned to his Range Rover. However, Cheng Feng did not immediately start the vehicle to leave. Instead, he swiftly composed a text message and sent it to the three guys in his dormitory. This was to prevent them from inadvertently disclosing his whereabouts. In the coming days, someone may come to the dormitory looking for me, regardless of who it is. Even if they claim to be my family, you must not reveal my location. If they inquire about my whereabouts, just say you do not know, only that I've been gone for several days, but remain in contact daily and am safe. After sending the message, Cheng Feng finally started the vehicle, heading towards a nearby village. Upon seeing him move, Zhou Yin and the others quickly followed suit. Before long, the three vehicles had entered the village, coming to a halt at the entrance of a traditional courtyard located by the Tonghui River. It was late October, with daylight dwindling and dusk quietly approaching. This was an ordinary village in the Chaoyang district. Despite its rural nature, it was home to many affluent individuals, and luxury cars were not uncommon. The arrival of Cheng Feng and his companions did not attract much attention. A few passers-by from the alley merely glanced at Zhou Yan's Range Rover before continuing on their way, engrossed in their own affairs. Once the vehicles were parked, Cheng Feng surveyed the surroundings of the alley, ensuring that no familiar neighbors were around before feeling at ease to exit the car. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yin and the others followed suit. As Zhou Yin approached, Cheng Feng jokingly whispered, "Let us proceed, young master. Allow me to show you the surroundings of this courtyard and illuminate the geographical advantages of this land. I reiterate, if you possessed even a fraction of your father's insight, you would recognize the immense appreciation potential of this courtyard. Wow, I genuinely wish to broaden my horizons and see how you intend to impress me." Zhou Yin chuckled, playfully punching Cheng Feng. Subsequently, Cheng Feng led him towards the riverbank. Just as they departed, a strikingly attractive young woman emerged from the courtyard. Curiously, she glanced at the parked vehicles and then at the retreating figures of Cheng Feng and his companions. Upon catching sight of Cheng Feng's silhouette, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. Chapter 21. A fortunate location by the Tonghui River, Cheng Feng gestured toward a dense grove on the opposite bank of the river as he introduced the area to Zhou Yin. Beyond this thicket lies the Jingtong Expressway, a mere 300 meters away. Thanks to the presence of the Tonghui River and the Grove, this vicinity, despite its proximity to the expressway, remains remarkably tranquil and secure. Along this stretch of the river, approximately 500 meters apart, two road bridges directly connect to the Jingtong Expressway. Crossing the Western Bridge leads to a large bus station, where villagers commuting within the Fifth Ring Road typically catch their buses. According to the established subway line planning, a subway station will be constructed at the eastern bridgehead in the future, serving as an extension of Line 1. Although it will take several years for this extension to become operational, the planning has already been set forth, making it one of the most compelling selling points for real estate in the area. Now, let us examine the land beneath our feet. This plot is in close proximity to the banks of the Tonghui River and lies merely 200 to 300 meters from each of the road bridges, boasting an exceptional location. If we can secure this land and invest some thoughtful design into its development, we could undoubtedly create the finest waterside community outside the Fifth Ring Road. As he described the situation, Cheng Feng animatedly waved his arms, pointing with fervor, reminiscent of a passionate leader rallying for a cause. No one understood the potential for this land's future development better than he did. In his previous life, he had witnessed everything that transpired on this site over the next decade, including a meteoric rise in property prices from less than 10,000 per square meter to over 100,000, nearly increasing by 10,000 each year. It is best left unsaid. The more one speaks, the more sorrowful it becomes. Listening to his impassioned speech and observing the beautiful surroundings and advantageous geographical position, Zhou Yan's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. His parents had prospered in real estate, and through osmosis, he had developed an astute eye for the immense value of this land. Before Cheng Feng could finish his introduction, Zhou Yan suddenly draped an arm over his shoulder and exclaimed with exuberance, "Now, I truly believe you, my friend. You were absolutely right. This is indeed a treasure trove of a location, and 40 million is an exceedingly worthwhile investment." Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng was taken aback. He quickly glanced behind him and, seeing no one else present, let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, he reproached softly, "Damn, are you out of your mind? Didn't I mention before that you must never bring up my sale of the courtyard? This matter still needs to be kept under wraps." Zhou Yan also looked around before responding. "Tomorrow you'll receive the property certificates for those new homes. Do you really need to be this cautious? I can't fathom what trickery you're up to. Leave that to me. I have my own clever strategies. Just remember my words. Now, let us go and persuade the tenants in the courtyard to relocate." Is persuasion even necessary? Moving from the outer Fifth Ring Road to the Third Ring, from a rural courtyard to a beautifully renovated new home, without spending an extra dime? Wouldn't they be overjoyed? It is said that not everyone is willing to relocate to the inner Third Ring. Once the 6-month lease expires, I am certain the rent will increase significantly, which they may not be able to accept. As they murmured quietly, Cheng Feng and Zhou Yan departed from the riverside, making their way towards the entrance of the Sihiyuan. A few minutes later, within the Sihiyuan, the lights illuminated the courtyard brightly, casting a glow that made it appear as if it were midday. This exclusive rural Sihiyuan spans over 500 square meters, consisting of 2 courtyards surrounded on all sides, with the condition of the buildings being quite satisfactory. Flanking the northern entrance, 2 pomegranate trees and a magnolia stand elegantly. The courtyard houses a total of 18 rooms, aside from the communal kitchen, male and female bathing areas, and a restroom. The remaining 13 rooms have been rented out. The residents, both male and female, are all young migrants under 35, the majority of whom work nearby in the Eastern Third Ring. By day, they embody the personas of Jack and Rose within the high-rise offices of the Eastern Third Ring, appearing astute and polished as the epitome of urban professionals. Yet, upon returning to the village at night, they transform into the likes of Haiwa and Goshen, or Zhaodi and Tsuehua, shedding their refined exteriors and embracing their ordinary lives. Undeniably, it is these industrious individuals from all corners of the nation that have contributed to the rapid development and prosperity of the capital. In time, Haiwa may evolve into a formidable figure, and Tsuehua might soar to new heights, becoming the true masters of this city. Cheng Feng holds deep respect for this group of dedicated individuals, never daring to underestimate any one of them. He is acutely aware that among them, several have indeed emerged as affluent figures. Upon entering the Sihiyuan, he knocked on each door to announce his identity, inviting everyone to the courtyard. Having visited the property multiple times since its rental, most tenants recognized him and had no doubts regarding his status. Only a few new tenants who moved in September were unfamiliar with him. However, after introductions were made, they acknowledged him as the genuine landlord. As the conversation unfolded, everyone gathered in the courtyard. A total of 20 adults and 4 children curiously regarded Cheng Feng. Their monthly contributions of over 16,000 yuan from residing in this Sihiyuan had allowed him to lead a life of relative comfort during university. It was only when this Sihiyuan was deceitfully taken by his uncle's family that this idyllic existence abruptly ceased. Seeing that everyone had assembled, a beautiful young woman at the forefront, holding a 3-year-old girl, inquired with curiosity, "Cheng Feng, aren't you studying in the Magic City? What brings you back now? And why have you summoned everyone here? Is there something important to discuss?" With this prompt, others chimed in, "Indeed, what is it? Please share." One voice quipped, "It wouldn't be a rent increase, would it? We just paid 6 months' rent. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to raise it now?" Cheng Feng cast a glance over the gathering and, with a smile, addressed them. "Sister Yuan, esteemed brothers and sisters, I indeed have a matter to discuss with you all, but it most certainly does not pertain to raising the rent. I could never commit such an unscrupulous act as increasing the rent before the contract expires." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. "As long as it's not about the rent increase, let's hear what you have to say." Cheng Feng chuckled softly and proceeded to clarify his intentions. "The reason I have come here tonight is to invite everyone to relocate to a few newly renovated apartments within the Third Ring Road, which offer significantly better living conditions and greater convenience for commuting. These 3-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments are all owned by me, and they are fully furnished and have been completed for some time. The indoor air quality is entirely up to standard, ensuring a healthy environment. Moreover, I have equipped these new homes with brand new furniture and appliances, with all amenities provided, including broadband internet and cable television. You need only to bring your belongings and settle in. I will not charge an extra penny. You can move in directly, and the rental agreement you signed with my father will remain valid. At the end of the lease, I will return all deposits. However, I must clarify one point. I will draft a supplementary rental agreement with everyone, outlining our respective rights and responsibilities. For instance, you must not damage the furnishings or appliances in the new apartments. Additionally, when your lease expires and you wish to renew, I will raise the rent of these new homes considerably, aligning it with market rates. Whether you choose to accept this is entirely up to you. If you wish to renew, that would be splendid. It saves me the trouble of seeking new tenants. Conversely, if you find it too costly and prefer to vacate, that is also perfectly acceptable. We can part amicably." The crowd was left in stunned silence, each person gazing at Cheng Feng with wide eyes. After a moment, a beautiful young woman incredulously inquired, "Did I hear you correctly? Cheng Feng, are you saying that everyone is to move from the courtyard to these fully furnished new apartments within the Third Ring Road without any additional cost? Is such a good fortune truly possible?" Cheng Feng looked at the young woman, smiling as he nodded. "You heard correctly, Sister Yuan. That is indeed my plan. Tonight, I will take everyone to view the apartments, and afterwards, we can enjoy a meal together. I suspect many of you haven't had the chance to prepare dinner yet. Once you see the newly renovated homes, you can make your decision then. However, if you choose to move, it would be best to do so swiftly, as I must return to my studies." Chapter 22. A familiar silhouette 10 minutes later. Cheng Feng and Zhou Yin emerged from the Sihiyuan. As they approached the car, Zhou Yin, brimming with excitement, whispered, "Fengzi, Sister Yuan is truly alluring, with her enchanting curves and spirited personality. She really stirs something in me." Before he could finish, Cheng Feng interrupted him sharply. "I never expected you to share Chowminda's taste, preferring women who have borne children. Are you seeking a change in flavor? Enough of this nonsense. With your limited abilities, you could never win over Sister Yuan. Don't set yourself up for failure. Sister Yuan is unlike your young girlfriends. She's a decade your senior, living with her daughter and mother, having weathered life's storms, and is utterly immune to sweet talk. Zhou Yan, who had never faced defeat in the romantic arena, flushed with embarrassment and retorted, "What's wrong with a 10-year age gap? Sister Yuan feels completely different from those younger girls. This time, I am genuinely smitten." Cheng Feng glanced at him disdainfully and muttered, "Please, do you think I believe you? As long as she's beautiful, you can't help but be infatuated. To dispel your foolish fantasies, let me share Sister Yuan's story, lest you throw yourself into the fire." "All right, I'm eager to hear it," Zhou Yan exclaimed excitedly. Cheng Feng then began to recount her tale. 3.5 years ago, while 7 months pregnant, Sister Yuan discovered that her childhood sweetheart husband was a compulsive gambler. She decisively filed for divorce, choosing to leave with nothing in order to ensure a smooth separation. But that was not the end of it. To completely sever ties with her ex-husband, she sold her parents' small house while heavily pregnant and moved to Beijing with her mother to start anew. Initially, life was quite challenging. Yet in just 3 years, she had risen to the position of department manager at a Fortune 500 company's Beijing branch. The hardships she endured were immense. Yet she never complained to anyone nor relied on any man. The money she earned over those 3 years, combined with the proceeds from selling her parents' house, allowed her to purchase a spacious 3-bedroom apartment in the East 3rd Ring Road with cash, although it was still under construction and would not be ready until the end of next year. So she temporarily resided here. Zhou Yan, utterly dumbfounded, listened intently. Cheng Feng chuckled softly before shifting the topic. As for her ex-husband, he lost his house to gambling less than 6 months after their divorce. He later suspected cheating and caused a scene, resulting in severe injuries to another individual and an 18-year prison sentence. Upon hearing this news, Sister Yuan simply said deserved it. Since then, she has never mentioned him again. Such a woman, tough as iron. Do you really think you could win her over? It's not that I look down on you, but if you attempt to pursue this beautiful young woman, the only one who will end up being played is you. In Sister Yuan's eyes, you're merely a child who hasn't even left the novice village. Zhou Yan gasped in shock. Wow, this lady is incredible. I'd better keep my distance to avoid being harmed by this fierce woman from Sichuan and Chongqing. Just then, Sister Yuan and her companions emerged from the Sihiyuan. Cheng Feng immediately halted the conversation and pointed to the nearby cars. The group boarded several vehicles, and I led them to view the residences, followed by a meal. After securing the gate, we were ready to proceed. "All right, Cheng Feng." Everyone nodded in agreement and dispersed into the cars. Cheng Feng had brought 4 vehicles, including 2 9-seat vans, perfectly accommodating our party. Inside Cheng Feng's vehicle were Sister Yuan, her family of 3, and another young lady. Moments later, the 4 cars set off, heading directly towards the East 3rd Ring Road. Once we exited the village, Sister Yuan curiously inquired, "Cheng Feng, could you explain why you are so eager for everyone to relocate, and why you have offered such favorable conditions?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Cheng Feng smiled and responded, "In the coming period, there may be some disputes surrounding this courtyard. I wish to spare everyone from being embroiled in chaos. Hence the suggestion to move. Once you vacate this courtyard, it will be converted into a security dormitory for a company, housing several security personnel who will not be easily disturbed." "I see. You are quite considerate," Sister Yuan remarked with a smile. Suddenly, her mother interjected, "Xiao Cheng, are the disputes you mentioned related to your second uncle? They have visited a few times recently, each during working hours when no one was home, except for me with the children. I only opened the door after learning their identities. Once inside the courtyard, they wandered around, casually inquiring about the premises before leaving without saying much." Cheng Feng let out a bitter laugh and nodded helplessly. "Well, you already know, so there is no need for me to conceal it further. Yes, it indeed involves my cousins, but family matters should remain private, so I won't elaborate on specifics. My parents are rather soft-hearted and have never had confrontations, leaving me to play the role of the villain. Furthermore, this courtyard belongs to me, and it is my responsibility to address the issues. The new residences you are moving to also belong to me, and since my parents are unaware of their locations, I kindly ask you to keep this confidential until the troubles are resolved. I will inform my parents afterward." Upon hearing this, Sister Yuan gasped in astonishment. "Wow, how old are you? Yet you possess so many properties. and your parents are oblivious. I never realized you were such a wealthy individual. Hee. It's merely a few properties. Nothing to boast about, Cheng Feng replied with a hint of pride. In less than 15 minutes, we arrived at the Emerald Garden on the East 3rd Ring Road. Upon entering the community, we were greeted by the picturesque scenery reminiscent of a garden, prompting awe-filled exclamations from everyone. Wow, the beauty is astonishing. I know this community. It was completed less than 2 years ago, and the residents have only been here for a year. I can't believe we're moving here, exclaimed one person. I just assessed the surroundings, and the community is very close to our company, just a 10-minute walk. Living here means no more early mornings spent cramming onto buses. There is no doubt about it. Xiao Cheng is genuinely sincere. With such an excellent community environment, we have every reason to cooperate. As we spoke, we had already followed Cheng Feng upstairs. In the exquisite Jade Garden, 5 residences are nestled within 2 adjacent apartment buildings, 3 of which are situated within the same unit. 2 of these apartments face each other directly, while the other is located on the upper floor. As Cheng Feng ushered everyone into these new abodes, their hearts were instantly captivated, and their eyes sparkled with delight. Behold the new homes. Every piece of furniture and appliance is pristine, complete with all necessities, creating an unparalleled living condition. Aside from Xiao Cheng, who would dare to rent out a newly acquired property, especially with amenities of such high caliber? Mom, this house is stunning. Are we moving here? I adore this place. Observing the exuberant expressions on everyone's faces, Cheng Feng nodded with satisfaction. He then proceeded to guide them through the residences, presenting the corresponding purchase contracts to instill a sense of assurance. Once the tour concluded, he gathered everyone in one of the apartments and smiled, saying, "All these new homes you see belong to me. I have several more similar properties near the Jimen Bridge along the North 3rd Ring Road. The only distinction lies in 2 of those being 2-bedroom apartments, with slightly larger living and kitchen spaces. Now that you have viewed the apartments, it is time to make a decision. Are you willing to relocate here? I respect everyone's choice. If you wish to move, please pack your belongings and label them tonight. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for assistance with the move. As for room assignments, you are welcome to arrange yourselves according to the layout of the courtyard, selecting whichever apartment you prefer. There are some differences between commercial housing and the courtyard, and for convenience, I suggest separating the genders, though couples may remain together. I have no authority to intervene in matters of the heart." Before he could finish, laughter erupted among the group. A few couples blushed, feeling slightly shy. As the laughter subsided, a consensus quickly formed. Indeed, Cheng Feng, the conditions of these new homes are exceptional. We agree to the move and will sign the supplemental rental agreement. Absolutely. It would be rather ungrateful to refuse such advantageous terms. They all chimed in, with no dissenting voices. With everything settled, Cheng Feng silently rejoiced and felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The scene shifted to Wednesday evening at the Beijing train station. After enjoying drinks with Zhou Yin and Shi Tao, Cheng Feng hurried to the station, blending into the crowd, boarding the harmonious train bound for the bustling metropolis. Unlike his return to Beijing the previous week, he now carried a small suitcase filled with a change of clothes. The 12 property certificates and purchase contracts for the 10 apartments in the metropolis, obtained just yesterday, were safely nestled in his backpack. Upon boarding, Cheng Feng glanced at his ticket and made his way to his soft sleeper compartment, intending to slumber through the journey to the metropolis. In a blink, he arrived at the door of his compartment, only to be greeted by an enchanting silhouette standing within. The alluring curve of a well-defined figure exuded youthful vitality and irresistible charm. Gazing at the captivating scene within the soft sleeper compartment, Cheng Feng momentarily froze, a sense of familiarity washing over him. This exquisite figure seems familiar, as if I have encountered it somewhere before. Chapter 23. Eternal glory to the left Duke. In the compartment, a beautiful lady was tidying up the bedding, oblivious to the presence of Cheng Feng standing at the door. Cheng Feng, unhurried, reveled in the exquisite scenery before him while surveying the interior of the compartment. From his vantage point, he could see that, besides the lady blocking the entrance, there were 2 more ladies inside, each engaged in arranging their respective beds. From the side, these two ladies possessed captivating figures, curvaceous with slender waists and long legs. Quite a sight to behold. However, due to the obstruction of the lady at the door, their faces remained obscured for the moment. In this soft sleeper compartment, there were a total of 4 berths. 3 of the passengers were ladies, leaving Cheng Feng as the sole male traveler. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. Was this perhaps a reward for reincarnators? Cheng Feng felt a swell of pride within himself. At that moment, a sudden chime resonated from his pocket, followed by 2 vibrations. A text message had arrived. Reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze and pulled out his phone to check the message. To his surprise, it was from the red-eyed little rabbit. "What's up? Are you free this weekend?" Seeing this message, particularly the name of the red-eyed little rabbit, Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, he chuckled softly and replied, "I just boarded the train, heading to the Magic City." "What's this? Are you, the red-eyed little rabbit, missing me, or do you have some ulterior motive?" However, the timing was unfortunate. He wouldn't be able to meet her this weekend. "Let us plan to meet when you return to the Magic City, or when I next visit the capital." After sending the message, he tucked his phone back into his pocket and finally raised his eyes to the compartment. "Wow!" Cheng Feng exclaimed, instantly rendered speechless. His luck seemed almost otherworldly. Eternal glory to the left Duke. Meanwhile, in a girls' dormitory at the Central Academy of Drama, a melodious text alert rang out. Lying on her back on the bed, Ying quickly opened the message, her heart filled with anticipation. Almost immediately, she pouted and muttered in annoyance, "You big bad guy. Why did you leave just when I gathered the courage? Was that intentional?" As she spoke, she glanced down at her chest. Suddenly recalling something, her cheeks flushed crimson. She then spat lightly and replied, "How shameless. You lecherous wolf. I'm not thinking of you at all, so stop being so vain. I warn you, if you dare call me the red-eyed little rabbit again, you'll see what happens next time we meet. Even a rabbit can bite when provoked." After sending the text, she waited for a response, but none came. Holding her phone, she waited for 5 or 6 minutes, growing increasingly frantic. "You insufferable Cheng Feng. Do you even understand basic social etiquette? Ignoring my message is infuriating." After a few exasperated remarks, she prepared to send another message. Yet, just as her fingers touched the keyboard, the heat on her cheeks reminded her, "My dear girl, where is your modesty as a maiden?" At that moment, Cheng Feng was far too preoccupied to consider responding to any messages. Gazing at the somewhat youthful yet exquisitely beautiful countenance within the private booth, he found himself ensnared in a state of stupor, nearly drooling. As he marveled at her stunning visage, he finally comprehended the source of that oddly familiar feeling he experienced while observing the enchanting figure of this beauty. The reason was quite simple. In his previous life, through the realms of Douyin and various screens, he had lost count of how many times he had beheld this earthly goddess's captivating silhouette, an image forever etched in his memory, especially during her appearances on the red carpet and at numerous award ceremonies, where she swayed gracefully, exuding an irresistible charm with every step that struck directly at Cheng Feng's heart, leaving him utterly mesmerized and enraptured. Although this radiant beauty was still relatively young and somewhat innocent, she exhibited a vibrant, youthful energy, hinting at the potential to ensnare hearts. It was precisely this that left Cheng Feng astounded, his heart brimming with elation. Seeing his infatuated expression, the other 2 ladies in the booth erupted into melodic laughter. Yet, the stunning beauty's cheeks flushed crimson, and she appeared somewhat flustered. In the next moment, she stamped her foot in annoyance and, blushing, playfully chided, "Hey, have you seen enough? Who stares at someone like that? You clearly aren't a good person." Indeed, her playful admonition was evident. In Cheng Feng's eyes, even her anger was endearing. Her sulking demeanor was irresistibly charming, captivating him further. Observing his unabashedly infatuated gaze, the exquisite beauty could no longer bear it and rose to close the booth door, seeking to shield herself from the heat of his ardent and somewhat invasive gaze. Only then did Cheng Feng realize the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly stepped forward, pressing his hand against the door. "Wait, Reba, I also reside in this soft sleeper compartment. You cannot cast me out. Where will I sleep tonight?" Standing within the confines of the booth, poised to close the door, was none other than Reba herself. She was traveling to the bustling metropolis with her classmates and sister, never expecting to encounter such a character aboard the train. His unabashed gaze sent shivers down her spine. To make matters worse, this scoundrel even knew her name and addressed her so intimately, sending goosebumps racing across her skin. Reba? How do you call me that? What does it matter to you whether I let you in or not? Shameless. Who are you? I don't know you at all. How do you know my name? Reba retreated a step, raising her hands defensively across her chest, her face aflame, eyeing Cheng Feng with suspicion. Are you stalking us? Be careful, I'll call the police. There are trained security personnel. The other two exotic beauties were equally startled, swiftly rising to stand protectively beside Reba. The 26 or 27-year-old beauty stepped forward, her expression icy as she confronted Cheng Feng, saying, Who exactly are you? Stop bothering us. If you do not leave, I will summon the trained security. Cheng Feng quickly regained his composure, restoring his rationality. He realized that his previous display was somewhat exaggerated, which understandably startled the three enchanting women from the western regions. Each of them was a paragon of beauty, with the stunning Reba being a rare gem seldom seen in years. How could one not remain vigilant at all times? In the next moment, Cheng Feng hurriedly retrieved his train ticket and student ID, donning a radiant smile that exuded innocence, and sincerely explained, This is my train ticket. My berth is indeed in this soft sleeper compartment. You may verify it. I am not a nefarious individual, merely a student from the prestigious Shanghai Finance University, hailing from the capital, and I am on my way back to school. The three Western beauties momentarily paused, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Shortly thereafter, the beauty at the entrance remarked, Let me first examine your ticket and identification. What if you were deceiving us? As she spoke, she took Cheng Feng's ticket and ID for inspection. The outcome was predictable. Ah, you truly are a second-year student at Shanghai Finance University. I've heard that institution is quite esteemed, and your ticket appears to be in order. The beauty at the door returned the ticket and ID to Cheng Feng. Preparing to step aside, Cheng Feng casually accepted them, smiling as he said, I knew you had misunderstood. I'm certainly no villain, just a simple university student. However, it is wise of you to remain cautious. Given your exquisite beauty, one must indeed be careful when venturing out. Regardless of the circumstances, he could never shake his flirtatious nature, often slipping into it, especially in the presence of enchanting women. This was a common affliction among boys from the capital, each one more loquacious than the last, with exceptions for the more earnest ones. As he spoke, Cheng Feng prepared to roll his suitcase into the compartment. At that moment, Reba suddenly blushed and quietly said, Hold on, before you enter, explain how you know my name. I hardly know you. Chapter 24. The Prophecy of Great Fame, Alas. It seems I am once again compelled to weave a tale of fabrication. Cheng Feng mused inwardly, donning a smile as he began to concoct a story. It goes like this. I have a childhood friend studying at Northeast Normal University. I visited him there on 2 occasions, and, coincidentally, I stumbled upon the inaugural minority new song competition. My friend took me along to witness this event, where I beheld your performance. You were adorned in your traditional attire, dancing with grace, leaving an indelible impression upon me. If I recall correctly, you secured 3rd place in that competition. Am I right? My friend informed me that you were the campus belle, which is how I came to know your name. I never anticipated our paths would cross on this train. What a delightful coincidence. As Cheng Feng elaborated, Reba's skepticism swiftly dissipated. Not only that, her countenance transformed into a radiant smile, more brilliant than the most resplendent flower. Being referred to as the campus belle brought joy to any woman, and Reba was no exception, especially as it marked one of her shining moments. Well, this explanation seems plausible, and I am pleased to make your acquaintance. However, since we have just met, you may not call me Reba. My full name is XX Reba, she stated, her cheeks flushed. Nevertheless, Cheng Feng paid no heed to this. Very well, Reba. I am Cheng Feng, a native of the capital, currently studying at a prestigious university in Shanghai. It is a pleasure to meet you. With that, he lifted his suitcase and stepped into the soft sleeper compartment. Reba took a step back, her cheeks slightly pink feeling a twinge of annoyance. What manner of person is this? He behaves like a rogue, refusing to amend his ways. With such audacity, her name, translated into Chinese, means beloved beauty, and naturally, she preferred not to have Cheng Feng address her so intimately, especially since they were merely strangers. Yet, fate had dealt her this hand, and she could only accept it with resignation. Upon entering the compartment, Cheng Feng stowed his suitcase in the overhead locker by the door and tossed his backpack onto the lower berth. The backpack contained all his worldly possessions, so he was careful to keep it close at hand for safety. Subsequently, he swiftly arranged his berth before placing his water cup on the small table and settling by the window. His berth was on the lower level, directly across from Reba's. The upper berth was occupied by a 25 or 26-year-old beauty from the western regions, and above Reba was her stunning classmate. These two were compatriots from the western regions and also preparatory classmates at Northeast Normal University, having long since forged a close friendship. The 25 or 26-year-old beauty was the sister of Reba's classmate, who had come along to accompany them to Shanghai, somewhat playing the role of caretaker. Once settled, Cheng Feng took the initiative to spark a conversation. Reba, would you introduce your friends? It would be convenient for us to become acquainted, considering we will share this space for the next several hours. Reba's cheeks flushed as she shot him an irritated glance. Do not call me Reba. Are we so familiar? Did I not specify that you should address me by my full name? Very well, Reba, Cheng Feng replied with a smile, yet he remained obstinate in his approach. Observing his shameless demeanor, Reba turned her head with a huff, choosing to ignore him. However, the other two beauties found the situation amusing, erupting into delightful laughter. Immediately, they took the initiative to introduce themselves. Hello, I am Aziguli, which means flower of hope in Chinese, and I come from the western regions. I am Adina, which translates to attractive beauty in Chinese, and I am Aziguli's sister. Upon hearing their names, Cheng Feng could not help but shower them with compliments. It is a pleasure to meet three such enchanting ladies. Your names are truly beautiful, each one a melodious delight. He had previously looked up the meaning of Reba's name, knowing it meant beloved beauty, which was equally captivating. As he spoke, Reba's delicate face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness and exasperation. This guy has a skin thickness that rivals city walls. What is our relationship? Must you incessantly call me Reba? The way you say is so cheesy that it sends shivers down my spine. After becoming acquainted, they engaged in casual conversation. Cheng Feng moderated his enthusiasm, understanding that excess could provoke Reba's ire, which would surely mar the moment. Noticing his restraint, Reba's mood swiftly stabilized, her expression returning to normal as she laughed and chatted amiably. As they spoke, the harmonious train gradually departed, gliding out of the Beijing railway station. Under a canopy of stars, racing toward the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, before the train had even left the city limits. Cheng Feng learned through their conversation the purpose of the three Western beauties' journey to Shanghai. Reba and Aziguli, currently studying in a preparatory program at Northeast Normal University, had acquired a wealth of artistic knowledge, excelling in singing, dancing, and music. Reba, in particular, had spent 2 years with the provincial song and dance troupe in the western regions, making her a professional dancer. At this moment, they were both youthful, in the prime of their lives, eager for greater opportunities. Thus, they had resolved to apply to prestigious art schools to further their studies. In the past few days, they had been in Beijing, visiting the Central Academy of Drama, Beijing Film Academy, and the Central Conservatory of Music to gather information about applications, even meeting a few instructors. Next, they planned to travel to Shanghai to explore the Shanghai Theater Academy and Shanghai Conservatory of Music, casting a wide net in hopes of securing their futures. Their aspirations differed slightly. Aziguli intended to apply for both the music and acting departments, while Reba focused solely on the music department. Targeting the Central Conservatory of Music and Shanghai Conservatory of Music, along with the music departments of the Central Academy of Drama and Shanghai Theater Academy. After listening to their introductions, Cheng Feng took a moment to admire Reba's almost flawless features and earnestly remarked, Reba, I believe you should consider applying to the acting department rather than the music department. Although I have not heard you play the piano, I feel that your future lies in acting. Let me put it this way. Your exotic and captivating face is simply perfect for the camera. you are destined for greatness. Placed before the lens, you could mesmerize all, possessing a distinctiveness that is irreplaceable. I am confident that with such a stunning visage, you could remain in the limelight for a lifetime, provided, of course, that you adhere to the law and fulfill your obligations. Given such favorable innate conditions, what music should you pursue? As far as I understand, the market for serious music is increasingly dwindling. While it may refine one's character and provide a livelihood, achieving fame seems unattainable. However, under Cheng Feng's unabashed flattery, Reba's heart blossomed with joy, her fair cheeks flushed with a deeper shade of crimson, a picture of bashfulness. Adina and Asgili, the two sisters, could hardly contain their laughter, turning to admire Reba's lovely visage, seemingly in search of evidence for Cheng Feng's assertion that she would one day attain great renown. In the next moment, Reba, her face still flushed, retorted, "You are all just smooth talkers. You could make even the deceased come to life with your words. Are all the boys in the capital so silver-tongued? I have heard of the saying regarding the eloquence of the locals. You, studying accounting at a prestigious university in the Magic City and merely a sophomore, have no ties to the entertainment industry. How could you possibly know that I am destined for success? If I were to heed your temptations, I might very well find myself in dire straits." Despite her words, a flicker of intrigue danced in her eyes. After all, the future Cheng Feng painted was indeed tantalizing, and as a girl, it was only natural to be swayed. Moreover, having pursued the arts since childhood, Reba's longing for the entertainment industry and the allure of fame far surpassed that of an ordinary girl, making her no exception. Noticing the sparkle in her eyes, Cheng Feng could not help but chuckle inwardly. "Ah, young lady, continue to play your part. Ultimately, you will heed my advice and apply to the drama department. When you truly shine and captivate the world, do not forget to return and express your gratitude for my guidance." With this thought, Cheng Feng smiled with satisfaction, then continued to charm the stunning beauty before him with his eloquence. "It is true that calling us boys from the capital silver-tongued is not without merit. It is because we are well-versed in many matters, making us quite articulate. Without delving into other topics, let us focus solely on the entertainment industry. Our knowledge and connections far surpass those from other places, and we are privy to more insider information. The reasoning is simple. The finest art institutions are located in the capital, where opportunities abound and the best resources are concentrated, making it the largest cultural and entertainment hub. To illustrate, just a few days ago, I was drinking and singing with numerous beautiful women from the industry, including those from the Central Academy of Drama and Beijing Film Academy." At this point, he suddenly recalled something and quickly pulled out his phone to check. And indeed, there was an unread message. Chapter 25. Are you out of your mind? A night of revelry. Ah, bah. A night devoid of incident. It was already Thursday morning. As Reba awoke from her sweet dreams, the train had approached the vicinity of Suzhou, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She glanced out the window and noticed the sky had brightened. Casually lifting her covers, she swiftly checked her attire, relieved to find her pajamas intact, before sitting up on her bunk, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Cheng Feng was seated on the opposite bunk, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar intensity as he gazed directly at her face. His appreciative yet somewhat predatory gaze instantly flushed Reba's cheeks crimson, causing her heart to race wildly. Although they were acquainted, such unabashed scrutiny was rather inappropriate. Anger surged within her as she thought, "Just because I'm not roaring like a tiger doesn't mean you can treat me like a sickly cat." Casting a quick glance at Adina and Azigili's bunks, she noted they were still asleep. With a fierce glare directed at Cheng Feng, her cheeks aflame, she lowered her voice and exclaimed, "Hey, is it customary to look at someone like that? You're making me uncomfortable. Do you fancy me or something?" Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile and nodding. "Indeed, I do like you. Are you out of your mind?" Reba retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation, though her face turned an even deeper shade of red. Cheng Feng, still smiling, countered, "Are you out of your mind? What is wrong with liking you? That doesn't imply I intend to pursue you romantically, nor does it mean I'm forcing you into anything. Are you truly that misguided? You can't possibly think I woke up early just to confess my feelings for you, can you? You've misinterpreted my intentions, my dear. I'm merely here to ensure you keep an eye on the door while I freshen up. Once I'm done, I'll return to swap places with you." With that, he picked up his toothbrush and towel, rose, and exited the compartment. As soon as the compartment door closed, a fit of laughter erupted from the upper bunk. Adina and Aziguli, unable to contain themselves, burst into uncontrollable giggles, having clearly overheard the entire exchange between Reba and Cheng Feng. Reba, mortified and fuming, was beside herself with rage. This infuriates me. I swear I'll have my revenge on that scoundrel. He is utterly insufferable." She waved her fists in fury from her lower bunk, while the two girls above were doubled over with laughter, unable to sit upright. From that moment until the train arrived at the bustling Shanghai station, Reba completely ignored Cheng Feng, offering him no semblance of kindness, her expression a perpetual scowl, wishing fervently to pounce on him and sink her teeth into him to alleviate her frustration. As the train approached the station, Cheng Feng assisted the three ladies in retrieving their suitcases from the overhead compartments, placing them on the floor. He then took out his phone, smiling as he said, "Reba, let us exchange phone numbers for future correspondence. Although I'm not a local, I'm somewhat familiar with this city. Should you need assistance, feel free to call me." Reba, her eyes narrowed with suspicion, grit her teeth and retorted, "You really think after your earlier remarks, I would willingly give you my number? Cease your dreaming." Cheng Feng chuckled softly, jesting, "It seems you hold some misconceptions about me, Reba. The reason I seek your phone number is not to pursue you, but for another purpose altogether. Aren't you all heading to the Shanghai Theater Academy? I possess several newly renovated apartments near the Jing'an campus, all within a mere 500 meters of the school. I intend to rent them out, as aspiring students must find lodging close to the academy, whether it be renting an apartment or staying in a hotel. Any student wishing to gain admission to prestigious institutions like the Shanghai Theater Academy must endure several rounds of examinations, often necessitating pre-exam training to enhance their chances of success. This process spans a considerable duration, and by the time you enroll next September, you will need to contemplate your accommodation arrangements. Given the lengthy time frame, renting is evidently more economical than hotel stays. I aim to profit from your rent, and considering you are lovely young women, I believe you would take good care of the property, hence my desire to obtain your contact information. If it's of no interest to you, I shall let it go." As he spoke, he began to put his phone away. Reba and Aziguli were momentarily speechless, caught off guard. In contrast, Adina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before Cheng Feng could stow his phone, she eagerly interjected, "That sounds fantastic, Cheng Feng. Let us exchange phone numbers. Should we need to rent, we will surely reach out to you, and you must offer us a friendly price. Of course, I will be glad to rent to you. It would save me the trouble of seeking other tenants and avoid the fees of a real estate agent." Cheng Feng replied with a smile, preparing to exchange numbers with Adina. At that moment, Reba murmured skeptically, "Who knows if what you say is true? You are quite the smooth talker. Don't turn around and sell us out. We might end up counting your money." Aziguli, equally inexperienced, nodded in agreement, sharing her concerns. Cheng Feng regarded the two ladies without haste to defend himself. He casually retrieved his backpack, gently unzipped it, and pulled out a stack of property deeds. He waved them in front of Reba, a hint of pride in his voice. "Reba, do you recall why I waited for you to awaken this morning before watching the door? It was not merely to gaze upon your unwashed face upon waking, though you looked lovely even then. Here are 12 property deeds corresponding to 12 brand new, fully renovated apartments, all of which belong to me. Now do you believe me?" With his display concluded, he returned the deeds to the bag and slung it over his shoulder. Reba and her friends gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless by the revelation. The impact of this moment was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily dazed. How could this seemingly frivolous young man, merely a sophomore, possess so many properties, and all in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, no less? Was he perhaps a wealthy heir? His attire hardly suggested such affluence. How remarkably discreet, yet rather tedious, to boast before ordinary individuals like themselves. Little did they know, the property certificates that Cheng Feng flaunted were for his residences in the capital. He had yet to formalize the ownership of his 10 apartments in the metropolis. However, the property transaction contracts lay securely in his backpack. After disembarking, He intended to return to his university briefly before contacting the manager of the Shanghai branch of Pancha Real Estate. He would take possession of these exquisitely decorated ready-to-move-in homes and, accompanied by the legal team, proceed to handle the property transfer procedures and certificates. Since the real estate company was facilitating the process, he could utilize a special channel, ensuring that he would receive the property certificates within approximately a week. After a moment of astonishment, the three enchanting beauties from the western regions regained their composure. Edina, unable to suppress her astonishment, remarked, "I never would have guessed, Cheng Feng, that you are a scion of wealth, possessing so many properties, especially in the metropolis. It is truly enviable. Your parents must have immense trust in you to let you parade around with so many property certificates. What would you do if something went awry? If it were us, we certainly wouldn't have such audacity. Let us exchange phone numbers. Should we ever need to rent a place, we will certainly contact you. Considering our mutual acquaintance with Reba, perhaps you could offer us a discount." Reba's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, yet she remained silent. Subsequently, Cheng Feng exchanged phone numbers with Edina. Once she learned of his excellent rental properties near the university, Reba, shedding her shyness, also exchanged numbers with him. Aziguli followed suit, giggling as she shared her number. Just then, the train finally came to a halt. Everyone collected their luggage and made their way to the exit. Approximately 10 minutes later, outside the station, Cheng Feng waved farewell to the three beauties, expressing his pleasure in meeting them and the hope of sharing a memorable evening together again. He then climbed into a taxi waiting nearby and departed swiftly. The three women, their faces still flushed, simultaneously spat in disdain. Ugh, this guy has an audacity like no other. Who would want to share a delightful evening with him? The next time we meet, I shall tear that insufferable mouth of his to shreds. As they spoke, they burst into laughter in unison. The events of that night on the train, as well as the recently departed figure, left a profound impression on them. After exchanging a few more jovial remarks, they too hailed a taxi and headed to a hotel near the university. Chapter 26. A thief's guilt when Cheng Feng returned to the bustling city of Magic Capital. It was already past 7 in the morning. In the dormitory, three of his friends were busy packing their bags, preparing to head out for breakfast before attending classes. Upon seeing Cheng Feng's return, they immediately began to tease him. "Wow, you actually remembered to come back. You've been missing for a whole week. What on earth have you been up to? If you hadn't returned, we would have run out of excuses to help you take leave. The number of lies we've told this past week surpasses that of an entire year." Fengzi, a middle-aged man, called the dorm yesterday, inquiring if you were back. He hung up after hearing you weren't. Cheng Feng chuckled softly, exchanging pleasantries with his friends. "Thank you all for covering for me. I owe you a meal. Choose any restaurant you like. Today, I have matters to attend to and cannot attend classes. It's looking bleak for Friday as well. Only after resolving everything can I return to normalcy." Hearing this, Cheng Feng and the others grew increasingly curious. What have you been so busy with these past few days? Why the secrecy? It's a significant matter in life. I truly cannot share it with you right now. Come on, you didn't go back for a blind date, did you? Isn't that a bit too early? Don't be ridiculous. A handsome guy like me doesn't need to resort to blind dates. After a few more jokes, Cheng Feng and the others prepared to leave. Just then, Cheng Feng suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired, "Hey, Hing Xiao, when I left last Wednesday, weren't you all fired up to pursue the beautiful Lin? Now that a week has passed, what is the outcome? Share the details." Li Heng's face flushed, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, the other two friends unabashedly began their mockery. "What a pity. The fallen flowers may have intentions, but the flowing water is indifferent. You're right. Fengzi, a warm-hearted man, is ranked below a dog, yet some remain hopelessly oblivious." As they laughed, the two friends dashed out of the dormitory. Liang, stung by their relentless teasing, hurried after them. Damn it, whoever brings this up again will pay. There was no need to ask. It was evident that Li Hong, who had attempted to win over Lin Feier with his warm-hearted approach, had returned empty-handed. Moreover, he likely became the subject of quite a joke. Cheng Feng chuckled to himself, shutting the door behind him and securing the latch. He then opened his backpack and suitcase, retrieving the soiled clothes he had changed out of and tossing them into the basin, planning to wash them later that evening. Next, He took out his keys and unlocked his cabinet. From his backpack, he extracted property deeds and the last two high-definition pinhole cameras, hiding them deep within the cabinet to prevent discovery. The property transaction contracts for his 10 apartments in Magic Capital remained untouched. Soon, he needed to rush to the Pan-Sure real estate branch in Magic Capital to receive the new properties and handle the transfer procedures and property certificates with the legal team. After locking his cabinet, Cheng Feng powered on his laptop. He connected to the dormitory's broadband network and remotely tested the few high-definition pinhole cameras left in the capital. In the blink of an eye, he was swiftly online. The first image that appeared on the computer screen was the interior of a grand house situated on Financial Street. The ambience within the residence remained tranquil and undisturbed, devoid of any signs of intrusion. Subsequently, Cheng Feng switched to the surveillance footage of another spacious house. This residence, too, exhibited a similar desolation, with not a single soul in sight. In the next moment, the scene changed once more, revealing the front and back doors of a courtyard house located beyond the eastern fifth ring of the capital. It was early morning, and the alleyway was bustling with people who had risen to commence their daily endeavors. Individuals strolled leisurely, sought breakfast, or hurriedly carried bags towards the bus stop across the Tonghui River, eager to catch their buses for work. The footage captured a vibrant atmosphere, with each person diligently striving for a brighter tomorrow. The numerous tenants who once resided in the courtyard had relocated to Cheng Feng's 5 newly renovated apartments, all exuding a sense of joy and excitement. In their stead, 10 security guards from Pan-Sure Real Estate had taken residence within the 2-entry courtyard. This was the first significant measure Cheng Feng had prepared for his uncle's family, aimed at preventing the cunning old foxes from causing trouble or creating a scene. The security personnel from Pan-Sure Real Estate would not indulge them. Yet, this was not the end of Cheng Feng's plans. He had concocted an even more formidable second strategy for his uncle's family. On Tuesday night, after Sister Yuan and the others had completely moved out, Cheng Feng stealthily returned to the courtyard. He sought out 2 exceedingly concealed spots, one at each door of the courtyard, where he installed a high-definition pinhole camera with an extended standby capability, operable via remote control. These cameras were strategically positioned to monitor the entrances, ensuring that any activity occurring at the doors would be captured without fail. Should his uncle's family remain obstinate and attempt to create a ruckus, their actions would be recorded. If they were to lose their composure and engage in any illicit activities, such as setting fires at the entrance, breaking into steel, or forcefully occupying the courtyard, Cheng Feng would be prepared. With such evidence in hand, he would not hesitate to act. He planned to promptly share the surveillance footage with old Joe, allowing his legal team to pursue charges against the crafty old foxes. Ideally, it would be most gratifying to see them incarcerated. Even if they could not be imprisoned, he aimed to ensure they endured considerable losses to alleviate his grievances. Furthermore, the videos and evidence of corruption and bribery related to the Huang gang that he had clandestinely filmed and investigated would not be immediately submitted to the Discipline Inspection Commission. In Cheng Feng's view, the timing was not yet ripe. When a moment was right, he would not only submit the comprehensive report to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, but also make it public on Tianya, thoroughly discrediting the Huang gang. Since he sought vengeance, it would be a decisive strike, leaving no room for any potential threats. Cheng Feng's delay in action also stemmed from a desire to distance himself from any suspicion, avoiding any trouble that might befall him. His absence from school during this period was well known to his uncle and aunt. At this moment, reporting Huang Lao Bankai might not only fail to eliminate the opponent, but could also arouse the suspicions of uncle and aunt. It would be wiser to wait for a calmer time to act discreetly. In any case, one truth remains. Huang Lao Bankai must not be allowed to celebrate the new year at home. That old scoundrel must be dealt with before the Spring Festival. Having confirmed that the surveillance cameras at the front and back doors of the courtyard posed no issues, Cheng Feng contentedly exited the remote monitoring system. He then transferred all the videos and documents secretly recorded of Huang Lao Bankai onto a USB drive, which he carefully concealed deep within a cabinet before locking the door. Once he completed the transfer procedures for his 10 properties in the metropolis, he planned to move out of the dormitory over the weekend and into the spacious 180-square-meter apartment. At that point, he could relocate these items to a safer location, such as a safe, or even rent several safety deposit boxes at the bank to store the property deeds and the USB separately, ensuring even greater security. After managing the video matter, Cheng Feng entered the bathroom for a quick wash. In the hustle and bustle, it was already around 8:40. He called Manager Liu from the Shanghai branch of Pancha Real Estate to introduce himself and set a meeting time. With his backpack in hand, he descended the stairs, ready to meet Manager Liu. As he stepped out of the dormitory, he spotted a disheveled figure humming a tune, swaying unsteadily toward him. It was Qiu Zihua, whose messy hairstyle indicated he had just finished a night shift. There was no need to inquire. He had returned to catch up on sleep. Upon seeing him, a fleeting smile crossed Cheng Feng's face. Just as he raised his hand to greet him, Qiu Zihua caught sight of him and, like a mouse sensing a cat, swiftly turned and dashed toward the cafeteria. Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled and scolded playfully, "You coward." With that remark, he continued down the steps toward the school gate, no longer inclined to pursue the matter with Qiu Zihua, yet resolved to remain cautious of this increasingly unhinged individual in the future. Chapter 27. A luxury car for you having finished their breakfast. My uncle and aunt emerged from a quaint restaurant on the street. As soon as they stepped outside, they began to murmur their discontent. I cannot fathom how the people in this city are so enamored with sweets. They even add sugar to tofu pudding. Is it truly delectable? I simply cannot accept it. My uncle lamented. Indeed, everything here is excessively sweetened to the point of nausea. If I were to remain here much longer, I would undoubtedly develop diabetes. In the midst of their conversation, my aunt abruptly halted, raising her hand to point at a taxi that had just passed by. With excitement, she exclaimed, "Look, Lao Cheng. Was that not Cheng Feng sitting in the back seat of that taxi? From the side profile, he bears a striking resemblance. Could it be that he has returned to school, yet deliberately chosen not to contact us?" Upon hearing this, my uncle immediately turned his gaze towards the departing taxi. Unfortunately, it had sped away, leaving him with only a glimpse of the rear. "Are you certain it was that rascal Cheng Feng? If it is indeed him, I shall call and inquire about the matter. I cannot say for certain, but the profile certainly resembles him. You should make the call, just in case." "Quite right. I shall do so at once. I hope it is that little scoundrel. The sooner we conclude our matters here, the sooner we can leave this place, which I have grown weary of." With that, my uncle retrieved his phone and began to dial. Meanwhile, in the taxi not far away, Cheng Feng was contemplating how to arrange the newly acquired, exquisitely renovated properties and how to lease them out to ensure a steady influx of cash flow. These properties were located in Jing'an, Huangpu, and Suwei districts, three of the finest, most culturally rich areas in Puxi. Each property was situated in a prime location, fully renovated. And given the exorbitant housing prices and rents in this city, renting out these 89 square meter, 3-bedroom apartments for around 8,000 per month would be a straightforward endeavor. Consequently, with 10 such properties, he could potentially generate an income of 80 to 90,000 monthly, possibly even surpassing 100,000. This would yield a continuous and stable cash flow, with rental prices expected to rise over time. Even if he chose to do nothing, he could effortlessly pocket at least 100,000 each month. The prospect of such a bountiful future filled him with elation, and he could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Just then, however, his phone rang, interrupting his daydream. Cheng Feng reluctantly pulled out his phone to check the caller ID. Who could be so inconsiderate as to disrupt his delightful reverie at such a moment? The screen displayed my uncle's name. TCH. He must be losing patience. Cheng Feng scoffed with a sneer before answering the call. At that moment, my uncle's eager voice came through the receiver. "Xiao Feng, where are you? Have you returned to school? We recently spotted a taxi passing by, and the passenger in the back seat bore a slight resemblance to you, my lad. If you have returned to school, let us meet. We have been in the bustling metropolis for 5 days now and must return as work awaits, and one cannot indefinitely request leave. It was quite careless of me to be seen by 2 cunning old foxes. Given this circumstance, I must adopt a different strategy. Meeting these old foxes may not be a bad idea after all. The situation is already settled. No matter how formidable your abilities may be, they cannot alter the established facts." Cheng Feng silently scoffed, then smiled as he spoke. Indeed, second uncle, I have returned to school. I just got back this morning. I apologize for keeping both of you waiting. I have some matters to attend to now and cannot be freed until this afternoon. Let us reconvene then. You may purchase train tickets for around 8 o'clock tonight. The timing is just right. You can rest on the train and be home by tomorrow morning. Alternatively, booking a flight for tomorrow morning is equally convenient, allowing you to head straight to work upon your return. Second uncle paused briefly before responding. Well, it's about time you returned. We've been here waiting for 5 whole days, nearly climbing the walls in frustration. And now you return, yet you are so busy. As a university student, where do you find all these matters to attend to? Cheng Feng chuckled inwardly, feigning helplessness as he replied, I wish I weren't so busy. Second uncle, however, circumstances have arisen that must be addressed and resolved. Fortunately, this incident has been resolved rather smoothly, and only a few loose ends remain, which I shall tie up completely. It is quite inconvenient to discuss certain matters in the taxi. I will call you this afternoon once I return to school. Until then. With that, he promptly hung up the phone, uninterested in further conversation. Not far behind, at the street corner, second uncle stared at the disconnected phone in astonishment. This little rascal had the audacity to hang up on me so abruptly. He must be asking for a reprimand. It must be that scoundrel Cheng Feng. Since he has returned to school, when will he deliver the property deed? Second aunt exclaimed anxiously. Indeed, it is that little brat. He mentioned he had a few loose ends to tie up and would call me this afternoon. Finally, we have a reliable piece of information. This little rascal has a knack for dragging things out. This afternoon it is, as long as we obtain the property deed, we can wait another half day. Precisely. We have been waiting for 5 or 6 days. What's a little longer? Let us head back to the hotel and book our train tickets back to Beijing for tonight. With that, second uncle turned and walked towards a nearby hotel. Second aunt quickly followed, her steps noticeably lighter than before. Yet little did this couple know, that coveted property deed would forever remain out of their reach. Over half an hour later, at the office of the Panstone Real Estate Shanghai branch, Cheng Feng, having just arrived, leisurely settled onto the sofa, sipping a beverage while observing manager Liu as he reviewed the property transfer contracts. Assisting him in this task were 2 legal advisors from the Panstone Real Estate Shanghai branch. The outcome was as predictable as it was inevitable. The property transfer contracts are entirely devoid of issues, bearing the signatures of Mr. Zhou Yin and Cheng Feng, accompanied by the official seal of the parent company. Clear and unblemished. In under 20 minutes, Manager Liu and his team have meticulously examined all the property transfer contracts. Subsequently, Manager Liu retrieved a pre-prepared black leather bag and sat down beside Cheng Feng. He placed the weighty bag on the coffee table and smiled as he said, Young Master Feng, the property contracts you brought are flawless, precisely as Mr. Zhou described over the phone, without any discrepancies. Since the contracts are in order, we can proceed with the transfer procedures and the issuance of the property certificates. If we utilize the special channel at the real estate company, we should be able to secure the property certificates within a week. The process requires an identification card and household registration book. I wonder if you have them with you? If so, we can set off to the housing authority immediately. Cheng Feng nodded with a smile, responding, I have all the documents, including the household registration book. I hope to finalize everything today to avoid unnecessary back and forth. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu promptly nodded in agreement. As long as you have the documents in order, the process will be straightforward. The real estate company handles these matters differently from regular channels, allowing us to bypass queues and expedite the process. Mr. Zhou specifically instructed that all taxes and associated fees related to the transfer will be covered by our company. You won't need to spend dime. Just your presence will suffice. I must say, Mr. Zhou is exceptionally generous towards you. You are still in university and already possess 10 fully furnished properties in the 3 finest districts of the metropolis. It's truly enviable. Within this leather bag, you will find the keys and access card for the 10 properties, as well as the keys and documentation for a BMW X5, which is a gift for you. Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, a BMW X5 for me? Surely, I must have misheard. Chapter 28. Boasting without taxation. Manager Liu nodded, offering an introduction to the origins of this BMW X5. Around 10 o'clock last night, Mr. Yin called to instruct me to deliver this BMW X5 to you today, claiming he wanted to present you with a delightful surprise. During the summer break, Mr. Yin resided in Modu for a while and purchased this BMW X5 for convenience in transportation. After using it for just over a month, the vehicle remains in a near-new condition. Upon Mr. Yan's return to Beijing, the car was left idle, parked in the garage. It bears a Shanghai license plate, and the number is quite impressive, registered under the company S name. Should you harbor any doubts regarding this matter, feel free to contact Mr. Yin. He will provide you with an explanation. If someone were to gift me such a luxurious vehicle, I would unhesitatingly accept it. Upon hearing this explanation, Cheng Feng suddenly understood. In the next moment, he nodded with a smile. Indeed, this is an unexpectedly grand surprise. To claim that I dislike this nearly pristine BMW X5 would be utterly absurd. Any man would relish the prospect of a fine automobile. However, I must call Zhou Yin to inquire about the details. Otherwise, I will feel unsettled. With that thought, he took out his phone and began dialing. The phone rang for 6 or 7 seconds before it was answered. Moments later, Zhou Yan's languid voice came through the receiver. "Fengzi, what time is it? You're already calling? Can't you let a brother enjoy a good night's sleep?" Cheng Feng gently shook his head and then playfully scolded, "Come on, it's already past 9. How are you still asleep? You're such a sloth." He continued, "Let us talk about the BMW X5. What prompted you to suddenly gift a brother such a luxury car? It's quite a surprise. Is that all?" "You're being dramatic." Zhou Yin chuckled before proceeding to explain. "Next month, I'll be studying abroad in a beautiful country for at least 3 years. Even if I return during breaks, it's unlikely I'll drive this X5 in Modu. Thus, I thought, rather than letting this new car gather dust in the garage, eventually leading to a plethora of issues or even scrapping it, why not gift it to you? It's a more effective use of resources. You're planning to move out from the school, and it seems you'll need a vehicle for transportation. This X5 will serve you well, saving you the expense of purchasing a car and dealing with the hassle of acquiring a Shanghai license plate." Hearing this, Cheng Feng interjected, "But you could just lend me this luxury car. There's no need to give it away. That's too extravagant. Lend it to you? Don't be ridiculous. What if something happens?" Zhou Yin replied with a laugh, then continued to elaborate on his reasoning. "Moreover, you've helped me save face in front of the old man. Previously, he would always scold me for merely indulging in food and entertainment, claiming I was good for nothing and the #1 spender. In the eyes of the elder, the young man was merely a frivolous scion, utterly unaccomplished. However, this time he had indeed accomplished something of merit, elevating the business of his family company. Upon returning home last night, he found himself showered with praise from his parents, something unprecedented since his elementary school graduation. In light of this commendation, gifting him a BMW X5 seemed trivial. Upon hearing this explanation, Cheng Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He then remarked, "Since you are so magnanimous, I shall not be coy. I genuinely require a vehicle for convenience, and I gladly accept this BMW X5. When you return from your studies in the grand nation of America, I shall present you with a luxury car of your choosing, and I shall not bat an eyelid." Before he could finish, Zhou Yin on the other end of the line burst into laughter. "All right, you certainly possess a bold spirit. It seems you are brimming with confidence, and I shall eagerly await the outcome. Indeed, in 3 or 4 years, you may find yourself looking up to me. Go ahead and boast. After all, boasting incurs no tax. Whether you speak the truth will be revealed in due time. For now, I must attend to the property transfer procedures, and I shall also handle the transfer for the BMW X5. Until we meet again." Cheng Feng, full of confidence, concluded the call. He then engaged in a brief discussion with manager Liu regarding the procedures for the property transfer. Additionally, he requested manager Liu to contact the property management of the respective communities to ensure their cooperation. Once he completed the property transfer at the housing authority and finalized the transfer for the BMW X5 at the vehicle management office, Cheng Feng planned to take possession of the 10 apartments. The process of receiving these properties would naturally require cooperation from several community management teams. After acquiring the apartments, he would have numerous dealings with the property management, such as arranging for utilities and internet services. With the weekend approaching, Cheng Feng resolved to furnish all the apartments with necessary furniture and appliances. Subsequently, He intended to entrust these new properties to a management company or real estate agent for rental purposes, while he moved into the spacious 180-square-meter residence to relish the comforts it offered before proceeding with his next grand financial scheme, all while maintaining the guise of a diligent student. Manager Liu readily agreed to all of Cheng Feng's requests, assuring him that matters would be handled promptly. He understood well that Cheng Feng and Zhou Yin were close associates, and that speaking favorably of Cheng Feng would be beneficial to himself. After exchanging a few more words, Cheng Feng followed a legal advisor out of the manager's office and descended in the elevator. Before long, they arrived at the underground parking garage, guided by the legal advisor. They soon stood beside an SUV draped in a black car cover, the BMW emblem prominently displayed upon it. As he approached, the legal advisor pointed at the SUV with a hint of envy and remarked, "Mr. Feng, this is the nearly new BMW X5 that Mr. Yin gifted you. It certainly exudes charisma and boasts exceptional performance. This morning, Manager Liu had it thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom and filled with fuel, so you could drive it away immediately." Cheng Feng nodded with a smile and replied, "It's evident that the car cover is spotless, indicating it was meticulously cleaned. Manager Liu has been considerate, and I appreciate everyone's effort. Allow me to inspect this BMW X5 to familiarize myself with this luxurious SUV before we head to the housing authority," he continued, moving towards the vehicle and lifting the immaculate cover. In the next moment, an exclamation of astonishment escaped his lips. "Wow, it is actually the latest 4 LV8 twin-turbocharged top-spec BMW X5M. Mr. Yin is generous. This is the dream car of many." Before he could finish speaking, he extended his finger to gently caress the silver SUV's sleek body, his expression one of utter delight, akin to a lover tenderly tracing the soft skin of their beloved. Observing this scene, the legal advisor and driver from the Panstone Real Estate Company stood nearby, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Approximately 10 minutes later, Cheng Feng, driving the silver top-spec BMW X5, followed the Audi A6 of the real estate company's legal advisor as they departed the underground garage, heading straight for the housing authority. Over the next few hours, Cheng Feng visited both the housing authority and the vehicle management office. At the housing authority, he transferred ownership of all the exquisitely furnished properties into his name and completed all the procedures for obtaining the property certificates through a special channel. By next Wednesday, or at the latest the following Wednesday, he would receive the certificates for these new homes. Then, he would transform into a landlord with 10 new properties in the core district of the city, allowing him to simply relax and count his money. After completing the property transfer procedures, Cheng Feng accompanied the legal advisor to the vehicle management office, where he transferred the BMW X5 into his name. Once these matters were settled, he called Manager Liu to express his gratitude. After parting ways with the legal advisor, he drove alone to take possession of the new homes. The acquisition process went exceedingly smoothly, with the property management of several new communities being very cooperative and warm. Amidst the hustle and bustle, it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In Suhui District, at a new home he had acquired, Cheng Feng was inspecting his property. Just then his phone, tucked away in his pocket, suddenly rang. He pulled out to check the caller ID and scoffed disdainfully. "So eager are we? Prepare to receive the blow." Chapter 29. The authenticity of the green water ghost. At 6 in the evening, Cheng Feng drove back to the university. Upon entering the campus, in order to avoid drawing attention and for safety reasons, he parked his BMW X5 in front of the principal's office building. After exiting the vehicle with his backpack in hand, he headed towards the dormitory area. He intended to drop off his bag in his room before visiting his uncle and aunt, aiming to surprise them. Additionally, he was concerned that they might grow anxious and wait for him downstairs at the dormitory. Just as he finished parking and was about to leave, 2 female teachers emerged from the principal's office. As soon as they stepped outside, they spotted Cheng Feng and his BMW X5 from a distance. "Isn't that Cheng Feng? This fellow has skipped several classes, yet here he is driving a luxury car at school. It appears to be a BMW SUV. It looks stunning," remarked the university's English teacher, her curiosity piqued as she pointed at Cheng Feng's retreating figure. The counselor, Teacher Liu, also recognized Cheng Feng striding away. After confirming his identity, Teacher Liu nodded. "Indeed, that is Cheng Feng. He called me last Thursday, saying his uncle was gravely ill and he needed to take leave to say his final goodbyes. I granted him leave. Considering this, she decided not to hold his absences against him, vowing to inform the other teachers not to record his truancies, given the circumstances. It seems he has returned to school, but did not come to officially resume his studies. As for that BMW SUV, it might not belong to him. Perhaps it belongs to a friend. The English teacher paused for a moment before continuing, "Well, I can overlook his absences. But does he appear to be mourning a family tragedy? He seems quite pleased with himself. Perhaps he is completely oblivious to the situation." Her remark prompted Teacher Liu to reconsider. Indeed, this smooth-talking young man might be deceiving me. While they conversed, Cheng Feng had already walked out of sight. The two female teachers exchanged a few words and then departed from in front of the office building, heading back to their department. Before long, Cheng Feng returned to his dormitory. At that moment, the other three roommates were present, engrossed in an online gaming session. Upon seeing Cheng Feng, they greeted him briefly before resuming their animated gameplay. Cheng Feng approached his cabinet, opened it, and stored all the contract documents in a black leather bag for his backpack, securing them inside. After locking the cabinet, he placed his backpack on the desk and then turned his attention to Cheng Feng and the others. "Have you all had dinner yet? If not, let's go out for a meal. You can choose the restaurant. It's on me, as a celebration of our long-awaited reunion." For him, this was indeed a moment of reunion. In his previous life, despite maintaining contact with these three friends and having a good relationship, they lived in different cities, and opportunities to meet were scarce. In his past existence, Cheng Feng primarily worked between the capital and Pengcheng. Cheng Feng, after graduating with his master's degree, opted to take the civil service exam and return to his hometown in a provincial capital. Meanwhile, Li Heng remained in the bustling metropolis, working for a domestic investment bank in Pudong, where aside from the demanding job, he found life quite enjoyable. Ding Haifeng has relocated to Hong Kong Island for work, earning a decent income, yet his living conditions remain quite challenging. Given that everyone resides in different regions, it is arduous to gather even once a year, and uniting all four of them is even more elusive. They have only managed to convene thrice during the weddings of the other three, celebrating with joyous feasts. During other occasions, gatherings typically occur when one is on a business trip to a city where another resides, allowing for casual meetups and a few drinks. Consequently, Cheng Feng often expresses the sentiment of a long-awaited reunion. However, for Cheng Feng and the others, it is a different narrative. A long-awaited reunion? Has it really only been a week since they last met? Why the sudden, sentimental display? It feels somewhat awkward. Is there something you need our assistance with? Indeed, this is not in keeping with your usual carefree demeanor. While the notion of treating everyone to a meal is splendid, we have already dined this evening. Next time, please inform us earlier so we can save some appetite. Alternatively, why not host us this weekend? I know a fantastic restaurant I've long wished to visit. The trio, while engaging with other dormitory mates in a game of crossfire, animatedly exchanged banter. Cheng Feng observed them with a smile and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us plan for a meal this weekend. I have an announcement to make, which serves as a fine excuse. Now, cease your gaming and accompany me outside for a moment. I genuinely require your assistance." Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng immediately chimed in with jest. "I knew it. A feast without a purpose is rare. You certainly have something to ask of us." After finishing their game, reveling in their victory against the less skilled opponents from the neighboring dorm, 2 grenades were suddenly hurled their way, sending Cheng Feng's character flying, resulting in his immediate demise. 10 minutes later, Cheng Feng exited the dormitory building with Li Heng and the others, heading towards the west gate of the university. After covering some distance, Cheng Feng began to speak softly to the 3 companions. "I'm going to meet a couple outside the campus at the 168 hotel. Nothing should happen, but I cannot be entirely certain. Just to be safe, I brought you along. Once we arrive at the hotel, you need not enter the room. Simply wait in the corridor and be ready to adapt. If a conflict arises inside, call the police immediately. The couple is a middle-aged pair with whom I have some connection. If it comes to a confrontation, I could manage with 2 more friends. You need not worry about my safety or intervene." Li Heng and Cheng Feng exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement, reveling in the unfolding drama. "Ah, no wonder you volunteered to treat us. It seems there is indeed something at stake." Who exactly are these middle-aged individuals? Are they the ones who called you a couple of days ago? Why are they seeking you? They seem rather urgent. After your rejection by Lynn Fayer last Wednesday, I sensed a significant change in you. You have become enigmatic. Yet, even if your heart is troubled, it appears unrelated to today's affairs. Cheng Feng casually pushed Li Hang's shoulder, playfully chiding him. You charming gentleman, are you still pining for the stunning Lynn Fayer? You speak of her incessantly. Last week, you failed to confess your feelings, so rejection was never on the table. Your romantic woes have nothing to do with me. The couple from the capital was well known to him, but he could only divulge so much, suggesting they enjoy the show and, if necessary, report to the authorities. As they spoke, they exited the west gate of the University of Finance and Economics, turning left toward the nearby 168 hotel. During their walk, Cheng Feng glanced at his Rolex Submariner, muttering quietly to himself. He wondered what time the two old foxes had their train tickets for. If they were on the evening train around 8, perhaps they could miss it, giving them an extra dose of inconvenience. At that moment, the ever-observant Li Heng swiftly approached. Upon noticing the Submariner on Cheng Feng's wrist, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, is it a Rolex? Am I seeing things? Fengzi, you are extravagant." He recalled seeing the watch in a fashion magazine, estimating its price around 40,000 yuan, marveling at Cheng Feng's apparent wealth. As Li Heng's words caught the attention of Shen Feng and Ding Haifeng, they too expressed their admiration. Indeed, it is a Rolex. Spending 40,000 on a watch is quite a luxury, Fengzi. This watch is stunning, especially the green bezel paired with the black dial. I have never seen anything like it. Cheng Feng chuckled softly, tossing out a few playful fibs. This is the Rolex Submariner, but it's merely a high-quality replica. I had a friend bring it from Guangzhou for just over 400. I just received it upon returning to Beijing. The name Submariner sounds impressive. Does it have diving capabilities? Have replicas become this exquisite? It looks indistinguishable from the genuine article. You must have your friend get me one as well. I adore this watch. It's undoubtedly a statement piece. In truth, the Rolex Submariner on Cheng Feng's wrist was indeed authentic, valued just over 40,000 yuan, a genuine treasure. Previously, while in the capital, he had purchased a few garments and treated himself to this exquisite timepiece. The Submariner was not yet inflated in price and was on sale, making it exceptionally reasonable. In his past life, Cheng Feng owned a Rolex Submariner that he cherished, having spent over 100,000 yuan on it. Now, encountering such a reasonably priced authentic Submariner was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. For him, purchasing this watch was entirely stress-free. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Chapter 30. Playing the fool on the 8th floor of the hotel, Cheng Feng, accompanied by Li Heng and the others, exited the elevator and swiftly assessed the surroundings. Confirming that the elevator lobby was unoccupied, he whispered, "Remember, the room number is 8024. Wait for me to enter before you proceed. Remain in the corridor, and if I engage in a confrontation with anyone inside, call the police immediately. Do not concern yourselves with the argument." Exchanging excited glances, Li Heng and the others nodded in unison. "Understood. Leave it to us. We will ensure you do not face any repercussions." Cheng Feng nodded appreciatively and continued, "All right, adapt to the situation as it unfolds. If necessary, present your university student IDs. No one can harm you." As he spoke, he suddenly retrieved a high-definition pinhole camera and 2 small clips from his pocket, discreetly concealing them within his outer garment. Dressed in a button jacket with the front slightly open, the inner pocket and buttonhole were perfectly suited for hiding the camera. Witnessing this, Li Heng and his companions were momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds of stunned silence, they began to whisper in astonishment. "Wow, am I seeing this correctly? That seems to be a pinhole camera. What kind of situation are we dealing with today? Incredible. Using a pinhole camera? This is too sneaky. We need to be cautious in our dorm, especially while showering, lest we become victims of your voyeurism." Cheng Feng chuckled, nodding in agreement, and replied with a hint of pride, "Indeed, this is a pinhole camera. To excel in one's craft, one must first possess the right tools. I am merely preparing for any eventuality. Rest assured, I have no interest in your naked forms, nor do I possess any voyeuristic tendencies." As he spoke, He successfully installed the high-definition pinhole camera, ensuring there were no conspicuous flaws, before making his way towards the corridor on the right. Li Heng and the others remained in the elevator lobby, eagerly watching Cheng Feng's retreating figure, their eyes gleaming with excitement. While observing the situation, they animatedly discussed amongst themselves. What on earth has transpired with Fengzi? His transformation is so drastic that I hardly recognize him anymore. Indeed, he appears as if he's meeting with an undercover agent. Should we perhaps devise a secret code? For instance, we could say Imperial Jade Liquid. Let us try it. If he fails to respond correctly, he must be an imposter, and we can report him for a reward. While they jested, Cheng Feng had arrived at the door of room 8024. Pausing momentarily, he glanced down at the concealed pinhole camera nestled against his chest. After carefully adjusting his jacket, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. In the next instant, his uncle's voice resonated from within the room. Who is it? It's me, Xiao Feng. Cheng Feng announced his identity, quickly mustering a smile. The door swung open, revealing his uncle, impeccably dressed and evidently prepared to leave the hotel for the train station. Upon their encounter, his uncle immediately expressed his grievances. Well, you finally decided to show up. We've been waiting here for a full 6 days, and it's driven us to the brink of frustration. Please forgive me. I'm at a loss as well. I just encountered a few issues, but now that all troubles have been resolved, I will return immediately to meet with you both. Cheng Feng feigned sincerity as he offered a brief explanation. It is good that the problems have been settled. Please come in. We have not seen each other for over half a year. If you are not in a hurry to leave, I would like to treat you both to a meal to express my apologies, lest my father later scold me. As he spoke, Cheng Feng followed his second uncle into the guest room. Just before entering, he subtly gestured an OK sign to Li Heng and the others with his left hand. In the next moment, his figure vanished down the corridor. Wow, this guy's performance is seamless, as if he is quite accustomed to this. Surely, he doesn't engage in such antics frequently? Li Heng mused. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. It is much easier to paint a tiger's skin than its bones. Who knows how many unsavory deeds this fellow has committed? With a playful tone, he added, Are you all considering taking the graduate entrance exam? Enough chatter. Let us proceed before Cheng Feng gets into a scuffle the moment he enters the room, and we have to call the police. The three of them exchanged teasing remarks, their faces aglow with amusement. They then tiptoed down the corridor, forming a line towards room 8024. In no time, they arrived at the door of room 8024. After surveying the corridor for any signs of life, Cheng Feng swiftly stepped forward, pressing his ear against the door to eavesdrop on the happenings within. The other two leaned against the wall, straining their ears to listen. Their covert actions resembled those of three petty thieves attempting to pick a lock, remarkably convincing. Consequently, their furtive behavior soon attracted the attention of the hotel's security monitoring room. A security guard enlarged the surveillance footage to scrutinize the scene and immediately grabbed his radio, saying, Lulu, please take a few brothers to the 8th floor. There are 3 suspicious individuals lurking in the corridor. They do not appear to be up to any good and may be thieves. Understood. I will head over right away, Lou responded. It's broad daylight, and they dare to come to the hotel to steal. They are treating us as if we do not exist. Meanwhile, inside the guest room, it was only after Cheng Feng greeted his second aunt and uncle that they noticed he was empty-handed, carrying nothing at all and without a backpack. The property deed, a prominent red booklet, could not possibly fit in his clothing pockets. It became evident that this little rascal had not brought the property deed with him at all. Realizing this, the expressions of the 2 old foxes darkened considerably. The next moment, his second aunt, suppressing her anger, inquired, Xiao Feng, have you forgotten something? Cheng Feng secretly chuckled and promptly began to play the fool. Oh, my mind is quite scattered today. I have been so busy that I completely forgot to bring you the specialties from the Magic City. However, not to worry. We can purchase them while dining or on the way to the train station. The 2 old foxes were momentarily taken aback, nearly losing their composure from frustration. We traveled a great distance from the capital, only to be left waiting for 6 interminable days by this little rascal, all for a mere trifle of local specialties? Who do you think you are looking down upon? This is utterly infuriating. The property deed. What I demand is the property deed. The two cunning old foxes were nearly driven to curse in frustration, yet Cheng Feng wore an innocuous and warm smile upon his face. Attempting to calm their tempers, Uncle feigned a congenial demeanor and said, "Xiao Feng, did we not agree beforehand? Your father also consented that you would sell us the courtyard in the village to assist your brother with his marriage. Without a house, this marriage is likely doomed. We will purchase the courtyard at the current market price. You shall not suffer any loss. However, we will need to arrange for installment payments, an initial sum of 100,000, with the remainder to be settled gradually. We are family. After all, blood ties are inseparable, and we would never wrong you. You appear empty-handed, clearly without the property deed. Perhaps you should return home to fetch it? There is still time, after all. We cannot be made to wait idly for 6 days, can we? Once we obtain the property deed, we must consult with the village and the housing authority to clarify the transaction details, as that courtyard is indeed situated in the village, rendering the situation rather unique. Family ties? Spare me the nonsense. If you two old foxes truly valued familial bonds, you would not have entirely dismantled our once harmonious home. If you possessed even a shred of humanity, you would not exploit your own brother and nephew so ruthlessly. You have caused my father a lifetime of regret, depriving me of a singular opportunity for wealth, reducing me to a wretched existence as a mere cog in the machine. As if it were not enough to swindle that courtyard, you are unwilling to pay even the remaining balance. You throw a mere 100,000 at me, as if to dismiss me like a beggar. Reflecting upon the sordid events of my past life, Cheng Feng's teeth clenched in rage. If you lack compassion, do not expect my sense of justice to prevail. Chapter 31. One must care for oneself or face divine retribution after a moment of feigned contemplation. Cheng Feng finally revealed his intentions. I sincerely apologize, uncle and aunt, but during my recent stay in Chongming, I have given this matter considerable thought and have decided against selling the courtyard. This residence is an inheritance from my grandfather, a legal bequest, and it holds profound sentimental value for me. I wish to retain it for personal use in the future. Uncle and aunt were utterly taken aback, their faces reflecting palpable confusion and dismay. You little rascal, if you refuse to sell the courtyard, then what was the purpose of our efforts? Have you lured us all the way to the bustling metropolis just to toy with us? The thought of being outwitted by this young man incensed the two cunning relatives. Moments later, Uncle, biting down on his teeth in frustration, asked why. Did we not agree to come to the city to secure the property certificate and subsequently transact at market value? How could you so suddenly change your mind? Without this courtyard, your brother's marriage prospects are surely doomed. Even if your grandfather were alive, he would not wish to see his grandson remain single. Aunt quickly chimed in, indeed, you wouldn't incur any losses by trading at market value. It merely means receiving the funds a bit later. Furthermore, that courtyard is located beyond the 5th Ring Road and is quite old. Once you graduate from university and enter the workforce, you surely wouldn't want to live so far away in the village. Why then must you cling to that courtyard? Cheng Feng gazed at the two of them and, with a tone of nostalgia, replied, as I mentioned, that courtyard embodies my grandfather's legacy. It carries immense significance. During my childhood, especially during the winter and summer breaks, I would spend considerable time in the village with my grandparents. Those were the happiest days of my youth. And whenever I return to that courtyard, I am reminded of the beautiful moments shared with them. Therefore, I wish to keep it. I do not want to lose this cherished memory. As for my brother's marital home, I believe your house is more than sufficient. As he spoke, he was moved enough to discreetly wipe the corners of his eyes. Uncle and aunt were left utterly speechless. What is happening? This notorious troublemaker is actually expressing his emotions. Before they could respond, Cheng Feng abruptly shifted the conversation. There's another matter. During my time in Chongming, I witnessed firsthand how a family can descend into chaos over property and wealth. The elderly gentleman I fortuitously saved was barely conscious in the hospital when his children arrived the very next day. I had anticipated their concern for his health and safety, but instead, they were there to quarrel over the inheritance. The scene was nothing short of chaotic, with tempers flaring as they vied for their share of the estate. In the face of material gain, notions of brotherly bonds and sisterly affection became worthless. Each one wished to eliminate the others to seize the entirety of the inheritance. Were it not for clear surveillance footage and police testimony, they would have surely turned on me, driven by greed. Our family shares a good rapport, and I would prefer not to witness us embroiled in such a disgraceful spectacle over a mere courtyard. It is utterly distasteful. After witnessing this grotesque farce, I resolved not to sell my courtyard, even to my own family. As I uttered these words, I keenly observed the expressions of my uncle and aunt, intent on discerning their reactions. The reason for my fabrication was to gauge whether this couple would be affected and to what extent their humanity remained intact. The outcome was profoundly disappointing. Their faces merely flushed momentarily before returning to their usual pallor. Clearly, this insinuating tale failed to evoke any significant response from them, or they deemed it a matter of course. The principle of self-interest prevailed. After all, man for himself, heaven and earth be damned. Their response, reminiscent of two cunning old foxes, was entirely anticipated, and I felt neither surprise nor disappointment. My past harrowing experiences taught me that sympathy towards these two foxes was utterly futile. Invoking familial bonds was akin to seeking fish from a tree. Just then, my uncle feigned pity and said, "Xiao Feng, if your brother and sister-in-law are willing to live with us, will we need to seek you out in this bustling metropolis? As you mentioned, our family ties are quite decent. We would never abandon them for the sake of a mere courtyard, nor would we resort to violence over such a trivial matter." Before he could finish, I interjected firmly, "Uncle, please, no more. My mind is made up. I will not sell this courtyard. I apologize for having you wait here these past few days, but circumstances dictate my decision, and I am at an impasse. The time has come. Let us descend for dinner. There is a renowned local restaurant nearby." Just as I spoke, my aunt, in a fit of exasperation, shot up and exclaimed, "You have made us wait at the hotel for 6 days, only to declare you will not sell that courtyard? Are we to be made fools of? No, you must sell us that courtyard. There is no room for negotiation." At her words, I nearly burst into laughter from indignation. I looked at her with disdain and retorted, "Nothing is obligatory, aunt. Do not forget, that courtyard belongs to me. As long as I refuse to sell, no one can take it, not even if my parents agree." My aunt, infuriated, rolled her eyes and raised her hand to point at me, seemingly ready to throw a tantrum. "You little brat, are you?" Just then, a commotion erupted outside the guest room. 3 little thieves, how audacious to dare to steal from our hotel. They deserve a good beating. Hold them down while I call the police, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. Accompanying his words were sounds of chaos and a few cries of distress. Soon after, I heard the panicked voices of Li Heng and the others. Don't harm us. We are students from Kai University, not thieves. Indeed, we have student IDs. We are not here to steal." Upon hearing the ruckus, I immediately turned and rushed towards the door. As I flung it open, I was met with the sight of Li Heng and Cheng Feng, pinned helplessly to the carpet by 3 security guards, utterly disheveled. Standing nearby was a security guard in his 30s or 40s, poised to dial the police. Guests residing in adjacent rooms began to open their doors, drawn by the commotion. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Feng found himself in a blend of amusement and exasperation. In the next moment, he hastily produced his student ID and strode over. The security guards, under a misunderstanding, assumed the worst. Cheng Feng quickly clarified, "It's all a misunderstanding. They are with me, not petty thieves. We are all students from Financial University, and here is my student ID." They possessed their IDs as well. As he handed his ID to the head of security, the officer glanced at it and confirmed his identity, subsequently halting the call to the police. "Indeed, you are students from Financial University. Then why the secrecy? You had us thinking there was a thief in the hotel," he declared. "Let the others go. It was merely a misunderstanding." With that, the other 3 guards released their grip. Li Heng and the others, who had been pressed to the ground, stood up in indignation. Approximately 10 minutes later, Cheng Feng escorted Li Heng and his companions out of the 168 hotel, preparing to return to Financial University. As they exited the hotel's doors, Cheng Feng burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you 3 useless fools. What could we possibly expect from you? I asked you to keep watch in the hallway, and instead, you were apprehended by security as petty thieves. It's utterly humiliating." Before he could finish, Li Heng and the others began to voice their grievances. Damn, if it weren't for your safety concerns, would we have endured such disgrace? Exactly. It's because of you that we were treated like common thieves. And you have the audacity to laugh. I've lived this long without facing such humiliation. It's beyond embarrassing, observing their vexed expressions, particularly noting Cheng Feng's scratched cheek. Cheng Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, he had intervened in time, averting a potentially furious retaliation. You guys have worked hard. Though there's no reward, your efforts deserve recognition. This weekend, I'll treat you all to a feast. If one meal isn't sufficient, we'll have two, until you're completely satisfied. Now, that is more like it. Finally, some reasonable words. All right, you said it, Fengzi. Just wait until I feast on you. Amidst their playful banter, they arrived at the entrance of Financial University and stepped into the campus together. Meanwhile, in a room of the 168 hotel, Aunt Air gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Old Cheng, why did you stop me from calling the police? If we simply claim not to know that little scoundrel, we could send him to the police station and vent our anger. Uncle Air shook his head, grinding his teeth in frustration. What good would sending him to the police station do? He would be released in no time, and we would only provoke that little scoundrel further. That would also anger his parents, which would be counterproductive. Once we return to Beijing, we will have to persuade his parents. And perhaps there is still a chance for reconciliation. I'll call his father now to discuss this. It's infuriating. With that, Uncle Air pulled out his phone and began dialing. Chapter 32. Strategic Partnership with PetroChina before he could return to his dormitory. Cheng Feng received an urgent phone call from his father. He quickly sought out a secluded corner to answer the call. The next moment, his father's irate voice echoed through the phone. Xiao Feng, what on earth is going on? Wasn't it agreed that you would sell that courtyard to your second uncle? Why the sudden change of heart? If you have no intention of selling the courtyard, why on earth did you send your uncle and aunt to Shanghai, leaving them to wait there for 6 days? This is no way to conduct business. Cheng Feng smirked with a sense of pride before feigning helplessness as he explained, Dad, it's like this. That courtyard is an inheritance from Grandpa, and I wish to keep it as a memento, hence my change of mind. Furthermore, I recently witnessed a rather ugly farce. He then recounted the excuses he had given to his uncle and aunt earlier, embellishing the tale while subtly warning his father that his cousin and sister-in-law harbored ulterior motives. Seeing Cheng Feng's resolute stance, his father was at a loss for words. Whether his father's mind grasped the subtle hints Cheng Feng dropped remained uncertain. After concluding the call, Cheng Feng returned to his dormitory. Meanwhile, his uncle and aunt, burdened with their luggage, rushed to the train station. Despite their hurried efforts, they missed their scheduled train and were left with no choice but to rebook for a later service. While changing their tickets, his aunt erupted in furious expletives, with Cheng Feng being the object of her ire. It was now Friday, shortly after 8 in the morning. Li Heng and the others had gone off to their classes, while Cheng Feng tidied up his belongings in preparation for the day's tasks. His first order of business was to inspect the properties. He had been interrupted by his uncle's call yesterday while viewing a property, and today he intended to finalize the remaining acquisitions and assess their conditions. During the viewing process, he aimed to devise a plan for furnishing these well-decorated residences, ensuring they were adequately equipped for rental purposes. At the forefront of his list was the purchase of a sturdy safe to be placed in his own spacious dwelling, intended to store essential documents such as property certificates and purchase contracts. Additionally, he planned to install a high-definition pinhole camera inside and outside the house for security purposes. If time allowed, he might even attend to other matters in the afternoon. Once he confirmed that he had gathered everything he needed, Cheng Feng left the dormitory, his steps light as he descended the stairs. Just as he reached the ground floor, his phone unexpectedly rang. He pulled it from his pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and promptly answered. Good morning, Teacher Liu. What prompted you to call me? Hello, Cheng Feng. Have you returned to school? I believe I saw you in front of the principal's office yesterday. Why haven't you reported back? Teacher Liu's voice came through the phone. Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback. It was quite astonishing to be recognized by his counselor on his very first day back. In the next moment, Cheng Feng smiled and said, What a coincidence. Indeed, Teacher Liu, I just returned yesterday. However, I must request an additional day off to attend to some matters. Hence, I did not immediately seek your approval for my absence. Teacher Liu paused for a moment before responding. Very well. I shall grant you another day off. Do remember to report back next Monday. By the way, how is the matter you mentioned previously progressing? Thank you for your concern, Teacher Liu. My uncle has been stabilized, and he is currently under daily observation in the ICU, though he has not yet fully emerged from danger. Cheng Feng casually fabricated a few words. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Teacher Liu took the initiative to end the call. In no time, Cheng Feng arrived at the parking lot in front of the principal's office building. Many of the faculty members owned vehicles, and some students from affluent backgrounds also drove cars, making various vehicles a common sight throughout the campus. Among the numerous parking lots within the university, the one in front of the principal's office was the largest, best equipped, and most secure. It was precisely for this reason that Cheng Feng chose to park his BMW X5 there, allowing the security personnel at the office to keep an eye on it. As he entered the parking lot, he noticed a group of 7 or 8 male and female classmates admiring his luxury car from a distance. While the BMW X5 is a common sight on the streets of the bustling metropolis, the latest 4L twin-turbo V8 top-of-the-line BMW X5M is a rarity. Indeed, a phoenix among sparrows. Any car enthusiast, particularly those who possess an appreciation for automobiles, would be captivated by this SUV. Among the group gathered around the vehicle, some may have discerned the value of this premium BMW X5M. Just as he expected, upon approaching, he immediately spotted a stylishly dressed young man, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he extolled the virtues of this luxury car. This is no ordinary BMW X5. It is the most powerful X5M produced by BMW, the latest model released last year, with a market price of approximately 1.96 million yuan, and it costs over 2 million when fully equipped. Within this BMW X5M lies a robust 4-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine, boasting powerful performance, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just a few seconds. While he detailed the vehicle's specifications, the young man incessantly snapped photos with his phone, unwilling to overlook any detail. It was evident that he had a profound admiration for this luxury automobile and was an automotive enthusiast. The other students surrounding the car exhibited similar expressions of envy and admiration, particularly 2 strikingly beautiful young women whose eyes sparkled with fascination. Perhaps what captivated them the most was the astonishing price tag of over 2 million yuan for this luxury vehicle. In today's metropolis, the local currency had not yet evolved into a unique monetary unit, and the streets were far less populated with luxury cars than they would be a decade or so later. Even the elegantly dressed urban elites had not yet reached their peak, still in the nascent stages of development. Yet, one cannot deny that the people of this metropolis pursue and yearn for wealth with a fervor and transparency that surpasses that of individuals in other regions of the country. Even within the so-called ivory tower of the university campus, the situation remains no different. Cheng Feng raised his hand to glance at the time, jokingly remarking, "My friends, you've forgotten to mention something quite significant. This SUV is a strategic partner of PetroChina, boasting a fuel consumption of approximately 13 liters per 100 kilometers, though the actual consumption exceeds 20. He interjected, "I must pause our enjoyment for a moment, as I have to drive out for an errand. There will be ample opportunities later. Feel free to take photos, but please refrain from capturing the license plate. And it would be best not to disseminate these images. Enjoy them for yourself." With that, Cheng Feng casually pressed the remote key, taking a few strides to the side of the vehicle. As he moved, the luxurious car, as front and rear lights, illuminated simultaneously, accompanied by a delightful series of beeps. Witnessing this scene, the classmates, both male and female, gazing at the car, were utterly astonished. Cheng Feng's youthful and handsome visage left them in disbelief. Could this 2 million yuan luxury vehicle truly belong to him? Surely it must belong to some affluent teacher or school leader. He appeared far too young. He seemed somewhat familiar, perhaps a student from the finance university. Before they could fully process the situation, Cheng Feng had already opened the car door and prepared to enter, ready to close it and depart. It was only then that the onlookers began to react. The classmate who had just introduced the luxury vehicle hurriedly inquired, "Is this latest top-spec BMW X5 truly yours?" Cheng Feng glanced at him, smiling as he nodded. "Of course, it belongs to me. Otherwise, how would I possess the key? Without it, I could hardly open the door. This car is magnificent, undoubtedly a man's dream. You must be a student from Finance University. I never imagined we had such remarkable individuals among us. It's just a vehicle, really. Its performance is decent, but it serves merely as a means of transportation. I indeed attend Finance University, but remarkable is a stretch." Cheng Feng humbly feigned modesty. He then shifted the conversation, saying, "I apologize, everyone, but I must step out for a moment. Please, make way. We shall continue our discussion later." With that, he effortlessly closed the car door, started the engine, and gently drove away. The classmates swiftly moved aside, watching as the luxurious vehicle quickly vanished from sight. After a brief pause, they erupted into animated discussions. "Wow, a 2 million yuan means of transportation. What audacity! This is utterly extravagant. The engine is incredibly powerful. The noise it made upon starting is beyond what a typical small displacement car could produce." With that unmistakable Beijing accent, I recognize him now. He is a sophomore from the accounting department, hailing from the capital, driving such a top-tier luxury car at his age, especially being from Beijing. It's evident. He must either be a second-generation official or a wealthy heir. Several boys chattered excitedly, expressing a mixture of envy and admiration. Meanwhile, the nearby girls gazed longingly at the receding silhouette of the BMW X5, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. Inside the BMW, Cheng Feng stared at the incoming call displayed on the dashboard's LCD screen, his expression one of bewilderment. Why would this beautiful girl think to call him? Chapter 33. "Smile for me." Cheng Feng chuckled softly and pressed the button for the car phone. "Good morning, Reba. It's only been a day since we parted. You can't possibly be missing me already, can you?" "How absurd. As if I could possibly miss you. I called you for a reason." Reba's voice, tinged with embarrassment and annoyance, came through. Along with it were two laughter-filled voices, unmistakably from Aziguli and Adina. "Ah, it seems I may have been overly sentimental. What is it that you need?" Cheng Feng feigned regret. "Oof, aren't you the one being overly sentimental?" Reba retorted with a playful smugness. Soon, Adina's voice chimed in through the phone. "Good morning, Cheng Feng. This is Adina. I asked Reba to call you. I hope I'm not interrupting. Yesterday, you mentioned that you had rental properties near the Shanghai Theater Academy. We are interested in renting one of your houses, if that's possible. If your property hasn't been leased yet, we would like to view it today. It would be even more perfect if we could move in immediately." Cheng Feng paused for a moment, smiling as he replied, "So eager, are we? I do have available properties, all fully furnished and ready to move in. I'm just concerned you might not find them to your liking. How about this? I need to head to Jing'an District shortly to check on a few units near the academy. If you're free, perhaps you could join me for a viewing. Would that be convenient for you?" Before he could finish, Adina eagerly responded, "We have nothing on our schedule right now, and can definitely come to see the houses. Where should we meet, and how long until you arrive?" It was evident they were quite anxious to secure a rental, unwilling to waste a moment. "Is your hotel far from the academy? If it's not too far, let us meet at the main entrance of the academy in half an hour. If it is far, I can come to your hotel and call you when I arrive. Our hotel is just over 300 meters from the academy. We can get there quickly. Let us meet at the entrance in half an hour." "Excellent. It's settled then. See you soon, lovely ladies," Cheng Feng said with a smile, casually ending the call. The previous afternoon, he had taken possession of 6 properties located in Huangpu and Suhui districts. However, he had yet to acquire the 4 units near the academy, which he intended to do today. Among these 4 fully furnished apartments was a spacious 180 square meter 4-bedroom unit, intended for his own residence. All the properties were in the same complex and building, differing only in their floors, making future management quite convenient. As Cheng Feng sped along in his car, the 3 Western beauties at the hotel were animatedly discussing their impending reunion with him. "Sister, what do you think of this Cheng Feng? Are we really going to rent from him? Just thinking of his slick, roguish demeanor gives me a headache. He can't have any ill intentions, can he?" Reba expressed her concerns. Adina glanced at her, smiling as she shook her head. "There is no need to hesitate. Did not Reba and Cheng Feng clarify their identities on the train. He is a student at the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and furthermore, a wealthy scion from Beijing. We are merely renting his property, devoid of ulterior motives. Besides, who he rents his house to is ultimately his prerogative. Perhaps we can negotiate a more favorable rate. More importantly, our stay in Shanghai is limited to just over a month before we return home. And short-term rentals are notoriously difficult to secure, often subject to exorbitant agency fees, rendering them impractical. As for any ill intentions Cheng Feng might harbor, I doubt it. During that night on the train, I kept a discreet watch on him. He exhibited no improper behavior, never once harassing us, and his conduct was quite commendable. Before I could finish, Azigli interjected playfully, "Reba, are you worried that Cheng Feng might be pursuing you? I think that would be quite delightful. I must concede, he is rather handsome and affluent. Despite his smooth talk, he doesn't seem malicious. If you were to accept his advances, you might even secure a place to stay in Shanghai. With his financial resources, he could very well indulge you, which would be simply marvelous." Instantly, Reba's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted in embarrassment, "Who wants to be that guy's girlfriend? His wealth is his concern. It has nothing to do with me, and I certainly do not need anyone to pamper me. You aren't being disingenuous, are you? Don't go behind our backs and secretly date him, making lifelong commitments. Get lost. Who's making any lifelong commitments? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Reba, blushing, playfully scolded her friend before preparing to confront her. At that moment, a series of firm knocks resounded at the door. "Hello, we are from the police station conducting a room check," a serious voice called from outside. "Oh no, here we go again." Adina sighed, glancing at Reba and the others before rising to approach the door. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Outside the university gate, it was already past 9 o'clock, and the once tranquil street had transformed into a bustling scene, filled with students, teachers, and passers-by. Reba and Adina stood on the left side of the sidewalk, engaged in quiet conversation while awaiting Cheng Feng's arrival. Nearly everyone entering or exiting the university took a moment to steal glances at them, their expressions turning to awe, especially the men of various ages, who gazed at them with admiration. The trio was extraordinarily beautiful, with bright eyes and graceful figures, their curves accentuated, exuding an exotic charm that turned heads. Even amidst the throngs of beauties at the university, they stood out as breathtakingly stunning. Wow, who are these three beauties? I've never seen them around campus. How could the university have such supermodels without me knowing? They appeared to possess an alluring foreign charm, likely from the western regions, a rarity indeed at the university. It seemed they were aspiring artists. While the two younger girls were undeniably lovely, they bore an air of innocence that was unmistakable. Regardless of whether they are students from the Shanghai Theater Academy or aspiring artists, encountering such ethereal beauty inspires an undeniable urge to engage. A group of seasoned male students, having just exited the academy, found themselves momentarily transfixed upon catching sight of the enchanting women. Their eyes sparkled with intrigue, and they were poised to approach and initiate conversation. Meanwhile, several entertainment journalists who habitually loitered near the Academy's entrance swiftly directed their cameras towards the captivating trio, capturing a few candid shots. As they were unfamiliar faces and not established celebrities, and given their ethnic background, these notoriously relentless paparazzi surprisingly refrained from harassing them. In the midst of their chatter, a sudden beep interrupted the atmosphere. A sleek silver BMW X5 emerged from a distance, heading straight for the three beautiful women standing by the roadside. In an instant, the vehicle came to a halt before them, prompting the trio to step back cautiously, eyeing the inexplicable luxury car with wariness. The seasoned male students, who had intended to approach, immediately halted, astonished by the unfolding scene. Several paparazzi, quick to react, raised their cameras, capturing the unexpected arrival of the opulent vehicle. The latest high-end BMW X5, a rare sight in the bustling metropolis, led to speculation that perhaps a wealthy heir had come to pick up a girlfriend from the academy. Such occurrences were all too common outside prestigious art institutions, and it seemed yet another promising opportunity was about to be squandered. While the crowd murmured in curiosity, the passenger window of the X5 5 rolled down. A voice emerged from within, igniting a spark of indignation among the nearby men. "Ladies, are you waiting? Give me a smile, and I'll take you for a spin." Outrage surged through the nearby men, who were ready to rush in to defend the women's honor. However, the 3 beauties were momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at the brazen individual in the car. "Ah, Cheng Feng, is this your car? This is outrageous," one exclaimed. "You really can't help but show off, but I must admit, this car is stunning." Cheng Feng, seated inside the vehicle, smiled and nodded. "Of course it's mine. I wouldn't dare to pretend otherwise. From what you've said, do you think I'm unworthy of such a fine automobile?" "Not at all. We're merely surprised. We've never encountered someone quite like you," Adina replied with a playful shake of her head. "Let us get in. Haven't you noticed how those guys are eyeing us? If we linger any longer, we might attract unwanted attention." With Cheng Feng's lighthearted banter, the trio erupted into laughter. Adina then opened the passenger door and climbed in, while the others settled into the back seat. The door shut, and the BMW X5 swiftly departed from the Academy's entrance. "Damn, wealth truly is impressive. He has taken 3 stunning women for himself, and he isn't even concerned about the consequences," one frustrated veteran student exclaimed loudly. Without a doubt, this resonates as the collective sentiment of all the men present. Chapter 34. My joy matters most. As the vehicle rolled out, the 3 beautiful ladies began to scrutinize their surroundings within the car, their curiosity evident as they explored every corner with eager eyes. After a thorough examination, Adina inquired, "Cheng Feng, is this SUV a BMW X5? I have previously ridden in one, yet this seems quite different. For instance, the interior quality of this vehicle is far superior. It exudes an air of sophistication." Cheng Feng smiled gently and proceeded to elucidate. "Indeed, this is a BMW X5, but it is the latest top-tier model, the X5M, equipped with a 4.4-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine, making it the most powerful X5 in BMW's lineup. In terms of performance and configuration, this car stands in stark contrast to the more common BMW X5s one might encounter on the streets. It is in essence a different breed altogether, rarely seen in our country. The BMW X5 you previously experienced was likely a standard version, which accounts for the significant differences in performance and interior quality. Hence your sense of unfamiliarity." The 3 ladies gasped in astonishment, their tongues playfully escaping their lips. Shortly thereafter, a Ziguli chimed in, with such extravagant descriptions. "This vehicle must be quite expensive, wouldn't you agree?" "Moderately so," Cheng Feng replied nonchalantly. "This X5M retails for over 2 million, but I did not purchase it. It was a gift from a friend. It drives rather well." To Adina, Reba, and a Ziguli, however, this proclamation reeked of ostentation, devoid of any subtlety or sophistication. "You casually mention a luxury car valued at over 2 million, and yet you say it's not bad? Are we truly inhabiting the same reality? Who has friends that bestow such extravagant gifts? Please do introduce us," Reba and Ziguli teased, while Adina remained contemplative, glancing at Cheng Feng with a thoughtful expression. Cheng Feng, catching their playful banter in the rearview mirror, jested, "Such friends are right before you. I am that friend, so you need not seek elsewhere. One day, should you manage to win my favor, gifting you a luxury car would be a simple matter." Instantly, Reba and Ziguli's cheeks flushed crimson, and they collectively spat in jest, as if we would believe that. "Who needs your car? If we desire a vehicle, we shall earn it ourselves. I have realized it. You cannot maintain seriousness for even a minute, resorting instead to flattery," teased Reba. In contrast to her companions, Adina smiled knowingly and remarked, "I shall remember your words, Cheng Feng. Perhaps one day, you will be called upon to fulfill that promise." "Of course, no problem at all. But it must await my graduation from university, and only if I'm truly won over. I am no fool," Cheng Feng chuckled, treating the exchange as light-hearted banter. Meanwhile, a Ziguli, seated in the back, regarded her sister in surprise. Given her knowledge of Adina, she seldom engaged in such jesting. Something seemed amiss today. As their conversation unfolded, Cheng Feng arrived at the entrance of the Jing'an Yunchi community. As he pressed the brake, and lowered the driver's side window. He addressed the security guard who approached with an inquiry. "Excuse me, could you please notify Manager Wong from the property management? Just let him know I'm Cheng Feng, here to collect the keys to my apartment. Manager Liu from Pancher Real Estate called yesterday. If you mention my name, Manager Wong will surely recognize it." The guard's face blossomed into a bright smile, his demeanor becoming markedly more cordial. "Good morning, Mr. Cheng. Manager Wong informed us yesterday that you could head straight in upon your arrival. I will notify him. He is currently attending to matters at the community committee, but will return shortly. Allow me to escort you to familiarize yourself with the premises." Cheng Feng nodded with a smile, replying, "That works for me. I have the keys and access card for those apartments. I can wait for Manager Wong inside. Lead the way, please. This is my first visit to the community, and I'm unfamiliar with the layout to avoid mistakenly searching the wrong building," he added. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment. I will raise the access barrier and drive you over on my electric vehicle," the guard responded, nodding in affirmation. He then dashed towards the guardhouse. The three women seated in the car exchanged looks of astonishment. "Wait a minute, Cheng Feng. This is your first time here to collect the keys. Yet what about those property certificate from yesterday?" Adina asked, bewildered. Cheng Feng chuckled, a hint of pride in his voice as he explained, "Those property certificates belong to me, but the corresponding apartments are located in the capital. I also own several properties there. In Shanghai, I have a total of 10 apartments. I just completed the transfer procedures yesterday, and I should receive the property certificates in about a week. The relevant transaction contracts are in my backpack. I can show them to you later, and you can select one to rent." His words left the three women in awe. "Wow, you have so many properties in the capital, yet you claim not to be a wealthy heir. Even typical wealthy heirs can't boast such extravagance." At that moment, I became acutely aware that we undeniably inhabit different realms, with yours being one that we can only gaze upon in admiration. As they marveled, the expressions of the three women shifted, revealing a blend of envy, apprehension, and an indescribable complexity in their gazes. Meanwhile, the access barrier ahead had been raised, and the guard gestured for Cheng Feng to enter the community. Cheng Feng promptly set the vehicle in motion, smoothly navigating into the newly developed upscale community. Following the guide on the electric vehicle, they traversed the flower-laden paths, delving deeper into the heart of the enclave. In a mere moment, they arrived before Building 6. Upon their arrival, Guard Chow he promptly approached to direct their parking. "Mr. Cheng, our community implements a vehicle separation system. Residents park in the basement. After parking, they can take the elevator back home. However, there are ground-level parking spaces available for some larger unit owners. This building has 8 spots, one of which belongs to you." As he spoke, he indicated Cheng Feng's designated parking space. Cheng Feng nodded and skillfully reversed into the spot, securing his vehicle. Upon opening the car door, he stepped out, followed closely by the excited Hotba and her companions, all filled with exuberance. Just as he was preparing to continue observing the situation, he was suddenly taken aback, his tongue seemingly tied, rendering him speechless. Much like the old, lecherous men at the entrance of the drama school, he too was captivated by the enchanting presence of Hotba and her friends, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Observing his infatuated demeanor, Cheng Feng couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Brother they're all my friends and may be residing here in the future. I hope you can look after them and ensure their safety. I will take my friends upstairs to view the property. You need not accompany us. When Manager Wong returns, please ask him to come by. I have some matters to discuss with him." "Certainly, Mr. Cheng, please feel free. Should you need anything, just call the property office and reach out to me." He replied mechanically, though his gaze uncontrollably darted toward Hotba. The three beauties blushed slightly, giggling quietly amongst themselves, feeling a sense of pride. Subsequently, Cheng Feng led them into the building, swiping his access card to open the elevator and ascending to the upper floors. As they entered the elevator, he jested. "Did you witness the security guard's reaction? And those old men at the drama school entrance? It is evident how stunningly beautiful you all are, capable of bewitching anyone. I wonder who instilled such audacity in you to roam about with such breathtaking beauty and alluring figures without parental supervision. Had it been any other man, it would be a miracle if he remained unaffected. Who could resist your allure? Fortunately, I am a modern-day Liu Xiaohui, The three beauties erupted into laughter, their smiles radiant. Are you truly the modern-day Liu Xiaohui? Can I trust that? Edina teased, but I must admit, your words are quite flattering. Indeed, when you first met Hotba, your performance was hardly better than that of a security guard, Aziguli playfully remarked, causing Hotba to flush deeply. As they spoke, the elevator arrived at the 6th floor. The doors opened, and Cheng Feng led the three beauties out, heading directly towards room 602. Along the way, he offered a brief overview of the situation. This upscale community consists of elevator-accessed apartments, reaching 8 stories high. Most units in the same building are 89 square meters with 3 bedrooms, although there are a few larger 4-bedroom units. The 4-bedroom apartments are primarily located on the 6th and 7th floors, not available in every building. What I am showing you now is one of the 180 square meter 4-bedroom units. There are also 2 89 square meter 3-bedroom units on the 5th floor, and an additional one in the adjacent building, which I'll take you to view later. These properties are all in the same building, making them easier to manage. As he spoke, they arrived at the door of 602. He retrieved the key, unlocked the door, and ushered the three beauties inside. Upon entering, the three ladies abruptly froze in place, their mouths agape in astonishment. After a moment, they collectively gasped in awe. This house is absolutely stunning. Cheng Feng, how could you possibly part with such a beautiful property for rent? If it were me, I wouldn't part with it for anything. Wow, I am enamored with this residence, as well as its exquisite decor style. However, the absence of furniture and appliances raises a concern regarding habitation. Cheng Feng glanced at the three beautiful ladies and, with a smile, remarked, "The lack of furnishings and appliances is hardly a dilemma. Nearby, there are both Suning appliances and IKEA. With a mere day's effort, I could transform this space into a cozy home. Yet, I am curious. What prompts your haste in seeking a rental? Is there something amiss that you might wish to share? Of course, you're under no obligation to divulge anything." The three ladies exchanged glances, and a profound silence enveloped them. Chapter 35, The Art of Seduction. Reba glanced at Aziguli. Then both turned their attention towards Edina. It was evident that Edina was their pillar of support. After a moment's hesitation, Edina spoke hesitantly. "Cheng Feng, could we possibly take a look at the property contracts? Only by confirming that you have suitable houses for rent can I divulge my reasons." "Ah, how prudent of you. Of course, that's perfectly reasonable. It prevents one from being deceived by certain lecherous individuals." Cheng Feng replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, he promptly opened his backpack. From within, he retrieved a folder, unveiling it before Edina. "Here are the property contracts for 10 houses I own in the Magic City, along with the relevant documents from yesterday's transfer procedures, all meticulously organized for your perusal. Once you have examined these contracts and documents, you will ascertain whether I am trustworthy." Edina widened her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, scrutinizing the contracts and documents. The other two lovely ladies leaned in, their curiosity piqued as they began to examine the contents. "Moments latte." They gasped in admiration. It's hard to believe that one person could possess so many properties. Is it even feasible to inhabit them all? With the soaring real estate prices and exorbitant rents in both the Magic City and the capital, with so many houses, can't you just lounge indefinitely? Cheng Feng chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, with these prime properties at my disposal, I could effortlessly recline in leisure. The rental income alone amounts to 200,000 or 300,000 each month, and it will only increase, ensuring a comfortable life for me. However, my aspirations extend far beyond a lifetime of luxury. I have loftier goals. Otherwise, wouldn't life be rather mundane?" What he truly wished to convey was that as a reborn individual, merely living off his past fortunes without striving for more would be akin to a futile existence. Reba and Gully exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with indignation. The stench of wealth cloaked in excess, while the streets bear witness to the frozen remains of the impoverished. How vividly it illustrates our reality. To live in idle comfort without ambition seemed an enticing dream to them. Yet this fellow dismissed it with disdain. Cheng Feng chose to ignore the discontented beauty with lofty dreams and turned his gaze back to Edina. In the next moment, Edina explained with a hint of exasperation, Due to some recent events back home, we have become the focus of attention wherever we go. The same applies here in the Magic City as it does in the capital. Since checking into the hotel yesterday morning, we have been asked for our identification 6 times within a single day, each time requiring us to patiently explain our reasons for being in the Magic City and how long we intend to stay. Another concern is the exorbitant hotel prices in the Magic City, which are several hundred per night. We are not privileged individuals like you who are indifferent to money. We plan to stay here for over a month, and the costs of living in a hotel are prohibitively high. We wish to save money by renting an apartment. But short-term rentals are notoriously difficult to find and often lead to exploitation by agents. Lastly, there is the issue of dining. As it stands, there is only one ramen shop nearby that we can frequent, and we certainly cannot subsist on ramen alone every day. If we opt to rent a residence, we could prepare meals at home, allowing me to care for both of them and effectively resolving our dining concerns, thereby enabling us to truly settle down. After listening to Adina's explanation, Cheng Feng fell into a contemplative silence. He was acutely aware that the primary reason was of utmost significance. The 3 enchanting women from the western regions could no longer endure the incessant identity checks, hence their desire to find a rental dwelling. He fully understood the root cause of this predicament. It was an exceptional circumstance during these extraordinary times, one that no one could alter. It was a nationwide issue. Furthermore, Cheng Feng recognized that should he decide to lease his property to these 3 captivating ladies, he would inevitably need to inform the property management, the neighborhood committee, and the local police station about the situation. He might even have to provide certain assurances and assume a degree of responsibility, which would undoubtedly invite unnecessary complications. Simultaneously, Cheng Feng was confident that there would be no issues with Reba and her companions. Merely based on the AI videos of Reba that he had viewed in his previous life, he felt compelled to assist. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to those passionate moments. In a fleeting moment, Cheng Feng reached a decision. He glanced at the 3 beauties and, with a warm smile, nodded and said, "For me, your concerns are hardly concerns at all. I am willing to rent the property to you, provided that you are satisfied with the house after viewing it and can accept the price I propose. As for the furnishings, appliances, and utilities, those are easily resolved. I plan to purchase furniture and appliances today to furnish the house. Nearby, there are stores like Suning Appliances and a home goods shop where we can procure all necessary items, and the property management can handle the utilities." No sooner had he finished speaking than the 3 ladies erupted with delight. "Wow, you intend to furnish the house with a complete set of furniture and brand new appliances for rental? How generous of you. Please, tell us how much you plan to charge for rent, but do keep it reasonable. We cannot afford anything exorbitant." Cheng Feng observed the 3 beauties and gently shook his head. "Let's first inspect the house. We can discuss the rent later. This spacious 180 square meter 4-bedroom unit is intended for my own use and is not available for external rental. The property I am preparing to lease to you is a smaller 3-bedroom unit downstairs. We will discuss the details after viewing it. I am not familiar with the conditions of the other houses." In light of his words, the 3 ladies could only nod in agreement. Subsequently, Cheng Feng commenced the house viewing, familiarizing himself with the details of the large property. The 3 beauties exchanged quiet whispers and began exploring the new residence, growing increasingly fond of it. Much like the previous properties they had encountered, the DCOR of this house was exquisite, employing eco-friendly materials. It was a property retained by the developer, so it was bound to be of high quality. The only disappointment was the inability to move in immediately. Aside from the kitchen's gas stove and range hood, dishwasher and oven, along with a gas water heater and some built-in cabinetry, there were no other furnishings or appliances, necessitating that the owner supply them. Nevertheless, Cheng Feng was quite pleased with the state of the house. Just as he was excitedly showing the 3 beauties around and discussing the property, Manager Wang from the property management finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Much like the reaction of Security Officer Xiao He upon seeing the stunning Reba and her companions, Manager Wang was momentarily taken aback by their breathtaking beauty. Until Cheng Feng was reminded, he had not reacted. Subsequently, he enthusiastically introduced himself, becoming acquainted with Cheng Feng and shaking hands. He then began to elaborate on the community and the properties, assisting Cheng Feng in the handover process. Thanks to Manager Liu's prior arrangements, the handover proceeded remarkably smoothly. Manager Wang called to inform the property staff to bring over the prepared documents for the on-site completion of the handover procedures. In addition to receiving 4 apartments, Cheng Feng also accepted 5 parking spaces. Among them, the spacious 180 square meter residence came with 2 parking spaces, one above ground and the other in the basement. The other 3 89 square meter 3-bedroom units each had a parking space, all located in the basement. Furthermore, the property management fees for the first 2 years for these apartments were waived to be covered by Panshur Real Estate Company. After completing the handover procedures on site, Cheng Feng entrusted Manager Wang with further tasks. He requested the property management to assist in activating the utilities, water, electricity, and gas, and to arrange for the installation of broadband internet and cable television, ideally to be finalized by the end of the day. When the new furniture and appliances purchased by Cheng Feng were delivered, he also needed the property management's assistance to carry them upstairs and aid in the installation. Manager Wang readily agreed to Cheng Feng's requests without a hint of hesitation. This was partly due to Manager Liu's prior endorsement, and secondly, because of the handsome remuneration promised by Cheng Feng. Earning an additional 1,005 for some extra work would net Manager Wang 4,000. Who would refuse such a splendid opportunity? After finalizing these arrangements, Manager Wang took his leave, albeit with a touch of reluctance. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Feng descended with 3 beautiful women to a cozy 3-bedroom apartment on the 5th floor. This apartment, while slightly smaller and a bit cramped, was otherwise impeccable. It boasted a north-south orientation, a well-thought-out layout, exquisite decor, and was fully equipped with essential kitchenware, a gas water heater, and a built-in wardrobe. Upon entering the apartment, before Cheng Feng could utter a word, the 3 women eagerly began their tour. Particularly, Reba and Azigo Li, having completed a quick circuit, enthusiastically began to allocate the bedrooms. I want the southern room. It faces the Shanghai Theater Academy. If only it weren't on such a low floor, I could see the campus right out the window. This adjacent bedroom is mine. It gets plenty of sunlight and has a balcony where I can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the community garden. It's simply splendid. Let the largest master bedroom be for my sister. Not only will she accompany us, but she will also cook for us. Her contributions are invaluable. As Reba and Guli animatedly divided the rooms among themselves, Adina approached Cheng Feng with a pitiful demeanor. She gently linked her arm with his, and in a sweet voice, murmured, "Cheng Feng, you must have seen how much Reba and the others adore this apartment. We would love to rent it. If the price could be a bit lower, that would be even more perfect. You know we are all short on funds, and Reba and the others are still students, unable to afford high rent." As she spoke, she threw a few flirtatious glances and moved closer, her ample bosom nearly touching Cheng Feng's arm. Goodness, the allure of a beautiful woman. Do you all know that I am weak-willed and cannot withstand such temptations? Cheng Feng felt a rush of excitement, his heart racing. In the next moment, he abruptly extended his arm, swiftly encircling Edina's slender waist. Just a moment ago, Edina, who had appeared alluring and beguiling, was instantly rendered pale and flustered. Chapter 36. Paying the price for past benefits, Adina struggled in a flurry of panic, her alluring waist twisting like a pretzel. Yet she could not extricate herself from the grip around her midsection. "You scoundrel, let go quickly. If Reba and the others see us, it will be impossible to explain," she exclaimed, slapping Cheng Feng's large hand. However, she dared not exert too much force, fearing that the sound might attract Reba and the others. Cheng Feng chuckled softly, reluctantly releasing his hold on Adina's waist, and teasingly remarked, "With such a timid disposition, how could you dare to employ the wiles of a femme fatale? A mere fade of seduction. Perhaps you should consider taking up acting. Bah, who would have thought you so shameless as to act so brazenly?" Adina retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just then, Reba and Aziguli emerged from the master bedroom. Upon seeing Adina's flushed face, the two beauties exchanged surprised glances. "Sister, why is your face so red? Did this fellow say something outrageous again? If he dares to provoke you, we shall deal with him together and show him what for." Reba inquired with genuine concern. Before Adina could respond, Cheng Feng interjected. You three are quite formidable. Why would I dare to bully you? I merely inquired whether Adina has a boyfriend. If she does, he cannot reside here. It was precisely this query that made Adina blush, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Before she could retort, she promptly smacked him again. Enough of that. Who are you calling formidable? We are not bandits. Is it appropriate to use such a term for women? And by the way, I do not have a boyfriend, which does not affect my rental situation. As the playful banter unfolded, the earlier awkwardness in the air dissipated. Cheng Feng smiled and continued, this arrangement is quite ideal. Given your unique circumstances, I must consider certain matters. I should clarify that if you rent my property, aside from family, no men are permitted to stay here, and gatherings for meals are also off limits. You are all aware of the events of the last few days, and I trust you do not wish to endure daily visits from officials checking IDs. I will assist you in registering with the Property Management and Neighborhood Committee, and likely need to inform the local police station as well. I will have Manager Wong help with these arrangements. Once registered, you should encounter far fewer troubles. The community is managed with restricted access, so you need not worry about disturbances. As he concluded his remarks, the three ladies fell into a contemplative silence. As Cheng Feng had pointed out, these were indeed extraordinary times, and they understood the challenges they might face. Fortunately, being women offered them some respite. Had they been men, the complications would have multiplied. It was conceivable that they could be checked numerous times in a single day, and even finding a hotel to stay in would be fraught with difficulties, as few would be willing to accommodate them. In the span of a moment, Cheng Feng had articulated his requirements, yet the three women remained silent, lost in thought. After a prolonged contemplation, Adina reluctantly nodded and said, very well, Cheng Feng, we shall accept these terms, with the condition that no male companions accompany our parents, nor will we partake in gatherings with fellow villagers. If you could assist us in registering with the community committee and the police station, it would be greatly appreciated. We shall remember your kindness. Now, let us discuss the matter of rent. We intend to rent for just over a month, and we hope you might offer a more affordable rate, as we are not earning any income. Cheng Feng surveyed the three lovely ladies and, after a moment of reflection, provided his offer. I shall furnish this apartment with complete sets of new, environmentally friendly furniture and appliances from reputable brands. The property management fee will be waived. You need only procure some personal bedding to move in effortlessly, which is quite convenient. According to my investigation, the rent for such exquisitely renovated apartments in upscale neighborhoods surrounding the Shanghai Theater Academy is at least $12,000. Considering your circumstances and the fact that you are the first tenants, I can lower the rent to $10,000 per month. Ah, $10,000? That is exceedingly steep, the three ladies exclaimed, taken aback by the exorbitant price. Subsequently, Reba clasped her hands before her chest, batting her eyelashes as she implored, this rent is simply too high. Cheng Feng, in our city, such an apartment would only cost around $1,500, at most $2,000. You are asking for $10,000, and we have no jobs. How could we afford that? Could you possibly reduce the price? I beg you. As she spoke, she feigned a pitiful demeanor and adopted a flirtatious tone, displaying her dramatic flair. The other two ladies, not to be outdone, also adopted a similarly forlorn expression. Had they been more familiar with Cheng Feng, they would have eagerly approached him, clinging to his arm and employing their charms. Cheng Feng, observing the lackluster performances of the three ladies, felt a headache coming on. After a moment as thought, he replied, do you think I would spend hundreds of thousands to furnish these new apartments with complete sets of eco-friendly furniture and appliances for no reason? That is a significant investment. The true target tenants for these properties are high-income individuals working in the bustling metropolis, executives from large corporations, and financial elites. According to my plan, the rental price for these exquisitely renovated apartments should be at least $15,000, and if it were for foreigners, they wouldn't even consider renting for less than $25,000. It is only because of our acquaintance that I am offering you the price of $10,000, which is already quite generous. The three ladies exchanged glances, still maintaining their pitiable expressions. In the next moment, Adina discreetly signaled Reba, who shyly averted her gaze towards Cheng Feng. Reba's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness. After a brief hesitation, she timidly approached Cheng Feng, her small hands nervously twisting together. Observing their little antics, Cheng Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. In a flash, Reba stood before him, gently tugging at the hem of his shirt. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered in a soft tone, "Could you lower the price a bit more? Cheng Feng, we will only stay for about a month and a half. Would 5,000 be acceptable? You have so many properties and can collect tens of thousands in rent each month. Surely, you are not concerned about this small amount. We truly have very little." Cheng Feng gazed at the stunningly beautiful and eternally youthful visage before him, momentarily lost in a reverie. In his previous life, Reba was one of his favorite actresses. Although he was not an avid fan, he was undeniably captivated by her alluring figure and breathtaking beauty. Her enchanting curves, especially her mesmerizing peach-shaped posterior, paired with her long, slender legs, exuded an irresistible charm that could make any man's heart race. Moreover, the AI videos that accompanied Cheng Feng through countless passionate moments featured her face, the very one that stood before him now. With his thought, Cheng Feng smiled and nodded. "Do not attempt to employ any beauty traps. I am not easily swayed, and your acting skills are rather lacking, frankly unwatchable. In light of our acquaintance, I am willing to rent this apartment to you for 5,000 for a month and a half, until your departure from the city." Before he could finish his sentence, the three beautiful women erupted in cheers. "Wonderful! Cheng Feng, thank you. You're truly a good guy," they exclaimed excitedly. "Hee. We finally secured a place to stay, and it's only about 400 meters from the drama school. Fantastic." In the midst of their exhilaration, Reba suddenly hugged Cheng Feng's arm tightly, joyfully shaking it a few times. Wow, quite impressive grip. The delightful sensation coursing through Cheng Feng's arm stirred something within him. Providing a tangible benefit to the three women was rather agreeable, as it allowed him to frequently indulge in their beauty. Unfortunately, this delightful experience was fleeting. As the cheers subsided, Reba immediately recognized the impropriety of her actions. Her gesture had been overly intimate. To make matters worse, she had unwittingly allowed this rogue a significant advantage. In the next moment, she released Cheng Feng's arm as if jolted by an electric shock and stepped back 2 paces. Her face flushed crimson as if engulfed in flames, and she lowered her head, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Alas! Cheng Feng sighed despondently and continued, "Do not hastily bestow upon me the title of benefactor. I have conditions of my own. In the city, I possess 10 vacant apartments that require decoration and the addition of brand new furniture and appliances. Since you have studied the arts from a young age, you should be quite sensitive to color coordination and interior design. I would like you to assist in creating soft decoration schemes for these apartments to offset half of the rent. For instance, what style and color of curtains should be chosen? Which styles of furniture and sofas would best complement the decor, creating a harmonious and comfortable atmosphere? My requirements are that the soft furnishings must be simple and cozy, exuding warmth, while avoiding any ethnic influences, as some clients may not appreciate them. Once you present the soft decoration plans, I will drive you to procure the items, visiting furniture stores and sooning electrical appliances, with installation and transportation taken care of." The three women exchanged rapid glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement, and nodded in unison. "No problem, Cheng Feng. We accept your terms and will assist you in decorating all the apartments. After all, it is not our money being spent, and we are eager to experiment with how to adorn these newly renovated homes to perfection." "Great, it is settled then," Cheng Feng replied with a smile and a nod. Chapter 37. The joyful and beautiful little birds having finalized a rental agreement for Reba and her companions, Cheng Feng commenced discussions regarding the intricacies of the lease contract, diligently recording the details on his laptop. Given the unique circumstances of Reba and her friends, a standard rental contract would not suffice. It necessitated the inclusion of additional clauses. Furthermore, as the furnishings and appliances had yet to be fully assembled, it was impossible to compile an inventory of items, thus precluding the immediate signing of the lease. The formal contract could only be executed once the furniture and appliances were in place, and utilities such as water, electricity, gas, and internet were activated. For Cheng Feng, the rental agreement was merely a formality. He secretly wished that Reba and her companions would forego signing, allowing them to default on the rent. In such a scenario, he would hold leverage over Reba, creating ample opportunities for manipulation. Before long, both parties reached a consensus on the details of the rental contract. Seizing the momentum, Cheng Feng smiled and said, "Ladies, you may now embark on the soft decoration design. I am eager to witness your talents. Begin with the soft furnishings for this 3-bedroom apartment and the larger 4-bedroom unit upstairs. We shall address the remaining properties in the days to come. If you can present a design proposal swiftly and to my satisfaction, I shall take you shopping shortly. The appliance and furniture markets are conveniently close, and I will arrange for expedited delivery and installation, perhaps enabling you to move in by tonight. The design ethos for these 2 apartments should embody modernity, simplicity, and comfort, avoiding excessive clutter or overcrowding, while ensuring ample spatial awareness. Bright colors such as pink or deep red must be strictly avoided. The ambience should reflect artistic sensibility and appeal to the aesthetic preferences of the majority." Following this, he elaborated on his expectations. As they listened intently, the 3 ladies' eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to delve into the task at hand. Designing the soft furnishings for several newly renovated homes was an unprecedented experience for them, especially since one of the apartments would be their residence. Even for a brief stay of a month and a half, they were filled with enthusiasm. As soon as Cheng Feng concluded his remarks, the trio enthusiastically chimed in unison, "Absolutely. We will commence the design immediately, striving to move into this splendid new home tonight. I adore this place. Rest assured, Cheng Feng, we will ensure that these 2 apartments are designed beautifully, and you will be thoroughly pleased." "Very well. I look forward to your design proposals. Begin your work." Cheng Feng replied with a nod and a smile. "What a taskmaster. He gives us no time to rest." Reba teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. Despite her words, she was the most proactive among them. Swiftly, she dashed into her chosen bedroom, contemplating how to adorn the space. Following suit, Adina and Gully also took action, entering their selected rooms to commence the design of their personal sanctuaries. As they busied themselves, Manager Wang coordinated with the installation personnel for internet and cable television, who began setting up broadband and cable services in the 4 apartments. As for water, electricity, and gas services, the property management handled those efficiently, completing the installations in no time. Before long, all 4 apartments were equipped with broadband and cable television. Cheng Feng retrieved his laptop and accessed both Suning Electric and a home decor website, prompting Reba and her companions to compare the styles and colors of furniture and appliances displayed online in order to devise a soft decoration plan. Before long, the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. After enjoying lunch with the 3 lovely ladies, Cheng Feng drove them to a nearby home furnishing store, intent on purchasing an array of furniture and essential decorative items. It goes without saying that he was quite pleased with the soft decoration plan they had devised, which is why he brought them along for this grand shopping spree. Just an hour prior, he had accompanied them to Suning Electric, where they procured nearly 20 various appliances, including refrigerators, washing machines, televisions, and air conditioners. The most numerous of these were the air conditioners, with 7 rooms and 2 living rooms across 2 apartments. Each required cooling and heating units, as the sweltering summers and frigid winters of Shanghai necessitated such provisions. Fortunately, these appliances were all from reputable domestic brands, ensuring reliability and affordability, which did not significantly dent Cheng Feng's finances. Once the appliances were selected, he arranged for immediate delivery and installation through Suning Electric. He then contacted Manager Wang, requesting that property staff and security assist with the transportation and oversee the installation on site. Cheng Feng had previously coordinated these details with Manager Wang during the house viewing and left a key before departing. Given the generous compensation he offered, Manager Wang readily agreed, albeit surprised by the swiftness of Cheng Feng's actions. After addressing the appliance matters, Cheng Feng took the 3 ladies to a nearby eatery for lunch. Following their meal, they wasted no time in visiting a home decor store to select furniture and some simple decorative items. Cheng Feng's choice of this particular store was motivated by 2 primary reasons. The furniture met environmental standards, and the designs were quite appealing. As for the quality of the materials, one could only chuckle, and the prices were rather steep. However, there was no alternative, Cheng Feng recognized the brand's reputation. To save time, he felt compelled to procure items from this establishment. Upon entering the furniture mall, the three ladies, akin to birds released into the wild, frolicked joyfully, bubbling with excitement. They cheered as they dashed toward an array of stylish, exquisite, minimalist, or elegant furniture and decorative pieces, eagerly selecting their favorites. Cheng Feng granted them ample freedom to choose within the budget, provided their selections did not lean too far toward the overly feminine. Though the three ladies were technically working for him, they appeared blissfully oblivious to any sense of exploitation. As they ventured into the display area, Cheng Feng guided Reba and her companions through various model rooms, selecting appealing furniture pieces. In a flash, they entered an open-plan model room styled in a modern minimalist aesthetic. Before long, Reba made a notable discovery, dashing excitedly towards a deep gray three-seater sofa, examining it with delight. Moments later, she turned to Cheng Feng, her eyes alight with enthusiasm, and exclaimed, "Cheng Feng, this is the very three-seater sofa I selected online. It's simple yet stylish, with a subdued color palette, and the actual product aligns almost perfectly with the images online. It would complement your large apartment's decor splendidly, though the price is slightly on the higher side. Shall we consider purchasing it?" Cheng Feng gazed at the stunning beauty before him, then glanced at the three-person sofa, nodding indulgently. "As long as you like it, let's add it to the list. The price is of no concern. I intend to reside in that apartment for 2 to 3 years, so selecting quality furniture is essential. However, one thing to note, you should sit on it to test its comfort and then recline to see how it feels. Furthermore, you both ought to kneel on the sofa to assess its elasticity and comfort level. Comfort is paramount, yet it shouldn't be overly soft. All right, let's give it a try." Heezy and Gully nodded in unison and settled onto the sofa. Just then, an envious voice suddenly whispered in Cheng Feng's ear, "What a life. Young man, I never imagined you appeared so youthful. Yet your life experiences are remarkably rich. Are these two exotic beauties your girlfriends? You are indeed fortunate. But do remember to take care of your health." Cheng Feng swiftly turned to see who had spoken. The speaker was a man in his 30s, leering at Heezy and Gully with an expression that radiated desire. Not only him, but nearly all the men nearby were fixated on the two beauties, their eyes wide with astonishment. Many, accompanied by wives or girlfriends, could not resist sneaking glances at Heezy and Gully. When Adina approached and knelt alongside Heezy and Gully on the sofa, all three lifting their backsides to test the sofa's elasticity, the scene escalated uncontrollably. The sight of the trio in form-fitting jeans was enough to make the eyes of numerous onlookers nearly pop out of their heads. The inevitable result was that many of these unfortunate men were caught staring, much to the ire of their wives or girlfriends, who promptly yanked them away by their ears. Even some women, captivated by the breathtakingly beautiful and sultry Heezy and Gully, were left in awe, filled with envy and jealousy. Cheng Feng glanced at the lecherous man beside him, and, with a sense of pride, whispered, "Indeed, they're my friends' girlfriends. Aren't they stunning? But do refrain from staring too long. Be wary of what you see, lest you find yourself unable to look away. When you return to your wife later, do not express disdain. As the saying goes, a good wife should never be cast aside." The lecherous man felt a surge of irritation, wishing he could land a punch on that insufferable face beside him. Just at that moment, Cheng Feng's phone rang unexpectedly. He took it out and glanced at the caller ID, casually pressing the answer button to take the call. The next instant, Li Heng's excited voice came through the phone. "Fengzi, where are you now? Do you know what's happening? You've completely taken over the school forum. All the students are talking about you." Chapter 38. The sensual banquet of hegemony amidst the bustling activities. It was already around 8:30 in the evening. The spacious 4-bedroom apartment on the 6th floor had nearly completed its soft furnishing, finally resembling a true home, though it lacked the warmth of human presence. All the furniture and appliances had been installed, and various decorative items were meticulously arranged, giving the space an artistic ambience. Furthermore, ample space had been preserved, ensuring it did not feel cramped, aligning perfectly with Cheng Feng's requirements. Each of the 4 rooms had been thoughtfully appointed: a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a study, all arranged according to their intended functions. New bedding, Carpets, curtains, and sofa covers adorned the rooms. However, the second largest room remained empty, devoid of any furniture, save for a wall-mounted air conditioner. Cheng Feng had yet to determine the purpose of this room, leaving it vacant for now. It could serve as a gym, transform into a bedroom, or fulfill other functions as needed. Once all appliances and furniture were confirmed to be in order, Cheng Feng instructed the property staff to conduct a thorough cleaning. At this moment, Cheng Feng stood atop a ladder inside the door, installing a high-definition pinhole camera. He had already completed the installation of a discrete pinhole camera in the corridor outside, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. In no time, the second pinhole camera was set up, covering the inner area of the foyer. With a slight adjustment in angle, it could capture views of the living room, study, and the entrance to the master bedroom. Coupled with the camera in the corridor, all areas inside and outside the apartment were under surveillance, controllable remotely. Thus, no one entering or exiting this spacious apartment could evade monitoring. Having ensured the cameras were functioning properly, Cheng Feng was preparing to wrap up his work when a sudden knock resonated from the door. Descending the ladder, he casually opened the door to reveal a blushing Hotba. Her hair was still slightly damp, and she donned a snug cartoon-patterned pajama, clearly having just emerged from shower. However, it was now late October, and the weather in the city had turned chilly, prompting everyone to don thicker sleepwear. Had it been the sweltering summer, Hotba would undoubtedly have worn something far more revealing, enhancing the beauty of the scene. "I sent you a message. Why didn't you reply?" Hotba said, her cheeks flushed, pure as a lotus blossom, naturally unadorned. "I am not deceived," Cheng Feng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling in admiration. He then stepped aside, gesturing invitingly. "With such a beautiful guest, how could I refuse entry? Please, come in and speak your mind." "I was busy working. My phone is in the study, and I didn't hear the notification," Hotba replied, shaking her head bashfully and taking a cautious step back. "I texted you to come downstairs for dinner, so you wouldn't have to dine out." Sister Adina made a large platter of chicken and several other dishes, inviting you to join us, and we can also sign the rental contract. Cheng Feng's eyes brightened, and he nodded with a smile. "That sounds wonderful. I'm eager to sample Adina's culinary skills, which I imagine to be quite exceptional. There's no rush on the contract. I still have 8 more properties to hand over for your design, so there's ample time. Are you truly not coming in? No one would consume you. I shall merely wash my hands and join you shortly." Reba once again shook her head with caution. "I prefer to wait here for you. Just make haste." "All right. You're making me seem like a wolf eager to devour a little rabbit. You are being overly cautious." Cheng Feng chuckled, subsequently folding the ladder and heading towards the storage room. As he stepped out, Reba, pouting her alluring red lips, playfully murmured, "You indeed resemble a wolf. I must remain vigilant." At that moment, Cheng Feng emerged from the study, holding his phone, keys, and the printed rental agreement. He exited the room and locked the door behind him. Together with Reba, they entered the elevator and descended to dine. In the blink of an eye, they arrived on the 5th floor, approaching the door of the modest 3-bedroom apartment. Cheng Feng glanced at the newly replaced lock and smiled as he offered a few words of caution. "Reba, you must prioritize safety. Do not entrust the keys or access cards to anyone else to avoid danger. Of course, I am an exception as the landlord. I may need to check on the property occasionally, but I will notify you in advance. Additionally, remember to engage the internal security chain before you retire for the night. You are both remarkably beautiful, and given the unique circumstances of your stay, I must ensure your safety, which is why the new lock was installed." Reba, blushing, nodded shyly and replied, "Understood, we will be cautious. Thank you for your concern. We are not as beautiful as you claim." With that, she gently knocked on the door to alert the Adina sisters inside, and after a brief moment, she produced her key to unlock the door, ushering Cheng Feng into the newly refreshed apartment. Upon entering, Cheng Feng was immediately enveloped by an enticing aroma. Adina had prepared dinner, beautifully arranged on the dining table. Though not extravagant, it was a feast for the senses, filled with delicious flavors from the western regions. Even more delectable than the dinner was the alluring presence of the Adina sisters. Unlike the reserved Reba, these 2 strikingly beautiful sisters wore delicate camisole dresses, their figures elegantly accentuated, radiating charm and allure. Having just bathed, Their hair was only partially dried, with damp strands cascading over their smooth, porcelain-like shoulders and backs, adding to their allure. The two sisters stood at the edge of the living room, gazing at Cheng Feng with rosy cheeks, their eyes reflecting gratitude and anticipation, alongside an indescribable allure that stirred a delightful restlessness within him. In jest, he exclaimed, "Goodness, this scene is rather extravagant. I feel as if I am attending a grand banquet." Immediately, the faces of the three beauties flushed a deeper shade of crimson, each feeling a touch of bashfulness. Edina, blushing, then spoke, "While it may not be a grand banquet, Cheng Feng, we do have a small favor to ask of you, though it is unrelated to tonight's dinner. Regardless of whether you assist us, we must treat you to this meal as a token of our gratitude for renting this place to us." Cheng Feng surveyed the three stunning women and smiled in acknowledgement. "I was well aware that no banquet is truly splendid, especially considering how alluringly you are all dressed tonight. It is evident that you seek something from me. However, it matters not, for an abundance of lice does not itch, and a multitude of debts does not trouble. Today, I have been utterly enchanted by your captivating beauty, granting so many requests. So what is one more?" The three lovely ladies erupted into delightful laughter, their joy infectious. Shortly thereafter, Edina cast a flirtatious glance my way. "I knew you would acquiesce to our desires. You are so kind, and surely will look after us three delicate ladies." Cheng Feng quickly shook his head. "Hold on. Do not rush to adorn me with compliments, nor should you casually bestow upon me the title of a good person. I must first hear about your matters before I can ascertain whether I can assist. More importantly, shall we not dine? I am eager to savor your culinary creations from the western regions. They must be delectable. After an entire day's labor, I am famished, and it is time to appease my hunger." "Very well. Let's dine first and converse whilst we eat," Edina replied with a smile. Subsequently, everyone entered the dining room, seated themselves at the table, and prepared for dinner. When this small three-bedroom apartment was completed with its soft furnishings, Cheng Feng was present on site to witness everything. Thus there was no need for a tour now. Compared to the upstairs modern minimalist four-bedroom apartment, this small three-bedroom abode exudes a touch of softness and warmth, making it more suitable for young ladies or families. This is hardly surprising, as it was designed collaboratively by three enchanting women. In the dining room, Cheng Feng pulled out a chair, seated himself, and gazed at the exquisite dishes before him, marveling in admiration. "I must say, Edina, I had no idea that you, an art student who has been painting since childhood, possess such remarkable culinary skills. I was under the impression that artists are typically inept in the kitchen. This spread looks absolutely fantastic. It tantalizes the senses and promises to be delightful." Before he could finish, Gully proudly interjected, "Indeed, my sister is a wonderful cook. Living just upstairs, you shall indulge in her culinary delights." "That sounds splendid. It seems I made the right decision in renting the place to you. Let us dig in. My friends can hardly wait to feast." With that, Cheng Feng picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat. The three beautiful ladies exchanged knowing smiles, nodding in unison. "Then let us begin. After a long day, we too are rather hungry." As they settled into their seats, Edina took her place beside Cheng Feng, while Reba and Gully sat across from them, their smiles radiant and enchanting. Once seated, they all picked up their chopsticks, ready to relish the meal. Cheng Feng's movements were slightly swifter. He swiftly grabbed a piece of chicken and placed it in his mouth. Moments later, he expressed genuine admiration. "Indeed, it is delicious. It appears that I shall truly indulge in a feast today. Ladies, do share what other matters you wish to discuss. For the sake of this delightful meal, I shall certainly consider lending my assistance." Chapter 39. An ambiguous dinner. The three beautiful women exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before Reba timidly spoke. "Cheng Feng, isn't there a spacious bedroom in your large house that's vacant? Could we possibly borrow it as a practice room? We need to prepare for our drama school entrance exams, which will require us to rehearse our dances frequently to maintain our physiques, and perhaps even stage some dance or theatrical skits. While our current apartment has some space, it is quite limited, and we would need to rearrange furniture. Being girls, we have limited strength, and moving furniture back and forth is quite laborious. More importantly, we are concerned about damaging the furniture and the floor, which would be truly unfortunate. Therefore, we were wondering if we could rent that empty room upstairs. After you attend your classes, we would quietly go up to practice without disturbing you. Such a generous offer, Cheng Feng thought, amused by his recent surge of romantic fortune. Reba and her friends would undoubtedly break a sweat while dancing. Would they need to shower in that house? What if he happened to return home and stumbled upon them? The mere thought ignited a thrill within him. Even if Reba and her friends were exceedingly cautious, the prospect of witnessing such captivating scenes was tantalizing. Even if they chose not to shower in that house, the sight of Reba and Gully, with their alluring figures clad in dance attire, gracefully moving about, would be an exquisite delight. With such enticing thoughts swirling in his mind, Cheng Feng found it impossible to decline their request. "Ah, so you ladies have come into some wealth? Wanted to rent my upstairs room? Yet you were so frugal when we discussed rent previously?" He teased lightly, to which Edina responded with a playful laugh. "Well, every penny counts, right? We are not exactly rich heiresses." Edina giggled, her laughter infectious. Cheng Feng regarded the trio of enchanting women and nodded gently. "This is hardly an issue for me. I'm not in need of the money. You may borrow that empty room, but the same rules apply as in this apartment. No outside guests allowed. Follow me upstairs shortly, and I shall show you the room. I'll give you the keys and access card, so you can practice without needing to notify me. I am currently in my second year, and my schedule is quite packed. Aside from weekends, I am mostly away during the day, so you can practice freely. If you tire, feel free to use the guest room to bathe and rest. Just remember to tidy up afterward. Even when I am home, you can close the door and rehearse without worrying about disturbing me." Before he could finish his sentence, the three beauties were already beaming with joy. "That is fantastic. Cheng Feng, I knew you would agree. Thank you so much. You are incredibly handsome and generous. Coming to Shanghai and making a friend like you is a wonderful surprise." Reba and Gully exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In contrast to her friends, Edina's expression of gratitude was bolder and more alluring. With a flirtatious smile, she gently brushed her long, elegant leg against Cheng Feng's beneath the table and blushed as she said, "Thank you, Cheng Feng. You have greatly assisted Gully and Reba. Now, they won't have to search for dance studios everywhere. To show my appreciation for the next month and a half, whenever I cook at home, you are welcome to come downstairs and join us for a meal. If you relish the flavors of the Western regions, we would be more than delighted to provide an extra pair of chopsticks. Dining together creates a lively atmosphere." Cheng Feng, suppressing his impulses, refrained from stealthily caressing the alluringly smooth, long legs resting beneath the table. He swallowed hard, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement, saying, "That would be splendid. If I can dine here, it would spare me the trouble of searching for restaurants elsewhere. I am quite fond of Western cuisine. Of course, I shall not partake without contributing. Whenever I have the chance, I will bring groceries, fruits, and snacks to fill your refrigerator. Should you need transportation, feel free to let me know. I would be happy to drive you around and explore the enchanting city of Shanghai." "That sounds wonderful. Let us call this mutual assistance," exclaimed Reba with enthusiasm, to which Gully nodded in agreement. In contrast to them, Edina appeared even more delighted, her laughter vibrant and infectious. Alongside her exuberance, a pair of magnificent assets quivered, leaving Cheng Feng momentarily dizzy, nearly drooling. Ultimately, he could not resist and discreetly extended his left hand, attempting to ascertain whether the skin of the alluring leg beside him was as smooth as it appeared. Regrettably, Edina offered him no such opportunity. This enchanting beauty, laughing like a blooming flower, remained ever vigilant. Upon realizing Cheng Feng's dubious intentions, she swiftly pinched his hand with 2 fingers, delivering a gentle warning. Cheng Feng reluctantly withdrew his hand, not only failing to gain any advantage, but also experiencing a minor setback. Witnessing his crestfallen expression, Edina raised an eyebrow playfully, her smile widening in delight. Meanwhile, Reba and the others remained oblivious, passionately discussing matters concerning their training room. The evening continued with laughter and conversation over dinner. In this newly furnished, cozy little 3-bedroom apartment, a subtle air of flirtation began to permeate the atmosphere. This undercurrent of ambiguity stemmed from the small gestures exchanged between Cheng Feng and Adina, as well as the glances that Reba and Gully cast toward him. Compared to before, their eyes now held a spark of something more, a budding affection, perhaps even an unrecognized flirtation. The more mature Adina, however, displayed a boldness that surpassed theirs, radiating warmth and passion. During the meal, she juggled entertaining her two younger companions while engaging in playful banter with Cheng Feng. Their exchanges were lively, a dance of offense and defense. Inevitably, Cheng Feng's hand would brush against hers or even graze her thigh, only to be swiftly evaded and dismissed by her with an electrifying speed. Cheng Feng, undeterred, continued to revel in this flirtatious game. In addition to discussing the training room and shared meals, he also conversed with the three beauties about other matters, including the necessity of registering at the local police station and neighborhood committee, as well as Reba and Gully's admission to the drama academy. Amidst the laughter and playful teasing, this delightful dinner eventually drew to a close. Following this, everyone migrated to the living room, settled onto the sofa, and engaged in casual conversation. After a brief conversation, Reba expressed her desire to explore the upstairs training room, with the more pressing aim of obtaining the keys and access card for the upper floor. Cheng Feng readily agreed, promptly retrieving the prepared rental agreement for Adina to review. This contract had been collaboratively drafted by both parties, thus it posed no issues. Given their swift familiarity and mutual trust, signing the rental agreement was merely a formality, its primary purpose being for record-keeping. Once Adina perused the contract and affixed her signature, she placed 5,000 yuan on the coffee table. Cheng Feng then signed both copies of the contract and handed one to Adina. He nonchalantly pocketed the cash without even counting it, foregoing any deposit from the three beautiful women. His unwavering trust elicited radiant smiles from them all. Little did they know, as Adina and her companions leaned in to scrutinize the contract terms, they inadvertently revealed a stunning vista that captivated Cheng Feng's gaze, which he would forever consider as a non-refundable deposit. In the following month, the group frequently dined together, certain that such alluring scenes would recur. Perhaps even more enchanting narratives would unfold, with considerable likelihood. After finalizing the rental agreement, Cheng Feng prepared to escort Reba and the others upstairs to collect the keys and access card. At that moment, Adina eagerly remarked, "Cheng Feng, when shall we visit the other apartments tomorrow to devise soft decoration plans for them?" Today felt rushed and somewhat tiring, yet I discovered that I truly enjoy this task far more than my previous work at the advertising agency. Designing a soft decoration scheme for an empty space and transforming it into a modern, cozy, and warm home is incredibly fulfilling and enjoyable. Cheng Feng regarded the alluring Adina with a smile and replied, "Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, we shall first register at the police station and the neighborhood committee. Then proceed to view the other apartments where you can design the soft decoration plans on site. While you work on those, I will arrange for the two residential properties to have their water, electricity, gas, and internet services activated, then head out for another round of shopping. Adina, if you genuinely relish this endeavor, consider pursuing a career as a soft decoration designer instead of returning to your former advertising job. I am quite pleased with the two soft decoration plans you developed today, especially given the time constraints. Their results are commendable. It is evident that you possess a certain talent in this area, with a delicate and perceptive sensibility. If you remain in Shanghai or Beijing as a soft decoration designer, you may find promising prospects ahead." As he concluded his thoughts, a brilliant smile blossomed on Adina's face. "Thank you for your affirmation. I truly wish to give it a try." Chapter 40. The disquieting gaze after exchanging a few casual words with the three beautiful women. Cheng Feng departed from a small apartment with Reba and Gully, intending to retrieve the keys and access cards from upstairs. Adina, however, remained on the 5th floor to tidy up the disheveled dining table. Yet, she discreetly pulled Reba and Gully aside, whispering a few words of caution, without needing to inquire. It was evident that she was warning them to be wary of Cheng Feng, lest they fall victim to his advances. In her estimation, she understood Cheng Feng far better than they did. To her, he was far from an innocent college sophomore. He was smooth-tongued and always ready to seize any opportunity to take advantage. There was no hint of naivety about him, resembling more of a seasoned romantic. After Adina's admonition, Reba and Guli's cheeks flushed slightly, their gazes towards Cheng Feng now laced with a hint of caution. Cheng Feng observed their reactions and merely smiled in response. His previous playful antics with Adina were merely a means of teasing the alluring beauty from the West. He had no genuine intentions beyond that. With his past experiences, he could easily charm these three captivating women if he truly desired. For now, indulging in subtle flirtation was quite entertaining. He had long since moved past the need for overt advances. In the elevator, Cheng Feng pressed the button and joked, "I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to witness your dance practice in that room upstairs. The sight must be quite enchanting. If possible, I would love for you to perform a traditional dance as a token of gratitude for allowing you to use the empty room as your practice space. I still vividly remember your performance at the new song competition, and I hope to see it again." Upon hearing his words, both Reba and Guli blushed and felt a swell of pride. They exchanged quick glances, preparing to respond. Just then, the elevator door suddenly chimed open. Inside stood a couple, a man and a woman, who appeared to be in their 40s and 30s, respectively. The woman retained her allure, with a figure that was both graceful and curvaceous. Despite the apparent age difference, like many others, upon catching sight of Reba and Guli, the middle-aged couple was taken aback by their beauty, particularly the man, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, and perhaps something more. Upon noticing the couple, Guli, clad in a nightgown and draped in a light coat, instinctively shyly stepped behind Reba. Even Reba, dressed in her pajamas, felt a tinge of embarrassment. In the next moment, Cheng Feng stepped into the elevator first and beckoned the two women to join him. "Come on, don't linger. Let's head upstairs," he urged. As his words echoed, Reba and Guli followed him into the elevator. Almost immediately, the elegant woman addressed Cheng Feng with a warm greeting. "Good evening, young man. Judging by your accent, you must be from Beijing. Which district do you reside in?" "You reside in 602, am I correct? This afternoon, as I stepped out for a meal, I noticed you arranging furniture and appliances in 602, accompanied by three exceptionally beautiful ladies. We live in the opposite unit, 601, and since we are now neighbors, it will be delightful to introduce ourselves and offer mutual support in times of need." Cheng Feng turned to regard the graceful woman before him, a sense of familiarity washing over him, though he could not recall where they had previously met. He smiled and nodded politely, greeting her. "Good evening, madam. I am Cheng Feng, indeed a resident of the capital, residing in the West City. Currently, I am studying in Shanghai, living in 602. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I just moved in today, having purchased some furniture and appliances. I apologize if I have caused any disturbance, but fortunately, everything is now in order. These two young ladies are my friends, residing in another property of mine. They are merely staying temporarily and will be departing soon." Before he could finish his sentence, the elegant woman extended her hand. "Hello, Cheng Feng. I am Chun Li, and this is my husband, Zhu Keiji. It is a pleasure to meet you. I also grew up in the capital, near Sanlai in the West City, and only came to Shanghai for work after completing my graduate studies." As she spoke, Chun-Li smiled and introduced her husband. Upon hearing her name, Cheng Feng experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder she appeared familiar. Her background is quite remarkable, as she is famously known in Shanghai. In his previous life, during his 24 years in the capital, Cheng Feng had encountered this captivating woman several times while representing his group at events, having dealt with the subsidiary company she managed. This familiarity explained why he found her face recognizable, though the present Chun-Li appeared much younger and irresistibly charming. Thus he failed to identify her immediately. More importantly, in his previous life, Chun-Li seemed to be single, or rather, divorced, with little known about her ex-husband. Clearly, the man standing before him, Zhu Keiji, was her former spouse. Understanding Chun Li's identity stirred a sense of excitement within Cheng Feng. After all, she is a celebrated figure in Shanghai. However, he refrained from revealing his enthusiasm. He was acutely aware that, given Chun Li's background, she likely preferred to keep her identity discreet within this community. Even the property management may not fully comprehend her powerful connections, treating her merely as an ordinary resident. Were they to discover her true identity, they would undoubtedly vie for a favor daily. Old Zhou would never have relinquished these exquisitely furnished units to Cheng Feng. He would have moved in himself to seize the opportunity. Having contemplated these matters, a fleeting smile crossed Cheng Feng's face. He then extended his hand to shake with Chun Li and Zhu Keiji, exchanging polite pleasantries. It is an honor to meet you both. As neighbors, I hope you will look after each other. If there is anything you require assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask. I may not be able to help much, but I am willing to lend a hand. Haha, indeed. It seems the warmth of the capital people shines through, unlike the residents of Shanghai, who tend to retreat into their own worlds, lacking in human connection. Chun-Li responded with a smile, in stark contrast to her exuberance. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhu Keiji's eyes as he discreetly cast glances at Reba and Gully, particularly fixating on the stunning Reba, his gaze betraying a hint of desire. Cheng Feng astutely perceived this nuance, feeling a sudden jolt of concern in his chest. Given this observation, he refrained from introducing Reba and Gully to avert any unforeseen complications. However, Zhu Keiji was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Noticing Cheng Feng's omission, he prepared to voice his inquiries. At that moment, a chime signaled the elevator's arrival on the 6th floor. As the doors opened, Cheng Feng led Reba and the others out, taking a couple of steps to the side before turning to face Chun Li and Zhu Keiji, exchanging polite pleasantries. Sister Chun, Brother Zhu, we're heading back now. It was a pleasure meeting you both. Good night. Good night, Xiao Cheng. It seems you had quite the fortune tonight. Chun-Li joked. At her words, Reba and Gully's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, while Zhu Keiji's expression darkened. After exchanging greetings, Cheng Feng promptly ushered Reba and the others into room 602. As the door across the hall closed, a fleeting look of regret and irritation crossed Zhu Keiji's face. He then muttered under his breath, "Is this kid truly foolish or merely pretending? Who greets people like that? Out in the world, such a greeting would surely offend someone." Chun-Li glanced at him, smiling as she replied, "You mentioned offending people in the outside world. Xiao Cheng is just a university student, unaware of those societal intricacies. His thoughts are rather simple. Boys from the capital are typically quite straightforward, even a bit reckless, unconcerned with certain details, unlike you meticulous Southerners. Moreover, since your surname is Zhu, addressing you by your last name can indeed be cumbersome. One misstep, and even those around you might err, let alone an ordinary student." With that, she headed toward room 601. Zhu Keiji lingered for a moment, casting a reluctant glance at the door of 602 before turning to follow her. After a couple of steps, he feigned surprise, asking, "Those two girls by Xiao Cheng seem to hail from the western regions. Surely, they can't all be his girlfriends? The playboy lifestyle of today's wealthy heirs is quite extravagant. Those girls are indeed exceptionally beautiful, but they likely are not Xiao Cheng's girlfriends. They maintain a respectful distance from him," Chun-Li replied with a smile. Hearing this, Zhu Keiji felt an unspoken relief wash over him. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of 601. Seizing the moment while Chun-Li unlocked the door, Zhu Keiji discreetly glanced back at the entrance of 602. He then followed Chun-Li into 601, shutting the door behind him. Meanwhile, a serious conversation unfolded in room 602. Upon entering, Cheng Feng turned to Reba and Gully, his expression grave as he said, "I now somewhat regret renting the apartment downstairs to you. It may bring you some trouble. However, it is too late to discuss this now. I can only strive to find a way to remedy the situation. I now have an additional request that must be strictly adhered to, whether within the community or in public spaces. You are advised to completely disregard any encounters with Zhu Keiji. Should he express a desire to get to know you, refrain from disclosing your names. Regardless of his invitations or promises of various opportunities, you must feign ignorance. When entering or exiting the community, it is advisable to avoid being alone, and particularly to refrain from sharing an elevator with this individual. If you happen to cross paths, it is best to evade him." Reba and Gully exchanged puzzled glances. Both perplexed, curiosity sparked within Reba as she inquired, "We are willing to heed your advice and avoid any interaction with Zhu Keiji. But could you elucidate the reasons behind this?" Cheng Feng scrutinized the two bewildered beauties for a moment before providing his explanation. The rationale is quite straightforward. Zhu Keiji's furtive glances towards you evoke a profoundly unsettling sensation within me. I have encountered that kind of gaze before, rife with possessiveness and a hint of something perverse. One could even characterize it as that of a lecher. Moreover, there exists another critical reason that I cannot disclose at this moment. Tomorrow, I shall also caution Adina to steer clear of Zhu Keiji, lest she inadvertently invite trouble. Should you fail to adhere to this guideline, for your safety, I will retract the residence downstairs and relocate you to an apartment in Suhui or Huangpu. Is that man truly a lecher? The two ladies gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback. Chapter 41. A glimpse of surprise. It is sufficient for you to be aware of this matter. Please refrain from disseminating it widely, especially in the presence of Zhu Keiji. Whether you are within this residence or downstairs, should you hear a knock at the door, do not foolishly open it without first peering through the peephole to ascertain the visitor's identity. If it is Zhu Keiji, you must resolutely refuse to open the door. After imparting these cautionary words, Cheng Feng deftly shifted the conversation. Let us speak of more pleasant matters. I shall escort you to the vacant room. When I am not at home, please be vigilant regarding your safety. With that, he proceeded toward the empty room. Reba exchanged a playful glance with her companion, stuck out her tongue mischievously, and promptly followed. In a blink, Cheng Feng had led them into the vacant space. He surveyed the room and, with a smile, remarked, "You are already familiar with the conditions of this room from your previous design of this soft decoration plan, so I shall not elaborate further. Aside from the absence of furniture, this room is akin to any other. The bathroom is equipped for bathing. You may also utilize the guest room for showers and relaxation, as it is more comfortable and remains unoccupied. However, it is imperative to maintain the room in a clean and orderly state." Gazing at the two lovely ladies, both were beaming with delight. "We understand. You may rest assured. We shall take responsibility for the cleanliness of this space, ensuring it remains immaculate." "I hope so. Do explore the room while I fetch the keys and access card for you," Cheng Feng said with a nod and a smile. Having spoken, he exited the room and made his way to the study. As soon as the door clicked shut, Reba and Gully erupted into joyous celebration. "This is fantastic. I never anticipated we would have a dedicated dance studio here in a magic city. Indeed, having this exclusive dance space will save us considerable expenses, and we can dance freely, unencumbered by constraints." After a flurry of excitement, the two beauties began to examine the room. Despite their prior familiarity, they remained thoroughly exhilarated. The room boasted solid wood flooring, providing a dance experience comparable to a professional studio. Alas, it lacked a bar and mirrors. The bathroom featured a shower with 24-hour hot water, allowing us to wash up after practice before returning to the downstairs residence. The amenities here are splendid. Reba, I seriously suspect Cheng Feng harbors feelings for you. His kindness towards us seems rather excessive. Oh, please, let us not forget that we have paid a rental fee of 5,000. We are not here for free, and we still need to prepare meals for him. Moreover, even if he were to pursue me, I would never acquiesce." Chattering away, Reba and her friend swiftly circled the empty room several times. In truth, there was little of note within this vacant space. Moments later, they emerged from a room, thoroughly satisfied. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by the sight of Cheng Feng, who was reclining on the sofa with a smile. Two sets of door keys and an access card placed upon the coffee table before him. Upon seeing Reba and her companions, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and he smiled as he spoke. "The keys to the door and the access card are right here. Each of you can take a key, allowing you to practice your dance at any time. Even if I am present, it shall not disturb your rehearsals. During breaks, we can engage in conversation." Reba and Gully exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. They then stepped forward in unison, ready to collect the keys and access cards. "Thank you, Cheng Feng. We truly appreciate your kindness, and we shall remember your generosity," Reba said sweetly. "Words alone are insufficient. Why not perform a dance for me, now, as a token of gratitude? I eagerly anticipate witnessing your graceful movements." Cheng Feng jested. Upon hearing this, both beauties felt a rush of warmth to their cheeks. In the next moment, Reba shyly replied, "But we're in our pajamas. How can we dance? It will be quite unseemly. There will be plenty of time in the future, and on the day we come to practice, you may watch us then." With that, she picked up the keys and access card from the coffee table. Cheng Feng chuckled softly, not pressing the matter further. Just then, Reba suddenly stood on her tiptoes, her gaze sparkling as she spun gracefully before him. In an instant, her skirt flared, creating a breathtaking sight. Witnessing this, Gully immediately joined in, differing from Reba by gently raising her hands and sensually swaying her neck and shoulders, casting charming glances in his direction. Cheng Feng's eyes brightened with excitement, and he laughed heartily. "Haha, Reba, Gully, you are both exquisite. This is precisely what I desired. Yet this is merely a taste. I long to see you perform an entire dance, which I am certain would be even more enchanting." "Such insatiable greed," Reba replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Subsequently, Cheng Feng exchanged a few more words with them before escorting them to the elevator. Throughout this encounter, Chun-Li and Zhu Keiji from the opposite door remained absent. However, Cheng Feng could faintly sense movement behind door 601. Perhaps someone was peering through the peephole. Who could be spying from the shadows? As the elevator doors were about to close, Reba suddenly whispered shyly, "Thank you, Cheng Feng. Good night." Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. "There's no need for thanks, Reba. It was but a small favor. Besides, I will often have the pleasure of watching you dance up close. Such a delightful experience far outweighs the cost of rent. Sleep well, and may you have sweet dreams. See you tomorrow." As his words faded, the elevator doors shut. Moments later, a teasing sound echoed faintly within the elevator. He, and you claim you are not moved. Just look at how red your face has become." Cheng Feng chuckled softly and turned back to his own apartment. Once he closed the door to room 602, a crack in the door of 601 quietly opened. Through this narrow opening, a pair of eyes filled with jealousy and desire secretly surveyed the happenings in the elevator. Returning to his room, Cheng Feng entered the bedroom, shed his clothes, and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. Although in his previous life, he resided in a luxurious apartment exceeding 300 square meters, adorned with exquisite and comfortable decor, and possessing superior amenities compared to this spacious four-bedroom dwelling, he found himself immensely exhilarated by his inaugural stay in this new abode. So much so that he hummed a cheerful tune while bathing, wholly immersed in the beauty of this new chapter, completely oblivious to the ringing of his phone outside. Upon finishing his shower and emerging, he discovered the missed calls on his mobile device. The call was from his father, likely prompted by his uncle's return and subsequent grievances, leading his father to inquire with a sense of urgency. Noticing the missed call, Cheng Feng promptly returned the call. As anticipated, his uncle had indeed returned to the capital that morning, and after work he wasted no time in stirring discord, vehemently expressing his dissatisfaction to Cheng Feng's father. Consequently, his father felt compelled to call again, seeking answers. Much like their conversation the previous night, Cheng Feng adamantly refused to sell his courtyard residence, claiming he wished to preserve it as a cherished memory. He expressed that whenever he yearned for his grandparents, he could return to reminisce about the beautiful moments of his childhood. His heartfelt sincerity and filial piety left his father speechless, ultimately resigning to accept his son's decision. After fabricating a series of elaborate excuses to placate his father, Cheng Feng exited the master bedroom and entered the study. He approached the empty wooden bookshelf, scrutinizing its barren shelves. Then, he crouched down and opened a concealed compartment beneath the shelf. Within this hidden recess lay a sturdy little safe, well concealed. Cheng Feng had recently placed his property deeds, transfer contracts, and other relatively valuable and confidential items into this small safe. However, this was merely a temporary arrangement. Once he resolved the matters concerning the properties and secured the deeds for his several residences in the metropolis, he intended to rent 2 safes at different banks to store his valuables separately. Only when the disputes with his uncle's family were completely settled, and Huang Lao helped him sing tears behind bars, could he finally feel at ease. Cheng Feng did not open the safe, merely casting a glance at it before closing the compartment and taking a seat in the chair. He then powered on his laptop, beginning to search for relevant information online. With the housing matters largely resolved and having garnered a certain level of capital, he could now contemplate strategies for swiftly augmenting his wealth. Chapter 42. The subtle fragrance of night, a restful slumber had passed, and it was now Saturday morning. Before Cheng Feng had even risen from his slumber, a call from Reborn rang through. "Good morning, Cheng Feng. Come down for breakfast. It's ready." "All right, Reba. I shall rise shortly and be down in no time." "It feels delightful to have a beautiful woman preparing breakfast. You truly are a sloth. It's already this late, and you still haven't awakened. Am I not simply awaiting your wake-up service? Otherwise, how could I possibly be graced with such an enchanting voice at this early hour? Enough of your flattery. I shall hang up now. Do come down soon." Reba playfully chided before concluding the call. Cheng Feng chuckled to himself and promptly rose to wash up. A few minutes later, dressed in a new tracksuit he had purchased the previous night, he exited room 602, making his way downstairs for breakfast. However, upon reaching the elevator, he encountered Chun-Li, returning from her morning swim, looking as alluring as a water lily. The community center boasted a heated swimming pool, frequented by residents for exercise or morning routines. After exchanging pleasantries, Cheng Feng suddenly shifted the conversation. "Sister Chun, may I have your phone number? It would facilitate our communication in the future. After all, as neighbors from Beijing, we might find ourselves needing to assist one another. For instance, should you ever forget your keys and find yourself locked out, you could come over to wait while we chat until your partner returns." Chun-Li paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. "That sounds reasonable. We should indeed exchange numbers. My mobile is 139. She began, reaching for her phone. Cheng Feng, quicker on the draw, had already taken out his phone to dial. "No need for you to retrieve your phone. I shall call you. Just save it later." As he spoke, Chun-Li's phone began to ring. After a few rings, he ended the call, waved goodbye to the charming young woman, and stepped into the elevator alone. A few minutes later, he arrived at the modest 3-bedroom apartment where Reba and her companions were staying. Upon entering, he feigned some courteous banter before settling at the dining table to enjoy the breakfast prepared by Adina. During breakfast, Cheng Feng reiterated his concerns regarding Zhu Keiji, advising Adina to steer clear of him. Although she did not fully comprehend his apprehensions, she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, she internally scoffed to herself. How can you call him a lecher when you're not much better yourself? With that thought, she discreetly pinched Cheng Feng's hand under the table. After exchanging a few more words, the conversation shifted. "Cheng Feng, given the situation yesterday, your expenditure on soft furnishings for each property has exceeded 60,000. Isn't that a bit excessive? Will you be able to recoup that investment? If you plan to rent out the remaining properties, I believe there is no need to purchase solid wood furniture. Opting for more affordable options could save you a considerable sum." Adina inquired with concern. Cheng Feng turned to regard the beautiful woman beside him, smiling as he offered a brief explanation. "Do not worry about the cost. The reason I chose a single furniture provider is twofold. Firstly, to maintain a cohesive style that facilitates your design of this soft decoration scheme. Secondly, for environmental considerations. I must concede that the furniture from a singular source is relatively more eco-friendly, providing peace of mind. As I mentioned before, these residences cater to elite clientele with high rental costs, payable biannually, plus a 2-month deposit. Once all these properties are leased, I shall recoup the soft decoration expenses in less than 6 months. Should any man-made damage occur to the furniture or appliances, it can simply be deducted from the deposit. As for you 3 lovely ladies, not only have I offered you a significant discount on the rental, but I also waived your deposit entirely. What a grand favor I have bestowed upon you." Before I could finish, Reba and the others immediately began to voice their discontent. "Puffed. What a favor. We are the ones crafting all the soft decoration design plans for the houses. We checked online last night, and the fees for soft decoration designers are quite steep. Indeed, the examples from those online designers are hardly superior to ours. Their aesthetic may even fall short. Moreover, my sister will be preparing meals for you, who is truly benefiting here." In contrast to Reba's complaints, Adina shot Cheng Feng a playful glare. "Aside from all this, you flirtatious rascal, have taken advantage of me in many ways. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you." As they bantered, breakfast came to an end. Adina and Reba began to clear the table, washing the dishes and pots. Cheng Feng, however, stood by like a lord, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the three enchanting ladies, savoring the delightful scene before him. The trio, dressed in loungewear and devoid of makeup, exuded a natural charm akin to pure lotus blossoms, a sight to behold. In no time, Adina and the others finished tidying up. Cheng Feng glanced at his watch and smiled. It's now a little past 8. Ladies, do go change your clothes. I shall wait for you in the living room. Once you're ready, we'll head to the police station and community committee for registration, and then visit the properties in Huangpu District to finalize the soft decoration plans. In the afternoon, we will proceed to Suhui District to inspect 3 more residences. As for the remaining 2 here, we can devise the design plans upon our return tonight. If we finish early, I shall take you on a drive around the city to admire the enchanting nightscape of Shanghai. Since you've just arrived, you haven't had the chance to explore the streets yet. Today will be perfect for that. Once you tire from shopping, I will treat you to a grand meal as a token of my gratitude. The 3 ladies exchanged glances and collectively rolled their eyes. While the arrangement was commendable, one thing was non-negotiable. You must vacate this apartment. My sister is right. While we change and apply makeup in the bedroom, you cannot remain in the living room. That's simply impossible. Exactly. You, with your silver tongue, must step outside. Otherwise, we cannot be at ease. Who knows what mischief you might conjure? Gazing at the 3 stunning beauties, Cheng Feng could hardly bear to leave. I swear by the light, I shall remain utterly honest. You may rest assured to change and prepare yourselves. Before he could finish, the 3 ladies giggled and surrounded him, swearing by the lamp. Does that carry even a hint of credibility? You, my friend, seem to have your gaze firmly affixed on Reba. It would be absurd to trust you. Amidst their playful banter, the 3 of them conspired to push Cheng Feng out of this cozy little 3-bedroom apartment. The moment the door closed behind him, Cheng Feng let out a regretful sigh. Inside, the 3 lovely ladies blushed slightly, giggling uncontrollably, and then scattered to their respective rooms to change and apply makeup. Half an hour later, Cheng Feng finally laid eyes upon them. All 3 were adorned with exquisite beauty, radiating a dazzling aura that left him momentarily speechless. Subsequently, he led them downstairs and into the car, departing from the premises. As he watched the tail of the X5 fade into the distance, a certain individual peering from a window above felt a surge of jealousy, his eyes visibly reddening. Damn, with such company, do you not fear the consequences? Zhu Keiji gritted his teeth in silent rage, nearly driven to madness. He then turned on his heel and headed towards the dining room. The breakfast dishes had yet to be washed. Over an hour later, in the Huangpu District at Guya Garden, Cheng Feng guided the 3 beauties into a beautifully renovated 3-bedroom apartment, commencing their tour of the residence. As soon as they entered, Reba and Gully cheered and began exploring, behaving as if they were the rightful owners of the place. In no time, they had entered the master bedroom, chattering animatedly about how to arrange the decor. Cheng Feng and Adina lingered at the threshold, where the hallway met the living room. Whether intentional or not, Adina stood quite close to Cheng Feng, her alluring fragrance wafting through the air, captivating his senses. In an impulsive moment, Cheng Feng found himself extending an arm, gently wrapping it around Adina's slender waist. Adina stiffened for a moment, only to transform into a state of soft pliability, her legs nearly buckling beneath her. Glancing at her stunning visage, it flushed crimson, as if stained with blood, from her forehead down to her neck and chest. In the next instant, Adina, trembling, admonished in a hushed tone, "You fool. Release me at once. You lecher. Make sure Reba and the others don't see." Cheng Feng, however, was far from compliant. Had he intended to obey, he would not have been so audacious. "Hey, little Nana, your waist is so delicate and soft. It feels absolutely divine. How could I possibly let go?" His words elicited a look of exasperation from Adina, accompanied by a gentle elbow nudge. Yet, this breathtaking beauty only feigned resistance a few times before resigning herself to his embrace. Cheng Feng, emboldened, not only drew her closer, but also let his hand wander lower. Just then, Reba's voice rang out from the master bedroom. "Sister, the soft decoration schemes for the previous 2 master bedrooms were all designed by you. I'd like to try my hand at designing this one, if that's all right." With that, Reba dashed out excitedly. In a flash, Cheng Feng withdrew his hand and stepped aside, creating a bit of distance between himself and Adina. "Oof, coward," Adina muttered under her breath, her cheeks still flushed, as she seemed somewhat wistful. Without delay, she approached Reba. Chapter 43. The investment in captivating beauties amidst the hustle and bustle. Sunday evening arrived. After dedicating an entire 2 days, Cheng Feng successfully completed the soft furnishings for the remaining apartments. The utilities, water, electricity, gas, and internet, alongside essential furniture and appliances, were all arranged in one fell swoop. He was exceedingly pleased with the soft furnishing design proposals presented by Adina and the others, and the arrangements were largely executed according to their plans. Upon completing the soft furnishings for all the apartments, he promptly approached the property manager of the 3 complexes. He sought the assistance of the property management to publish rental announcements across the 3 complexes, aiming to attract suitable tenants. This was the strategy he employed for the remaining 5 apartments in the capital, and within just a couple of days, he found tenants for all of them at quite favorable rental prices. Naturally, the property management did not work pro bono. For every apartment rented out, they received a commendable commission of 3,000 yuan. This was significantly more economical than hiring a real estate agent and offered greater reliability. With a handsome profit to be made, the property management of the 3 complexes was more than willing to assist. Thanks to his connection with Old Zhou, Cheng Feng had no worries about being taken advantage of by the property managers. With the property management handling the rentals, issues of tenants defaulting on rent were virtually non-existent. Should a tenant prove troublesome, revoking their access card would prevent them from entering the complex, the building, or even using the elevator. In addition to arranging the 3 apartments, Cheng Feng spent quality time with the 3 enchanting beauties from the western regions, fostering a rapidly deepening relationship. On Saturday afternoon, after completing all the soft furnishing designs, he treated the 3 ladies to a sumptuous meal at Xinyiandi. They then strolled around the vicinity, where he graciously gifted each of them a charming trinket worth about 1,000 yuan. Under the guise of gratitude for their assistance, it was in truth an endeavor to win their hearts and strengthen their bond. The 3 ladies were utterly delighted with the gifts he presented. After their shopping expedition, Cheng Feng drove them on an extensive tour around Puxi and Pudong, relishing the breathtaking and enchanting nightscape of the magical city for several hours. It was not until midnight that they returned to their home in Jingyunxi to rest. On Sunday morning, Cheng Feng took them to Suning Appliances and a home furnishing store, indulging in a lavish shopping spree for appliances, furniture, and various decorative items. Drawing from previous experiences and with a definitive soft furnishing plan in hand, the procurement process was executed with remarkable efficiency. The subsequent delivery and installation of the appliances and furniture proceeded seamlessly, thanks to the collaboration of the property management from the 3 complexes. By around 7:30 in the evening, all matters were successfully concluded. The final apartment to be adorned was the small 3-bedroom unit opposite that of the ladies. After observing the property manager complete the cleaning, Cheng Feng compensated her for her services and exited the apartment, securing the door behind him. He then approached the small 3-bedroom unit across the hall and gently knocked on the door. Moments later, the mesmerizing Haiba appeared, clad in her home attire. Cheng Feng surveyed the enchanting beauty before him and smiled as he spoke. "Haiba, why don't you tidy up a bit? Let us go out for dinner, my treat." However, Haiba simply chuckled and shook her head. "Let us dine at home, as Sister Na is currently preparing a meal, which will soon be ready. She mentioned earlier that she has matters to discuss with you, and conversing at home would be more convenient." During this exchange, Adina and Guli also arrived at the doorstep. Unlike the more reserved Reba, these 2 sisters exuded a fiery and exuberant charm, both adorned in alluring camisole nightgowns. Although the weather in the magical city had turned slightly cool, the house remained comfortably warm, as it had just undergone soft decoration and the air conditioning was kept on for ventilation, set to a cozy 26 degrees Celsius. Consequently, Adina and Guli were attired so lightly without fear of the chill. Notably, Adina wore a beautiful apron, adding an enticing allure that evoked the essence of a charming housekeeper. Upon seeing these stunning sisters approach, Cheng Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. In the next moment, Adina beamed and said, Cheng Feng, why don't you head upstairs for a shower and then come down for dinner? I wish to discuss your prospects as a soft decoration designer in the magical city. Wow, you want me to go upstairs for a shower while you all wait downstairs? Is there a more thrilling spectacle awaiting me? Cheng Feng teased playfully. Instantly, the three beautiful women flushed, collectively scoffing, "Pa, what a fanciful dream. You truly lack seriousness. Hey, it's simply because you three are so stunning and enchanting. Like captivating flowers, it would indeed be a grave matter if I were utterly unaffected by your presence." Cheng Feng's unabashed flattery elicited delightful laughter from the trio. After exchanging playful banter, he departed to take the elevator upstairs for a shower. Reba and the others chuckled as they closed the door, proceeding to prepare dinner. Approximately 20 minutes later, after Cheng Feng had freshened up, he descended to the residence of Reba and the others. At that moment, Adina had already laid out a sumptuous dinner on the dining table. Upon entering, Cheng Feng made a beeline for the dining area, pulling out a chair and seating himself without a hint of formality. Reba and the others shook their heads in mock exasperation before taking their seats as well. Adina then took pride in introducing the delectable dishes on the table. Before she could finish her introduction, Cheng Feng had already picked up his chopsticks and began to feast heartily. While relishing the culinary delights, he generously showered her with compliments, expressing his amazement. "These dishes are absolutely divine. I never expected you, Adina, such a sensuous and captivating beauty, to embody the qualities of a virtuous wife and mother. Quite the surprise. Whoever marries you will undoubtedly be incredibly fortunate. I wonder which lucky fellow will have the honor of plucking this exquisite rose." Upon hearing such praise, Adina beamed with joy, her smile radiant. Reba and the others couldn't help but giggle, playfully teasing him, "Flattery and eloquence, that's what you excel at. We're quite enlightened now. Indeed, you have a gift for words. Heaven knows how many girls have been left dazed by your charm." Cheng Feng glanced at Reba and Gully, jesting, "I must admit, I have never had such an experience before. Why not start with the three of you? If I could win the heart of one among you as my girlfriend, that would be truly perfect." Before his words could fully settle, the lovely faces of the three beauties flushed a deep crimson. In the next instant, they simultaneously spat, "Pa, what a foolish daydream. We certainly won't fall for such tricks. We will be on our guard against you from now on." After some light-hearted banter, Cheng Feng shifted the conversation to more serious matters. "Tomorrow morning, I will drive back to school for classes, and in the evening, I will bring my things over to move in here. For the foreseeable future, I must focus on my studies at school. I cannot afford to skip a single class and must play the role of a diligent student for a while. During this time, take care of yourselves, and feel free to call me if anything arises. Generally, there should be no issues. The only thing you need to be cautious about is that lecherous fellow upstairs, Zhu Keiji. As I mentioned before, do not engage with him. From what I know, he holds a somewhat peculiar status and is rather cautious. He is merely a kept man and does not dare to overstep his bounds, so you need not worry too much." Reba and Gully exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Understood. We will be careful." However, Adina hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I need to tell you something, Cheng Feng. This evening, while I was out grocery shopping, I happened to encounter Zhu Keiji in the elevator. There was another neighbor present when I entered, and this guy initiated a conversation, asking for my name and which floor I lived on. I chose to ignore him." Cheng Feng paused for a moment before chuckling and nodding. Ignoring him was the right choice. Continue to do so. Such a lecherous man does not deserve a kind response. After chatting for a while longer, Adina hesitantly shared her own aspirations. "I have made a decision, Cheng Feng. I want to stay in the Magic City and work as an interior designer. I truly enjoy this line of work. Compared to my position as a clerk in an advertising company in Urumqi, this job is far more creative and liberating, aligning closer with my field of study. However, I am unfamiliar with the Magic City, and I struggle to distinguish directions. I may need your assistance with a few matters. If that's all right." She briefly outlined her thoughts, then looked at Cheng Feng expectantly, awaiting his response. Reba and Gully, too, gazed at him with anticipation. Yet, Cheng Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell into contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he finally smiled and nodded, saying, "I fully support your decision, Adina. Over the past few days, I have witnessed your talent in interior design. You would excel as a soft decoration designer. How about this? Let us collaborate. I shall be your investor and assist you in establishing a design studio focused on interior design." "Ah!" exclaimed the three beauties in unison, their expressions one of sheer astonishment. Chapter 44. Leaning against a big tree for shade after a brief moment of shock, an uncontrollable wave of joy surged forth. "You intend to invest in me and help establish an interior design studio?" Edina exclaimed, her excitement palpable and disbelief evident. The other two ladies mirrored her exhilaration, their eyes wide with anticipation as they fixed their gaze on Cheng Feng. However, Cheng Feng merely smiled, deftly diverting the conversation. "Let's dine first. We can discuss this matter after our meal." Two of life's greatest treasures should never be taken for granted: beauty and good food. "Edina, your stir-fried beef is truly delectable, rivaling even the dishes I had at the regional office in the capital. With such culinary skills, you could easily open a restaurant." Upon hearing this, the three ladies felt a tingle of hunger. Regardless of their gentle pleas, playful pouts, or charming antics, Cheng Feng remained resolute, refusing to relent. In a moment of desperation, Edina even discreetly grasped his hand beneath the table, offering him a fleeting taste of sweetness. Yet, Cheng Feng was preoccupied with his own enjoyment, continuously caressing her delicate hand, while outwardly remaining indifferent, never mentioning the prospect of investing in Edina's venture. Frustrated by this situation, Edina withdrew her hand in annoyance and began to eat with remarkable speed, her focus solely on the meal. Across from her, both Reba and Gully mirrored her irritation, devouring their food as if they bore a grudge against it. Before long, dinner came to an end, taking half the time it had the previous evening. Cheng Feng then rose, a triumphant smile adorning his face as he sauntered into the living room and settled onto the sofa. As soon as he sat down, he adopted an air of superiority, addressing Reba, "Young lady, pour me some tea. Having just dined, a warm cup of tea is beneficial to one's health. And such a stunning beauty should not always wear a frown, as if someone owes you a fortune. Grant me a smile." Before he finished speaking, Reba's enchanting eyes flared with indignation. "Cheng, if you continue to prance about with such airs, I swear I will douse you with a cup of hot tea. Do you truly think yourself a lord, barking orders as if I were your servant?" In stark contrast to Reba's reaction, Edina was even more eager and fervent. She seated herself beside Cheng Feng, wrapping her arm around his, and with a coy smile, she implored, "My lord, please do not be angry. I shall smile for you. Now, do tell us about the investment in the interior design studio. Do not keep us in suspense." As she spoke, a radiant and bright smile blossomed across her face. Moreover, she purposefully pressed Cheng Feng's arm against the alluring contours of her chest, gently rubbing against him. The delightful, elastic sensation nearly caused Cheng Feng to lose his composure. Observing Edina's slightly provocative gestures, Reba and Gully blushed deeply. In unison, they pursed their lips, silently expressing their disdain. How shameless! Moments later, Cheng Feng nodded with satisfaction, declaring, "Very well. This is the proper demeanor when seeking assistance, truly to my liking. Since you are all so eager, let us discuss the investment in establishing the interior design studio." As he shifted to the serious topic at hand, his expression transformed, and he sat up straight, ready to engage in earnest conversation. The three beautiful women sparkled with excitement in their eyes, filled with anticipation. "My decision to invest in Edina and assist in establishing a studio for soft decoration design stems from the lucrative potential of this business, which promises substantial profits. There are two prerequisites. First, I possess excellent resources. I am well acquainted with the owner of a large real estate company, and I share a close bond with his son, making us quite inseparable. There is no need for concealment. All my properties in the capital and the bustling metropolis originate from this prominent real estate firm. It is precisely due to this connection that the property managers exhibit such enthusiasm and are always eager to assist. With the backing of this substantial real estate company, Edina's studio will never lack for work. Any minor leak of interior design projects from Pancher Real Estate will keep the entire studio bustling. Just as I was articulating this, Reba suddenly interjected with excitement. I know Pancher Real Estate. During my time studying at Dongshida, I worked part-time at their sales office as a property consultant. I heard about Pancher Real Estate back then. It is one of the top-ranking real estate enterprises in the country, with its headquarters in the capital and an excellent reputation. The community we reside in, along with two others, were developed by Pancher Real Estate, and all three are remarkable. I thought you were the owner's son, given your extensive property portfolio, but it turns out you are merely a close friend of his son, Cheng Feng remarked with a playful smirk. With old Zhou's genes, could he possibly father such an outstanding son? The properties I possess were acquired through transactions. His son could hardly keep pace. Setting that aside, let us return to the main topic. If the studio exclusively undertakes projects from Pancher Real Estate, there will be no unnecessary complications. Edina won't have to exhaust herself seeking clients or engage in the tiresome rituals of drinking and socializing for business deals, nor will there be concerns about payment delays. For Pancher Real Estate, expenditures on interior design are inevitable. It is merely a matter of choosing which design company to collaborate with. A simple allocation of projects to support our studio is a trivial gesture. Furthermore, we can access numerous residential complexes, office buildings, and commercial structures constructed by Pancher Real Estate, allowing us to develop business through property management, which will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. It's akin to having the advantage of proximity to the source. Upon hearing this, Edina was nearly beside herself with joy, unable to contain her excitement. Yet, she tightened her embrace around Cheng Feng's arm, fearful that loosening her grip might cause this golden opportunity to slip away, forever severing her connection to it. Her actions, of course, were immensely gratifying for Cheng Feng. If what you say holds true, this personal studio is bound to be a guaranteed success. This business is indeed remarkably advantageous, she exclaimed. Thank you, Cheng Feng. During my visit to the metropolis, I never anticipated encountering such a fortuitous opportunity, all thanks to you. As she spoke, she gently swayed her alluring figure. Cheng Feng felt a rush of exhilaration, his body responding subtly. Fortunately, he wore loose sweatpants and was seated on the sofa, rendering any noticeable reaction momentarily concealed. He took a moment to compose himself before turning to gaze at the radiant Edina. If you can maintain your current level of soft decoration design and continue to improve, this business will undoubtedly be profitable. This is the second premise I wish to convey. You're currently embarking on your journey in interior soft decoration design, and with the freshness and enthusiasm that accompany it, you may indeed create commendable design schemes. However, such fervor is unlikely to endure for long. Once this endeavor becomes routine and transforms into a business, you may soon find your passion waning. Once the novice protection period concludes, it is uncertain whether you will be able to sustain your current design standards. I urge you to engage in continuous learning, to grasp the myriad aspects of interior soft decoration design, and to familiarize yourselves with various professional insights within the construction and building materials industry. This is a systematic undertaking that demands considerable time and effort. Only through your relentless progress and the consistent delivery of admirable design proposals will I have the confidence to approach Uncle Zhou for additional business opportunities, and to feel justified in expanding the studio's scope and strengthening its foundation. Should your design capabilities stagnate or worse, regress, I would prefer to close the studio rather than seek further collaboration with Uncle Zhou. Such a loss would be inconsequential to me, but the embarrassment of failing to uphold my commitments is intolerable. The three women fell silent, each appearing to ponder my words deeply. After a moment of contemplation, Edina finally nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Cheng Feng. Rest assured, I will diligently study various professional disciplines and continuously enhance my design abilities. If my design skills falter and I fail to keep pace with the trends, I will voluntarily request the closure of this interior design studio to spare you any difficulties." Cheng Feng nodded and continued, "Excellent. It is good that you possess this awareness. Entrepreneurship may be driven by impulsive inspiration, yet sustaining a long-term endeavor necessitates unwavering perseverance and a commitment to ongoing learning and improvement. Now, let us discuss the details of the investment. I am prepared to allocate 200,000 to assist Adina in establishing the interior design studio and to help generate some business within these three communities. I propose the following equity distribution. Adina will hold 30 of the shares, managing daily operations and design work, while Reba and Gully will each hold 5. The remaining 60 will belong to me. During the studio's operation, I will allocate additional shares based on performance, but the controlling interest must remain with me. I reserve the right to close the studio at any time. Before he could finish, Reba and Gully leaped up in excitement. We have shares too? Chapter 45. What should I do? Cheng Feng glanced at the two lovely ladies and nodded with a smile. You have not misheard. The reason I am granting each of you a 5 equity stake is that you will partake in some design work, assisting Adina. If she manages the studio well, the corresponding profits allocated to you should suffice to cover your tuition and living expenses during your studies. In the event of poor management, let us not dwell on that. You would incur no losses and your regular academic life would remain unaffected. Before he could finish, Reba and Gully erupted in joyous cheers. Hee hee! We are shareholders now. Perhaps we shall strike it rich. Indeed, sister. I will surely manage the studio well and help us soar together. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. In their excitement, they embraced each other, leaping and exclaiming with glee. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, Adina suddenly leaned in and gently pecked Cheng Feng's cheek, like a dragonfly touching the water, before swiftly retreating to cling to his arm, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Cheng Feng paused momentarily, chuckling softly. What a delightful feeling. This is true sincerity. Alas, if only it had lasted longer. A French kiss would have made it even more exquisite. My dear, you are playing with fire. Be cautious lest you get burned. As he spoke, his other hand stealthily reached over and lightly pressed against Adina's alluring thigh, caressing it gently. Smack! Adina playfully swatted away his wandering hand, her voice a soft murmur. Away with your French kiss. What fanciful thoughts you entertain. This is but a small token of appreciation. Do not misinterpret it. Cheng Feng chuckled quietly, preparing to tease her further. Unfortunately, Reba and Gully concluded their celebration and turned their gaze towards them. He had no choice but to halt his playful banter, quickly resuming the role of a respectable gentleman to continue discussing the investment in establishing the interior design studio. Following this, he briefly outlined his thoughts. In addition to investing 200,000 to help Adina establish the interior design studio, he also addressed the issue of the studio's location. Considering that Adina would need to care for Reba and Gully's daily needs, while they could assist with work, they would only remain in the bustling city for a little over a month. Subsequently, they would return to their hometown to prepare for the art examination registration and the cultural course exams. Should they successfully pass the preliminary examination for the Shanghai Theater Academy, they would need to prepare for the re-examination, all leading up to their enrollment in September of the following year, with numerous matters to attend to in between. While Gully's prospects of being admitted to the academy remained uncertain, Reba's acceptance was as certain as fate itself, already established in a previous life. With Cheng Feng's assistance in this life, Reba's performance would undoubtedly improve, never to decline. Even Gully would have a significantly greater chance of succeeding in her admission. Taking all these factors into account, Cheng Feng made a decision. For the next month, the studio's office would be situated in the small 3-bedroom apartment across the street, making it much more convenient for Adina and the others to reside there. Once Reba and Gully returned to their hometown, they would assess the studio's operational performance to determine whether to move to a rented office space and potentially hire additional staff. If the studio comprises fewer than 10 individuals, the small 3-bedroom office across the way is more than adequate, greatly benefiting Adina's work-life balance. However, should the size of the studio expand beyond 15, relocation from the community to a rented office space would become necessary. In addition to discussing the work location, Cheng Feng also touched upon matters of business expansion. Given that Adina and her colleagues possess commendable design skills, he resolved to leverage Zhou Yan's connections, using Zhou's influence as a means to advance their endeavors. They planned to explore business opportunities within several residential complexes developed by Pancher Real Estate, seeking assistance and cooperation from property management to undertake soft decoration design for numerous residents, allowing Adina and her team to hone their skills. If all goes well, the soft decoration business within these complexes could yield substantial profits for the studio. Once Adina and her colleagues accumulate sufficient experience and success stories, they could gradually extend their business outreach. Eventually, they could expand their operations throughout the bustling metropolis, Beijing, and other cities, even nationwide. By that time, the studio would likely be renowned across the country. As Cheng Feng elaborated, the three ladies' eyes sparkled with excitement, their enthusiasm palpable. Unbeknownst to them, the hour had crept toward 10 in the evening. Having concluded the discussion regarding the establishment of the studio, Cheng Feng reluctantly rose to return upstairs, reminding Adina to prepare relevant materials for the next day and to open a new bank account. Tomorrow evening, after you return, I will transfer several tens of thousands to you for the purchase of office equipment, such as computers and printers. On Tuesday evening, we shall acquire office furniture. And on Wednesday afternoon, when I have no classes, we can proceed with the registration of the studio, with you as the legal representative. Adina and her colleagues nodded in agreement, offering no objections to Cheng Feng's meticulous arrangements, as he expertly orchestrated the establishment of the interior design studio. Meanwhile, Adina, Reba, and the others were unequivocally novices, lacking any understanding of the process, merely nodding along. Fortunately, Cheng Feng harbored no ill intentions, nor did he stoop to deceit. Otherwise, even if he were to exploit the three stunning beauties, Adina and her friends would remain blissfully unaware, continuing to assist him in counting the money. Once he had given his instructions, Cheng Feng took his leave, ascending back upstairs. As soon as the door closed, Adina and Reba could no longer contain their overwhelming joy, erupting into exuberant celebration. With Cheng Feng gone, they felt free to express themselves without concern for their personal image. The atmosphere quickly transformed into one of exuberance and allure. Had Cheng Feng still been present, the sight would likely have overwhelmed him. After a thorough release of their excitement, the emotions of the three ladies gradually settled. The next moment, Reba curiously remarked, "Have you noticed? Cheng Feng seems to know everything. There appears to be nothing he is unaware of. He is well versed even in the intricacies of registering a company and studio, yet he is merely a sophomore. How could he possibly possess such knowledge?" Upon hearing this, Adina and Gully were momentarily taken aback, sharing Reba's curiosity. Immediately following, Gully chuckled and remarked, "Cheng Feng is acquainted with the owners of large real estate companies, and having acquired such numerous properties, it is hardly surprising that he possesses such knowledge. The individuals and circumstances he engages with are markedly different from ours. What appears exceedingly challenging to us seems effortless to him. For instance, these exquisitely furnished new homes, the luxurious cars parked below, and the substantial wealth. While others can only gaze upon them with longing, he can effortlessly attain it all." Adina and Reba exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. After conversing for a while, Adina suddenly blushed, as if struck by a thought. In the next moment, she attempted to conceal her embarrassment and said, "You all should tidy up and rest. Everyone has been busy all day and must be quite fatigued. I shall go upstairs to find Cheng Feng and discuss the establishment of the studio. There are a few matters I neglected to mention earlier." With that, she rose from the sofa, picked up her phone, the door key, and the access card, and proceeded directly to the door. "All right, sister," Gully replied, nodding habitually. However, Reba's eyes were filled with suspicion and a hint of concern. In the blink of an eye, Adina had departed from the small, three-bedroom apartment. As soon as the door closed, Reba suddenly murmured with a hint of jealousy, "Sister is dressed so lightly. Going upstairs to find that guy Cheng Feng at this late hour. Could it be that she intends to offer herself? Cheng Feng is quite the smooth talker and not exactly an honest man. Might he take advantage of her?" "Ah!" Gully exclaimed, momentarily stunned. She then shook her head, almost involuntarily. "That's impossible. My sister is not that easygoing, and besides, she is several years older than Cheng Feng. Even if she wishes to express her gratitude, there is no need for such extremes. She can simply manage the studio well and help him earn money. If that guy dares to take advantage of my sister, I will not let him off easily. I shall certainly deal with him harshly later." Reba remained unconvinced, continuing with her sour tone. "What if sister actually likes Cheng Feng? You saw it too. She has been clinging tightly to his arm, how intimate it looked. Cheng Feng is a bit handsome and knows how to make girls happy. It wouldn't be surprising if she developed feelings for him. Gully scrutinized her close friend, a playful smile gracing her lips as she teased. He. Confess honestly, have you perhaps taken a liking to that fellow? That's absurd. How could I possibly like him? Being ordinary friends is perfectly fine, Reba retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she shook her head in denial, displaying a classic case of saying one thing while feeling another. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly. Adina entered, her face flushed as she explained, I just thought about it. It's quite late, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go upstairs alone to find him. It will be better to wait until tomorrow to discuss the studio matters. Observing her bashful demeanor, even without prior romantic experience, Reba and Gully could discern that something was amiss. Particularly Gully, whose heart sank with concern. Could it be that sister truly harbors feelings for that Cheng Feng? What should I do? Chapter 46. The first lesson of rebirth on Monday at the prestigious Financial University of Magic City. The first class of the morning was about to commence. The classroom was filled with a cacophony of chatter, as is customary in most university settings. The girls occupied the front rows, while the back was reserved for the boys, with an insufferable couple sitting awkwardly in the middle. In the second row, Lin Feier and her dormitory companions were engaged in animated conversation when Lin Feier turned her gaze to the back of the classroom, whispering with concern. That fellow Cheng Feng has yet to appear for class. He has been absent for over a week now. What could possibly be the matter? Didn't Cheng Feng mention that he would attend today? Saiyan also glanced back, jesting softly. Who knows? Perhaps he is heartbroken after you rejected his confession. He might be off nursing his wounds alone. Since he has returned to school, it suggests that his emotional scars have mostly healed, and he will likely return to class soon. With a playful slap on her best friend's arm, Lin Feier retorted, Pa. Nonsense. What do you mean I rejected his confession? He didn't even complete his declaration. He just turned and walked away, leaving us on the playground to be the subject of everyone's attention. It was utterly mortifying, as you well know. Meanwhile, he sauntered off with a pretty junior the moment he exited the gym. He hardly appeared heartbroken at all. Furthermore, knowing his carefree nature, I find it implausible that he would be devastated by a rejection. Listening to Lin Feier's tirade, Xie Yin couldn't help but giggle. Indeed, he certainly does not strike one as the type to be troubled by romance. He is far too glib. At that moment, a girl beside them interjected, Do you think those posts and pictures on the forum are genuine? Is it possible that Cheng Feng is indeed a concealed wealthy heir? That $2 million fully equipped X5, could it really be his? It seems extravagantly lavish. If he truly is a hidden scion of Beijing's elite, wouldn't it be a significant loss for you to have turned down his advances? Word had spread throughout the 2008 accounting department that many beautiful girls were eagerly seeking information about him, evidently preparing to pursue Cheng Feng. The incident in which he attempted to confess to Lin Feier at the gym, only to be preemptively rejected, had circulated among the classes. On Friday morning, a photograph of him leaving the school in his luxurious X5 was shared on the campus forum by some classmates who happened to be present. They not only detailed the specifications and price of the X5, but also unearthed Cheng Feng's identity and exposed it on the forum. Moreover, these classmates had crafted sensational headlines that captured attention, declaring, "A scion of Beijing's elite emerges on campus, flaunting his $2 million luxury vehicle. And with looks, wealth, and talent, he is undoubtedly a winner in life. Some are born to privilege, while others toil in obscurity. Such is the truth." The posts that seemed to revel in chaos immediately caused a stir within the campus forum of the university, attracting a multitude of curious gazes. Particularly, several ambitious young women, upon confirming the veracity of the posts, began to inquire about Cheng Feng's circumstances, preparing to seize the opportunity. Classmates who were more familiar with Cheng Feng were left astonished and somewhat incredulous. Consequently, Li Heng promptly called him to seek confirmation. Cheng Feng, however, was vague in his response, stating that he would provide relevant details upon his return to school over the weekend or on Monday. His answer only heightened everyone's curiosity, leaving them anxious and restless as they awaited his arrival to clarify matters in person. Lin Feier's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. and she couldn't help but mutter in irritation, "You insufferable gossip, dare to spread rumors again, and I shall gladly silence you." The question of whether Cheng Feng was indeed a wealthy heir from the capital had no bearing on her. She felt no loss regardless. Just as she spoke, the class bell rang unexpectedly. Moments later, the professor of linear algebra entered the classroom and made his way to the podium. The classroom quickly fell silent as everyone straightened in their seats, prepared for the lesson. At that moment, a figure burst through the classroom door, carrying a black backpack. Everyone recognized him instantly. It was Cheng Feng, who had been absent for more than a week. His presence ignited a buzz of excitement within the classroom. Cheng Feng smiled and greeted the professor at the podium. "Good morning, Professor Wang." Professor Wang paused before jesting. "Good morning, Cheng Feng. It has indeed been quite a while. As your teacher, it's not often I get to see you. If I recall correctly, you've missed 6 of my linear algebra classes. Are you willing to forfeit your grades?" Cheng Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily explained, "Please, Professor Wang, show me some mercy. I had matters at home and had to return to the capital. Before leaving school, I called Teacher Liu to request leave, and I just called to cancel it. Teacher Liu will inform the other professors, so I kindly ask for your leniency regarding my absences." Laughter erupted across the room, everyone amused by his usual smooth talk, though it seemed he had matured somewhat. "Indeed, he does seem a bit different," Xie whispered. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. "Like everyone else." Professor Wang chuckled and then nodded. "Since you've informed Teacher Liu, there's no issue. Return to your seat, and be sure to review last week's material to keep up." "Understood," Cheng Feng replied, swiftly making his way to the back of the classroom. It was only then that he noticed the peculiar glances directed at him, particularly from the numerous girls in the class, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity, some even revealing a hint of fervor. In an instant, he comprehended the cause of this situation. Undoubtedly, it stemmed from the posts on the campus forum. Unlike other girls, Lin Fei and Xie exchanged furtive glances, revealing a hint of shyness. "Goodness, you, the romantic, still have the heart to attend class? I thought you were so heartbroken that you had retreated to a life of solitude, concealed beneath a veneer of modesty." Cheng Feng was unexpectedly revealed to be a wealthy scion. As they walked, a chorus of male classmates greeted him. With a smile, Cheng Feng responded to their banter. "Where else could I possibly go if not back to class? I merely took a leave of absence, not dropped out." He chuckled. "The term rich second generation has no relevance to me. I'm merely a village second generation from the capital." As he spoke, he reached the second-to-last row and took a seat beside Cheng Feng, preparing for his first class since his rebirth. No sooner had he settled in than Cheng Feng pushed several books toward him. "Here are the books you requested, including linear algebra and financial management. Where have you been for the past 3 days?" Cheng Feng accepted the books and replied with a hint of pride. "I was on a date with 3 stunningly exotic beauties, utterly enchanted." "Huh, 1 against 3. Keep dreaming," Cheng Feng remarked, skepticism lacing his tone. Just then, Li Heng leaned over, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Cheng Feng, did you bring that top-tier X5 to school? Can I take it for a spin?" He added, "Compared to your luxury vehicle, my family Esbora might as well be scrap metal." Cheng Feng glanced at him and nodded with a smile. "The car is parked in front of the principal's office. We can take a look at it during lunch. As long as you have a driver's South license and can drive, feel free to cruise around campus. But venturing off campus is out of the question. I don't want you becoming road hazards." Before he could finish, Li Heng and Cheng Feng erupted in hushed cheers. At that moment, Mr. Wang's voice rang out from the podium. "All right, let us begin class. Those of you in the back whispering, save your secrets for after class." His words ignited laughter throughout the classroom. Cheng Feng and his friends straightened up, ready to commence their lesson. Chapter 47. What nonsense are you talking about? During class, Cheng Feng was astonished to find that long-buried memories, which had perished many years ago, surged back in an instant. All the knowledge he had acquired during his undergraduate and postgraduate studies flooded his mind like a tumultuous tide, vividly resurfacing. Even the concepts he had once grasped only superficially were now comprehensively understood. Following this revelation, these insights intermingled with nearly a decade of professional experience from his previous life, resulting in an even deeper comprehension. Not only that, but the entirety of his past work experiences and the events he had encountered were vividly replayed in his mind, akin to a film reel. For instance, the vast array of accounts he had managed, the financial investments he had undertaken, and all the occurrences from 2009 to early 2025 unraveled before him in intricate detail. This sudden transformation left Cheng Feng utterly astounded. He was on the verge of exclaiming in excitement. Once the initial thrill subsided, a profound sense of relief washed over him. He no longer feared the prospect of failing to complete his university education. Graduating from the prestigious finance university was now a certainty. By the time he reached his senior year, should he wish to pursue further studies, he would be well equipped. With a modicum of effort, securing a recommendation for a spot at a top-tier university seemed entirely feasible. With the academic concerns resolved, it became imperative for him to recalibrate his future plans. At the very least, the time dedicated to studying could be significantly reduced, freeing up ample hours to cultivate his career, engage in romance, or indulge in other pursuits. Armed with these invaluable memories from his past life, the possibilities before him were boundless. One could even assert that as long as he refrained from self-sabotage, he could attain anything his heart desired. Contemplating this, Cheng Feng felt an exhilarating surge of enthusiasm. For the remainder of the class, he drifted into a reverie, beginning to adjust his developmental plans and envisioning an even brighter, more splendid future. Unbeknownst to him, the first class had already concluded. As the bell rang, a group of classmates swiftly gathered around him, bombarding him with questions. "Come on, Cheng Feng, you mysteriously vanished for over a week. And now you return as a wealthy heir? And what about that $2 million fully loaded X5? It's all the buzz on the campus for him. That car is simply magnificent. Weren't we supposed to toil together? How did you suddenly find yourself in luxury? How are we supposed to remain friends?" The boys fired off questions in rapid succession, their curiosity palpable. Meanwhile, the girls seated in the front row turned to gaze back at him, equally intrigued. Surrounded by these wide-eyed onlookers, Cheng Feng, taking in their innocent curiosity, jestingly remarked, "Hold on, didn't I just mention that I have no ties to any wealthy heirs? If anything, I'm merely a village offspring from the capital. And you lot, each one of you is a prodigy receiving higher education. Why are your perceptions so shallow? What a top-tier X5, and what a life in Rome. As a robust man of stature, one ought to believe that one's destiny is determined by oneself and not by fate." Before he could finish his thought, several punches landed on his shoulders and back. "Stop your grandstanding and confess honestly. This is the quintessential case of someone who speaks from a place of comfort. How dare you insult us as mere commodities? Are you itching for a fight? Quickly, tell us about that top-tier X5. Where did you acquire such a luxurious vehicle? Can you let your friends take it for a spin?" Feeling somewhat beleaguered, Cheng Feng let out a couple of sighs and reluctantly explained the situation. "Yes, you. I'm not some wealthy second-generation heir. That top-tier X5 belongs to my childhood friend, who is indeed a bona fide rich kid. He is preparing to study abroad soon, and since the car would only be idle in the garage, he lent it to me. In addition to the car, he also offered me a place to stay, and I plan to move in this afternoon." He provided a brief overview of the circumstances, but the truth was a blend of fact and embellishment. If he revealed the whole truth, there would undoubtedly be some discontent among his peers, leading to gossip and even unfounded rumors. By stating that the luxury car and the apartment were borrowed, he hoped to ease certain people's feelings and mitigate any potential trouble. This exemplified the typical concern for his friends' well-being, while simultaneously fearing their envy. As for matters of pride, Cheng Feng was unconcerned. Concealing his true status in front of university classmates would only yield benefits, not drawbacks. As anticipated, upon hearing his explanation, some individuals visibly relaxed, laughing even more brightly. It turned out he had merely borrowed his friend's car to impress others, which had startled them for no reason. Yet, one couldn't help but envy having a wealthy childhood friend. A few attentive young women in the front row cast glances of regret, while the three who knew Cheng Feng well, including Li Hong, exchanged skeptical looks. Amidst the banter, the class bell rang suddenly, prompting everyone to return to their seats for the next lesson. Soon, 2 periods of linear algebra came to an end. After class, students exited the classroom in small groups. preparing to head to another building for their intermediate financial management course. Just as they stepped outside, Cheng Feng hastily approached Lin Fei, and Xie Yan. Witnessing this spectacle, excitement rippled through the crowd. Was he, perhaps, still harboring feelings for Lin Fei, and planning to confess? If so, a captivating scene was bound to unfold. Would Lin Fei, once again refuse him? All eyes, filled with anticipation, turned toward the unfolding drama. A few boys who harbored affections for Lin Fei, silently lamented. Would it be a rejection, or yet another refusal? Lin Fei, you must turn down this audacious fellow. However, to everyone's surprise, the person Cheng Feng sought was not the stunning Lin Fei, He directly approached Xie Yan, gently tapping her shoulder and jokingly saying, "Long time no see, Xie Yan. Let's sit together after class. I'll treat you to a meal. I happen to have some matters I'd like to discuss with you." Yet, Xie Yan's expression was akin to that of encountering a ghost. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly shook her head. "What are you blathering about? I'm not interested." With that, she dashed away as if she had committed some unspeakable act. This left Lin Fei standing in a daze, utterly perplexed as she gazed at Xie Yan's retreating figure. Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled softly. A moment later, Lin Fei turned and asked in surprise, "What did you want to tell Yan Yan? Why did she react that way?" Cheng Feng shook his head with a smile. "I have no idea why she responded like that, or if she has something to hide. As for what I wanted to discuss with her, it's rather inconvenient to disclose." Just then, Li Heng and the others approached. Cheng Feng nodded to Lin Fei and left with Li Heng and the group. After walking just a few steps, Cheng Feng suddenly whispered, "I thought you were going to confess to Lin Fei again. I was ready for a good show. Who would have guessed you sought out Xie Yan instead? Have you changed your target of affection?" He had to admit, Xie Yan was indeed quite beautiful, with a physique that was even more alluring. "Enough nonsense. I genuinely have business with Xie Yan. You lot are far too nosy," Cheng Feng retorted with a playful scold. As they exchanged banter, the group distanced themselves. Watching Cheng Feng's suddenly towering figure, Lin Fei found herself momentarily lost in thought. Yet, she quickly snapped back to reality, muttering under her breath, "How dare you? If you dare to harass Yan Yan, just wait and see how I deal with you." With that, she made her way toward the stairwell. Before long, it was noon. After the fourth period concluded, Cheng Feng began to gather his belongings in preparation for lunch. However, he was intercepted by Li Heng and the others, who dragged him from the classroom straight to the principal's office, eager to catch a glimpse of the $2 million luxury car. Upon hearing of the spectacle, several girls joined in, chattering excitedly. Lin Fei and Xie Yan exchanged glances before following suit. Being classmates, they all lived off their parents' allowances. True representatives of the proletariat, sharing both poverty and joy together. Suddenly, when a fellow student showed up with a luxury car worth millions and resided in an equally extravagant mansion, who wouldn't be bursting with curiosity? Fortunately, Cheng Feng clarified that both the luxury car and mansion were borrowed. Otherwise, it was likely someone's heart would shatter under the weight of reality. Chapter 48. The Right of Prior Selection. Is that Cheng Feng? He appears even more handsome than in the photographs circulating on the forum. I wonder if he is truly a wealthy heir. His attire doesn't seem particularly remarkable. As Cheng Feng descended the stairs with his classmates, he instantly attracted a multitude of curious gazes. Among them, a throng of girls regarded him with heightened interest, whispering and exchanging glances filled with intrigue. At this moment, Cheng Feng had become one of the focal points at the university. Just last weekend, he had been the topic of conversation during many girls' dormitory gatherings. In response to this sudden attention, Cheng Feng remained unfazed, for he possessed the maturity of a man in his 30s. In contrast, his friends Cheng Feng and Li Heng were visibly exhilarated. "Did you see that, Fengzi? All those girls are watching you, practically sending you signals. And many of them are quite beautiful." One of them exclaimed, "You were just coldly rejected by the stunning Lin. Yet now you seem to possess the right of prior selection among the entire university. How can that be justified?" Cheng Feng glanced at his friends and, with a playful smirk, retorted, "Come on, look at you all, acting like you've never seen the world. Have any of you encountered true beauty? To be frank, I find our school's superficial crowd utterly unimpressive." Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng and the others quickly fired back. Oh please, you were the one boasting. Yet you were the one turned down by Lin. Isn't that a little ironic? Another chimed in, Lin is right behind us. Should I turn back and ask her? As they exchanged banter, the group exited the main teaching building and made their way towards the principal's office, leaving behind a trail of laughter. Before long, they arrived at the parking lot in front of the principal's building. However, upon their arrival, they were taken aback. Not far ahead, a group of girls surrounded a brand new BMW X5, posing and snapping photos with their phones. A few eager boys were assisting them, exuding a sense of gallantry. The sight left the group momentarily stunned. Moments later, Li Heng broke the silence with a thoughtful remark. That must be your car, right, Fengzi? Now I truly believe you have gained the right of prior selection at the university. Goodness, this world is incredibly pragmatic. Who would have thought the university was like this? Ding Haifeng muttered softly, prompting nods of agreement from his friends. This is just the beginning. You will witness even more mind-boggling occurrences in the future. Cheng Feng declared. You all stay here for a moment. I will go over and dissuade those girls from causing a commotion. With a teasing tone, he strolled towards the car, leaving his friends behind to observe the spectacle. Soon, Cheng Feng reached the car and, with a smile, exchanged a few words with the girls, who gazed at him with wide eyes. However, disappointment soon washed over them, and they looked at him with disdain before dispersing in unison. Once they had all departed, Cheng Feng signaled for his friends to join him. As they approached, a wave of curiosity swept over them. Fengzi, what did you say to those girls? How did they scatter so suddenly? The rapid change in the girls' attitudes was rather striking. Did I perceive a hint of disdain directed at me? Cheng Feng chuckled and nodded. Indeed, my friend was met with contempt. It was rumored that he was not a wealthy heir, but merely a rural offspring, and thus he quickly fell under scrutiny. Upon hearing that this luxurious vehicle was borrowed from a childhood friend, all the beautiful women lost interest and departed, setting aside such matters. If you wish to see this car, let us proceed. After our inspection, we shall enjoy lunch together. With that, he casually retrieved the remote key and unlocked the car. The group exchanged glances, then approached to examine the magnificent vehicle. The sounds of admiration filled the air as they marveled at its splendor. After thoroughly inspecting the car and taking a turn behind the wheel, Li Heng pulled Cheng Feng and Ding Haifeng aside for a hushed conversation. Soon after, the three of them approached Cheng Feng, pulling him aside to engage in a low-key interrogation. Come clean, Fengzi. Is this luxury car truly yours? Your wealthy childhood friend is merely a FA-ade, isn't he? Are you treating us as fools? From what I know, you are not one to put on a false front. Honestly, if it weren't your vehicle, even if someone lent me such a car, I wouldn't dare drive it daily. I couldn't afford the consequences of an accident. Cheng Feng surveyed the trio and chuckled softly as he scolded them. Are you three out of your minds? Why are you fixating on whose car this is? Isn't it sufficient that I have access to it? I said it was borrowed from a friend. Doesn't that sound more palatable to some? It spares me some trouble, doesn't it? A win-win situation. Wow, it can be played this way. Li Heng and the others exclaimed in unison. Even the dimmest among them now understood the true ownership of this luxury vehicle. What astonished them further was Cheng Feng's handling of the situation, which opened their eyes to new possibilities. In the blink of an eye, everyone had completed their inspection and taken a turn inside the car. They then exited the parking lot, ready to head for lunch. Just a few steps away, a fellow from the neighboring dormitory suddenly remarked, Fengzi, since you've driven off in a luxury car worth 2 million, shouldn't you treat everyone to a grand feast to celebrate? Cheng Feng turned to look at him, feigning exasperation as he replied, Don't be ridiculous. Even as so celebrates giving birth. You are not contributing to the expenses. As of now, I'm a strategic partner with Sinopec, and I haven't even secured the fuel funds yet. How about you lend a hand? At his words, laughter erupted among the group. Despite his jest, Cheng Feng still treated everyone to a meal. However, it was at the campus cafeteria, not particularly lavish, as a few hundred yuan sufficed. Yet the cuisine was delightful, far superior to the large pots of fare served in the student canteen. This meal was primarily a gesture of gratitude towards Li Heng and the others, who had assisted Cheng Feng numerous times over the past week. Upon entering the spacious dining area, everyone eagerly pulled out chairs and settled in. Like the others, Lin Feier prepared to take her seat. At that moment, two girls from her dormitory suddenly seized her and pulled her to an empty seat beside Cheng Feng, firmly placing her upon that chair. Hee, Feier, why not sit here and have a good chat with Cheng Feng? One teased. Indeed, Cheng Feng now possesses a car, a luxury vehicle worth 2 million. Whether we embark on our future shopping excursions via public transport or in a lavish automobile is contingent upon your performance. Moreover, when we return home for the holidays, if Cheng Feng could drive us to the train station or airport, we could avoid the hassle of lugging our suitcases onto the bus. Feier, we beseech you. The girls giggled and bantered, while a throng of boys joined in the raucous teasing. As for Lin Feier, her cheeks flushed crimson in embarrassment. Her head bowed low as if she wished to vanish beneath the table. Cheng Feng, observing the raucous antics of his peers, felt compelled to intervene. You lot, reveling in the spectacle, are hardly being helpful. The matter between me and the esteemed Lin is quite clear. She has previously expressed her desire to refrain from romance for the time being, and I shall honor her wishes. Being classmates is, in fact, preferable. So please refrain from your ridiculous antics. Since we are all classmates, if there arises a pressing need for transportation, of course, I would be glad to assist by driving. That is simply a matter of course. However, expecting me to play the role of a modern-day Camel Xiangzi is rather unrealistic. With 40 classmates in our class, just imagine the amount of fuel that would be consumed. Laughter erupted among the group, followed by a flurry of playful jibes. TCH, what a miser, unwilling to spare even a dime for gas. The beauty ploy seems to have failed. Cheng Feng, you become quite the surprise. Amidst the laughter and banter, Lin Feier, with her head still lowered, stole a furtive glance at Cheng Feng. To her, he seemed different from before, yet she could not quite articulate how he had changed. Chapter 49. The Scholar and the Official. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, the sky gradually darkened. In the dormitory, Cheng Feng was diligently packing his belongings in preparation for his move to the spacious residence at Jingyunchi. He retrieved several property certificates and various items hidden deep within the wardrobe and placed them into the inner pocket of his suitcase. Next, he took out his autumn and winter clothing along with undergarments, all of which were stuffed into the large suitcase. Of course, the numerous textbooks for his current courses and other study materials were also indispensable. Despite having regained all his memories from a previous life, vividly and profoundly etched in his mind, rendering further study unnecessary, Cheng Feng still intended to present himself as a diligent student, attending classes and taking exams. He had no intention of missing out on any scholarship opportunities, including the prestigious first-class scholarship, the college scholarship, and even a national scholarship. His motivations were twofold. The first was to secure the best opportunities for postgraduate recommendations. After all, the finest recommendation from his university led directly to Peking University, an opportunity he was determined not to forfeit. Upon entering Peking University for his master's, he might even strive for a position as a central government-selected candidate, although he had yet to fully ascertain whether his future lay in business or politics. One thing was abundantly clear: he would never again have to worry about financial constraints in this lifetime. Under such circumstances, pursuing a political career seemed a more favorable choice. The notion of scholarship leads to officialdom resonates deeply within the hearts of most Chinese, and Cheng Feng shared a semblance of that sentiment. Only by wielding power could one fulfill greater ambitions and ensure greater safety. This is a truth dictated by history and national conditions, one that cannot be denied. Should he choose the path of politics, the pedigree of being a central government-selected candidate from Peking University would overshadow all others, provided he did not act foolishly. His future would be exceptionally bright. In comparison to all other 985 universities, the central government-selected candidates from Tsinghua University paled in significance beside those from Peking University. As for the second reason, it was not fit for public discourse. If Cheng Feng wanted to avoid being subjected to research dissection, he needed to appear somewhat ordinary, steering clear of drawing undue attention. He must exercise caution to ensure that all his achievements, including the substantial wealth he amassed, appeared reasonable and justifiable. Only in this manner could he secure a long-term strategy. Once he successfully navigated through the trials of early life, he would surely ascend to lofty heights, free to soar like a bird in the sky or leap like a fish in the sea. Thus, he was preparing to move out. This way, he could achieve excellent results without excessive effort, masking his past. To outsiders, it would seem that his remarkable achievements were the result of relentless study within that grand residence. Before long, Cheng Feng had filled 2 large suitcases and a smaller one with books and study materials, one of the large suitcases being borrowed from Cheng Feng. Observing this scene, Li Heng and the others, who were merely spectators, felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Wow, are you really going to leave us behind and move out alone? Man, when we next play games with the neighboring dormitory, we'll be 1 person short. How are we supposed to win now? Cheng Feng cast a glance at the individuals around him, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he mockingly chided, "Spare me the melodrama. Such effeminacy gives me goosebumps. Why occupy this cramped dormitory when I have a lavish mansion to reside in, enduring the stench of your feet daily? Am I out of my mind? Furthermore, I am merely relocating, not withdrawing from my studies. I shall return for classes each day and have no intention of relinquishing my bed space. When a mood strikes, or should I find myself too lazy to return to that grand house, I might spend a night here to chat with you lot before he could finish." Cheng Feng and the others began to scoff derisively, as if anyone would want to engage in conversation with you. "Best you leave, and the dorm will be considerably quieter." One of them retorted, "Who are you to call anyone effeminate? I am a bona fide man, though I must raise a significant question regarding Li Heng." As they exchanged playful banter, Cheng Feng had already packed his belongings. He then joined Cheng Feng and the others, carrying 3 suitcases down the stairs to depart from the university. His vehicle awaited him by the roadside just outside the dormitory area. After bidding him farewell, Cheng Feng and the others headed towards the academic building for self-study, relieved not to return to the dormitory. Descending from the dormitory, they continued their light-hearted conversation while walking towards the exit. Suddenly, Li Heng pointed ahead at a familiar figure, exclaiming, "Hey, isn't that Qiu Zihua? Why is he scurrying away from us like a frightened mouse? Is he hiding something?" Following his gesture, Cheng Feng and the others spotted Qiu Zihua, who indeed appeared as if he had encountered a predator, hastily making his way toward the female dormitory with his head bowed. Witnessing the scene, Cheng Feng and Ding Haifeng exchanged resigned remarks. "He must be avoiding us to escape repaying his debt. I've figured him out. The few hundred yuan I lent him will never see the light of day again. Indeed, I have lost all hope and will never lend him money again." Cheng Feng chuckled softly, fully aware of Qiu Zihua's misdeeds. Yet, he chose not to expose the matter, resolving instead to keep his distance from this individual. As for the several thousand yuan lent to him, he would consider it a lost cause. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Zihua vanished from sight. Cheng Feng and his companions exited the dormitory area, arriving at the silver X5 parked by the roadside. After stowing the 3 suitcases in the trunk, Cheng Feng waved farewell to Cheng Feng and the others. He then entered the vehicle, started the engine, and gradually drove away from the dormitory, heading towards the southwestern gate. In the meantime, many students nearby cast envious glances in his direction, particularly the numerous girls, their gazes ablaze with desire. In the shadows, not far away, a pair of slightly reddened eyes fixated on the taillights of the high-end X5, brimming with envy and resentment. Soon, Cheng Feng reached the vicinity of the southwestern gate. While navigating the road, he unexpectedly spotted 2 familiar figures, engaged in lively conversation as they strolled towards the school's exit. These were 2 freshman beauties, one of whom he happened to know. Previously, after a failed confession to Lin Feier, he had accidentally collided with a lovely underclassman while exiting the stadium, resulting in a minor episode. Present at the scene was another enchanting junior. The 2 lovely ladies were engaged in light-hearted banter on the sidewalk ahead. Cheng Feng chuckled softly, deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, and brought the car to a halt by the roadside, lowering the right window. In the midst of their conversation, the X5 came to rest beside the walkway. Beep! Cheng Feng gently pressed the horn, greeting the 2 beautiful juniors through the window. "Long time no see, Liao. Qin Zifen. Where are you headed? Would you like a ride?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Yao and her companion turned their heads in unison. They first noticed the sleek silver X5, and then were taken aback by Cheng Feng's beaming smile. Li Yao's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, while Qin Zifeng stood momentarily stunned, seemingly in disbelief. Moments later, with a blush, Li Yao replied, "Hello, senior. We're just going out for dinner. It's quite nearby, so we won't trouble you." At her words, Qin Zifeng regained her composure. Her eyes sparkled as she surveyed the luxurious X5, and she chimed in with a playful greeting. "Good evening, senior. Your SUV is truly impressive. It seems the rumors on the school forum were accurate. You are indeed a wealthy heir from the capital." Cheng Feng shook his head, jesting. "You girls are behind the times. After your dinner, check the forum again. You'll discover I am merely a village heir from Beijing. Since your dining destination is close to the campus gate, I want to intrude on your meal. We shall meet again soon. Oh, and one more thing, Li Yao. My phone seems to be having some issues. I'll reach out to you another day to discuss the compensation matter." With that, he drove off, leaving little room for the two beauties to react. As they watched the rapidly disappearing taillights of the X5, Li Yao was left in a state of bewilderment. Beside her, Qin Zifeng stamped her foot in indignation, muttering under her breath. "Driving a luxury car worth $2 million, yet asking you to pay for phone repairs? What a joke. I see through this playboy's ulterior motives. He simply wants to woo you, and the phone repair is merely an excuse." "Oh please, what do you mean woo? That's so crass." Li Yao's face flushed crimson as she gently pushed her close friend. Chapter 50. Swan Lake. After more than half an hour, Cheng Feng returned to his spacious residence in Jinganyuchi. As he pushed two large suitcases through the door, he was immediately greeted by a captivating melody emanating from an empty bedroom. It was evident that Reba and Gully had come over to practice their dance. The music was from Swan Lake, rather than their customary ethnic tunes, suggesting they were rehearsing ballet. Understanding this, Cheng Feng was reminded of a video he had encountered in his previous life on Douyin, where Reba, clad in a black swan costume, humorously sang folk songs. Regardless of her singing ability, her figure was truly remarkable, curvaceous, with a delicate silhouette, and her complexion was fair and luminous. Particularly striking were her long, slender legs, reminiscent of exquisitely crafted chopsticks, captivatingly straight and alluring. With this thought, Cheng Feng couldn't help but smile softly. However, he refrained from knocking on the door to admire Reba and her companion's performance. Instead, he placed the two large suitcases in the living room, turned and stepped outside to retrieve the remaining smaller suitcase. 5 or 6 minutes later, as he pushed the small suitcase back inside, the music from the bedroom had ceased. The two beauties had opened the door halfway, peering curiously toward the entrance. From Cheng Feng's vantage point, he could only glimpse their heads and a tantalizing glimpse of their shoulders. Judging by the porcelain-like whiteness of their skin, they were likely dressed in ballet attire, creating a picturesque scene. "Why have you stopped dancing? You were performing Swan Lake, weren't you?" "I was hoping to enjoy it thoroughly," Cheng Feng remarked with a smile, casually closing the door behind him. He then entered the living room, his gaze lingering on the youthful and enchanting Reba and Gully. Reba's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she pouted and shook her head. "It's too beautiful for you to see." Following her, Gully chimed in with a playful laugh. "We haven't danced ballet in ages. We usually practice ethnic dance. We'll show you once we've perfected it to avoid being ridiculed. Why didn't you come back for dinner tonight?" Gully added, "My sister mentioned she had something to discuss with you." Cheng Feng chuckled and offered a brief explanation. "I had dinner with some classmates at school and then returned to my dorm to pack. You needn't worry about me. Continue your practice. Whenever you feel ready to perform for me, I will gladly appreciate it." He continued, "I'll tidy up my things first, and once I'm done, I will meet Edina downstairs." With that, he pushed the small suitcase into the study. The two stunning beauties exchanged glances before playfully sticking out their tongues and retreating back into their dance studio. Moments later, the enchanting strains of Swan Lake filled the air once more. Upon entering the study, Cheng Feng closed the door behind him and opened the suitcase filled with books. He retrieved the property certificates and transaction contracts for his residences in the capital, securing them in the small safe beneath the bookshelf. This safe was quite discreet. Generally, it would be challenging for anyone unaware to locate it. After locking the safe and replacing the cover, Cheng Feng began to arrange the numerous books and other study materials he had brought back. Just as he was engrossed in his task, the doorbell suddenly rang. Cheng Feng promptly ceased his tasks and ventured outside to open the door. Upon swinging it wide, he was greeted by Adina, who was resplendently adorned in a floral long dress, her face radiating excitement. Though it was already evening and the streets were devoid of activity, her meticulous appearance suggested that she had dressed up solely for his sake, embodying the sentiment of a woman who beautifies herself for the admiration of her beloved. Gully had sent a text, informing him of her return and her intent to assist in organizing the myriad items he had brought back, while also discussing the establishment of an interior design studio. Edina chimed in with a playful laugh. "Come in, Edina. You look absolutely stunning, a true delight to behold. With such a captivating beauty assisting me, I could hardly wish for more." Cheng Feng showered her with compliments, causing her spirits to soar. He then led Edina to the study to continue with their work. Just as the door was about to close, a muffled voice emerged from the opposite room, 601, where Zhu Keiji muttered a few words. "Another trio of ladies. That little rascal is indeed fortunate in love." Before he could finish, a voice from the master bedroom interrupted. "Keiji, is dinner ready? It's been quite a while. Why must you insist on cooking at home when dining out is so much simpler? I fail to comprehend your reasoning." Zhu Keiji hurriedly left the foyer, his strides quickening towards the kitchen as he sheepishly replied, "Almost done. We eat out every day. I'm utterly tired of it. Besides, if I don't cook soon, I might just forget how." Deep down, however, he harbored a different thought. Were he not to cook at home, he would miss the chance to encounter the three enchanting beauties downstairs, who were 1,000 times more delightful than his formidable partner. In room 602, Edina busied herself with organizing books and study materials while animatedly discussing her day. "I opened 2 bank accounts at the construction bank today, one for personal use and another for the studio. This afternoon, I researched the process of establishing a design studio. Next, we need to procure office equipment, such as computers and printers, and we ought to thoughtfully decorate the studio, given that we are in the field of interior design. After that, we can proceed with the registration of the design studio, all of which requires funding. How much do you plan to transfer to me? Without money, nothing can proceed." Cheng Feng turned to her, contemplating before responding. "I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan initially to cover the costs of a computer, office desk, and other equipment. We should also purchase a decent digital camera. If that isn't sufficient, we can always add more later. I too require a high-quality desktop computer and printer for this study. Tomorrow evening or the afternoon after, we can go shopping together." Upon hearing this, Edina's eyes sparkled with delight. Once Cheng Feng finished speaking, she jested, "Are you not concerned that I might abscond with such a generous sum? We have only known each other for a brief time, and I must admit, while I have been working for nearly 3 years, my salary is modest. I've always lived paycheck to paycheck. To claim I have never possessed such a significant amount of money would be a lie. With the presence of a person like Reba, it would be wise for you to abscond with the funds. A mere sum of a few 100,000 pales in comparison to the value of such a celestial beauty. Is there a more profitable venture in the world?" Cheng Feng silently scoffed at this notion, shaking his head with a smile. "Having decided to collaborate with you and invest in the establishment of this interior design studio, I am demonstrating my trust in you and my optimism regarding your capabilities. This is why I feel at ease in trusting the management of the studio to you, granting you a significant shareholding, transforming you from mere employees into stakeholders. In my estimation, as long as the studio successfully finds its footing, leveraging my connections with old Joe, the monthly profits will exceed 100,000. Given this scenario, would you truly forsake a promising personal career and relinquish greater wealth for a mere handful of cash?" Listening to Cheng Feng's grand vision, it was primarily this trust that moved Edina deeply. "Thank you for your confidence, Cheng Feng. Rest assured, I'm not so naive as to abscond with the funds. I will diligently manage our studio. However, I must inquire about one more matter. Will Reba and the others receive salaries and bonuses, or will we await year-end dividends? If it's the latter, how will we sustain our livelihoods? While Reba and her companions are fortunate enough to receive support from their families, I feel a sense of obligation to provide for myself without relying on my family for living expenses. Chapter 51. The enigmatic beauty. Cheng Feng casually placed a book on the shelf and smiled, saying, "This indeed poses a challenge. Considering this, I can offer you a salary of 10,000 per month, with bonuses to be determined separately. The studio will cover 5 insurances in one fund, along with various transportation expenses, which can be reimbursed provided the necessary receipts are submitted. I shall establish a well-structured financial system for the studio. Currently, Reba and her colleagues can only be regarded as part-time employees. They cannot draw a salary from the studio, but may earn commissions from projects, the specifics of which we can discuss later. The studio will distribute dividends biannually, and the amount and ratio of these dividends will depend on the operational performance of the studio and its profitability." He continued to elaborate extensively. Meanwhile, Adina was already beaming with joy, her smile more radiant than blossoming flowers. To her, a monthly salary of 10,000 seemed like a dream, especially with the added bonuses and biannual dividends, which promised even greater earnings. Such favorable terms were a rarity in her past experiences. Previously, while working in an advertising company in her hometown, her highest salary barely exceeded 3,000, without any insurance benefits. Due to recent events, that company had halted operations, and there was no telling when she would return to work. This circumstance had given her the opportunity to assist Gully and Reba as a caretaker. It was only by chance that she encountered Cheng Feng on the train, leading to a series of subsequent events. In Adina's perspective, earning around 4,000 would be sufficient to warrant her stay in this bustling metropolis, striving to make a name for herself in the interior design studio. She did not dwell on other matters, nor did she dare to. She could hardly fathom Cheng Feng's generosity in offering her such a remarkable compensation package. The sudden influx of happiness left her slightly dazed. "Stop daydreaming. What are you thinking? Hand me those books for the CPA exam," Cheng Feng reminded her, snapping her back to reality. She promptly retrieved the books from her suitcase and handed them to him. "All right, here you go." In no time, Cheng Feng arranged all the books and study materials and stowed the small suitcase beneath the cabinet. He then surveyed the bookshelf, nodding with a smile. "Indeed, it bears a hint of the phrase, 'a humble abode, yet my virtue is fragrant.'" "A humble abode? You must be jesting. This place is a treasure that many would toil a lifetime for and still not afford," Adina retorted indignantly. As her words lingered in the air, she suddenly stepped forward and lightly pecked Cheng Feng on the cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water-s surface. "Thank you, Cheng Feng. I truly did not anticipate such a generous salary. With this high pay, my resolve to remain in this metropolis has strengthened immensely." Her unexpected display of affection left Cheng Feng momentarily bewildered, caught off guard. Once he regained his composure, he stepped closer, wrapping his arm around Adina's slender waist, and teasingly remarked, "My dear beauty, reciprocation is only proper. Since you're unafraid of playing with fire, why should I hold back? Your provocative demeanor tempts me so that perhaps next time I may succumb to the allure and indulge in your entirety. Do not regret it when that moment arrives." With that, he feigned a move to kiss the enchanting beauty nestled in his arms. "Ah!" Adina exclaimed, swiftly raising her hand to block Cheng Feng's eager lips, forcefully pushing his head back. "I merely wish to express my gratitude for your care. I harbor no ulterior motives, so please do not misconstrue my intentions. Besides, I am aware that you are merely accustomed to flirtation. If a girl declines, you would not dare to overstep." Cheng Feng momentarily paused, shaking his head in vexation. "Alas, my male virtue relies solely upon my noble character. Who knew I would embody the modern-day Lu Xiaohui?" With a reluctant sigh, he released his hold on Adina's slender waist. "Haha, what male virtue? Your audacity knows no bounds," Adina teased with a playful laugh. Just then, a sharp sound echoed as Cheng Feng playfully slapped her shapely dairy. The exquisite sensation was utterly intoxicating. Caught off guard, Adina let out another cry, her cheeks flushing crimson. Subsequently, she retaliated with 2 playful punches to Cheng Feng's arm. "You lecher, I shall smite you." After their jovial banter, Cheng Feng guided her out of the study and into the bedroom to continue tidying up. Upon entering the master bedroom, Adina immediately became vigilant. maintaining a safe distance to avert any further suggestive encounters. Realizing there would be no advantage to be gained, Cheng Feng dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on organizing their belongings while discussing the matters of the studio. In the following days, whenever he found time, he would take Adina and the others out to procure office equipment and renovate the modest 3-bedroom apartment downstairs. They would also deliberate on drafting the studio's regulations and determining the equity distribution, formalizing everything through contracts. Once these tasks were completed, they would proceed to register the interior design studio, a process expected to take 1 to 2 weeks. Initially, the studio would not be able to expand its operations immediately. Adina, being a novice, needed to familiarize herself with the market for interior decoration in the bustling metropolis, including the prices of furniture, appliances, and textiles. This was easily resolved, as they could obtain first-hand price lists through the local branch of Pancha Real Estate, ensuring they had access to the most competitive rates. Cheng Feng also intended to invite manager Liu from the Pancha Real Estate branch, along with several property managers from various communities, for a meal to foster relationships. The primary goal was to establish cooperative ties with the local branch and several communities, allowing the studio to extend its services within these neighborhoods and other real estate projects. With the support of a real estate company and property management, the studio's business expansion would become significantly more manageable, also safeguarding Adina from potential harassment by certain unsavory individuals. After all, with her alluring charm and exotic allure, it was almost a foregone conclusion that she would attract unwelcome attention while visiting clients for interior decoration projects. With the connections he had through Zhou Yin and his father, Cheng Feng felt confident in successfully navigating these arrangements. Listening to his introduction, Adina furrowed her brow, her mind filled with doubt. It was only at this moment that she truly comprehended the complexities involved in establishing an interior soft decoration design studio. It entailed far more trouble than she had initially envisioned, as it was not merely a matter of design. However, she felt as though she had been thrust into a situation from which there was no escape. She had to proceed. She was also eager to test her own abilities and see if she could achieve something noteworthy. If things did not go well and she suffered losses, it would not be her own money at stake. With this thought, her confidence surged. Before long, Cheng Feng had neatly arranged all the clothing and miscellaneous items, transforming the master bedroom into a space brimming with life. Subsequently, they departed from the master bedroom and moved to the living room to continue discussing matters regarding the studio. After conversing for about 10 minutes, the door to the vacant bedroom suddenly swung open, revealing Reba and Gully stepping out. Regrettably, they had exchanged their ballet skirts for hoodies and sweatpants, completely concealing their figures and leaving no hint of springtime allure. Today marked their first day practicing dance in this new residence, prompting them to exercise great caution and vigilance at every turn. As they became accustomed to this rhythm and grew more familiar with Cheng Feng, realizing he exhibited no inappropriate behavior, they would naturally lower their guard. At that point, Cheng Feng would be granted the opportunity to behold even more captivating sights, such as entering the dance studio and, from the closest vantage point, witnessing 2 exquisite beauties clad in ballet skirts perform Swan Lake just for him. Chapter 52. Dewy romance. Reba and Gully settled onto the sofa, engaging in lighthearted banter. After a lengthy session of exercise, their cheeks flushed and foreheads glistening with perspiration, they appeared even more enchanting. Cheng Feng surveyed them with a smile, offering a gentle reminder. As the weather in the bustling metropolis began to cool, he suggested that after their dance practice, they should take a shower and dry their hair before heading home. There's a shower room in the guest bedroom, with hot water available 24 hours a day. It's quite convenient. After dancing and breaking a sweat, it's easy to catch a cold if you don't wash up before going out. Moreover, the unpleasant odor is hardly appealing and tarnishes your perfect image in my eyes. Upon hearing this, Reba, seated on the adjacent sofa, playfully kicked him, exclaiming, "Oh please, you're the one who is smelly. We don't have body odor. Your words are truly outrageous." Gully chimed in with a teasing laugh. "This is your house, and you're quite the mischievous character. We wouldn't dare bathe here without your presence. We'll only shower when you're away after practice, to avoid you taking advantage of us." Alas, I had intended my heart towards the bright moon, yet it only reflects in the gutter. Being a good person is truly challenging. Cheng Feng feigned exasperation, prompting another round of playful banter from Reba and Gully, while Adina chuckled heartily. After some jovial teasing, they finally turned to more serious matters. Through the connections of their elders, they had the opportunity to meet with an instructor from the Shanghai Theater Academy's performance department to inquire about next year's admissions plans. The instructor informed them that the academy might introduce a special recruitment plan in their hometown, expanding both the scope and number of admissions. She encouraged them to prepare diligently for the exams, stating that their cohort had a significantly higher chance of being accepted compared to previous years. Gully's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. "This is fantastic." As her words lingered in the air, Reba eagerly added, "I have decided to follow your advice, Cheng Feng. I will apply to the performance department and also to the piano program in the music department." The teacher we met today suggested I pursue the performance department, saying my image and demeanor are well suited for acting. Observing the radiant smiles of the two stunning beauties, Cheng Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought. The inertia of history is indeed formidable. Reba had indeed chosen to apply for the performance department, securing her place at the academy. It was as if he had become her guiding light, albeit several months ahead of his previous life. Moments later, Cheng Feng jested, "That's splendid. I was worried that our time together was fleeting. Once you return home, you may never come back to this metropolis. Now I can rest assured that this is not a mere fleeting romance, but rather a profound friendship that will last at least 3 to 4 years. Should I wish to deepen this friendship and grow closer, I can always seek you out at the academy, where countless opportunities await." Before he could finish, the three lovely ladies' cheeks flushed crimson. "Who would want a fleeting romance with you? Dream on," they retorted. "Pa, who wants to grow closer, you lecher? Just wait until I get my hands on you." As they spoke, the three beautiful women converged simultaneously upon Cheng Feng, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Meanwhile, Lin Fei and Xie Yin, who had just exited their classroom in the main teaching building of the university to attend evening self-study, stood in the corridor engaged in a hushed conversation, seizing a moment to rest. Noticing the absence of others nearby, Xie Yin, with a spark of enthusiasm, whispered, "Have you noticed? Cheng Feng seems to have undergone some transformation since his return to classes. Compared to the other boys, he appears significantly more mature and possesses an added allure. Have you considered giving him a chance to be more than just friends? I could facilitate some opportunities for you. Now that we're in university, why not indulge in a sweet romance? Wouldn't it be a pity otherwise?" Lin Fei felt her cheeks flush slightly and shot her best friend an exasperated glance. "Oh please, who would want to date him? Didn't I mention before that I'm not interested in romance at this stage?" She continued, "I've noticed you've been particularly fixated on that guy lately, constantly mentioning him. Are you perhaps developing feelings for him? If you truly like him, you should pursue him. It said that a girl chasing a boy is like a thin veil. I wish you all the success." Despite her words, an involuntary tension gripped her heart. Yet, she couldn't quite articulate why she felt this way. Xie Yan, having turned the tables on her, was even more flustered. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she appeared somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, pinching Lin Fei's arm and insincerely shaking her head. "You little troublemaker. Who likes that guy? He is always so smooth-talking, chasing after every girl. It's quite annoying. I couldn't possibly like him. My ideal boyfriend would be a hero arriving on a cloud of rainbow, and Cheng Feng is far from that." Observing her best friend's dreamy expression, Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. "Whether Cheng Feng is a hero or not, I can't say, but I do know that he is currently the Prince Charming in the eyes of many beautiful girls at our university. That white horse he rides is none other than his luxurious top-spec X5. If you don't seize the moment, this Prince Charming may soon belong to another girl." Xie Yin raised her chin slightly, dismissively stating, "So what if he has a fancy car? I couldn't care less. More importantly, that guy isn't my type. He seems much more suited to you." "Oh, come on. Not this again." Lin Fei playfully shoved Xie Yin. After exchanging light-hearted banter, they returned to their classroom for self-study. On the other side, After bidding farewell to Reba and the others, Cheng Feng returned to his spacious home. As soon as he closed the door, he reached up to touch his ear. Who has been incessantly chattering about me from behind? He pondered as he walked into the living room. He tidied up the beverage bottles and snacks on the coffee table before heading to the secondary bedroom, where Reba and the others had just practiced their dance. The room was empty except for a pair of small speakers, which Cheng Feng had purchased during a shopping trip to Suning for Reba and her team to use for their dance practice, and the sound quality was quite satisfactory. The bedroom floor gleamed with cleanliness. It was evident that after their dance practice, Reba and her companions had mopped it thoroughly. Observing the secondary bedroom in its usual state, Cheng Feng extinguished the light and departed for the study. Upon entering the study, he seated himself behind the desk and casually powered on his laptop, commencing his review of the footage captured by several pinhole cameras. This ritual had become an indispensable part of his daily routine. Each night, he scrutinized the surveillance videos recorded by the cameras. His primary focus was on the notorious Huang gang and his mistress, who resided far away in the capital, as well as the set of 2 courtyards sold to Old Zhou. Now, he also needed to assess the conditions inside and outside this property, but his intent was not to indulge in voyeuristic glimpses of Reba and Gully's intimate moments. Rather, it was to guard against Zhu Keiji, who lived across the way. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Feng had come to regard Reba and her 2 companions as his own treasures, fiercely unwilling to let any other man covet them. In a blink, he had opened the first segment of the surveillance video and began to scan through it rapidly. The footage depicted one of the 2 spacious houses located on Financial Street in the capital. The scene was desolate. Everything appeared normal, and no intruders had breached the premises. The second segment showcased the interior of another large house, where, similarly, nothing noteworthy had transpired. In the third video, he observed Huang gang driving away in a luxury vehicle with his mistress, oblivious to their destination of revelry. The fourth segment featured the courtyard located beyond the 5th Ring Road. The entrance to the courtyard remained undisturbed. His uncle's family had not come to cause trouble, presumably still unaware that the courtyard had changed ownership. Before long, Cheng Feng found himself viewing the 5th segment of video. After a brief moment, he suddenly furrowed his brow, a wave of anger rising in his eyes. Chapter 53. Truly disturbing. In the surveillance footage, Reba and Gully emerged from the elevator, laughing and chatting as they approached the entrance of the grand residence. Each carried a backpack, their hair adorned with hairpins, embodying the vibrancy of youth as they arrived for a dance practice. Just as they reached the door and fumbled for their keys, the door of room 601 quietly creaked open a crack. Zhu Keiji, clad in a gray apron, appeared within the threshold, peering through the narrow gap with a glint of mischief in his eyes as he voyeuristically observed Reba and her companion. Not only that, but this lecherous man also produced his mobile phone, extending it outside to clandestinely capture several photographs of the girls' retreating figures. While this might seem innocuous, an appreciation for beauty is universal. Women as stunning as Reba and Gully would inevitably attract admirers, both male and female, wherever they went. Zhu Keiji's act of snapping a few pictures would typically be considered harmless, a natural inclination. However, what incited Cheng Feng's outrage was the subsequent event. In a mere moment, Reba and Gully had unlocked the door and stepped into the expansive abode. At that instant, Zhu Keiji abruptly flung his door open, making several overtly lascivious hip thrusts while wearing an obscene grin. He then hastily shut the door nearly all the way, continuing to peep through the remaining crack. With their backs turned to him, Reba and Gully were oblivious to the disgraceful behavior of the seemingly respectable Zhu Keiji. Cheng Feng, however, observed everything with clarity. The surveillance showed Reba and Gully entering room 602 and securely shutting the door behind them. Zhu Keiji lingered at the threshold of 601, savoring the moment before reluctantly retreating to resume his facade as the model husband. Without needing to magnify the footage, Cheng Feng could discern Zhu Keiji's physical reaction, his eyes gleaming with depravity. At this point, Cheng Feng was consumed with fury. He was now entirely convinced that this man was a pervert, harboring some unspeakable deviant proclivities, all while maintaining the guise of a decent individual undetected by those around him, even by his bedfellow, Chun-Li. The realization sent a chill down Cheng Feng's spine, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over him. Living across from such a distorted individual would rattle anyone's nerves. Damn, this guy is indeed a pervert. It seems necessary to take further precautions to prevent any harm from this wretch. Cheng Feng muttered a few expletives in frustration. He then meticulously scrutinized the footage captured by the pinhole camera, retracing the previous 2 days of surveillance video. What began as a simple review soon turned alarming, as he uncovered some intriguing content. Consequently, he created a folder on his computer, meticulously editing and saving those intriguing video clips as evidence. He concealed the folder in a highly discreet location to avoid detection by others. By the time he completed these tasks, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Cheng Feng glanced at the clock, closed his laptop, and prepared to leave the study for a shower before retreating to bed. At that moment, his phone suddenly emitted a soft chime. He casually picked it up and glanced at the newly received message. It was from the charming red-eyed bunny, and the content was rather unremarkable. "Are you free, Cheng Feng? Can we chat?" Upon reading the message, Cheng Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Over the past week, this recently acquainted beauty from the Beijing Film Academy had frequently reached out to him in the dead of night, either by phone or text, engaging him in conversation. As their familiarity blossomed, her calls and messages became increasingly frequent. Moreover, the subtle affection she conveyed through her words was unmistakable to him. Yet, he feigned ignorance, neither initiating nor rejecting her advances, merely exchanging light-hearted banter and playful jests with her. Cheng Feng was fully aware of the reasons behind Red-Eyed Bunny's behavior. It all stemmed from that night when he had thoroughly captivated her, taking advantage of the situation, which had led to this unfolding drama. Although Ying was an enchanting beauty from the Film Academy, who had partaken in liberating performance classes and could express herself freely during rehearsals, the reality of the situation stirred ripples within her heart, as it was her first encounter with such emotions. The events of that morning in the hotel suite lingered in her memory, refusing to fade. Consequently, she had been concocting various excuses to reach out to Cheng Feng, resulting in her becoming increasingly entangled in her feelings. After reading the message, Cheng Feng promptly dialed the number of the Film Academy beauty. As soon as the call connected, he jested, "Red-Eyed Bunny, it's this late, and you're still awake? Have you encountered yet another unfortunate incident that prompted you to seek my counsel?" No sooner had he spoken than a playful yet embarrassed voice responded, slightly muffled. "Ah, you called me Red-Eyed Bunny again. You're insufferable. Just wait until we meet again. I'll show you how to deal with this naughty rascal. You must never call me that again. Today has been utterly disastrous. During my performance assignment submission this afternoon, I blanked on my lines and received a thorough scolding from the teacher. I've been reworking everything all night and feel utterly exhausted. After returning to my dorm, I felt as if I could fall apart. After showering, I lay on my bed, utterly motionless, longing for someone to talk to, which is why I sent you that message." Cheng Feng chuckled softly and replied, "As I suspected, Red-Eyed Bunny. I just finished my tasks and have some time to lend you an ear. That's why I called. Had I been busy, I would have simply texted you. I've moved into my own place now, as I mentioned before, in that apartment in the Jing'an district. Feel free to share your thoughts. I'm about to wash up, so I can comfort you, my dear Red-Eyed Bunny, while I do." With that, he stepped out of his study, turned off a few lights in the living room, and made his way to the master bedroom. Meanwhile, Ying's soft voice chimed in once more. "You never learn, do you? I'm truly at a loss with your shamelessness, but you must never disclose this nickname to anyone else. Otherwise, there will be consequences. I truly envy you, being a sophomore and already possessing your own spacious residence. And yet you have the audacity to claim you are not a second-generation rich kid." As he spoke, Cheng Feng had already stepped into the master bedroom. The nocturnal conversation, spanning thousands of miles, continued well into the night, with naught but a mundane night behind him. Tuesday dawned. In the morning, after completing his morning rituals, Cheng Feng gathered a few books and other essentials before descending to the modest 3-bedroom abode of Reba and her companions. Initially, he had no intention of disturbing the 3 lovely ladies, who, free from academic obligations, were likely still nestled in their slumber. However, Recalling the unsettling sights he had witnessed on the surveillance footage the previous night, he resolved to descend and remind Reba and her friends once more. Sure enough, upon knocking and entering the small apartment, he found only Adina awake, clad in her pajamas and preparing breakfast. Reba and Gully remained ensconced in their respective bedrooms, their awakening time a mystery. After exchanging greetings, Adina blushed and softly remarked, "I'm still not quite acclimated to the time in the capital." Back in her hometown, everyone would still be asleep at this hour, as dawn has yet to break. The mornings in this bustling metropolis arrive far too early. It seems I must quickly adjust to the time difference. I need to set an alarm so you 1T catch me looking disheveled again, resembling a wild woman. As she spoke, she gathered her flowing hair into a tidy ponytail. With this simple gesture, her alluring décolletage and impressively sculpted dimensions subtly revealed themselves. More importantly, she wore nothing beneath her pajamas, having just risen from her slumber. Upon witnessing this captivating sight, Cheng Feng's gaze instantly intensified, nearly causing a nosebleed. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure and smiled, saying, "Your natural beauty is undeniable. Whether adorned or barefaced, you possess an extraordinary allure. Your unadorned visage exudes a purity reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water, utterly enchanting." Giggles erupted from Adina, her laughter like a flurry of blossoms. Yet, Cheng Feng found himself somewhat dizzy from the view. After a few light-hearted exchanges, Adina inquired with a smile, "What would you like for breakfast today? I can whip something up right away." Cheng Feng shook his head. "No need to prepare breakfast for me. I must depart shortly to dine at school. This place isn't particularly close to the university, and I need to leave early to avoid the morning rush." He had come downstairs to discuss something important. In the future, when Reba and the others practice their dance upstairs, you should accompany them, remaining vigilant of your surroundings. He proceeded to outline several safety precautions, which Adina, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement to. Subsequently, Cheng Feng informed her of his expected return time in the afternoon, urging Adina and the others to prepare for an evening outing to purchase computers and other necessities. After imparting these instructions, he took his leave, driving towards the university for his class. Chapter 54. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. When Cheng Feng arrived at the University of Finance, it was still before 7:30, allowing him to largely evade the morning rush hour. In the bustling metropolis, the morning traffic congestion peaks from 7:30 to 9. Had he lingered over the delightful breakfast prepared by Adina, he would undoubtedly have been tardy for his first class. Additionally, his route from the heart of Jing'an District to Yangpu District was in the opposite direction of the main flow of commuters, resulting in a relatively smoother journey. Upon entering the campus, Cheng Feng parked his vehicle in front of the principal's office as per his usual routine, continuing his charade of being a faculty member without a hint of hesitation. He then shouldered his backpack and made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. Upon entering the dining hall, he quickly discerned a notable shift in the way his fellow students perceived him compared to the previous day. The hushed whispers and furtive glances had significantly diminished. Particularly, the numerous self-proclaimed beauties no longer regarded him with the same fervor as before, their fervor having cooled considerably. Observing this scene, Cheng Feng instantaneously comprehended the implications. His remarks in the parking lot had evidently made an impact, likely circulating rapidly through the campus forum and reaching many ears. The revelations that he was not a wealthy heir, but rather a mere second-generation villager from the capital, merely borrowing his childhood friend's car to pose, naturally diminished the attention he once garnered. Moreover, some students exhibited disdain and derision, thinking he was merely putting on a fade. They mused that when the day came that he could no longer afford fuel, he would realize that pretense comes with its own set of costs. Cheng Feng remained unfazed by the change in attitude. In fact, he welcomed it. He had no desire to prematurely unveil his affluent background, knowing it would only invite countless troubles. Nevertheless, his breakfast was not entirely peaceful. From time to time, individuals approached him, eager to strike up a conversation, both male and female, with various motives. "Good morning, Cheng Feng. I am Lu Chuang, a junior from the School of Economics and the vice president of the university's car club. It's a pleasure to meet you. I wonder if you might be interested in joining our car club?" That fully loaded BMW X5M of yours is truly magnificent. Everyone is eager to catch a glimpse of it. This was clearly an attempt to recruit club members, but the underlying aim was likely to experience a thrill from that splendid BMW X5M. Cheng Feng shook hands with the fellow and exchanged pleasantries. I'm equally pleased to meet you, mate. As for joining the car club, I think I'll pass. You all enjoy yourselves. I believe you've heard that the BMW X5M is not actually my car. I'm merely borrowing it for the time being. Who knows when it might be reclaimed by its rightful owner. It would be rather awkward to join the car club only to find myself without a vehicle to enjoy. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuang's face flushed with embarrassment. In truth, he did not own a car either. He had merely joined the club out of a passion for automobiles, frequently borrowing others' vehicles to satisfy his cravings. As Lu Chuang departed, several beautiful young women approached him. Hello, Cheng Feng. We are from the school's dance troupe. Delighted to make your acquaintance. We'd like to discuss a matter with you. Would it be possible to borrow your luxury car for a photo shoot? The locations would be on campus and nearby. If you agree to lend us the car, we could introduce you to some lovely members of the dance troupe. Cheng Feng smiled at the enchanting ladies but gently shook his head in refusal. I am eager to familiarize myself with more enchanting dancers and thoroughly enjoy witnessing your performances. However, borrowing a car is simply out of the question. That luxurious vehicle belongs to a friend of mine and is quite valuable. Should any accidental damage occur, or if the interior were to be marred, I would be unable to compensate for it. If you wish to take photographs, the parking lot would be a suitable location, but it will be best to refrain from including the license plate in shots. As for taking photos inside the car, let us just say that's a no-go. The expressions on the faces of the lovely dancers darkened immediately, revealing their displeasure. Was my assertion incorrect? That opulent car could not possibly belong to him. And while you may have doubted it, do you now believe? I have encountered many individuals of this ilk. They are merely posturing, and there are several in the car club. One of the beauties, standing at the back, muttered something under her breath. Not only that, but her gaze towards Cheng Feng was rife with disdain, as if he had offended her by driving his friend's luxury car. The other ladies maintained a relatively normal demeanor, exhibiting disappointment, regret, and curiosity. Fortunately, this is the cafeteria at a prestigious university. Had it been a CAF or bar in Xinjiang or Huaihai Road, these beauties would have long since raised their middle fingers. Cheng Feng, however, remained oblivious to their contempt. He chuckled softly, absorbed in his breakfast, as if the small dumplings before him were far more enticing than the surrounding ladies. Soon after, several classmates approached to strike up conversations, primarily directed towards the beauties. Yet, without exception, they were met with cold shoulders. Moments later, Cheng Feng finished his breakfast, tidied up his utensils, and departed for the classroom. Upon entering, he found that most of his classmates had already gathered. As he walked in, they began to jest. Goodness, who is this? Driving a $2 million luxury car and residing in a multi-million-dollar mansion, yet still attending classes? Am I seeing things? Indeed, Cheng Feng had achieved what many aspire to throughout their lives, and yet he still attended classes. If it were me, I would simply recline and savor life. Cheng Feng regarded these individuals with a wry smile, chiding, "You lot are no better than a bunch of miscreants. Spare me your sarcasm. If others are unaware of the situation, surely you are not? My friend has merely benefited from a childhood connection, and he is burdened with various expenses. What is there to be proud of?" As he spoke, he made his way to the back of the classroom, intending to sit beside Cheng Feng. At that moment, he paused, astonished to see Qiu Zihua, of all people, actually attending class, seated alone in the last row. This was a rare sight. Moreover, he no longer shied away from Cheng Feng's gaze, even smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Witnessing this, Cheng Feng nearly believed he was imagining things. However, he quickly regained his composure, smiled faintly, and took his seat. Presently, Qiu Zihua was no longer his concern. He had no desire to focus on this individual who was on a downward spiral. He merely needed to exercise a bit of caution. Settling into his seat, Cheng Feng began to unpack his books while engaging in casual conversation with Cheng Feng and the others. Before long, the bell signaling the start of class rang. Shortly thereafter, the English teacher entered the classroom, ready to commence the lesson. As he gazed at the esteemed teacher ascending the podium, Alongside his classmates who swiftly immersed themselves in the atmosphere, Cheng Feng could not help but silently lament. 5 years. From now on, he would have to don the guise of an exemplary student every single day. The mere thought of it was enough to induce a headache. In the next moment, he casually opened his book, plunging himself into the role. Meanwhile, in the capital city, within a residential complex near the East 4th Ring Road, his uncle and his family of 3 had already risen. They were having breakfast while deliberating on how to deceitfully acquire Cheng Feng's coveted courtyard residence. Father, why don't I simply move into that courtyard residence? I could occupy the house first, establishing a fait accompli, and then we can discuss it later. Cheng Ji-lu suggested. Afterwards, you can speak to Uncle, as he is quite soft-hearted and can easily be swayed. Once Uncle consents to sell us that courtyard, that little brat wouldn't dare refuse. Just watch me deal with him. Cheng Ji-lu proclaimed, his expression fierce, yet oblivious to whether he could truly rival his cousin. Observing his son, who was increasingly cunning, his uncle furrowed his brow slightly before shaking his head. Occupying the house 1T work. This isn't like the old days when units distributed public housing that could be manipulated. Nowadays, the demolition policies are transparent, and compensation is only available to the property owner, not merely anyone residing within. What we need to do is find a way to acquire that courtyard residence if we truly wish to achieve overnight wealth. Upon concluding his statement, his aunt interjected, Son, we mustn't be too forceful. That little brat is quite the troublemaker. Being aggressive will only backfire. I'll call your uncle shortly to seek his advice. With his capabilities, he is sure to devise a clever plan. Cheng Ji-lu paused, begrudgingly nodding in agreement. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest, but if that fails, we will resort to more assertive measures. A grand courtyard like that could easily yield compensation of 10 to 20 million. We absolutely cannot miss this opportunity for fortune. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with avarice. Little did they know, the valuable courtyard had already been stealthily sold by Cheng Feng. No matter how much they schemed, they would not see a single penny in compensation. Chapter 55. The development plan. As the final afternoon class concluded, Cheng Feng swiftly shouldered his bag and hurriedly descended the stairs. He had made arrangements with Adina and her companions to procure computers and printers for their office needs that evening, and he certainly could not afford to be late. Observing his hurried departure, Xie Yin murmured a few words under her breath. What was this fellow up to, acting all mysterious and dashing off right after class? Did he truly have pressing matters to attend to? Before she could finish her thoughts, Lin Fei suddenly leaned in and whispered, Hee, I caught you. You've been paying particular attention to Cheng Feng lately, despite claiming you dislike him. Quite the contradiction. Xie Yan's face flushed instantly, and she playfully shoved her dear friend. Oh, please, who likes that smooth-talking guy? I'm merely a bit curious. Ever since returning from the capital, he had seemed like a different person, always shrouded in mystery. Aren't you even the slightest bit intrigued? Lin Fei paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Indeed, his transformation is quite remarkable, and I share your curiosity. But compared to you, I pale in comparison. Just look at the way he gazes. Before she could finish, Xie Yin quickly covered her mouth. You little rascal, if you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll have to tear your mouth apart. Who knew you had such a penchant for gossip? Wisa spreading rumors. I'm merely stating facts. Lin Fei protested amidst their playful banter. Laughing and teasing, they exited the classroom and made their way back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, as Cheng Feng briskly descended the stairs, he suddenly felt a warmth at the back of his ears. Could it be that someone was thinking of him? He muttered to himself, dismissing the notion as trivial. In no time, he arrived at the parking lot in front of the Principal S building. Just as before, a throng of students, predominantly girls, surrounded the majestic BMW X5M, snapping photographs. Cheng Feng repeated the same dismissive remarks he had uttered the day prior, urging the onlookers to disperse and lose interest in him. Once everyone had vacated the area, he opened the door, got into the car, and drove away from the parking lot. The lingering students gazed enviously at the swiftly departing luxury vehicle. However, many expressed less than flattering opinions aloud. What is so impressive about it? It's not even his car, just putting on a show. It's just a broken-down vehicle. Why not let us take a few pictures? What a poser. Fortunately, Cheng Feng did not hear their disparaging comments. Otherwise, he would have surely laughed aloud. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Half an hour later, he returned to Jing and Yunqi smoothly. He then picked up Adina and Reba, and together they set out to purchase computers and other office equipment. As soon as the car pulled away, Reba and Gully animatedly began to speak. Cheng Feng, my sister mentioned that you transferred 12,000 yuan into her bank account today. Such a generous gesture. Why not share a bit with us? Our demands aren't high. Just 2,000 or 3,000 each would suffice. Indeed, considering your affluence, a few tens of thousands should not make a difference. Allow us to experience the sudden thrill of wealth. Cheng Feng glanced at the two beauties in the rearview mirror, chuckling with a hint of annoyance. I may be wealthy, but I am not foolish. You are not my women, so why should I give you tens of thousands? Do you think I have money to burn? Today, I am transferring 120,000 to Adina, of which 100,000 is allocated for the studio's purchase of various office equipment, representing an initial investment in the studio. Later, as we acquire computers and other office supplies, this sum will be drawn from that amount. Adina must quickly learn how to plan and utilize the studio's working capital. From this perspective, today's purchasing endeavor serves as an examination for her, fully led by her, while I merely assist by carrying items. The remaining 20,000 is an advance for her basic salary for the first 2 months. She needs funds to survive and thrive in this bustling city. As for you two, with your impending return home to prepare for examinations in a month, you are merely temporary workers at the studio, having not yet contributed anything, hence no money for you. Reba and Gully exchanged glances and simultaneously pouted in discontent. What a miser. All this talk just to reveal your stinginess. In stark contrast to their playful demeanor, Adina gazed at Cheng Feng with gratitude, yet a tinge of anxiety. Thank you for your trust, Cheng Feng. Rest assured, I will utilize every penny wisely and will not squander it. Cheng Feng turned to her with a teasing smile. Squandering is permissible, but I have one condition. Once you have exhausted those funds, you shall compensate me with your presence. Or perhaps you could offer Reba and Gully as my girlfriends. One would suffice, but 2 would be even better. I would not complain. Instantly, the 3 beauties blushed, their expressions igniting with indignation. How dare you think that a mere 100,000 could entice us to be your girlfriends? What a fanciful dream. Bah, you lecherous scoundrel. Hoping to embrace us both? You must be delusional. With faces as red as their tempers, they retorted, It's not that we find you appealing. Rather, it is we who disdain you. Their playful banter continued, and in a flurry of mock indignation, Reba and Gully playfully pinched Cheng Feng's arm. Out of concern for safety, Cheng Feng could only endure the playful torment. Caught between pain and delight, amidst laughter and flirtation, they arrived at their destination. Once Cheng Feng parked the car in the basement, they alighted with enthusiasm and entered the electronics market, ready to embark on their shopping spree. Just like the previous days, surrounded by 3 stunning beauties, Cheng Feng once again became the object of envy for all the men present. Reba and Gully were brimming with excitement, eager to purchase every delightful item as if cost were no object. In contrast, Adina transformed into a prudent guardian of finances, insisting on comparing prices before making any decisions. After 2 to 3 hours, they procured 3 desktop computers and 2 laptops, all equipped with the latest mainstream configurations suitable for interior design. Additionally, they acquired a renowned international brand DSLR camera along with several lenses, 2 color printers, and a plethora of electronic devices. In addition to electronic devices, they also ordered 2 solid wooden long tables, several office chairs, and filing cabinets, among other items. It was only after 9 o'clock in the evening that they concluded their shopping and departed from Suning. At this point, the 100,000 yuan procurement fee that Cheng Feng had transferred to Adina during the day had dwindled significantly. And this was merely the beginning. There were still numerous expenses looming ahead, and who knows how much more would be spent. In a few days, when they registered the studio, an additional sum would be required for registration capital. Upon leaving Suning, Cheng Feng and his companions took with them only 3 desktop computers and 2 laptops, along with a newly purchased DSLR camera and several lenses. The remainder of the electronic equipment and office furniture would be delivered the following day. with on-site setup and installation arranged by Suning. As they drove out of the Suning parking garage, Cheng Feng suddenly expressed his thoughts. The speed at which money was being spent these days was rather alarming. It seemed imperative that he devise a way to earn more, for he could no longer sustain this one-sided expenditure. Upon hearing this, the three ladies turned their curious gazes toward him. "Aren't you establishing a studio? According to your earlier remarks, it should not be difficult for the studio to generate profit. Do you perhaps have other avenues for making money?" One of them remarked, "I must say, your spending is rather extravagant, akin to a flowing stream. Perhaps you should consider curbing your expenses in the future." Listening to their words, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Cheng Feng's eyes. The interior design studio that had stirred such excitement among them was, for him, merely a nurturing game for their enjoyment, with no expectation of profit. His primary motivation for investing in the establishment of this studio was to tether them to his side, creating a bond of mutual interest. This approach was undoubtedly more sophisticated than the conventional methods of gifting luxury bags or cars, and it was far more palatable for them, allowing them to perceive it as a genuine career. It would not be long before everything fell into place naturally. As for making substantial profits, if one were to rely solely on this interior design studio, it would be as if he had wasted his second chance at life. Chapter 56. Raising the banner with a tiger's skin, it was already 10:30 in the evening at the modest three-bedroom apartment downstairs. In the living room, Cheng Feng adeptly handled his newly purchased DSLR camera and lens, instructing Edina on how to capture more exquisite photographs with it. Beginning tomorrow, Edina would officially embark on her journey to become an interior soft decoration designer. Her initial task was to swiftly master the art of photography and image editing with the DSLR. Subsequently, she would visit Cheng Feng's 10 properties in the bustling metropolis, documenting their soft decoration designs and photographs. All the images would be meticulously refined and compiled into a splendid album, serving as the inaugural portfolio for the design studio. This way, once the studio opened, there would be tangible work to present to prospective clients, eliminating the need for mere verbal assurances. Observing Cheng Feng's skilled maneuvers, Reba suddenly expressed her thoughts. "Cheng Feng, where did you learn all this? I realize you are quite the polymath. Not only are you proficient with various office software and design financial systems, but you also handle digital cameras with such finesse, resembling a photography expert. We are only a year or two apart, and while we engage with computers and cameras, we seem world apart in skill compared to you." Cheng Feng paused momentarily, instantly recognizing his own overconfidence, perhaps swayed by the allure of beauty, momentarily forgetting the potential suspicions he might evoke. Fortunately, he was amidst Reba and her companions, rather than others, sparing him from any troublesome consequences. The next moment, he smiled and explained, "It's quite normal. Generally, boys tend to gravitate toward electronic devices, especially computers and cameras. I'm no exception. Just as girls often enjoy singing and dancing, you excel at ballet, folk dance, and playing the piano, all of which I could never master. Indeed, if you wish to learn a dance, we would be more than happy to teach you." The three beautiful women chimed in unison, accepting his words without suspicion. After a brief conversation, Cheng Feng glanced at the time. Rising from his sofa, he smiled and declared, "It's getting quite late. I should head upstairs to rest. And you all should do the same. Make sure to wash up and prepare for the night. Edina, please get ready. I have no classes during the 3rd and 4th periods tomorrow, and I'll come back to pick you up. We need to visit Panshur Real Estate. I'll be meeting with their legal team to retrieve the property certificates, and I'll also introduce you to General Manager Liu from the Shanghai branch." Edina's face lit up with excitement as she eagerly nodded. "All right, I will be prepared, and I promise to dress beautifully so as not to embarrass you." Following closely, Reba and Gully quickly interjected, "We want to go too. Can you take us along? We wish to broaden our horizons." "Exactly. We don't have any classes in the morning, so we'll be free," they added. Cheng Feng glanced at the two eager beauties, feigning reluctance before nodding in agreement. "Indeed, they are quite the clingy ones." "Very well. I suppose it is permissible to bring you along, for who could resist your exquisite beauty? Having you by my side enhances my own stature. Tomorrow, there is no need for you to adorn yourselves too flamboyantly. A simple and elegant appearance will suffice." No sooner had I spoken than Reba and the others erupted in cheers. How wonderful. I knew you would take us out to play. Hee hee, you are quite the charmer. But I do enjoy hearing your sweet words. After a brief exchange, Cheng Feng took his leave and ascended to his spacious residence. As he departed, the three lovely ladies gazed intently at his retreating figure, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Feng had become their pillar of support, leaving an indelible mark upon their hearts, which was precisely his intention. A night passed without incident, and Wednesday arrived in the blink of an eye. At 10:15 in the morning, Cheng Feng returned from school, accompanied by the relevant contract documents, and picked up the three enchanting ladies before heading to the Shanghai branch of Pancha Real Estate. The moment he entered the company's doors with the three stunning beauties, he was met with countless envious and jealous glances. The youthful and vibrant Reba and her companions left everyone they encountered utterly captivated. Before long, they found themselves in General Manager Lu's office. Like many employees outside, upon first encountering Reba and her friends, Lu was equally taken aback. His eyes fixated upon them with astonishment. The ladies felt a slight blush creep to their cheeks, feeling somewhat bashful, yet secretly pleased. After exchanging greetings with Lu, Cheng Feng proceeded to introduce the three beauties. As he did so, Lu stepped forward to shake hands with each of them, offering sincere compliments that elicited delighted laughter from Reba and her friends. Subsequently, Lu invited Cheng Feng and the ladies to take a seat on the sofa in the reception area, where the secretary had prepared tea for them. Once the secretary departed, Cheng Feng wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. General Manager Lu, I wonder if Uncle Zhou has spoken to you? I intend to invest in establishing an interior soft decoration design studio. Consider it my foray into entrepreneurship. Lu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The chairman called me yesterday, mentioning this matter and encouraging us to support your entrepreneurial endeavor. Young Master Feng, you are indeed promising, embarking on a business venture at such a young age. I wish you great success in your endeavors, and may you achieve great heights. You flatter me. It is merely a small endeavor, hardly worthy of the term career. Cheng Feng responded modestly before proceeding to elaborate on the details of the studio. Adina and her colleagues are my entrepreneurial partners. I am responsible for investments while they manage the specific design aspects. The soft decoration for the 10 properties I own in the vibrant city of Shanghai was executed by them. I'm exceedingly pleased with their design proposals, which I swiftly implemented. The results are remarkable, rivaling those of renowned interior design firms. This satisfaction prompted me to invest in establishing an interior design studio, venturing into entrepreneurship. However, as novices in this industry, we find ourselves rather uninformed and inexperienced. With this in mind, I took the liberty of contacting Uncle Zhou to seek his advice. I shared with him the design proposals and completed images created by Adina and her team for his review. After understanding my aspirations and examining the soft decoration designs, Uncle Zhou expressed his approval. Consequently, I brought Adina and her colleagues to the company, hoping for your generous support. Following this, he leveraged his connections with Zhou Yin and Old Zhou to propose that Adina spend some time learning within the company, primarily to acquire knowledge pertinent to the real estate sector, familiarize herself with the intricacies of interior design, and understand market trends. Furthermore, he suggested that once the interior design studio is established, a collaborative relationship with the Shanghai branch should be cultivated to undertake various interior design projects. Additionally, with the company's consent, they would like to conduct interior design work in the numerous residential developments the company is involved with, forming partnerships with the property management of each community. While making these requests, Cheng Feng assured that the operations of his interior design studio would not disrupt Panstone Real Estate or its property management. He committed that under no circumstances would he exploit the company's name for deceitful practices. Should clients be dissatisfied with any design proposals from the studio, all incurred losses would be solely borne by the studio. Any necessary revisions or compensations would be out of his own pocket, ensuring no repercussions for Panstone Real Estate. If the studio consistently failed to meet expectations, he would consider closing it. Given that Old Zhou had already made introductions, Cheng Feng refrained from making excessive demands and even offered to share a portion of the profits with the property management of the communities involved. In this context, President Lu was naturally inclined to extend a favor. He promptly expressed the Shanghai branch's willingness to support Cheng Feng's interior design studio, offering assistance and collaboration. About 15 minutes had elapsed during our discussion. As the conversation concluded, President Liu summoned his female secretary to enter the room. He instructed her to guide Adina and her team on a tour of the various departments within the company. Starting tomorrow, Adina would commence her studies in real estate and interior design. The duration of her learning would depend on her capacity to absorb knowledge. There was no rush in this matter. Once the task was assigned, the secretary led Adina and her colleagues out of the office for their tour. As the door closed, President Liu remarked with a hint of envy, "What an enviable fortune. Young Feng, where did you find these three stunning beauties? Their beauty is simply breathtaking. Compared to the girlfriends young Yan had in Shanghai, these ladies are of an entirely superior quality." Cheng Feng chuckled heartily, exuding an air of pride as he remarked, "Indeed, Zhou Yan is indiscriminate in his choices. He would settle for any woman. My standards for a girlfriend are far more elevated than his. Ah, you young ones truly know how to enjoy life. I admire that." General Liu smiled and gave a thumbs up in approval. Chapter 57. A tool for maintaining appearances. After more than half an hour, Adina and her companions returned to the general manager's office. The Shanghai branch of Pancha Real Estate was relatively modest, with just over 300 employees, so a cursory tour did not take much time. The three beautiful women, having completed their tour, were filled with excitement, particularly Adina, who at the thought of soon becoming the owner of a small interior design studio, backed by a mid-sized real estate company, felt an overwhelming sense of optimism. The corners of her mouth could hardly contain her joy. Next, Cheng Feng exchanged pleasantries with General Manager Liu before leading Adina and the others away, accompanied by company lawyer, to the housing authority to collect the property certificate. Once they exited Liu's office and left the company premises, the three women maintained a sense of composure until they entered the basement parking lot. Upon stepping into Cheng Feng's luxurious BMW X5M, they could no longer contain themselves and erupted into exuberant cheers. "This is incredible, Cheng Feng. I can't believe our little studio can actually be supported by such a giant like Pancha Real Estate. I thought you were exaggerating, but it's true. Now I have even more confidence in our studio's future." Adina exclaimed with sparkling eyes, grabbing Cheng Feng's arm and shaking it in excitement. Had it not been for Reba and Gully seated in the back, she might have bestowed a grateful kiss upon him once more. In the back seat, Reba and Gully shared the same flushed enthusiasm. "Wow, this feels like a dream. With a major real estate company like Pancha backing us, making money with the studio will be a breeze. Indeed, we all hold shares in the studio, and if it flourishes, we will prosper too, becoming little tycoons." Cheng Feng turned to assess the three women, smiling as he doused their enthusiasm with a dose of realism. "You are not mistaken. With the support of Pancha Real Estate, it is indeed much easier for our studio to succeed compared to our competitors. However, this comes with a caveat. The quality of your soft decoration design proposals must meet the standards that compel clients to willingly part with their money. Only then can we expect to earn a profit. If your designs are subpar and lack improvement, don't even think about making money. I will close the studio, and your dreams of wealth will vanish. Your ability to succeed hinges on your own skills. Let us put that aside for now. We need to head to the housing authority. I have many other matters to attend to this afternoon." With that, he started the engine of the luxury vehicle and maneuvered out of the parking space. Following the Audi A6 occupied by Pancha Real Estate's legal team as they exited the building's basement. Amidst the excitement, Adina and Reba exchanged glances and began to tease Cheng Feng. "You really know how to kill the mood. Why must you rain on our parade when we're so happy, right? Such a joyless straight man. Can't you let us revel in this moment a bit longer?" As Cheng Feng drove out of the parking garage and onto the street, he smiled and replied, "So you think I lack charm? I was actually planning to take you shopping after lunch. Adina is about to embark on her studies at Pancha Real Estate and requires some elegant women's attire, as well as designer handbags to make a statement. After all, she represents our studio in the outside world. The same applies to Reba and Gully. In this pretentious city, a beautiful handbag is a woman's pride. Yet, your words have deeply saddened me. My fervent enthusiasm feels wasted. It seems I must cancel this shopping trip. The three lovely ladies were momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. However, they quickly regained their composure, and the car erupted with excitement. Ah, you're going to buy us designer handbags? Did I hear that correctly? I absolutely adore you, Reba exclaimed. That is fantastic, Cheng Feng. Since you've already made plans, you can't back out. I know you're a man of your word. I've always dreamed of owning a Chanel CF bag. Can you fulfill this wish of mine? Cheng Feng shook his head lightly, jokingly replying, as expected, no woman can resist the allure of a designer handbag. It seems you are no exception. Hee hee. We are women after all. Which woman doesn't love handbags? Adina giggled, and Reba and Gully nodded in agreement. Cheng Feng smiled and continued. I can certainly invest in your wardrobe as part of the studio's expenses, but you mustn't be too extravagant, given your age and status. You're not quite at the stage of carrying high-end luxury bags. Even if I were willing to purchase them for you, they wouldn't suit you, as they are designed for more mature women. It might give the impression that you're trying too hard to appear grown-up. Furthermore, it could attract unwanted attention and speculation, suggesting that you are being supported by an older man, enabling you to afford such luxury brands. Brands like Hermes, Chanel, and Louis Vuitton are off the table. However, you might consider second-tier luxury brands like Fendi and Celine or Dior. Their designs are more youthful and reasonably priced, suitable for both professional women and girls in their late teens, ensuring you don't appear out of place while still making a statement. Adina and the others were only disappointed for a fleeting moment before eagerly nodding in agreement, like chicks pecking at grain. Second-tier luxury handbags are wonderful. We are more than satisfied and wouldn't dare to ask for more. Since Chanel is off the list, I'll choose Celine. I adore their designs. After a chorus of excitement, Reba, suddenly curious, inquired, I never imagined you understood luxury women's bags. Tell me, how many girls have you bought handbags for? Surely, not all of them are your girlfriends? Cheng Feng glanced at the stunning beauty in the rearview mirror, noticing her slight tension. The next moment, he jested, believe it or not, this is indeed my first time agreeing to buy a girl a bag. I've never done so before. Perhaps it's your captivating charm that has moved me. If buying a bag for someone means they're my girlfriend, you three can discuss among yourselves who will take on that role. I would gladly accept all three of you together. That would be even more perfect. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, the three enchanting women instantly felt their cheeks flush with a rosy hue. Without hesitation, they collectively spat in jest, their faces aglow with embarrassment as they playfully admonished, Bah, you incorrigible flirt, what delightful notions are you entertaining? Who would ever wish to be your girlfriend? We merely accepted your gifts for the sake of the studio's reputation. Do not misinterpret our intentions. As they spoke, both Reba and Adina simultaneously pinched Cheng Feng lightly. The gesture so gentle it barely registered, resembling more of a playful tickle than anything else. Amidst the laughter and flirtation, Cheng Feng soon drove to the city housing authority. Thanks to President Liu's prior arrangements, the process of obtaining the property certificates was exceedingly smooth, facilitated by a green channel. In under 20 minutes, Cheng Feng emerged from the housing authority building alongside the legal team from Pancha Real Estate. They exchanged polite handshakes and courteous farewells before parting ways to their respective vehicles. Inside the car, the three beautiful ladies, listening to music, eagerly exclaimed in unison upon seeing Cheng Feng's return. Cheng Feng, could you show us your property certificates? We have yet to see what the property certificates of the Magic City look like. It would be quite the eye-opener. Cheng Feng nodded with a smile, of course. Why not? What is there to behold? It's merely a large red book, akin to the property certificates of the capital that I previously showed you. With that, he casually opened his backpack, retrieving the 10 newly acquired property certificates from the Magic City and handing them to Adina and Reba. Upon encountering such a plethora of freshly minted property certificates, the three stunning beauties were momentarily rendered speechless, their eyes widening in astonishment. To Cheng Feng, possessing 20 to 30 properties might seem commonplace, yet for us ordinary folk, these treasures are exceedingly rare. Indeed, when shall we have the fortune to own a property in the core districts of the Magic City or the capital? Just the thought of it would make me wake up laughing from my dreams. The three ladies, now holding the certificates, gazed at them with sparkling eyes, exclaiming in wonder. Cheng Feng, with a satisfied grin, started the engine, and gently maneuvered the vehicle forward. Ladies, it is time for us to indulge in lunch, followed by a shopping spree. As a celebration, Chapter 58. The poison tongue in the blink of an eye. It was already around 1 o'clock in the afternoon at the Hang Lung Plaza, specifically at the Fendi counter. Hey Dinah, I believe this tote bag is perfect for you, embodying the essence of a modern professional woman. Its design is elegantly simple yet stylish, exuding quality and versatility, with ample space for your belongings, he remarked. Unlike the C-line bag recently purchased by Reba, which suited her youthful, playful style as a student, this bag resonated more with Adina's sophisticated persona. Adina, adorned with a medium-sized tote bag, stood before a floor-length mirror, admiring herself from various angles. Her face alight with delight. Observing her radiant smile, Cheng Feng was acutely aware of her fondness for the bag. Thus, he offered a series of thoughtful compliments and insights, which prompted the sales associate nearby to nod enthusiastically in agreement. Meanwhile, Reba and Gully, encountering such high-end luxury items for the first time, were utterly captivated, their eyes sparkling with wonder. They found it perplexing how a rugged man like Cheng Feng could possess such an intimate knowledge of luxury handbags, leading them to attribute it to the financial prowess of affluent second-generation individuals and the broader horizons of youth for first-tier cities like Beijing and Shanghai. Little did they know, Cheng Feng's expertise in luxury handbags and apparel was merely a byproduct of his past life as a romantic wanderer. He had dated countless women, most of whom were drawn to his handsome appearance and lucrative salary. Spending time shopping with various girlfriends, he had amassed considerable knowledge in this domain. Furthermore, the proliferation of luxury-related content on platforms like Douyin had exposed him to a plethora of such information, especially as his income allowed him to encounter various luxury brands. Reba and Gully each carried several shopping bags, including 2 belonging to Adina. The logos on the bags revealed that they were filled with renowned international luxury brands, including a C-line handbag for Reba, a Dior handbag for Gully, 2 Burberry coats in different colors, and a set of Dior's autumn-winter professional attire, among other treasures. This was the result of their 40-minute shopping spree, and each item held a special allure for them. Had Cheng Feng not been pressed for time to attend to business in Pudong, they would undoubtedly have taken their time to select each piece meticulously. Even a full day of shopping at Hang Lung Plaza would not have fatigued them. Nearby, several other sales associates watched with envious eyes, their expressions tinged with admiration and jealousy. Their envy was not directed at the colleague who had introduced the tote bag to Adina, but rather at Reba and her friends. The sales associates recognized that Adina and her companions rarely encountered such high-caliber luxury items and appeared somewhat hesitant and shy. In contrast, the young man, who looked barely 20, seemed like a seasoned connoisseur, intimately familiar with luxury goods. Most strikingly, he was remarkably generous, treating the 3 stunning women to designer bags and clothing with the casualness of offering vegetables. They could not help but wonder why they had not crossed paths with such a benevolent spender. You are absolutely right, Cheng Feng. I am quite fond of this tote bag. It seems perfectly suited for me. Shall I proceed to purchase it? Adina exclaimed with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with delight as she posed and admired her reflection. Cheng Feng nodded with a grin. Since you adore it, go ahead and buy it. There's no need for hesitation. It's merely a bag. Thank you so much, Adina replied joyfully, her smile more radiant than any blossom. She then turned to the sales associate beside her, handing over the tote bag. Hello, lovely lady, I would like to purchase this tote bag. Please wrap it up for me. Before she could finish, an unfamiliar voice interrupted from behind Cheng Feng. Excuse me, you're Cheng Feng, right? Mind if we get acquainted and perhaps become friends? At the sound of this, Cheng Feng swiftly turned to look behind him. A few meters away stood a young man, meticulously groomed with slick-back hair and adorned in trendy streetwear. This fellow appeared to be in his early 20s, sporting a skull chain around his neck and a head full of curly locks, convinced of his own coolness. Further back, near the entrance of the boutique, stood 4 or 5 others dressed in a similar fashion, along with 2 young girls, giggling as they observed the scene. Their gazes were primarily fixated on Adina and her companions, filled with admiration and a hint of desire. Upon seeing these individuals, Cheng Feng could not help but furrow his brow slightly. In truth, he had encountered them earlier while shopping with Adina and her friends at a different boutique. This group comprised wealthy second-generation heirs from the metropolis, idling away their time at Hunglong Plaza, fortuitously crossing paths with Cheng Feng and his companions. Like most passers-by, they were captivated by the stunning beauty and alluring figures of Adina and her friends, lingering to gawk and whisper, but refraining from immediate interaction. Now, sensing that Cheng Feng and his party were preparing to depart, they approached in hopes of striking up a conversation. Cheng Feng was well aware of their intentions, which revolved around getting to know Adina and her friends, potentially leading to something more. With a dismissive glance at the young man before him, Cheng Feng shook his head disdainfully. "No need to bother, my friend. We are about to leave. There is no necessity for this." The young man stood momentarily stunned, his face flushing with embarrassment, revealing an unflattering expression. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and retorted through clenched teeth, "Come on. We're all just out here socializing. It's only natural to make introductions. I mean no harm. I simply wish to get to know your three beautiful friends. Perhaps we could all sit together sometime." Before he could finish, Cheng Feng interrupted coldly. "We are strangers. What need is there for pleasantries? I'm fully aware of your intentions. Please, keep your distance and refrain from bothering us." The young man was rendered speechless, his countenance darkening further. In the next moment, he pointed an accusatory finger at Cheng Feng, his anger boiling over as he hissed, "You little brat, know your place. This is the metropolis, and it's south not your place to act so arrogantly. You dare to utter another word? Do you believe I will break your dog-like paws?" Cheng Feng retorted with a cold smirk. He took a step forward, ready to engage in a confrontation. Observing his readiness to fight over a mere disagreement, the coward immediately recoiled. "All right, so the little brat is quite arrogant, huh? I shall see just how long you can maintain that bravado. We shall see." This individual, all bark and no bite, spat out threats while hastily retreating towards the counter. Seeing the coward's timid demeanor, Cheng Feng's eyes were filled with disdain, and he prepared to teach this fool a lesson. Just then, Reba unexpectedly grasped his arm, speaking in a timid whisper, "Let it go, Cheng Feng. We need not engage with these individuals. There's no need to provoke conflict." Cheng Feng turned to glance at her, then halted his advance. In that moment, the coward, who had quickly retreated to the counter, once again launched a provocation. "You little brat, if you lack money, do not pretend to be affluent. You're only fit to purchase some second-tier luxury goods to deceive young girls. Why not try to buy Hermes, huh?" The three beautiful women were warned. "Do not be fooled by this little brat. If you choose to play with us, the gifts you receive will undoubtedly be from the most prestigious luxury brands." As he delivered this scornful remark, the other wealthy heirs and young ladies echoed his sentiments, indulging in ridicule. In an instant, all eyes, both inside and outside the counter, were fixed on Cheng Feng. Adina and Reba were filled with concern and anger, while the sales associates, accustomed to flattery and belittling others, exhibited a glimmer of schadenfreude in their gazes. Cheng Feng glanced at those by the entrance and disdainfully sneered, "Fool, stop boasting. Be cautious. If your arrogance becomes too grand, you may just bite your own tongue. Do you think I can spare you a few pocket change? If you truly have money, why not go to the Hermes counter and bring me back 3 of the latest crocodile leather Birkin bags? If you can do that, I will gladly concede. But if you cannot, you are nothing but a pampered child. Get as far away from me as possible and spare me the embarrassment." Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, utterly taken aback. What venomous words! The coward at the entrance turned ashen, nearly fainting from humiliation. How could he possibly acquire 3 of the latest Hermes crocodile leather Birkin bags? He lacked even the qualifications for such a purchase. Even if he had sufficient points for Hermes, could one simply buy the coveted crocodile leather Birkin bags at will? It was likely impossible to find 3 of the latest models in all of Shanghai's Hermes boutiques. In a fit of rage and humiliation, the coward at the entrance gritted his teeth and pointed at Cheng Feng, cursing, "You little brat, just you wait. I will make you regret this." Cheng Feng's response was succinct and filled with disdain. "Get lost." Chapter 59. Power and Wealth. Minutes later, Cheng Feng departed from the Fendi boutique, accompanied by 3 enchanting ladies. Carrying an array of luxurious bags and garments acquired that day, They made their way to the underground parking garage via the elevator. However, upon entering the garage, he quickly sensed several malicious gazes lurking nearby, furtively observing him and his companions. Realizing the unusual atmosphere, Cheng Feng instantly understood that it must be the same group of ruffians from earlier, seeking to reclaim their dignity. Fortunately, they were not alone in the garage. Other patrons were present, which deterred the miscreants from immediately confronting them. Cheng Feng's BMW X5M was parked perilously close to the elevator, no more than 50 meters away. Nonetheless, he remained on high alert, his heart racing in his chest. Meanwhile, the ladies remained blissfully unaware, animatedly discussing their shopping escapades and the exquisite items they had just acquired. Cheng Feng had mentioned that these purchases were for the studio's wardrobe, necessary to maintain an image in this pretentious city, which justified their acceptance of his generosity. After all, as the studio's proprietor, was it not his duty to look after his employees? Of course, they were also cognizant of the fact that Cheng Feng's lavishness likely harbored ulterior motives, just as they themselves had their own hidden agendas. It was a mutual understanding, a willing exchange. As they approached the car, Cheng Feng instructed them, "Let us hold off on placing these shopping bags in the trunk for now. You can carry them. We'll sort it out in Pudong." He emphasized this while opening the car door. "Excellent. This way, we can admire our purchases in the car." The three ladies responded playfully, trusting him completely. Once inside the vehicle, Cheng Feng promptly locked the doors, allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He then started the engine and maneuvered out of the parking space, heading to Pudong for business. However, scarcely had they traveled 30 meters when chaos erupted. With a deafening roar, three sports cars suddenly emerged ahead, blocking their path. Almost immediately, two additional vehicles appeared from behind, sealing off their escape route. Among these cars were Mercedes SL, a Porsche 911, and a Ferrari 430. With the most ostentatious being a striking yellow Lamborghini Gallardo, its history unknown but undeniably eye-catching. The sight startled the ladies, eliciting gasps of shock. Cheng Feng gently tapped Adina's hand, smirking as he reassured, "Do not be afraid. Nothing will come of this. They are merely a bunch of spendthrifts, incapable of causing any real trouble. Fasten your seatbelts. I will handle the situation from here. Remain in the car, and your safety will not be compromised." "All right, just be careful," the three ladies replied in unison, hurriedly fastening their seatbelts, their fists clenched in apprehension as they gazed ahead. At that moment, the doors of the sports cars swung open, and as Cheng Feng had anticipated, the individuals emerging were indeed the same ne'er-do-wells from earlier. Cheng Feng casually cracked open the window, yet remained silent, disdainfully staring at the other party. With one foot lightly pressing the accelerator, he stood ready to surge forward, eager to show those fools a thing or two. In the next moment, the individual who had been hurling insults at him stepped forward, loudly challenging, "Hey, little brat, dare to race me? Let's find a spot on the outer ring road and settle this. If you lose, you'll have to call me grandfather and introduce those three lovely ladies to everyone." Before he could finish, Cheng Feng lowered the window slightly and retorted, "A bunch of idiots. You're driving a sports car while I'm in an SUV. How dare you propose such a ridiculous contest? Is this how the young masters of Shanghai play with their cars? Truly shameful. Thankfully, I'm not for Shanghai, so it's not my face that's being embarrassed. How about we change the game? My vehicle is quite sturdy. Let us play bumper cars right here in this parking garage. Whoever backs down is a coward." Just to be clear, regardless of the outcome, no one is allowed to call the police, and all damages will be borne by yourselves, including medical expenses. You have 5 seconds to decide. Either join me in this bumper car game or get the hell out. I have no interest in wasting my time with you fools. With that, he slammed the accelerator. The roar of the 4.4-liter twin-turbo V8 engine erupted, thunderous and deafening. The group of fools in front was left utterly dumbfounded. To pit their beloved multi-million-dollar sports cars against a fully equipped X5M in a game of bumper cars was sheer madness. They had never engaged in such antics, nor would anyone dare to. They purchased their sports cars to impress women, not to use them as bumper cars. Even for slightly longer journeys, they would have to use flatbed trucks, only allowing themselves to drive when it was time to show off. Who on earth would be crazy enough to play bumper cars with this little brat? 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Before they could react, Cheng Feng suddenly released the clutch and charged forward with a menacing drive. His intent was clear, to crush the luxurious sports cars before him. It was only at this moment that the group realized the gravity of the situation. Damn it, this little brat is a lunatic. He has completely lost it. I just bought my Ferrari less than 3 months ago. I can't let this kid ruin it. As they screamed in panic, the two fools blocking the road scrambled into their cars, hastily reversing and clearing the lane. The others fled to the sides, terrified of being crushed by the accelerating X5M. In an instant, Cheng Feng barreled forward. Fortunately, the Ferrari 430 and Porsche 911 had retreated just in time, or else their fronts would have surely been crushed. A bunch of cowards. Go home and suck on your mother's milk. As he sped past these fools, Cheng Feng hurled an insult out of the window, accompanied by a prominently raised middle finger, exuding mockery and contempt. He then drove off, heading straight for the parking garage exit, until the taillights of his car vanished around the bend. Those shaken individuals erupted into a cacophony of curses. That little rascal, you are truly mad. This matter is far from over. Damn it, I have never suffered such a humiliation in all my years of driving. Everyone get in the car. Let us pursue and deal with that little brat. At that moment, one of the disheveled men suddenly interjected, perhaps we should let it go. I recognize that X5M. It belongs to Zhou Yin, the latest top-tier model, and there are only 3 or 4 in the entire city. It isn't much cheaper than our sports cars. This fellow spoke with a Beijing accent, clearly hailing from the capital. Moreover, driving Zhou Yan's vehicle indicated he was undoubtedly a close friend of Zhou, making him someone not to be trifled with. Before he could finish, another man, his head adorned with a shock of yellow hair, immediately retorted, Damn it! Oui, how has your courage diminished so? This little brat has already crossed the line, and you can tolerate it? I certainly cannot. I have heard of Zhou Yan. He is merely someone from the capital who spent some time in this city, flaunting his power, only to eventually slink back to Beijing in disgrace. What is friends? This is our city, not his. If a tiger roams here, it must lie low, and if a dragon appears, it must coil. Ahui cast a disdainful glance at the yellow-haired man and coldly replied, 13. Do you truly believe Zhou Yin left the city in shame because he couldn't make it here? Let me put it this way. His family plays the game of power, holding the knife, while we play with money. Which family can withstand a knife as thrust? If not, it's best to avoid provoking such individuals. As soon as he finished speaking, all the men stood frozen in disbelief. In the next instant, one of them suddenly cursed, Damn it, are all these little rascals from Beijing mad? Last year, we encountered a lunatic in Jiaoba, and now we have run into another one. What terrible luck! Upon hearing this, everyone shuddered in unison, chilled to the bone. You must give me an explanation, or I shall provide you with one. This statement carried a formidable weight. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng had already driven out of the Honglong Plaza underground garage and was headed straight for Pudong. Reba and the others were pale with fear, glancing back anxiously at the road behind them. Yet, no sports car was in pursuit. Chapter 60. The True Path to Wealth. 20 minutes later, Cheng Feng arrived at a prominent securities company located in Lujiazui. The building housed the company's largest branch on its first 2 floors. As Cheng Feng sought a parking space, Adina glanced outside and curiously inquired, Cheng Feng, what brings you to a securities firm? Surely, you're not planning to open an account and dabble in stock trading? Though I have never engaged in stock trading myself, I have heard that it carries significant risks. Have you truly considered this carefully? Cheng Feng smiled and nodded, offering a brief explanation. You are correct. My purpose here is indeed to open an account for stock trading. I fully comprehend the associated risks, but there is no need for concern. I intend to invest a few million merely as a playful venture. The amount is modest. Consider it a practical application of my studies. Even if I were to lose it all, it would not be of great consequence. I am studying finance, which necessitates a thorough understanding of various securities investment courses and knowledge. Such knowledge ought not to be learned in vain. It must be put into practice to hold any value. What he did not disclose was that in his previous life, after completing his master's degree, he had been entrenched in the financial investment sector until the day he was fatally shot and reborn. In his former existence, Being an industry insider prohibited him from opening a stock trading account or engaging in forex and futures trading, as it would violate pertinent laws and regulations, ultimately leading to an inescapable sentence. Cheng Feng possessed a lucid awareness of this boundary and had never approached the red line. Although lacking first-hand experience in speculative trading, he was intimately familiar with the financial market trends of the coming years. Coupled with the vivid memories from his past life that now resided in his mind with remarkable clarity, he could recall each fluctuation in both international and domestic financial markets. He even had extensive insights into the market trends from several years before he began his career, having conducted thorough studies during his graduate studies and professional tenure. He could recall the daily market fluctuations, the performance of individual stocks, currencies, and every commodity's rise and fall with striking precision. This knowledge represented the greatest boon of his rebirth and served as his most formidable asset. Equipped with the foresight of a seer, it would be a travesty not to engage in the financial market, to seize wealth with fervor. It could be said that for Cheng Feng, earning money in the domestic and international financial markets was as effortless as the necessity of eating or drinking. The sole aspect requiring his attention was to restrain his greed, deliberately controlling the pace and magnitude of his earnings, ensuring that they appeared reasonable and justifiable. This was the key to long-term success. Otherwise, he risked attracting the scrutiny and investigation of regulatory bodies, or worse, a complete prohibition from participating in financial market investments. In comparison to the opportunity to amass wealth through his prophetic abilities in the financial markets, any other form of entrepreneurship paled in significance. Once one grasps market trends, financial trading becomes the most lucrative business in the world, eclipsing any other venture. Cheng Feng's investment in establishing an interior design studio was not driven by a fervent desire for entrepreneurship. Rather, it was primarily fueled by his fascination with beauty. He sought to utilize this relatively reasonable and more easily accepted approach to bind Reba and her companions to his side. With this layer of connection, over time, many things would naturally unfold. To be blunt, this is akin to a nurturing program, one that is more palatable for all involved. Had he opted for a more crude and overt form of patronage, such an outcome would have been unattainable, and Reba and her companions would certainly not have acquiesced. Cheng Feng relished this cultivation process. Perhaps it was the journey itself that held the most intrigue, with the outcome being of lesser significance. Once he amassed sufficient wealth in the domestic and international financial markets, Cheng Feng intended to make substantial investments in real industries, diversifying his ventures while simultaneously mitigating risks. More crucially, when the wealth he accrued in the financial market surpassed a certain threshold, the state would not permit him to neglect contributing to the real economy. He would be required to support national economic development in some capacity. To put it simply, due to the unique circumstances of the nation, the existence of capital tycoons who merely played financial games, akin to those on Wall Street, was not tolerated domestically. As for immigrating overseas, having witnessed the various predatory schemes and innovative methods of exploitation in the beautiful country during his past life, Cheng Feng had never entertained such thoughts. He had no desire to place himself under the guillotine of that nation, vulnerable to be butchered at will. Once his wealth in the financial market reached a certain level, he would boldly venture into real industries, embarking on a myriad of investments, including venture capital. He would set his sights on prominent high-tech companies from his past life, such as Penguin, Jingdong, Dajiang, Huawei, and Tushio, making significant investments and potentially becoming the hidden owner of these celebrated enterprises. By then, with the likes of Xiao Ma and DeChong, along with entrepreneurial prodigies like Yiming, charging ahead to assist him in generating profits, his enterprise would stand as steadfast as a mountain. However, there exists an exception. If Cheng Feng genuinely excelled in his studies and chose to pursue a political career, he would have to alter his future plans, which would open a different horizon altogether. But that was a matter for many years hence, not something to consider at present. After returning from the capital and acquiring initial capital, Cheng Feng had long contemplated opening an account with a securities company. He yearned to plunge into the financial market, ruthlessly amassing wealth and enhancing his affluence. After much contemplation, he successfully restrained his impulses delaying until today to register and formally enter the domestic financial arena for combat. Yet this was merely the beginning. He had a series of actions planned, soon to invade the international financial market to seize wealth with fervor. Even more fortuitously, a serendipitous opportunity was looming on the horizon, one that he could not afford to miss. After hearing Cheng Feng's introduction, Adina and Reba exchanged astonished glances, utterly awestruck. How extraordinary to invest millions into the stock market, merely as a pastime. It seemed we were indeed not inhabiting the same world. You dwell in the heavens, while we remain beneath the earth. Lacking financial knowledge, we probably could not sway you, yet we still wish to caution you to exercise caution. After all, that is several million, a substantial sum. As they conversed, Cheng Feng had already located an empty parking space and deftly maneuvered his vehicle into it. After parking the car, he turned to the three stunning beauties and smiled, saying, "Ladies, I appreciate your concern. Your thoughtfulness brings me immense satisfaction, surpassing even the joy of monetary gain. However, you are right. Once I have made a decision regarding this matter, I shall not waver. There is no need for you to fret excessively. Now, let us set aside this topic. I am heading into the brokerage firm to open an account. Will you accompany me inside, or shall you remain in the car to await my return?" Adina glanced at Reba and the others before promptly responding. "We are unfamiliar with the account opening process, and the bustling environment on the first floor is rather overwhelming. We shall stay in the car and wait for you. While we pass the time, we can admire our recently purchased bags and clothes and take a moment to relax." Upon hearing this, Reba and Gully eagerly nodded in agreement. Cheng Feng smiled and nodded in understanding. "That sounds fine. I am merely opening an account today and will not be transferring funds for immediate trading, so it shouldn't take long. The fund transfers, stock selections, and purchases can be conducted online after we return home. Typically, there is no need to revisit the brokerage. There are beverages and snacks in the fridge. Help yourselves. If you encounter any trouble, remember to lock the car doors immediately and call me. I will rush back at once." After imparting these instructions, Cheng Feng grabbed his backpack and stepped out of the car, striding confidently towards the Guitai Junin Securities Company. Watching his vigorous and spirited silhouette recede, the three beauties were momentarily mesmerized, leaving them speechless. It was not until Cheng Feng had walked several meters away that they regained their composure. Reba, her cheeks flushed with curiosity, remarked, "Sister, how much do you think this guy truly possesses? The way he casually mentions millions is quite intimidating." Gully nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I find it utterly outrageous. Just moments ago in the parking garage of Hang Lung Plaza, he unhesitatingly drove into a Ferrari and a Porsche, as if he regarded those multi-million-dollar cars as inconsequential." Adina paused for a moment, reflecting, before smiling and saying, with his lavish spending habits, "He certainly resembles a billionaire, perhaps one worth billions. Yet, his attire does not reflect that status. He dresses quite ordinarily, seemingly indifferent to brands, prioritizing comfort instead. Just earlier at Hang Lung Plaza, he bought nothing for himself, and aside from the Rolex on his wrist, he possesses no other luxury items. This leaves me somewhat perplexed. Do billionaires truly dress so modestly, or is he an anomaly?" As they whispered among themselves, Cheng Feng arrived at the entrance of the brokerage firm and walked straight inside. Chapter 61. The youngest affluent. Upon entering the lobby of Guitai Securities, Cheng Feng surveyed the surroundings. It was the afternoon trading session, and the hall was bustling with numerous investors, their heads forming a vast sea of humanity. The trading methods in the A-share market now bear little resemblance to those of a decade and a half hence. In the future, the majority of investors will conduct their transactions online, seldom gracing the physical offices. Only a select few, typically older investors who struggle with technology, along with those with specific trading needs, will frequent the offices. Although online trading systems have long been established, many investors still prefer the vibrant atmosphere of the trading floor, where all securities firms are abuzz with activity. However, in a few years, this scenario will undergo a significant transformation, with trading offices gradually becoming desolate as online trading surges. As Cheng Feng continued to observe the scene, a young woman in her 20s, clad in a tailored suit and adorned with a company badge, approached him. With a welcoming smile, she inquired. "Welcome to Guotai Securities, sir. How may I assist you today?" "I would be delighted to provide you with an introduction." Cheng Feng returned her smile and replied, "Hello. May I ask where I could open an account? I'm looking to establish a securities investment account." The moment she heard his intent to open an account, her expression brightened considerably. "Ah, your business is much appreciated. Thank you for choosing Guotai Securities. I can escort you to open your account and provide consultation services." As she gestured invitingly, Cheng Feng smiled and gently shook his head. "I intend to visit the medium and large investor rooms. It would be best to inform your branch manager, as I have some inquiries that require his expertise. You may assist in the account opening process, but your authority may not suffice for my questions." The young woman paused momentarily, her smile growing even more radiant. "Thank you for your understanding. May I inquire how much capital you plan to invest? I wonder if it meets the requirements for access to the large investor room. Additionally, what questions do you wish to discuss? It would be helpful for me to explain the situation to Manager Zhong when I notify him." Cheng Feng, not one to keep her in suspense, readily shared his intentions. "Initially, I will invest approximately 4 to 5 million, but I anticipate increasing this to over 30 million shortly, ensuring I qualify for your large investor room. I have several inquiries, including large transactions, commission rates, and margin financing, which I believe warrant a face-to-face discussion with your manager." As he spoke, the young woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. In an eager tone, she responded, "Please follow me. I will take you to the VIP client lounge and promptly inform the manager for a meeting." "Very well," Cheng Feng acknowledged with a nod. He then followed the young woman deeper into the lobby, ascending to the second-floor VIP client lounge. The medium and large investor rooms of the securities office were situated upstairs, distinctly separated from the crowded hall below. As he departed, several seasoned investors, who had overheard parts of the conversation, immediately began to whisper amongst themselves. How old could that young man be? Barely 20? To wield tens of millions in stock trading, he must undeniably be a wealthy heir. Ah, the audacity of youth! Once he incurs substantial losses, he will come to realize the depths of the murky waters of the A-share market, a realm not meant for naive novices like him. Indeed, it seems this lad has lost his senses, throwing his family's money into the fickle stock market. I wonder how his father will deal with him upon his return. Their chatter was a cacophony of opinions, yet little did they realize they were witnessing the inception of a remarkable chapter in financial history. Time swiftly passed, and nearly an hour had elapsed. Having successfully completed the securities account opening procedures, Cheng Feng emerged from the brokerage hall, accompanied by the branch manager and the enchanting lady from earlier. It was only after descending the staircase that the manager offered a farewell handshake, exchanging a few polite words. Subsequently, Cheng Feng, with his backpack in tow, made his way toward the parking lot. The manager and the lady remained behind, watching him depart while conversing in hushed tones. "Manager Zhong, who exactly is this young man? Not yet 20, yet so astutely knowledgeable about the A-share market, almost like a financial expert. Can he truly invest tens of millions in stocks? I find it hard to believe that any parent would entrust such a sum to someone so young, especially for trading." Manager Zhong observed Cheng Feng's receding figure, gently shaking his head. "I am equally perplexed about this young man's background. All I know is that he hails from the capital and sports an expensive Rolex, clearly indicative of affluence. As for whether he can indeed invest tens of millions, that's uncertain. Should his capital be insufficient, he wouldn't gain access to the large investor's room, and we would be none the worse for wear. His depth of understanding and familiarity with the financial market is indeed astonishing. I would wager that even our renowned investment experts might not rival him." As they conversed, they suddenly beheld Cheng Feng approaching a brand-new silver BMW X5M. He smoothly opened the door and slid into the driver's seat, effortlessly maneuvering the vehicle out of the parking space and heading towards them. Manager Zhong paused momentarily, then exclaimed with excitement, "Now I am convinced. This young man undoubtedly possesses the means to invest millions in stocks. Why is that? Just because he drives an X5? Plenty of people have that vehicle. Yet how many truly possess fortunes in the millions?" The lady beside him appeared puzzled. "Ah, you misunderstand. While it may be an X5, it is not the same as the common one seen on the streets. It is worth at least double, if not more, and more importantly, wealth alone does not guarantee ownership. Ah, this young man truly is affluent. I wonder how he amassed his wealth? If only I could share in a portion of it. As they continued their muted discussion, Cheng Feng approached in his car, coming to a halt before them. He lowered the window and exchanged a brief greeting before driving away. In that fleeting moment, Manager Zhong and his companion caught a glimpse into the luxurious vehicle, where three extraordinarily beautiful women graced the interior, leaving them utterly astonished. Upon witnessing this scene, Manager Zhong became increasingly convinced that this young gentleman, not yet 20, was indeed a significant catch, worthy of utmost devotion and protection. After departing from the Guotai Junin Securities branch, Cheng Feng did not return home. Instead, he headed directly to Zhangjiang, swiftly arriving at the base of another imposing edifice. As they approached, the modern skyscrapers loomed large, leaving Adina and her companions utterly perplexed. "Where are we, Cheng Feng? What brings us here?" Cheng Feng smiled softly and offered a brief explanation. "This is the National Foreign Exchange Trading Center. I have come here to open a foreign exchange trading account to partake in the international financial market." He continued, "You can accompany me inside and wait in the lounge. It is quite different from a securities company, and there are fewer people here." As he elaborated, the three young women were once again astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. They gazed at the eloquent Cheng Feng with wide-eyed curiosity. Could this individual truly be their peer? How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Meanwhile, Cheng Feng had driven into the underground parking of the National Foreign Exchange Trading Center and found a parking space. After securing the vehicle, he opened the trunk and instructed Adina and her friends to transfer the luxurious shopping bags into the back. Once these tasks were completed, he led the three young women upstairs to finalize the account opening for foreign exchange trading. Approximately an hour later, having successfully completed the account opening procedures, Cheng Feng and Adina, along with Reba, descended from the upper floors, ready to depart. As they stepped out of the elevator and into the lobby on the basement level, laughter and chatter filled the air until a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. "Oh, Cheng Feng, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the greeting, Cheng Feng immediately turned to see who it was. Chapter 62. The stars gather around the moon. The one who greeted was Cheng Feng's neighbor, Chun-Li. She, accompanied by several colleagues, had just entered the lobby on the basement level, each carrying a briefcase, seemingly there on business for the National Foreign Exchange Trading Center. They were identified as colleagues due to their identical attire, adorned with the insignia of the Bank of China, and each displayed a name badge from the Shanghai branch. Upon recognizing Chun-Li, Cheng Feng promptly approached her, followed closely by Adina and the others. The senior executives from the Bank of China accompanying Chun-Li halted in their tracks, positioning themselves around her in a manner reminiscent of planets orbiting star. However, it was evident that most of their ranks surpassed Chun-Li's. Cheng Feng understood the dynamics at play. He approached with a smile, greeting her warmly. "Good afternoon, Sister Li. What a delightful surprise to encounter you here. I am here to open a trading account at the Foreign Exchange Trading Center." And Adina and the others decided to join me for some leisure. Adina and the others nodded in acknowledgement towards Chun-Li, who reciprocated with a smile. In the following moment, her curiosity piqued. She inquired softly, "You are here to open a foreign exchange trading account? Are you considering trading Forex? The risks associated with Forex trading are substantial. Are you aware of them? The inherent leverage can reach up to 100 times, and some institutions even offer leverage of up to 400 times. This is no jest. You must exercise caution in managing risks." Cheng Feng nodded with a smile, responding, "Thank you for the reminder, Sister Li. I am fully aware of the risks involved in Forex trading. However, I am merely dabbling in it, so I do not foresee any significant issues arising." Upon hearing this, Reba and the others rolled their eyes in unison, internally scoffing at his casual approach. "You often invest millions, and you call that dabbling? Spare us the jest." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Cheng Feng suddenly shifted the conversation. "Sister Li, judging by your attire, you must be working at the Bank of China in Shanghai. Are you here on official business?" "Indeed, I am employed at the Bank of China in Shanghai. Today I am here to handle some overseas financing matters, and these are my colleagues," Chun-Li replied with a smile, gesturing towards her companions. Cheng Feng acknowledged the senior executives with a nod, his eyes briefly sparkling with surprise. He then turned his attention back to Chun-Li. "Sister Li, please attend to your work. We shall not intrude any further. Once you are free, I will give you a call, as I have some matters I would like to discuss with you." Chun-Li appeared somewhat taken aback, but smiled and nodded in agreement. "All right, I will await your call. Until then." With that, she waved goodbye to Cheng Feng and Reba, proceeding alongside her colleagues towards the elevator. Cheng Feng reciprocated the farewell and then led Reba and the others away to retrieve the car from the basement. Upon entering the elevator, Chun-Li glanced back towards the basement, chuckling softly to herself. At that moment, a senior executive from the Bank of China suddenly remarked, "Manager Chun, that young man over there can't be more than 20, and judging by his accent, he appears to be from the capital. It seems you two are already acquainted. He's merely a young friend of mine. Indeed, he hails from Beijing and is currently studying in the bustling metropolis. I never expected to encounter him here. He is quite the spirited individual," Chun-Li replied with a smile. In the next instant, another colleague interjected, "The three girls accompanying him are absolutely stunning, each a vision of beauty and exuding an exotic charm that is truly breathtaking. A young man strolling through the streets with three enchanting beauties. He must be quite fortunate indeed. How enviable." Chun-Li chuckled in agreement. Indeed, this young lad is indeed blessed with such fortune. Just as they were conversing, the elevator doors chimed open, and several individuals stepped out. Chun-Li promptly curtailed the conversation and, along with her colleagues, entered the elevator to attend to business on the upper floors. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng had escorted the three beauties to the car and was driving out of the underground parking lot. As soon as the vehicle exited, Edina exclaimed with admiration, "Sister Li possesses such a commanding presence, exuding elegance and poise. She truly has that aura of being the center of attention. If only I could achieve such success and possess a presence like hers." Cheng Feng turned to glance at her and smiled. "That is entirely normal. Sister Li's remarkable aura, making her the focal point wherever she goes, is largely attributed to her prestigious background, something that cannot be envied." His words immediately piqued the curiosity of the three beauties. Soon after, Reba inquired with interest, "From what you just said, it seems Sister Li's background is quite impressive. Do share." Cheng Feng hesitated momentarily before gently shaking his head. "Her background is not just impressive, it is astonishing. However, I cannot disclose it to you just yet, as the timing is not right. Once I find a solution to deal with Zhu KG's predicament, I will share the details of Sister Li's background. But you must remember to cultivate a good relationship with her, as it will be immensely beneficial for you. At the same time, remain vigilant of Zhu KG. Keep your distance from him as much as possible." As he spoke, he had already driven out of the Foreign Exchange Trading Center's underground parking lot, heading towards Puxi. The three beauties exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Nevertheless, they nodded in unison, understood. "We will certainly build a good rapport with Sister Li and remain cautious of that Zhu KG fellow." After more than half an hour, Cheng Feng successfully returned to the Jing'an Yunqi community. At this time, there was still a little while before the end of the afternoon work and school hours, making the community relatively quiet. Upon arriving home, Edina and the others eagerly grabbed their luxurious handbags and outfits, rushing back to the small three-bedroom apartment to try on clothes. Cheng Feng wished to join them to admire the view, but was promptly ushered out by the three beauties, leaving him with no opportunity. Reluctantly, he returned to his spacious residence upstairs. Once inside, he changed into his slippers and headed straight into the study. He proceeded to open the small safe beneath the bookshelf, placing within it the 10 property certificates and purchase contracts he had just acquired today, along with other pertinent documents. Additionally, he secured the materials related to his newly established securities account and foreign exchange trading account, ensuring that all contracts and documents were likewise locked away. After attending to these matters, he made his way to the master bedroom's bathroom for a brief wash, changing into a comfortable set of home attire. Returning to the study, he powered on both his laptop and desktop computer, initiating the installation of the relevant stock trading and forex trading software, while also setting up account passwords. Once the trading applications were successfully installed, he took a moment to review the current conditions of the stock and forex markets. Everything appeared as he had remembered. The A-share market was steadily rising, while the international forex market was tumultuous, with ominous signs of an impending storm. Regrettably, He was unable to engage in trading at that moment, as he would need to exercise patience for a day or two. The trading hours for the A-share market had concluded, making immediate trading impossible. More critically, according to the current securities account opening procedures in the A-share market, he would have to wait until the following day to receive confirmation from Guotai Junan Securities before he could transfer funds and commence operations. The process for the Forex trading account was similarly stringent, with even more rigorous verification and extended approval times. Only upon passing the review could he transfer funds into the Forex account and enter the fray of the international Forex market. For Cheng Feng, there was no rush to embark on Forex trading. The storm he recalled from his memories had yet to arrive. Prior to its onset, he had ample time to prepare, honing his skills and mastering various techniques in Forex trading. The immediate priority was to swiftly penetrate the A-share market, capitalizing on opportunities to amass substantial profits, thus accumulating sufficient capital for the more exhilarating Forex trading. For someone endowed with prophetic foresight like Cheng Feng, profiting in the A-share market was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. He vividly recalled which stocks had the most significant gains in November of 2009. These stocks were his next targets, poised to provide him with his initial fortune in the financial market. Having surveyed the overall landscape of both the Forex and A-share markets, Cheng Feng began to concentrate on these promising stocks and formulate his investment strategy. In the midst of his flurry of activity, it was already around 6:30 in the evening. Suddenly, his phone, resting on the table, chimed with a delightful notification. Cheng Feng picked up the device, glancing at the freshly received message from Adina, which was enticing. Come down for dinner. Besides delectable cuisine, there will also be a small fashion show. Wow, that sounds splendid. Tonight's dinner will be truly sumptuous, Cheng Feng exclaimed. Without hesitation, he swiftly shut down his computer and hurried down the stairs. Chapter 63. The allure of beauty in a modest abode downstairs. The living room was alive with an enchanting melody, flowing through the air like liquid mercury, enveloping the entire space. Dressed in a newly acquired Burberry coat, with a charmingly cute handbag in hand, the radiant Reba sashayed gracefully, her cheeks flushed, embodying the essence of a dancing sprite in harmony with the music. Although she had trained in dance and lacked formal runway experience, she imitated the catwalk with commendable finesse, albeit with a hint of youthful awkwardness. For she was still not yet 18. Her peer, Gully, displayed a performance that was similarly delightful. In contrast to the conventional fashion displays, their youthful exuberance radiated vitality, rendering them even more captivating in Cheng Feng's eyes. Adina, slightly older than them, brought forth a more daring and provocative presentation, enhancing the allure of the scene. As Cheng Feng beheld the trio of exquisite beauties, their flushed faces and twirling skirts, he profoundly appreciated the adage, "A woman adorns herself for the one she loves." He marveled at how meticulously dressed Reba and Gully could achieve such astonishing beauty, transcending the ordinary. This realization filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction, as he deemed every cent spent today to be infinitely worthwhile, a pinnacle of life's pleasures. The only lament was the inability to take things a step further, which would have rendered the experience even more perfect. Yet, such beautiful moments are fleeting. The fashion showcase of the three beauties concluded swiftly, and they giggled as they retreated to their respective bedrooms, promptly donning conservative loungewear. Throughout this process, they ensured one remained in the living room, vigilantly watching Cheng Feng to prevent any indiscreet actions, such as peering into their bedrooms. Ultimately, it was Reba who emerged from her room last. Upon her appearance, Cheng Feng could not help but shower her with heartfelt compliments. Adina, Reba, Gully, you are all breathtakingly beautiful, each radiating an unparalleled charm. To witness your splendid fashion display is a stroke of fortune. It is the most beautiful performance I have ever seen. However, I have one wish. I long to see you adorned in ballet skirts or silk attire, dancing gracefully, for that image would surely be exquisite beyond measure. As he spoke, vivid scenes danced through his mind. Reba in a flowing red silk dress, performing at a spring festival gala, a memory of the most captivating dance he had ever witnessed in his past life. Now before him stood Reba, intimately connected, younger and brimming with vitality, an embodiment of unfiltered youth. With such a serendipitous opportunity at hand, Cheng Feng yearned for Reba to perform a solo for him. The mere thought of such enjoyment was enough to send shivers of delight coursing through him. The trio of beauties, flattered by his effusive praise, erupted into cheerful laughter. In the next moment, Reba playfully retorted, "You speak such flowery words. We cannot possibly be as beautiful as you claim. You simply exaggerate to flatter us. Since you are eager to witness our dance, it is certainly not out of the question. However, we must first be adequately prepared before performing for you." In response, Gully nodded bashfully in agreement. "During our visit to the enchanting metropolis, we have not brought our exquisite Adela dress, opting instead for ballet skirts and rhythmic costumes. Once we have honed our skills, we shall delight you with a performance of Swan Lake. When we return to this splendid city, we shall remember to bring the Adela dress, and at that time, we will don long skirts to present a traditional dance, fulfilling your desire." Faced with such delightful prospects, Cheng Feng's heart brimmed with joy. "That sounds splendid. Reba, Gully, once you are ready, please do notify me in advance, as I too wish to prepare accordingly. And Adina, if you join in, it would be even more perfect. I am eagerly anticipating the sight of the three of you dancing together." Adina shot him a playful glare. Laughing softly, "You are insatiably greedy. I am an art student, not a dance major, so I cannot compare myself to Reba and the others. Besides, I only know how to perform traditional dances, not ballet, so I cannot fulfill your wish." Cheng Feng appraised Adina playfully, saying, "No worries. We are merely indulging in some light-hearted amusement among friends, not engaging in a professional dance competition, so there is no need to hold yourself to such high standards. Compared to Reba and Gully, you possess a more mature elegance. Your figure is alluringly curvaceous, and your dance style will naturally resonate differently, with its own unique charm." At this, the three lovely ladies blushed. Just as they were about to retort, a melodious ringtone filled the air, indicating an incoming call on Cheng Feng's phone. He casually retrieved his phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from Sister Lee, likely regarding matters from earlier in the day. "I'll take this call on the balcony," he remarked before heading to the living room balcony. Noticing this, Adina gestured for Reba and Gully to join her in the dining room to set the table for dinner. After 5 or 6 minutes, Cheng Feng returned to the dining area. Upon seeing him, Adina inquired curiously, "What did Sister Lee want? Care to share?" Cheng Feng pulled out a chair, sitting down with a smile as he explained briefly, "Actually, it wasn't Sister Lee looking for me. It was I who needed to discuss something with her. We have arranged to meet at a nearby CAF on Saturday." He added, "As for the specifics, I must ask you not to inquire further. This matter requires discretion, and please do not mention my meeting with Sister Lee to anyone." "How mysterious," Adina mumbled, refraining from pressing the issue further. Subsequently, everyone settled at the dining table, engaging in light-hearted banter while savoring the delicious meal. After the events of the day, Cheng Feng's rapport with the three charming ladies grew closer, bringing him a step nearer to his aspirations. He even discreetly grasped Adina's hand beneath the table. She merely tapped his hand gently without withdrawing. Yet, Cheng Feng did not pursue further, content to savor the moment. In his past life, he had encountered many women of various styles, often rushing into matters. But now he found the slow simmer of anticipation far more intriguing. The dinner lasted for over 40 minutes before concluding. After a brief tidying up, Cheng Feng returned to the living room with three charming ladies, settling down to continue their light-hearted banter. During this time, he imparted his knowledge of using a DSLR camera to Adina, capturing numerous exquisite photographs of Reba and the others. Regrettably, Reba and her companions felt that their casual home attire failed to showcase their most beautiful selves, resulting in not a single photograph being shared with Cheng Feng. It was not until 9:30 in the evening that Cheng Feng took his leave, ascending to his own abode. Upon returning home, he first indulged in a refreshing shower. He then entered his study once more, opening his computer to scrutinize the A-share and foreign exchange markets, cross-referencing them with his memories from a previous life. Only after confirming that his rebirth had not disrupted the domestic and international financial markets, at least for the time being, did he feel a profound sense of relief. Subsequently, he seized his phone to call his mother, engaging in casual conversation for a while. He then reached out to his dormitory, inquiring about the afternoon's classes and whether any assignments had been given, though he no longer needed to concern himself with what each teacher lectured in class. It was imperative that he fulfilled any assigned tasks. This diligence was solely aimed at securing a coveted position for graduate school recommendations. Busy until around 11 o'clock that night, Cheng Feng finally shut down his computer and retired to his master bedroom for rest. On Thursday morning, he drove back to the finance university, continuing to play the role of a diligent student, a routine that carried into Friday as well. Adina ventured to the Shanghai branch of Pancha Real Estate, embarking on a journey to learn about real estate and renovation, familiarizing herself with the market trends of various building and decorative materials, with a particular focus on soft furnishings. After work that afternoon, Cheng Feng would drive her to photograph several properties, meticulously documenting their soft decoration schemes. Only after ensuring the photographs met his satisfaction would he consider renting the remaining properties. During this period, a few minor romantic encounters unfolded, though they were merely fleeting moments of flirtation. Cheng Feng also took the opportunity to capture many beautiful images of Adina, which could serve as promotional material for her studio. Meanwhile, Reba and Gully busied themselves as well. They enrolled in a short-term acting class near the Shanghai Theater Academy, dedicating 3 hours each morning to their studies. The course was led by a former instructor from the academy, who had a reputable standing and considerable skill. By the afternoon, Reba and Gully would head to Cheng Feng's spacious residence, practicing dance routines in the vacant second bedroom, reinforcing the acting lessons they had absorbed earlier in the day. Before long, Saturday arrived. At 10 in the morning, Cheng Feng drove alone to a street by the west gate of the Shanghai Theater Academy. He parked in an available spot along the roadside, grabbed his backpack, and entered a quaint CAF with an artistic flair. Upon stepping inside, he spotted Chun-Li, elegantly attired in a beige long dress, seated at a table by the window, savoring her coffee with an air of relaxed contentment. Chapter 64. The astonishing prophecy. Apologies for keeping you waiting, sisterly, Cheng Feng greeted politely as he approached. Chun-Li smiled and shook her head. No need for formality. Cheng Feng, I just arrived a short while ago and had some free time this morning, so I strolled over. Why didn't you bring those 3 stunning beauties with you? If you had, you would surely be the envy of every man on this street. Cheng Feng chuckled as he casually pulled out a chair and sat down. They all have their own commitments and couldn't make it. More importantly, without your permission, how would he feel comfortable bringing them along? Ah, you truly know how to flatter. No wonder you're a boy from the capital, so eloquent. You might as well call me smooth-tongued. That's what Adina and the others say about me. Ha, that description seems remarkably accurate. Chun-Li laughed heartily. As they spoke, a CAF server approached with the menu. Cheng Feng paused his conversation to order a cup of coffee. Once the server left, Chun-Li immediately turned to the matter at hand. Let us get to it, Cheng Feng. What did you want to discuss today? You even asked me to keep it secret from my partner. If I'm not mistaken, Adina and the others are unaware of the purpose of our meeting, and I'm quite curious about it. Cheng Feng hesitated for a moment before quietly revealing his intentions. Sisterly, I am seeking to raise funds, approximately 35 million. By the end of November, I might also secure an additional 5 to 10 million US dollars or euro. Given your position at the Bank of China in Shanghai, handling this should not be difficult for you. It would count as part of your performance. The Bank of China is a specialist in foreign exchange and is qualified to provide substantial foreign exchange financing. Wow, that is quite an ambition, Chun-Li exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued. I'm eager to know what you intend to do with such a large sum. Moreover, on what basis do you believe the Bank of China will grant you this financing? According to current financing policies, unless you can provide collateral with a market value exceeding the financing amount, it is improbable that you could secure such a large sum from the bank. Cheng Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he opened his backpack and produced 2 thick folders, handing them to Chun-Li. Sisterly, this is my assurance for securing 35 million from the Bank of China. You can see for yourself whether I possess the capability and qualifications for financing. Chun-Li took the 2 folders and casually opened one to examine the contents. Just a glance made her gasp. Ah, so many property titles. Cheng Feng nodded. speaking with a sense of pride. Indeed, these are property titles, 22 in total, all under my name with clear ownership, no encumbrances, no loans, and absolutely no issues. 12 properties are located in the core areas of the East and North Third Ring roads in the capital, as well as near Financial Street, while the other 10 are situated in the Huangpu and Suwei districts of Shanghai, including our own residential community. Goodness, you possess 22 properties, all in prime locations. No wonder you exude such confidence. Chun-Li marveled. She no longer glanced at the property certificates within the folders, casually placing the 2 file bags upon the table. Given her background and upbringing, these properties held little allure for her, in comparison to the substantial value of these assets. Her interest was piqued more by the young man across from her. As she observed Cheng Feng continuing his presentation, he detailed that all these residences were newly constructed, having been completed within the last 3 years, and each located within prestigious educational districts. The largest among them spanned 240 square meters, with 2 units situated in the financial street of the capital, while her own residence measured 180 square meters. The remaining 19 units consisted of small 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartments, each ranging from 80 to 90 square meters, all benefiting from their proximity to esteemed schools. Undoubtedly, these properties were the most sought after in the current market, highly coveted. Based on the prevailing market conditions in both the capital and the metropolis, the collective market value of these 22 properties exceeded 39 million. Remarkably, within a mere fortnight, their value surged nearly 8, an astonishing rate of increase. This exemplifies the immense appreciation potential of properties within educational districts. It is foreseeable that these homes will continue to escalate in value, potentially multiplying several times over within just a few years, or even experiencing a tenfold increase. I intend to use these properties as collateral to secure financing of approximately 35 million from the Bank of China. I believe this is a reasonable proposition, as it represents a risk-free investment for the bank, and I trust you can appreciate this point. At this juncture, a server approached with coffee. Chun-Li smiled softly, withholding her response for the moment. Once the server had set down the coffee and departed, she quietly nodded and remarked, "It appears you possess a profound understanding of the real estate market in both the capital and the metropolis, and you are clearly well-versed in the Bank of China's collateral financing policies. You come prepared. I have indeed heard of the rapid increase in property prices in residential communities. If the conditions of your properties are akin to those in our neighborhood, then undoubtedly you possess formidable financing capabilities. Provided that the ownership of these properties is clear, the Bank of China can promptly meet your financing needs, granting you the requested 35 million in collateral financing without any issue. However, I still wish to inquire, what do you intend to do with such a substantial sum? If you're considering foreign exchange investments, is this not a rather ambitious undertaking for a university student? Furthermore, what is this mention of securing an additional $500,000 to $1 million or euros by the end of November? Listening to it sounds more alarming. After all, this pertains to foreign exchange financing, and the threshold is exceptionally high. Cheng Feng gazed at the beautiful woman across from him, contemplating briefly before smiling and nodding. Sisterly, the reason I wish to secure 35 million from the Bank of China is indeed to make an investment, but not in foreign exchange trading. Rather, I intend to enter the A-share market and invest therein. Given that A-share stocks have limits on price fluctuations, the risks are largely controllable. As long as I prepare a robust investment risk management strategy in advance, any losses will be minimal. Having made this decision, I am prepared to assume all associated risks and responsibilities. With these 22 properties at my disposal, the Bank of China will secure a profit without fail, and the returns will be substantial. Regarding the financing needs at the end of November, it resembles more of a capital swap. At that time, I will deposit between 50 million to 100 million into the Bank of China to exchange for a foreign exchange quota of 500,000 to 10 million in either dollars or euros. The Bank of China specializes in foreign exchange, and such transactions can only be processed there. Based on the current exchange rates, my deposit will greatly exceed the financing requirement, alleviating any concerns the bank may have regarding potential losses. The financing rate can be negotiated further, but I do have certain expectations. The Bank of China must assist me in increasing my foreign exchange trading limits and operational permissions, allowing for greater flexibility in my trading activities. Upon hearing this, Chun-Li was finally taken aback. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Cheng Feng as if he were some sort of monster. Once Cheng Feng had outlined the basic situation, she couldn't help but express a series of astonished exclamations. Wow, I can see it now. You are indeed ambitious and audacious. Previously, when you opened an account at the Foreign Exchange Trading Center, it was all in preparation for entering the international foreign exchange market. I wonder where you found the confidence and courage to do so. Care to share? Cheng Feng chuckled softly. With unwavering resolve, he replied, "The reason is quite simple. I believe that the euro is likely to plummet dramatically, an unprecedented decline. Therefore, I aim to enter the international foreign exchange market before this anticipated drop in the euro, capitalizing on this favorable wind for substantial profit." As a senior executive at the Bank of China, Chun-Li was once again astonished. The euro is about to collapse? What leads you to this conclusion? Because Greece is on the brink of national bankruptcy, and numerous other Eurozone countries find themselves in similar predicaments, including Spain, Portugal, and Ireland. In such circumstances, a sharp decline in the euro is inevitable, Cheng Feng asserted emphatically. Yet, this was not the entirety of his reasoning. There were significant factors he chose to withhold, for those events had yet to unfold but would soon come to pass. Chapter 65, The Courtyard Companions. After nearly half an hour, Cheng Feng finally persuaded Chun-Li to submit his financing request, assisting him in securing $35 million from the Shanghai branch of the Bank of China. The more significant reason for this was the substantial weight of his 22 properties, strategically located in the core districts of both the capital and Shanghai. As Cheng Feng articulated, the bank's provision of financing bore no risk. Rather, it held the potential for considerable profit on top of the financing interest. Should Cheng Feng incur losses in stock trading, those 22 properties would rightfully belong to the Bank of China. Given the exceedingly vibrant real estate market in both cities, the $35 million loan would swiftly return with multiplied gains. This very rationale compelled Chun-Li to agree to assist Cheng Feng in securing the financing. Once achieved, it would naturally count towards her performance metrics, allowing certain individuals within the Shanghai branch to recognize her capabilities beyond merely relying on ancestral fortune. Regarding Cheng Feng's second financing request, which involved a currency swap to obtain a foreign exchange trading limit of between 500,000 and $10 million or euros from the bank, Chun-Li did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she informed Cheng Feng that she would submit his request and advocate on his behalf, though the outcome remained uncertain. During their discussion, Chun-Li made a point to inquire whether Cheng Feng's parents were aware of his collateralization of 22 prime properties and their stance on the matter, whether they were supportive or opposed. Cheng Feng replied that he had reached the age of maturity at 18 and all properties were under his name, allowing him full authority to make decisions and take responsibility for each one. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Chun-Li had no choice but to nod in acceptance. As their conversation neared its conclusion, Cheng Feng unexpectedly retrieved 2 folders from his backpack and handed them to Chun-Li. "Sisterly, this is my mortgage financing proposal. I would appreciate it if you could review it and later pass it along to the head of your loan department, perhaps to advocate on my behalf." The financing proposal was divided into 2 sections. The first outlined the mortgage of his 22 properties to secure a loan of $35 million from the Bank of China, with a term of either 6 months or 1 year, to be repaid in a lump sum upon maturity. The second section proposed a currency swap to request a foreign exchange trading limit of 500,000 to $10 million or euros, with the same financing term. In addition to the requested financing limits, the documents detailed expected interest rates, regulatory measures, risk control protocols, and various other conditions in a clear and straightforward manner. As Chun-Li accepted the 2 proposals, she listened to his introduction while perusing the documents. Within less than half a minute, she expressed a series of exclamations of admiration. This mortgage financing proposal is exceptionally well-crafted, truly a textbook example of a template. To be honest, I have never encountered such a flawless financing plan before. You not only came prepared, but also demonstrated remarkable meticulousness. This proposal is virtually impeccable. I find myself questioning whether you are genuinely a university student." Cheng Feng chuckled softly, offering a few modest remarks in response. "Thank you, sisterly, for your kind words. I have indeed put my entire fortune on the line to secure financing. How could I possibly afford to be careless? It has taken all my ingenuity to create these two financing proposals. If feasible, I hope to complete the mortgage loan for $35 million within a week. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford any delays. As for the second financing requirement, it can only be pursued once the first is fulfilled and sufficient investment returns are secured. Fortunately, there is still time to maneuver." Chun-Li glanced at him and nodded with a smile. "I will assist you by bringing this to the attention of the relevant department heads and endeavor to expedite the process. Your mortgage loan should be quite manageable, and we will strive to finalize it within a week. However, the second financing request may present some challenges." With that, she returned her focus to the two financing proposals in her hands. Before long, she had skimmed through both documents, and her admiration was evident. Cheng Feng smiled modestly and called the waiter to settle the bill. After the payment was completed, he and Chun-Li exited the CAF together. Just as they stepped out into the street, he lowered his voice and said, "Sisterly, I wonder if you know Liu Xiaodong? Dongzi's family used to live in the courtyard at number 4 Sanlai Road. He only moved to Guanyuan when he was in the second year of high school. I have known Dongzi since childhood. We were in the same class for 3 years in middle school and attended the same high school, although not in the same class. Yet our bond has always remained strong." Before he could finish, Chun-Li turned to look at him, her eyes wide with surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and replied, Well, you've been quite secretive. It seems you've known my background all along. Yet you played the fool so convincingly that even I was deceived. Of course, I remember that little rascal Dongzi. We grew up in the same compound, and he used to follow me around, calling me sisterly. I certainly gave him a few thrashings. I had no idea you were childhood friends. Why didn't you mention it before? If you had been upfront about this connection, I would have been more inclined to assist you out of respect for Dongzi." Cheng Feng shook his head. "That would have been appropriate. Before I could explain my financing needs and persuade you to help, revealing my relationship with Dongzi would have altered the dynamics. Such relationships should be nurtured, not exploited, which is why I chose to clarify things afterward. As for how I came to know your background, it's quite simple. Didn't you mention that you grew up on Sanlai Road? Any boy from the capital knows what that means. It's a renowned street filled with government offices. My family is near Chegingswang, just a stone's throw away, and many of my friends and classmates reside in various courtyards along Sanlai Road, so it was easy to find out about you." Upon hearing his explanation, Chun-Li finally understood. She nodded appreciatively and said, "You are quite astute, and your work is impressive. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Given this, I will gladly assist you, as long as it does not violate any regulations. Such small favors are well within my means." With that, she playfully punched him lightly on the shoulder. As she moved, a gleam of surprise instantaneously flickered in Cheng Feng's eyes, nearly prompting an outburst of joy. Establishing a close rapport with Chun-Li and fostering mutual trust was his utmost desire. In comparison, the 35 million yuan mortgage financing from the Bank of China seemed trivial. Amidst their jovial banter, they arrived at the side of the road where the X5M was parked, politely dissuading a few flirtatious young women who were vying for photographs. Cheng Feng opened the car door for Chun-Li, escorting her back to her residential complex. During the journey, he reiterated the importance of confidentiality, urging her to refrain from disclosing anything to Zhu Keiji, Edina, or Reba. Coming from a prestigious background, Chun-Li was acutely aware of the significance of discretion. Although she did not fully grasp why Cheng Feng emphasized secrecy, she nodded in agreement. Little did she know, the very person Cheng Feng sought to shield himself from was her partner. It would not be long before he set his sights on Zhu Keiji, devising a plan to unveil the facade of this hypocritical deviant. The weekend swiftly passed, and Monday arrived in the blink of an eye. By 9 o'clock that morning, in the economic law class, Teacher Zhou was delivering a lecture with eloquence and confidence. Yet, seated in the second-to-last row of the auditorium, Cheng Feng was fixated on the A-share market displayed on his laptop, his thoughts far removed from the lecture. As time ticked away, the trading hours for the A-shares drew nearer. Earlier, at 10 o'clock on the preceding Friday, Cheng Feng had received a confirmation call from Guitai Junin Securities. Manager Zhong personally informed him that he could now transfer funds into his securities account and commence stock trading. That afternoon, Cheng Feng deposited 4 million yuan into his account, but refrained from making any immediate trades. He intended to purchase stocks today, officially embarking on his investment journey in the A-share market. Of course, when referring to the A-share market as flawed, it was merely a reflection of the experiences of other investors who had been misled, resulting in significant losses and financial ruin. For Cheng Feng, however, the A-shares represented a bountiful treasure trove, ripe for his taking. Before he knew it, it was 9:30. The A-share market had finally opened. Chapter 66. Breaking into the market at 9:30, the A-shares opened with a slight decline of 0.2 points. The market appeared relatively stable, with gains and losses nearly balanced. Within mere seconds of the opening, a substantial portion of the numerous buy orders placed by Cheng Feng during the pre-market phase was executed, amounting to over 2 million yuan. Today, he had chosen 4 stocks to invest in. 3 of these were renowned bull stocks from November 2009, each boasting a minimum increase of approximately 60, with the highest performer exceeding an astonishing 150. The remaining stock was Mitai, currently experiencing a prolonged period of sideways trading, occasionally declining but holding immense potential for the future. Cheng Feng's rationale for selecting Mitai was to provide cover for the other 3 bull stocks, thereby diverting any suspicious gazes. He could not afford the scenario where his purchases would trigger immediate surges in stock prices, as that would undoubtedly attract the attention of regulatory authorities. Despite Mitai's lackluster performance in the coming years, he intended to hold onto it steadfastly, convinced of its future ascent beyond 2,600 yuan, a remarkable increase compared to its current price, just over 100. When factoring in Mitai's substantial annual dividends and forthcoming stock expansions, the actual growth would surpass 40 times. From a long-term investment perspective, the other 3 November bull stocks served merely as a FA for Mitai, to avoid unnecessary scrutiny, especially from the institutional investors involved with the bull stocks. Cheng Feng proceeded with utmost caution in his trading activities. He meticulously selected the 3 November bull stocks and Mitai, steering clear of those that had already surged to significant heights. Additionally, he strategically entered during the pre-market phase, blending in with a multitude of other investors. Furthermore, in terms of capital allocation, he invested between 500,000 to 800,000 yuan in each stock, a sum neither excessive nor insufficient. From the transaction amounts alone, he appeared as a moderately capable retail investor, unremarkable in his approach. By setting his buy prices just a fraction higher than others, he ensured successful acquisitions without alerting the major players. The unfolding events transpired as Cheng Feng had anticipated. Witnessing his buy orders being executed brought a flicker of joy to his eyes. However, constrained by the classroom setting, he stifled his excitement and celebrated quietly. Subsequently, he resumed discreetly operating on his computer, continuing to place small retail orders at low prices to accumulate shares. While he persistently placed orders, the earlier buy orders continued to be executed, resulting in his account's transaction amounts steadily climbing. Before long, the total reached around 3 million yuan. At this moment, Cheng Feng finally ceased his purchasing activities. He then exited the trading page and began to observe the stock market trends. After a brief period, while teacher Zhou was preoccupied with his PowerPoint presentation, Cheng Feng, seated in front, suddenly turned around and quickly leaned over to glance at Cheng Feng's laptop screen. Immediately, he exclaimed in astonishment, "I was wondering what you were sneakily up to. Turns out you're checking stock prices. Are you dabbling in the stock market?" Cheng Feng did not conceal his intentions, replying with a smile, "Indeed, my friend, I am indeed trading stocks. I happen to have some spare funds and thought I might try my hand at it, hoping to earn a little pocket money." Cheng Feng shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "It seems you are quite idle. Have you forgotten the disastrous bear market from the previous year until October? I remember it vividly. Countless investors lost their fortunes during that time. Are you really considering diving back into the market? Use your brain. Rather than letting your money go to waste, why not treat everyone to a few meals instead? Cheng Feng chuckled and shook his head, confidently murmuring, "How do you know I will definitely incur losses? Perhaps I am a once-in-a-century stock market prodigy. Who knows, the stock market could be my personal bank, where I can withdraw at will. Such a life will be truly delightful." Cheng Feng scoffed at his words. A once-in-a-century stock god? What a daydream. You might as well rest your head on the table for a bit. With that, he turned back to the podium to continue listening to the lecture. Cheng Feng smiled softly and resumed his focus on the stock market. Meanwhile, at the Lujiazui branch of Guitai Junin Securities, Manager Zhong was busily occupied in his office, grappling with a monthly summary, when he was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of the landline. He answered the call, and a familiar female voice immediately came through. "Manager Zhong, I have wonderful news for you. Cheng Feng has finally entered the trading arena, and his total stock purchase has exceeded 3 million. This was the information relayed to her by Zhao Lei from the back end. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on Cheng Feng's trading activities? I assure you I have adhered to the rules." The speed at which he engaged in trading was astonishing. His active participation implied that Manager Zhong's bonus this month would swell considerably. What a delightful feeling. The caller was the attractive lady who had previously assisted Cheng Feng with his securities account setup. With Cheng Feng trading in the A-share market, she was naturally quite pleased. Hearing this news brought joy to Manager Zhong as well. A moment later, he chuckled and remarked, "Look at your limited aspirations. You're elated over such a modest bonus. Your standards are rather low. What concerns me more is whether Cheng Feng can indeed invest tens of millions in stocks. If he can manage that, your bonus will see a significant increase." Upon hearing this, the young woman on the other end of the line became animated. "I believe he is capable. Perhaps he could invest over 100 million, which would be even more splendid." "Ah, I just said you lacked ambition. It appears I was mistaken. You, my dear, possess quite the greed." Manager Zhong responded with a smile. As the conversation unfolded, it was around 9:40 in the morning, with a cacophony of ringing bells. The second class of the morning finally came to an end. The economics law professor, who had been engaging the class with fervent discourse, abruptly halted his speech. He closed his book and declared the class concluded, proceeding to tidy up his desk in preparation to leave the classroom. At that moment, Cheng Feng, clutching his pre-packed backpack, swiftly made his way from the back of the classroom to the front, approaching the professor with haste. Upon reaching the podium, he immediately donned a smile and said, "Excuse me, Professor Zhou, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, if it is convenient." Professor Zhou, intrigued, looked at him with a teasing expression and remarked, "You must be Cheng Feng, right? I've seen your photo on the campus forum. You become quite the notable figure at our university. Just a moment ago, I observed you sitting at the back of the classroom, engrossed in your computer, seemingly oblivious to my lecture. Yet once class was dismissed, you were the first to dash up to me. To be honest, your actions have left me quite perplexed." "Huh?" The surrounding students erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained by the exchange. Cheng Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily explained, "I apologize, Professor Zhou, for the amusement I caused. I genuinely had an urgent matter to address online and did not intend to disregard your lecture. As I understand it, you're a seasoned practicing lawyer, adept at handling various economic cases. I happen to have some inquiries in that area and would greatly appreciate the opportunity for a private discussion with you." Upon hearing this, Professor Zhou's curiosity was piqued even further. The onlooking students shared in the intrigue, their gazes fixed upon Cheng Feng. Chapter 67. Free Legal Aid. 10 minutes later, Cheng Feng followed Professor Zhou into an office at the law school. Upon entering, Professor Zhou gestured towards the chair in front of the desk with a smile, saying, "Please take a seat, Cheng Feng. What brings you here? I'm curious as to why you wish to avoid other classmates." With that, he settled into the office chair behind the desk. Professor Zhou, an associate professor at the law school of the Finance University, is also a seasoned practicing lawyer at one of the most prestigious law firms in Shanghai. In addition to his role at the university, he holds several other titles, including graduate advisor, expert in economic law, and instructor for Cheng Feng and his peers. Unlike other students at the university, who have only a superficial understanding of Professor Zhou's capabilities, Cheng Feng is acutely aware that this professor in his 40s is one of the nation's top lawyers. In the coming years, Professor Zhou would secure victories in several high-profile cases, gaining immense notoriety and commanding ever-increasing fees. This aligns with the adage that a teacher you may overlook in university could very well be among the elite you will one day aspire to. Once you step beyond the university gates, these educators may become figures you find yourself looking up to for a lifetime. Recognizing Professor Zhou's remarkable prestige and commendable reputation in the legal field, Cheng Feng proactively sought his guidance. "Good day, Professor Zhou," he replied with a nod, drawing the chair closer and taking a seat. He then opened his backpack, retrieving two meticulously prepared financing proposals, and handed them to Professor Zhou. "Professor, these are two financing plans I have drafted. I would appreciate your insights on any shortcomings, as I intend to secure a loan of 35 million renminbi from the Bank of China for financial investments. The collateral comprises 22 properties I own in the core districts of Beijing and Shanghai." As Professor Zhou listened, he was momentarily taken aback. It was not until Cheng Feng finished outlining his first financing proposal that he regained his composure. His eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired, "Did I hear you correctly? Cheng Feng, you plan to secure a loan of 35 million for investments, yet you are only a sophomore? Isn't that a bit extravagant? Moreover, you own 22 properties in the central districts of both Beijing and Shanghai. How is that possible at your age? I have worked for 15 years and only managed to acquire one decent home in Yangpu. In comparison, have I really spent decades of my life in vain?" Cheng Feng chuckled, feigning modesty with a few polite remarks. "It is not appropriate to compare, Teacher Zhou. My modest assets are merely a reflection of the blessings bestowed upon me by my elders. You, however, have achieved your standing through genuine talent and expertise. As a prominent authority in domestic law, the days ahead will surely bring you greater prosperity, allowing you to earn more and reside in finer accommodations. Such outcomes are inevitable. Allow me to discuss my endeavor to secure 35 million in financing from the Bank of China. It is not an exaggeration, as I have long since turned 18 and can take full responsibility for my assets and decisions." Teacher Zhou regarded him with a discerning gaze, then smiled and nodded, saying, "You are quite the eloquent speaker. Listening to you is indeed a pleasure. In comparison to your peers, you exhibit remarkable maturity. It appears that the rumors circulating on the school forum about you are not unfounded. You are indeed a wealthy second-generation heir from Beijing. The notion of being a village heir must be a modesty cloaked in humility. Setting aside these observations, let us examine your two financing proposals. I am eager to discern the extent of your ambition." With that, he picked up a folder from the table and began to peruse its contents. Cheng Feng smiled softly and commenced his explanation. During his discourse, he not only articulated his financing objectives, but also shared his fundamental assessments of the A-share market. However, he refrained from mentioning the impending storm brewing in the international foreign exchange market, as it would be difficult for Professor Zhou to believe. In what felt like an instant, over 20 minutes had elapsed. It was only about 10 minutes into the third class that Professor Zhou concluded his review of Cheng Feng's two financing proposals. Like Chun-Li, Professor Zhou praised them profusely. "Cheng Feng, these two collateral financing plans are exceptionally well-crafted. They serve as exemplary models, flawless and coherent, without any loopholes. The content of these proposals truly astonishes me. To be candid, I am still somewhat incredulous regarding the robustness of your capabilities and the magnitude of your ambitions. If I am not mistaken, your true intention in presenting these proposals to me was not merely to seek guidance, as I find no faults to point out. You, my young friend, have ulterior motives. Do share what your true intentions are, for I am quite curious." With a light chuckle, Cheng Feng responded, "Just a little scheme that may amuse you." He then revealed his genuine purpose. "Teacher Zhou, I wish to enlist you as my legal representative to handle all legal matters related to these two financing transactions, safeguarding against any potential legal pitfalls. To put it simply, I require an attorney to assist in reviewing the financing agreements and to sign them, thereby protecting my personal interests. In fact, the first collateral financing of 35 million should pose no issues. Through a friend, I have already submitted the financing agreement to the Bank of China. I anticipate receiving their confirmation within a day or two, after which we shall proceed with the necessary formalities." which will require a lawyer's presence during the signing to mitigate any risks. As for attorney fees, since litigation is not yet involved, I would prefer a per item fee structure. I wonder how you intend to charge? Let us engage in a discussion. Listening to his words, Professor Zhou was struck with a shock far more profound than before. This was no ordinary sophomore. He was a cunning individual, seasoned and ambitious. It would be impossible for anyone to deceive this young man, and it would be a stroke of luck if he were not the one to outsmart them. What he sought was not the legal services of an attorney, but merely the signature of one. It was merely a formality. In an instant, Professor Zhou had grasped the essence of the situation and understood the requisite course of action. With a smile, he said, Cheng Feng, I am willing to act as your legal representative and assist you with the legal matters pertaining to these two substantial financing deals. I will sign the financing agreement as your proxy lawyer, but I shall only symbolically charge you 1 yuan as a fee for my services. You are my student, and consider this a form of legal aid. However, I have one additional request. From this encounter, it is clear that you possess great ambition, courage, and resourcefulness. Daring to venture forth, I believe you will achieve remarkable success in the future. My request is simple. Whenever you require legal assistance or services, please consider our firm first. I aspire to become a partner in the firm and would appreciate external support. Before Professor Zhou finished speaking, Cheng Feng broke into a smile. That is wonderful, Professor Zhou. Collaborating with a prestigious Red Circle firm is something I have long desired. You have done your homework well, knowing I work at a Red Circle firm. Professor Zhou remarked with a chuckle. They then rose to shake hands, sealing their collaboration. Subsequently, Cheng Feng signed a legal aid agreement with Professor Zhou, formalizing the arrangement. He then departed the office to attend his 4th class, continuing to play the role of a diligent student. Meanwhile, Professor Zhou remained in his office, unable to find peace. Lost in contemplation. Alas, had he a daughter, he would have been eager to introduce her to Cheng Feng. Simultaneously, at the Bank of China's branch in Shanghai, Chun-Li knocked on the door of an office and entered without hesitation. Upon her entrance, the busy vice president immediately stood up to greet her warmly. Manager, Chun, what would you like to drink? I'll have my secretary prepare something. No need for any trouble, Zhang. I'm here to discuss a matter and will be on my way, Chun-Li replied with a smile, shaking her head. As she approached, she placed 2 documents on the table. These are 2 mortgage financing proposals. Could you please review them and see if they can be approved? The individual proposing a mortgage is a friend of mine, and the collateral consists of 22 newly renovated apartments located in the core districts of both Beijing and Shanghai. The property titles are clear, and the potential for appreciation is immense. I recently had them appraised, and their market value exceeds 40 million. The financing need is 35 million. She briefly outlined the situation, emphasizing that everything would proceed according to standard procedures, without consideration of personal factors. Her sole request was for expedited processing, ideally completed within a week if the applicant met the financing criteria. As she was introducing the situation, Zhang Xing picked up 2 financing agreements and began to read them swiftly. Chapter 68. The favor of having connections in the court as Cheng Feng arrived at the classroom. The bell for the 4th period rang precisely on time. No sooner had he taken his seat than Li Heng leaned over, curiosity glinting in his eyes as he whispered, Fengzi, have you encountered some trouble? Seeking advice from Teacher Zhou on legal matters. Do share. Cheng Feng glanced at him and gently shook his head. It's nothing serious. Merely some minor issues that I have just resolved. It pertains to my personal affairs, and I prefer not to disclose them. Upon hearing this, Li Heng and Cheng Feng began to tease him in unison. Oh, come on. Why the air of mystery? It seems you have distanced yourself from the rest of us. Indeed, since he returned to the capital to handle business, Cheng Feng had transformed. He was now reticent about certain matters, leaving them in the dark about his endeavors. As his dormitory mates, Li Heng and the others felt the changes in Cheng Feng most acutely, which is why they expressed such sentiments. In contrast, the other classmates perceived only a subtle maturity in him, a hint of enigma that had recently cloaked his persona. Cheng Feng chuckled softly and replied to Cheng Feng and the others, I apologize, my friends, but some matters truly cannot be divulged at this moment. When the time is right, I will share the truth with you. It shan't be long. Just then, the linear algebra teacher entered the classroom, prompting everyone to cease their chatter and commence the lesson. For Cheng Feng, attending class felt more like a performance. The entirety of the linear algebra curriculum was etched in his memory from his previous life, reinforced during his postgraduate preparations. He had retained every detail without a trace of forgetfulness. If presented with an examination paper now, he would undoubtedly score above 95 without difficulty. Alas, this was knowledge he could only possess privately, and he could not disclose it to anyone. Thus, he remained in the classroom, performing for appearances sake, ensuring the teacher did not mark him absent, which could adversely affect his future graduate school applications. Moreover, Cheng Feng harbored a tinge of regret. In both his past and present life, he had focused solely on accounting, finance, and economics, neglecting other disciplines. For instance, in college mathematics, he only studied the most basic economic math. Had he delved into fields like computer science in his previous life, with his remarkably vivid memories, he might have successfully ventured into entrepreneurship, perhaps even creating a new social media platform akin to Douyin. As it stood, he could only earn substantial sums in finance and reinvest those profits into tangible enterprises. Lost in thought, the fourth period swiftly concluded. After class, Cheng Feng packed his bag, preparing to leave the classroom for lunch. Just then, his phone emitted a notification sound. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the incoming message. It was from Chun Li, containing a brief yet exhilarating 3 lines. "Are you out of class? Call me after class. There are developments regarding the mortgage financing." Upon reading the message, Cheng Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, such efficiency. It seems that finding the right people is crucial. After a moment of quiet reflection, he turned to Cheng Feng and the others, saying, "Gentlemen, please go ahead and have your meal. I have a few matters to attend to. I'll join you at the restaurant later." Cheng Feng and the others, accustomed to his demeanor, simultaneously expressed their mock discontent. Understood, always shrouded in secrecy, right? Let's refrain from inquiring further. With that, they departed the classroom together for lunch. Cheng Feng chuckled softly, returned to his seat, and prepared to converse with Chun Li in the classroom. Meanwhile, seated in the front row, Lin Feier and Xie Yin instinctively turned a glance at the back. Surprised to find Cheng Feng seated once more, they hesitated for a moment before gathering their bags and leaving the classroom together. In an instant, the classroom was left with Cheng Feng alone, enveloped in silence. Only then did he begin to dial Chun Li's number. After 3 or 4 rings, the call was swiftly answered. "Good afternoon, Sister Li. We just finished class and received your message. Thank you for keeping my situation in mind," Cheng Feng said politely. The next moment, Chun Li's familiar voice resonated through the phone. "No need for formalities, Xiao Cheng. Since I have agreed to assist, I must follow through. Moreover, this is part of my performance, is it not? At 10 o'clock this morning, I presented your 2 financing proposals to the bank's leadership and outlined your situation and financing needs. After reviewing the proposals and understanding your requirements, the relevant bank leaders swiftly made a decision to consider providing you with mortgage financing. Prepare yourself. Please come to the bank tomorrow afternoon for a face-to-face discussion with the responsible parties regarding your financing needs. This is an essential step. Remember to bring your property deeds and their copies, as the bank will conduct an investigation prior to approving the financing, primarily to ascertain the clarity of the property rights and check for any issues of double mortgages, among other things. As long as you successfully pass the investigation by the Asset Evaluation Department, your first financing plan will be approved shortly. As for the second financing plan, further discussions are necessary, and it won't be expedited." Before she finished speaking, Cheng Feng's face lit up with joy. "That's fantastic, Sister Li. You truly excel at this. If I were to pursue this mortgage financing on my own, it would take a month, and I'd be grateful just to see it through. Your kindness will not go unacknowledged. Just observe my performance from here on out. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know, and I shall do my utmost to ensure your satisfaction." "Haha, you certainly know how to charm, but this is my job, and no thanks are necessary. Besides, you are helping me achieve results." Chun Li replied with a playful laugh, clearly delighted by his words. "Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation," Cheng Feng said with a smile, then shifted the conversation. "Tomorrow afternoon, I will bring my attorney to the Bank of China branch in Modu. Once I arrive, I will call you. As for my properties, you need not worry. The ownership rights are entirely clear." Upon hearing this, Chun-Li on the other end of the line burst into laughter. "Oh, you even have an attorney. You are being exceedingly thorough, not entering a battle unprepared. With such preparation and confidence, you've put my mind at ease, preventing any well-meaning missteps." Subsequently, they engaged in further discussion, deliberating on matters concerning financing. Before concluding the call, after hanging up, Cheng Feng paused for a moment to reflect, then dialed Professor Zhou's mobile phone. During the conversation, he informed Professor Zhou about the meeting scheduled for the following afternoon at the Bank of China to discuss financing. Upon hearing of his remarkable efficiency, Professor Zhou expressed his astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. As it happened, he had no classes or court appearances the next afternoon, making it an opportune time to accompany Cheng Feng to the bank to discuss the mortgage financing. After agreeing on a meeting time for the following day, Cheng Feng ended the call. However, he did not leave the classroom immediately. Instead, he retrieved his laptop and began to browse the stock market. The stocks he had covertly accumulated earlier that morning, including Matai, had shown little fluctuation, remaining in a state of consolidation. For Cheng Feng, this was undoubtedly the most favorable scenario. He distinctly recalled the commencement dates for the explosive surges of these three bullish stocks in November, which were set for this Friday and the first 2 days of the following week. If he could finalize the mortgage financing within the next few days, he would be able to position himself advantageously before these stocks experienced their violent ascents, capitalizing on the momentum of the market to significantly enhance his financial standing. This would, in turn, facilitate the realization of his second financing plan. After reviewing the status of these three stocks, Cheng Feng contemplated briefly before selecting 3 additional stocks. He allocated the remaining funds in his account evenly across these 3 selections, taking advantage of the midday market closure to place a variety of buy orders, awaiting execution once the market reopened in the afternoon. Among these 3 stocks, 2 had been steadily rising over the past couple of months and had yet to reach their peak. Cheng Feng's intervention at this juncture could yield at least a 30 increase, which was quite substantial. The remaining stock, however, was a large-cap stock that had been on a continuous downward trend, likely to decline by approximately 10 more. Cheng Feng's decision to purchase this stock was purely a strategic maneuver to mask his precise operations. Having attended to these matters, he casually closed his laptop and stowed it in his backpack. He then rose from his seat and left the classroom to head to the cafeteria for lunch. By this time, it was nearing 1 o'clock, and several classmates who had finished their meals were returning to the teaching building to resume their studies. Notably, those preparing for their postgraduate entrance examinations were particularly diligent, seizing every moment to immerse themselves in their studies. Chapter 69. Are you a billionaire? In the afternoon, following the opening of the A-shares market, the buy orders placed by Cheng Feng were gradually executed. By the time the market closed at 3 o'clock, the 2 stocks he had acquired that afternoon had shown promising gains. One surged over 8, while the other reached its daily limit. The large-cap stocks, which had been languishing in a downward trend, unexpectedly fell again, resulting in a loss of 1 percentage point. Consequently, the 4 million yuan Cheng Feng had transferred into his securities account had mostly transformed into stocks, leaving him with less than 50,000 yuan in cash. However, it would not be long before an influx of 35 million yuan would be deposited into his account, allowing him to continue his aggressive purchasing in the A-share market. During afternoon classes, Cheng Feng maintained the facade of a diligent student, adhering to a conventional demeanor. After school, he exchanged pleasantries with Li Heng and the others before departing from the finance university, driving back to his spacious residence in Jingyinshi. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the melodious strains of Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake, wafting from the vacant guest room. Without a doubt, Reba and Gully had come to practice their ballet. Cheng Feng smiled softly, changing into his slippers as he prepared to head to his study. At that moment, the door to the makeshift dance studio creaked open, just enough to reveal a narrow gap. Reba peeked through, her face lighting up with delight. "You're back. We have half an hour left until we finish. Adina has returned as well and is getting dinner ready." Cheng Feng nodded, his expression warm. "You're practicing Swan Lake again? I hope you both perfect it soon, so I can enjoy the splendid performance." Continue your practice, don't mind me. I have some matters to attend to in the study. With that, he picked up his backpack and made his way to the study. Reba playfully stuck out her tongue before retreating to join Gully in their dance practice. Upon entering the study, Cheng Feng walked straight to his desk and seated himself in the chair. He then opened his computer to check the A-share market trends, along with the international forex market and relevant news. The A-share market displayed a steady upward trend, consistent with his recollections. The Greek debt crisis was beginning to surface, but the spark that would ignite a plunge in the euro had yet to be lit. Based on historical patterns, the catalyst for the euro's dramatic devaluation would likely emerge by the end of November. This indicated that Cheng Feng had about a month to prepare, just enough time. Even if he delayed his entry into the turmoil of a euro's decline, it would not pose a significant issue. The depreciation would persist for approximately 6 months rather than concluding within a day or two. Observing the stable trends in the financial markets, Cheng Feng felt little inclination to delve deeper. In the next moment, he reached for his phone and began dialing Manager Zhong at Guotai Securities. The call connected swiftly, and Manager Zhong's voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Cheng. It's a pleasure to receive your call." "Good afternoon, Manager Zhong. You are too kind. I trust you have seen through the back-end data that I completed my first securities transaction today. Indeed, we can see your transaction information. Thank you for your trust in Guotai Securities." After exchanging a few words about the transaction, Cheng Feng suddenly shifted the topic of conversation. "Manager Zhong, I wish to bring to your attention an important matter. It is highly likely that within this week, or at the very latest, within the first 2 days of next week, I shall transfer approximately 35 million into my securities account. How splendid. This will elevate your account balance to 40 million, making you the youngest major account holder in our department and ranking among the forefront. I am indifferent to such rankings. My primary concern lies in tangible benefits. The purpose of this call is to discuss financing matters with you." Manager Zhong, visibly taken aback, responded, "This may not be feasible, Mr. Cheng. There are eligibility requirements for opening a margin trading account. The account balance must exceed 500,000, and trading history must span at least 6 months. While your capital is sufficient, your trading experience does not meet the criteria, making it impossible to open a margin account." Cheng Feng chuckled softly, exuding confidence as he replied, "I am well aware that I do not yet qualify for margin trading. However, I'm also cognizant of the existence of off-market financing within the securities industry. It is not currently illegal for securities firms to connect clients with off-market financing. It merely resides in a gray area, and as long as regulation is stringent, the safety of funds should not be an issue." Manager Zhong paused momentarily before responding. "It seems you possess considerable knowledge of securities financing." "You are correct. Our firm indeed engages in off-market financing. With that in mind, I am eager to understand how much you intend to finance and what conditions you can offer." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Cheng Feng's eyes as he continued. "In a week, my securities account assets will reach 40 million. Based on this, I hope to leverage an additional 80 million at a 1-to-2 ratio. The execution of this financing must be conducted through Guotai Junan Securities, and I require that the funds originate either from your firm or from a bank." Upon hearing this, Manager Zhong interjected, "There are also certain restrictions regarding bank funds entering the stock market. Have you considered this? I am aware that there are limitations on funds from wealth management accounts. Yet there are no restrictions for high net worth clients, of which I am one." Cheng Feng replied with a smile, seamlessly continuing from his previous statement. "I shall not entertain any form of private financing or loans, as I cannot guarantee the source and legality of private funds, which could pose legal risks. Furthermore, regarding the financing term and interest rate, I seek a duration of 6 months to a year. Given that this is off-market financing, I would only accept an interest rate that is a maximum of 2 percentage points higher than standard financing. Once the financing is successfully arranged, Guotai Junan Securities may include my securities account under their supervision to ensure the safety of funds. However, strict confidentiality regarding my holdings is imperative." On the other end of the line, Manager Zhong was so astounded that he felt nearly numb. Is this young man truly a novice entering the A-share market? His understanding of securities financing rivals that of seasoned financial elites? Or does he possess guidance from an expert behind the scenes? Such an explanation would make sense. Otherwise, who would dare let their child engage in such audacious ventures? Temporary dance studio. The exquisite melodies of Swan Lake flow gently through the air, accompanied by enchanting music, as Reba, adorned in a ballet costume, dances gracefully like a stunning little swan. However, the room is empty save for her. Gully is nowhere to be seen. Just then, the door swings open unexpectedly. Gully, also dressed in a ballet outfit, her figure elegant and curves enchanting, bursts into the room carrying 2 bottles of mineral water. She had felt a bit parched and had ventured outside to retrieve the bottles from the refrigerator. Upon entering, she promptly shut the door behind her and hurried to Reba's side, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she whispered, "Reba, guess what I just overheard? I went out to get water and happened to hear Cheng Feng on the phone. Let me clarify, it was he who left the study door ajar, not I who intentionally eavesdropped. This guy was saying his securities account assets are about to soar to 40 million, and he is looking to refinance an additional 80 million. When I heard that, I nearly fell to the floor in shock. This guy is incredibly wealthy. Oh my goodness, that totals over 100 million. Reba gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Quickly, she covered her cherry lips with her hand and turned towards the door, fearing that Cheng Feng might overhear them through the 2 layers of doors. 20 minutes later, Cheng Feng emerged from the study to find that Reba and Gully had completed their dance practice and had quietly slipped downstairs, even tidying up the temporary dance studio. He surveyed the situation at home and then changed into comfortable loungewear before heading down for a meal. As he entered the small, 3-bedroom apartment downstairs, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. The 3 stunning beauties regarded him with eyes that now held a hint of admiration and a touch of trepidation. Observing their demeanor, Cheng Feng felt a bit perplexed. Before he could voice his thoughts, Adina could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Cheng Feng, are you a billionaire? I mean, the wealth that you personally possess?" Chapter 70. The sun rises from the west. It was already Tuesday afternoon. After lunch, Cheng Feng and Professor Zhou arrived at the parking lot in front of the principal's building, preparing to drive to the Bank of China to discuss mortgage financing matters. Upon entering the vehicle, Professor Zhou could not help but express a few sentiments. "Xiaocheng, your exquisite BMW X5M is truly remarkable. It is an entirely different class compared to the ordinary X5. However, the price is exorbitant, exceeding 2 million yuan, a figure that many ordinary people can only dream of achieving in a lifetime." Cheng Feng turned to glance at him, smiling as he nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely right. It seems you possess a keen understanding of automobiles. This car was a gift from a friend of mine. Were it up to me, I would never spend over 2 million on such a luxury vehicle. After all, isn't any car merely a means of transportation?" As he spoke, he maneuvered the car out of its parking space and headed towards the west gate of the school. "No need to inquire. Your friend must be quite affluent and share a close relationship with you. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to bestow such a luxury upon you. Many students on the school forum are suggesting that you are merely borrowing your friend's car to save face, unaware that you indeed possess substantial means." Professor Zhou chuckled. "Let others say what they will. I am indifferent to their opinions. If being perceived as flaunting wealth brings comfort to certain individuals, I am more than willing to oblige." Cheng Feng replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Professor Zhou regarded him with a look of surprise. "I have noticed that you differ significantly from your peers, displaying a level of maturity and rationality that surpasses that of most. Your insights are remarkably profound and perceptive." "Haha, you flatter me. I merely feign profundity," Cheng Feng laughed, deftly shifting the topic. As they conversed, he had already driven past the west gate of the university, heading directly towards the Bank of China branch in Huangpu District. During the drive, he briefly outlined his plan to secure 8 million yuan through Guotai Junan Securities via off-market financing. Although he had mentioned this matter the previous day, witnessing Cheng Feng's decisive actions and rapid progress left Professor Zhou feeling somewhat apprehensive. Fearing for Cheng Feng's safety, he contemplated advising him against hasty decisions. However, when Cheng Feng articulated his nearly flawless off-market financing strategy, Professor Zhou suddenly found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he could not conceive how to counsel Cheng Feng. Simultaneously, he realized that if Cheng Feng's off-market financing plan were executed, all potential risks could be effectively mitigated or avoided. Given the stringent risk control strategies and the meticulous oversight of the securities company, concerns regarding financial security were virtually unfounded. Understanding this, Professor Zhou found himself even more reluctant to offer any words of caution. After discussing the off-market financing, Cheng Feng mentioned Chun Li's significant role in the matter. He subtly indicated that Chun Li held a rather unique and powerful position, yet refrained from revealing her origins or background. As a distinguished lawyer, Professor Zhou immediately grasped the implications of Cheng Feng's words. He suddenly understood why Cheng Feng's substantial mortgage financing was processed with such remarkable speed. The reason lay here. Furthermore, considering that both Cheng Feng and Chun Li hailed from the capital, Professor Zhou began to entertain various associations. This, indeed, was precisely what Cheng Feng wished to see. He hoped to instill a sense of caution in Professor Zhou, ensuring that their collaboration would proceed with greater security. In a short while, Cheng Feng arrived at the Bank of China building. Prior to his arrival, he had utilized the car phone to notify Chun Li. As he parked in the basement and exited the vehicle alongside Professor Zhou, they encountered Chun Li, who was descending in the elevator with a male colleague. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Cheng Feng introduced Professor Zhou to Chun Li. Subsequently, Chun Li reciprocated by introducing her colleague to Cheng Feng and the others. They then ascended together in the elevator. Before long, they arrived at a reception room on the upper floor, ready to commence their discussions. At that moment, 3 individuals were already waiting in the room. Among them was Vice President Zhang, who was responsible for managing the mortgage financing sector. In truth, given his position, it was unnecessary for him to be present. The matter of Cheng Feng's mortgage financing could easily have been delegated to subordinate staff. However, he chose to attend out of respect for Chun Li. The other 2 individuals in the reception room were the personnel handling the mortgage financing, while Chun Li opted to refrain from participating to avoid any appearance of bias. Upon entering, Chun Li made introductions. After Cheng Feng and Vice President Zhang exchanged greetings, she smiled and said, "Vice President Zhang, Manager Gu, please handle the mortgage financing matters for Xiaocheng as you see fit. I shall return to my office now. Just proceed according to the established protocols. There is no need to consider other factors. Cheng Feng understands these matters well." As her words concluded, Cheng Feng nodded in agreement. Responding, "Rest assured, sisterly, I know precisely what to do. I have brought all the necessary documents for the mortgage financing and trust they will pass the review process. Please do go about your business." Chun Li smiled and nodded before departing the reception room to return to her office. As soon as she left, Manager Gu inquired with curiosity, "What is your relationship with Manager Chun? Mr. Cheng, might you share with us?" Cheng Feng was well aware of the implications behind the inquiry. He glanced at them, smiling softly as he replied, "Sister Li and I are merely neighbors. There is nothing particularly special about our relationship." His words were delivered with a casual ease, yet they resonated differently in the ears of Zhang and Manager Gu. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Li resided in Jing'an Yunqi, and they had never visited her dwelling. In their perception, Chun Li surely lived with family in one of those coveted large residences, leading a life of relative seclusion. Those who inhabited that neighborhood were certainly not of ordinary standing. Hence, deducing that Cheng Feng, as a neighbor of Chun Li, must also possess an impressive background was only natural. Coupled with Cheng Feng's identity as a native of the capital, it was easy for them to entertain certain assumptions. Exchanging glances, Zhang and Manager Gu's demeanor became noticeably warmer. After engaging in a few casual conversations, they transitioned into the main topic. Cheng Feng opened his backpack, retrieving 2 copies of the financing proposal, along with 22 property certificates and their photocopies, placing them upon the table. Immediately, he began to present the situation. "Zhang Hao, Manager Gu, these are the 22 properties I intend to use for collateral financing. All of these properties are exquisitely renovated and have been completed for less than 3 years. Among them, 12 are located in the capital city, while 10 are situated in the bustling metropolis. All the properties are situated in prestigious school districts within the core urban areas, boasting immense potential for appreciation. while elaborating on the details. Cheng Feng handed over the property certificates and their copies to Zhang Hang and the others for verification. As they received the documents, they opened them one by one for examination. Unsurprisingly, their eyes brimmed with envy, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It is indeed a stark contrast. Many toil their entire lives in these two first-tier cities merely to establish a foothold, to secure a place to call home. Yet, how many can truly achieve this aspiration? Very few. This young man, on the other hand, has not even graduated from university and already possesses more than 20 top-tier properties in these two cities, an envy that borders on madness. And still, this young man is not content. He seeks every possible means to further his ambitions. Why endure such hardships when one could simply recline and savor the pleasures of life? In an instant, Cheng Feng had completed his presentation. The next moment, Zhang Hang smiled and remarked, "Mr. Cheng, we have conducted a preliminary investigation on the 22 properties you intend to use for collateral financing. Indeed, they are all situated in top-tier school districts. The market value of these properties is significantly higher than your estimated valuation, and their appreciation potential is tremendous. In light of this, our bank is prepared to raise your financing limit to $38 million, rather than the initially proposed $35 million. Both Cheng Feng and Professor Zhou were momentarily taken aback, astonished. It seemed almost surreal that the bank would voluntarily increase the financing amount, like witnessing the sun rise from the west. Chapter 71. Shall we enter? Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Cheng Feng and Professor Zhou exited the Bank of China, descending into the basement parking lot. After bidding farewell to Manager Gu with a handshake, they opened the car doors and settled into their seats. As soon as the doors were closed, Professor Zhou expressed his sentiments. Your financing is virtually secured, Cheng Feng, and it will be approved at an astonishingly swift pace. To be frank, I have never witnessed such a smooth process for a loan of this magnitude. As Professor Zhou had predicted, the afternoon discussions proceeded remarkably well. Following these talks, Cheng Feng reached a preliminary agreement with the Bank of China, using his 22 premium properties in top educational districts as collateral to secure a financing amount of $38 million. After the meeting, Manager Gu made a personal commitment. They would expedite the property investigation to ensure the mortgage financing was approved as quickly as possible, aiming to complete the entire process within the week. Subsequently, they would formalize the mortgage financing agreement with Cheng Feng, transferring the $38 million into his personal account. This outcome was undoubtedly what Cheng Feng desired most. He turned to Professor Zhou and smiled, offering a few polite remarks. I never anticipated things would unfold so seamlessly. Your presence has certainly provided me with much reassurance. Additionally, I must express my gratitude to Sister Li for her assistance. Otherwise, it would have been quite a hassle. Professor Zhou chuckled and shook his head. I merely assisted you in reviewing the financing agreement. The mortgage contract from the Bank of China poses no issues. My role is negligible. The one you ought to truly thank is Chun Li. Having connections in high places greatly facilitates such matters, and her influence is considerable. After sharing a few lighthearted exchanges, Cheng Feng started the vehicle and drove out of the parking space toward the exit. Upon leaving the Bank of China, he drove Professor Zhou back to the University of Finance. He then hurried to the classroom for his third and fourth classes of the afternoon. By the time he finished, it was already 5:30. Cheng Feng quickly gathered his belongings, as usual preparing to leave the school to meet 3 stunning beauties. However, just as he approached the front of the classroom, he was called by Xie Yan, who was seated in the front row. Don't rush off yet, Cheng Feng. I need to talk to you about something. I wonder what you've been up to all day, like a dragon that appears only when it chooses. Hearing a beautiful voice call his name, Cheng Feng immediately halted. Turning to see it was Xie Yan, his curiosity was piqued. The next moment, he approached her with a smile, inquiring, "What can I do for you, beautiful? Please do tell." Xie Yan shot him a glare and replied with a hint of annoyance. "Stop with the flattery. I have something important to discuss. Let us wait until everyone is left." Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng had no choice but to remain where he was. Observing this interaction, Lin Feier beside them stifled a giggle. In a short while, the classroom emptied, with classmates either heading to the cafeteria, returning to their dorms, or going to the sports field. The classroom was left with just 3 individuals, Cheng Feng, Xie and Lin Feier. Cheng Feng cast a glance towards the entrance before turning back, saying, "Everyone has left. Can we now speak freely? Your serious demeanor makes me a tad anxious." "What do you mean by serious? I am merely addressing a matter of importance," Xie Yin retorted before promptly steering the conversation towards the main topic. It was already November, the month designated for the recommendation of outstanding members, and she inquired, "Do you wish to join the Communist Party? If you do, it would be prudent to draft an application for membership and submit it to the party branch at our college before the recommendations are made. This way, you could be considered for the selection of active members in April next year. Should you miss this opportunity, you would have to wait another 6 months to submit your application, which would be quite pressing during your second year as second semester or your third year as first semester, given that we will have classes, internships, and preparation for postgraduate entrance exams that demand substantial time. Thus, I recommend you write your application now. The timing is just right. Of course, if you're not interested in joining, then none of this applies." As the class committee secretary and the first active member to join, Xie Yin was well versed in these matters, particularly because she harbored feelings for Cheng Feng, which was why she was so invested in this conversation. Upon hearing her explanation, Cheng Feng was struck with clarity and delight. Having been reborn, he understood better than anyone the significance of aligning oneself with the organization at this stage. To put it plainly, if one does not become a member or a probationary member before graduating from undergraduate studies, the likelihood of being selected as a central government candidate upon completing a Master degree becomes virtually non-existent. Why should someone who lacks initiative towards the organization expect to receive its focused cultivation? Moreover, whether one is recognized as an active member or a probationary member considerably influences future opportunities for postgraduate studies, particularly for Cheng Feng, whose aspiration was to secure a place in prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Having grasped the situation, he promptly nodded in agreement. "Your reminder is most timely. Xie Yan, I certainly wish to join the party and am eager to enter the department. I will draft my application for membership right away. Could you assist me in refining it before I submit it to the party branch?" As he spoke, he hoped that the 2 lovely ladies would cast their votes for him during the upcoming selection of active members next semester. Xie Yin and Lin Feier exchanged glances and burst into laughter in unison. Xie Yin then replied, "Very well, since you've decided to write your application, it will be best to finalize it in the next few days. I can review it and ensure it reaches the party branch. Following the usual tradition, the recommendations will take place next week, which is why I reminded you. That is all I needed to say. Now that we've finished, we should be on our way. I'm quite hungry." With that, she rose from her seat, grabbing her bag in preparation to leave, closely followed by Lin Feier. Observing their intent to depart, Cheng Feng quickly interjected, "Don't rush off. You have both rendered me such a significant favor. It would be remiss of me not to treat you to a meal. I insist on taking you out to express my gratitude for your timely reminders and to compensate for the meal I owe you from before." Xie Yin glanced at Lin Feier and said with annoyance, "So you remember that you owe us a grand feast today. I trust you won't claim to have forgotten your wallet?" As she looked at Lin Feier again, her cheeks instantly flushed. She was well aware of what kind of grand meal Cheng Feng and Xie Yin were alluding to. Reflecting on the past, she couldn't help but question whether rejecting Cheng Feng's confession had been a mistake. Given Cheng Feng's recent behavior, he seemed like a splendid choice for a boyfriend, and she regretted missing that opportunity. With this thought, a pang of remorse welled up within Lin Feier. Cheng Feng, however, appeared unperturbed, jokingly remarked, "You know the circumstances of that time. It was merely a matter of self-preservation. A guy has to maintain his dignity. Tonight, however, there will be no such issues. Whatever you wish to eat or do, I shall not flinch." As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Yin burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I must commend your honesty. Since you intend to treat us to dinner, we shall not hold back. We'll make sure it costs you dearly. Indeed, it's about time you stopped talking nonsense." Lin Feier chimed in, her face still flushed. After exchanging a few light-hearted banter, Cheng Feng left the classroom with them and descended the stairs. Upon exiting the teaching building, however, Xie Yin changed her mind, suggesting they simply dine at the campus's private restaurant, to which Lin Feier readily agreed. Cheng Feng, smiling, shook his head, insisting on taking them out for a lavish meal, as anything less would lack sincerity. Seeing his determination, the two young ladies conceded. Before long, Cheng Feng led them to the parking lot of the principal's building, where he located his BMW X5M and opened the door to sit inside. The moment they settled in, the two ladies began to express their astonishment. This car is incredibly luxurious. It's so comfortable. Cheng Feng, I can hardly believe this is merely a borrowed vehicle from a friend. I find it hard to believe, too. Who would lend such an expensive luxury car to someone else? Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Oh, there's a lipstick here?" At the mention of lipstick, Cheng Feng was taken aback. Chapter 72. The tone of master, who could this possibly be the lipstick of one of your girlfriends? It seems you have found a new flame. No wonder you suddenly went silent when you confessed your feelings. What a scoundrel, remarked Xie Yin with a sarcastic tone, as she eyed the lipstick in Lin Feier's hand. Little did she expect that instead of striking a blow to the seasoned Cheng Feng, she had inadvertently embarrassed her close friend. Xie Yin, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Feier retorted, her cheeks flushed as she pinched Xie Yin. Yet, her peripheral vision remained fixated on Cheng Feng, eager to observe his response to this predicament. In a fleeting moment, Cheng Feng had already devised a clever retort. He glanced at the lipstick and feigned realization, saying, "What do you mean by scoundrel? This must belong to my neighbor. She lives across from me, is in her 30s, and is already married. I happened upon her hailing a taxi yesterday afternoon, so I offered her a ride home. Who would have thought she left her lipstick in the car? Luckily for me, I don't have a girlfriend, or that would have been a tough explanation." His deft maneuver of both deflecting and countering left the two ladies in the back seat utterly flabbergasted. Indeed, they were not his girlfriends. So what right did they have to scrutinize whether his vehicle contained belongings of other women? Xie Yin and Lin Feier exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of discontent. A working professional in her 30s using youthful lipstick. Do you think we would believe that? Just a reminder, you're dangerously close to becoming a target yourself. Be wary of the pink traps. Cheng Feng nearly burst into laughter at their banter. What pink traps? He had encountered such trivial matters countless times in his past life. How could he possibly fall for them? As they conversed, Cheng Feng gently started the vehicle, maneuvering out of the parking space and heading towards the school entrance. During the drive, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with the two ladies. What sumptuous feast do you wish to indulge in tonight? Since you hail from Suzhou and Jinling, shall we savor some Jinling cuisine? There's a delightful restaurant on Huaihai Road. I would love to enjoy some home-cooked fare, but wouldn't it be a bit extravagant to drive across districts just for dinner? Today is an exception. If you hadn't reminded me to submit the D application, I would have certainly missed this opportunity. After dinner, you can explore Huaihai Road before return to school. Then it's settled. We shall dine on Jinling cuisine, and it will be a perfect occasion to witness the opulence and decadence of your affluent lifestyle. Having finalized their dining destination, Cheng Feng promptly set the coordinates in his navigation system and drove towards Huaihai Road in Huangpu District. During the journey, he utilized the car's phone to contact the restaurant and secure a reservation. The two ladies in the back seat watched in wide-eyed curiosity, having just stepped out of university and having been the obedient daughters in their high school days. Such experiences were foreign to them, as they observed Cheng Feng's seamless actions, particularly his adept handling of the vehicle. They couldn't help but question, is this truly the Cheng Feng we know? Could it be that he is merely a seasoned charmer in disguise? To their surprise, he was rather handsome. However, this thought was fleeting, vanishing in an instant. Once Cheng Feng concluded his call for dinner reservations, he resumed his casual conversation with them. What have you been busy with lately? You seem to disappear right after school, and occasionally even skip classes. Not much, really. Just helping a friend with some matters. My friend has several properties in the city, so I've been tidying up a bit in preparation for renting them out. Ah, I see now. Your friends are all from affluent backgrounds. You wouldn't happen to be one of those privileged individuals, would you? Don't be ridiculous. I'm just a country bumpkin, but of course, I wouldn't mind being a silver spoon baby. Huh, who would believe that? I'm eager to see when your true colors will be revealed. As they bantered, the car traversed out of Yangpu District and into Huangpu District. With autumn in full swing, darkness descended earlier each day. The streetlights and decorative lights along the roads, as well as the illuminated facades of numerous buildings, flickered to life. The street scenery outside the window transformed into a dazzling spectacle, vibrant and mesmerizing. Lin Feier and Xie Yin were quickly captivated by the brilliant nightscape, their eyes sparkling as they gazed out the window. Although they had witnessed the enchanting views of the city before, this perspective was novel to them, evoking a markedly different sensation. Previously, they were merely two girls from out of town, limited to admiring the beauty from buses and taxis, occasionally enduring the embarrassment of being scorned as country folk. Now, seated in the plush back seat of a luxury car valued at over $2 million, they were en route to a renowned restaurant in the city to enjoy dinner. Entirely insulated from the damp chill outside, experiencing life in a way that felt profoundly transformed. The only imperfection was that they happened to hit the evening rush hour, causing the vehicle to crawl at a snail's pace. After nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at the He Tang Yu Southeast restaurant on Huaihai Road. Once parked, Cheng Feng led Lin Feier and the others out of the car and towards the entrance. As they walked, he took a moment to prepare the slightly reserved ladies. Just a heads up, when you see the prices on the menu, try not to display too much astonishment. Act as if money is no object. Just a small piece of salted duck here could buy several in Jinling. The prices of other dishes are similarly extravagant. Xie Yin and Lin Feier exchanged glances and simultaneously stuck out their tongues. If you know the prices are exorbitant, why on earth did you bring us here? Aren't you just showing off? Exactly. With the money spent on a single piece of duck here, I could buy several in Jinling to enjoy. Cheng Feng chuckled softly, jesting. There's no choice. This is the magic city. This is the extravagant style that Shanghai is renowned for. It's all about the ambience, and yes, it comes at a price. Since we're studying in this city, we might as well indulge a couple of times. If you're reluctant to splurge, let me take on that role. Their laughter rang out as the two ladies playfully nodded in agreement. Since you are willing to play the fool, what more can we say? We can only accompany you in this charade. It is worth noting that in such circumstances, we ought to have invited Li Heng and Lu Dan, along with a few others from the vibrant metropolis, as they would undoubtedly revel in the ambience here. Amidst laughter, Cheng Feng and his companions traversed the resplendent garden, arriving at the entrance of a restaurant transformed from French villa. The beautiful hostess, responsible for seating, promptly approached them, inquiring about their reservation number before respectfully guiding them into the restaurant. From the moment they stepped inside, Xie Yin and Lin Feier were awestruck by the opulence surrounding them. Their initial apprehension momentarily forgotten. Not long into their journey, a group of young individuals, both male and female, emerged from an adjacent luxurious private room, laughing and clearly enjoying themselves. As they exited, they caught sight of Cheng Feng leading Lin Feier and the others, causing two of them to momentarily freeze, unable to comprehend the sight before them. Once Cheng Feng and the two ladies vanished from view, they finally regained their composure. Isn't that the madman named Cheng? He has managed to switch out for two new beauties. What a flamboyant display. Indeed, it was he. Let's pretend we did not see him. Our paths need not cross. But why? That day at Hunglong Plaza, we all lost face. Since we have encountered him tonight, it would be the perfect opportunity to reclaim our pride. Reclaim pride? Are you out of your mind? Didn't Ah Hui mention that this group of lunatics from the capital are armed? Why did Zhou Yin leave the metropolis? Rumor has it it's connected to the city's W. Just then, one of the individuals who recognized Cheng Feng suddenly lowered his voice, whispering a few words to his companion. Before he could finish, his expression changed drastically. Oh no, we truly cannot afford to provoke these lunatics. It's best for us to leave swiftly. Consequently, the group of affluent youths hastily exited the restaurant, seeking merriment elsewhere. Chapter 73. The Bashful Young Bride, as anticipated. Lin Feier and Xie Yin felt a pang of regret after the meal, even though they did not spend a single cent. However, Cheng Feng remained calm and unperturbed during the bill settlement, showing no signs of distress. Witnessing this, Lin Feier and Xie Yin harbored serious doubts about his intentions, suspecting that he had been feigning simplicity while harboring deeper motives. After leaving the restaurant, Cheng Feng drove them around Huaihai Road and Xinyiandi, indulging in a leisurely stroll. Throughout the excursion, he refrained from purchasing gifts for the two ladies, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to unnecessary complications. In truth, even if he had wished to present them with gifts, they might not have accepted, as their values were commendably upright and they did not possess a materialistic disposition, at least not in their previous lives. They continued to explore until after 9 in the evening, at which point Cheng Feng drove them back to their university. He then returned to his spacious residence. As soon as he stepped through the threshold, he received a call from Reba. Upon answering, her charming voice chimed in. "So you finally decided to come back. I thought you would spend the night at school." It was evident that she had been watching from the window or balcony, and upon seeing him return, she promptly called him, hence her teasing tone. Her words bore an amusing resemblance to a young wife playfully chiding her husband for returning late. Although it was a playful complaint, it brought him a sense of joy. "Did I not text you earlier, saying I had matters at school and would be back late?" Cheng Feng replied flirtatiously, teasing Reba. "Get lost. Who do you think you are, my flirtatious husband? If you keep talking nonsense, just wait and see what I'll do to you," Reba retorted. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a few more playful exchanges, she shifted to business. "Come downstairs. Adina wishes to discuss the registration of the studio with you. Since you have no classes tomorrow afternoon, it will be the perfect time to handle that. Also, the studio across the hall has been set up. As the owner, shouldn't you come down to inspect it?" "All right, I'll change into something more suitable and be right down," Cheng Feng responded with a smile. After concluding the call, he proceeded to his study, where he secured the relevant documents for the mortgage financing and the 22 property certificates in the safe. Today, he had submitted copies of the property certificates to Manager Gu for a related investigation. The actual property certificates will be pledged to the Bank of China upon the formal signing of the mortgage financing agreement, which would yield a staggering financing amount of 38 million. Having organized the property certificates and financing documents, Cheng Feng locked the safe and turned to his master bedroom to freshen up and change. A few minutes later, clad in comfortable home attire, he descended to Reba's small 3-bedroom unit. The one who came to open the door was none other than Reba herself. Upon their encounter, she playfully kicked his calf. Her face flushed and whispered, "You naughty rascal, always babbling nonsense. I could just kick you to death." Ouch! Someone is attempting to murder her husband. Cheng Feng feigned agony, continuing his playful banter. Hearing this, Reba's exquisite visage turned a deep crimson, as if it had been stained with blood. Just as she was about to unleash her fury upon Cheng Feng, Adina and Gully approached the foyer. "Why don't you come in, Cheng Feng? What are you two doing standing in the hallway?" Upon hearing the voice behind her, Reba was forced to momentarily cease her actions. "You wicked fiend, just wait. I shall settle the score with you later," she declared, casting a mock fierce glance at Cheng Feng before turning away and hastily retreating to her room. Her charming face was flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly. She felt too bashful to face Adina and Gully. Cheng Feng chuckled to himself, casually closing the door behind him as he sauntered towards Adina, who was clad in an alluring nightgown. Observing Reba's bashful demeanor, Adina couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly, while Gully watched with an air of suspicion. However, they dismissed any further thoughts. Having spent time with Cheng Feng, they had quickly grown accustomed to his flirtatious nature. Such scenes had unfolded countless times before. Both Adina and Gully, along with Reba, had been playfully teased by him on numerous occasions, each instance leaving them blushing. Yet, he merely flirted without taking any real action. After exchanging greetings, Cheng Feng joined Adina and the others in the living room, where they sat on the sofa and delved into serious discussions. Compared to earlier days, Adina and her companions now regarded Cheng Feng with a hint of admiration and a touch of trepidation. This shift in perception was entirely due to the revelations Gully had fortuitously overheard the previous night. Upon learning that Cheng Feng might indeed be a billionaire, they were profoundly shaken. The fact that he was so youthful yet possessed such immense wealth was astonishing, regardless of the era. Simultaneously, an undercurrent of concern arose within them. They wondered whether Cheng Feng's kindness was merely a fleeting amusement. Cheng Feng promptly sensed their subtle emotional shift but chose not to elaborate. Instead, He resolved to demonstrate his intentions through tangible actions, allowing time to reveal the truth. Adina, Reba just mentioned on the phone that you wish to register a studio with me tomorrow. It seems you're quite eager. Cheng Feng smiled as he seamlessly transitioned into the main topic. Before he could finish, Adina and Guli's faces lit up with delight. That is fantastic, Cheng Feng. I truly want to establish the interior design studio soon. Otherwise, I feel uneasy and my meals and sleep suffer, she exclaimed. With your considerable wealth and focus on the financial market, why would you bother with such a small venture? Yet this is my beacon of hope. The studio is already set up, and I have been learning at Pancher Real Estate these past few days. I believe it won't be long before we can officially commence operations, Adina continued animatedly. In her excitement, she grasped Cheng Feng's arm and playfully shook it. This had become a habitual gesture for her, instinctively manifested. As the subject of her affection, Cheng Feng thoroughly relished the attention, while Guli, sitting nearby, rolled her eyes in response. Were it not for the fact that Adina is her elder sister, the title of a seductress would undoubtedly be hers. Cheng Feng cast a fleeting glance at Adina's pronounced cleavage, momentarily suppressing his desire, and feigned seriousness as he spoke. Although the business of the interior design studio is modest, I assure you, I do not engage in trivial pursuits. I hope to collaboratively nurture this studio into success. Since you have already arranged the workspace, let's proceed to inspect it together. As an investor, it is indeed my responsibility to conduct an inspection. Please prepare the relevant documents and materials, and upon my return tomorrow noon, we shall register the establishment of the interior design studio. There is no need to hasten the commencement of our design services. We can begin once you conclude your studies at Pancher Real Estate. Just as he spoke, Hapa emerged from the bedroom. After some adjustment, her emotions had settled, and her complexion restored to normal. However, upon stepping into the living room, she was greeted by the sight of Adina, clinging to Cheng Feng's arm, swaying playfully, with her alluring assets adding an air of intimacy to the scene. Witnessing this, Hapa shot Cheng Feng a disapproving glance, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. Having seen such scenes on multiple occasions, much like Adina, she had privately dubbed Cheng Feng a fickle-hearted cad. After a brief conversation, Cheng Feng rose and departed the small 3-bedroom apartment with a trio of beautiful women, heading to the interior design studio across the street. This once modest apartment had been transformed into a cozy and artistically vibrant workspace. In the living room, 2 minimalist walnut long tables adorned with several computers awaited installation. The original sofa had been reduced to a single love seat, with the 2 armchairs relocated to the master bedroom. The master bedroom now served as Adina's office, furnished with 2 sofas, a coffee table, and a desk, yet devoid of a bed. One of the south-facing guest rooms had also been converted into an office, while the north-facing guest room was repurposed as a materials room, designated for storing various design documents and miscellaneous items. The dining area had been transformed into a relaxation zone and tea station, while the kitchen retained its basic function, albeit limited to boiling water, reheating meals, and brewing tea or coffee. Various green plants and artistic embellishments adorned every corner of the room, complemented by an array of paintings in diverse styles, which infused the studio with a rich artistic ambience. Before long, Cheng Feng had completed his tour. He expressed his satisfaction with Adina and her team's renovations, offering a few words of praise. Delighted by his commendations, Adina and the others beamed with joy. Subsequently, Cheng Feng retrieved a lipstick that Lin Feier had left on the backseat of the car, chuckling as he remarked, "Whose lipstick is this? It was left in the back seat. Thankfully, I have no girlfriend. Otherwise, explaining this would be quite the challenge. Oh, this is my lipstick. I was searching for it this morning. It turns out it was in the car," Hapa exclaimed as she snatched the lipstick and opened it for inspection. Cheng Feng smiled softly, preparing to leave with the 3 beautiful women in tow. At that moment, Reba hesitantly spoke, "Cheng Feng, there is something I feel compelled to share with you. This afternoon, we encountered Zhu Keiji at the entrance of the drama school. He had parked his car there, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon seeing us emerge, he immediately approached and offered to drive us back to our community, which we declined." Before she could finish her sentence, Cheng Feng's expression darkened ominously. This old lecher, clearly undeterred in his intentions. Rest assured, I have a means to deal with this old scoundrel, ensuring he no longer dares to harass you. Chapter 74. Capturing hearts. Upon returning upstairs after the visit, Cheng Feng dutifully reviewed the footage captured by several pinhole cameras. Within these recordings, he encountered some rather intriguing content. He promptly began to copy and screenshot the material, storing it in various folders, awaiting the opportune moment to unveil it. Certain it would astonish many. Moreover, he observed in the surveillance footage that Reba and Gully, clad in form-fitting rhythmic attire, leisurely roamed about the house, retrieving water from the refrigerator and reclining on the sofa to engage in conversation. The footage revealed the tantalizing contours of Reba's exquisite physique, while Gully's alluring figure was equally captivating. Not only that, but these two stunning beauties also took the liberty of gossiping about Cheng Feng behind his back. Reba, do you think Cheng Feng has a girlfriend? I doubt it. There isn't a single photograph of a girl in sight, nor do I see him often chatting on the phone with any young ladies. Why is that? He is wealthy, generous, and quite handsome. He should be immensely popular. Who knows? Perhaps his standards are too high, or maybe he is just a fickle heart, unable to settle down. Listening to their idle chatter, Cheng Feng couldn't suppress a light chuckle. As time passed, and they grew more familiar with him, realizing he was merely a smooth talker who never acted on his words, Reba and the others became less vigilant. When Cheng Feng was at home, they no longer locked the door while practicing their dance routines, allowing themselves the freedom to rehearse in the spare bedroom, though they seldom ventured out. In his absence, these two enchanting women fully embraced their freedom. They frequently left the door open while practicing, and when fatigued, they would lounge on the sofa to rest, occasionally gossiping amongst themselves. They roamed the house as if it were their own private garden, indulging in a leisurely exploration. Initially, they maintained some restraint, confining their wanderings to the living and dining areas, the kitchen, and the balcony. However, driven by curiosity, they soon ventured into the master bedroom and study, thoroughly exploring the expansive residence. Fortunately, their explorations remained innocent. They only wandered about without engaging in any untoward activities, though they retained a modicum of caution, choosing not to bathe within the confines of the house after their dance practices, opting instead to don outer garments and head to the smaller apartment downstairs for their showers. It was evident that, at this pace, it wouldn't be long before they sought the convenience of bathing in a larger house. After all, this residence offered superior comfort and amenities. When that day arrives, the content Cheng Feng would witness through the surveillance footage would surely be even more captivating and enchanting. Gazing at the youthful, curvaceous figures of Reba and Gully on the video, Cheng Feng could hardly contain his admiration, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. Before long, he had fast-forwarded through the entirety of the footage, yet he chose not to save it, deleting it without the slightest hesitation. He had never contemplated using these videos for any ulterior motives, such as blackmail or leisurely enjoyment in the future. He merely indulged in the pure admiration of the beauty and youth of Reba and her peers, savoring the moment as if he possessed it. Of course, the primary purpose of installing a pinhole camera was to ensure safety. After processing the surveillance footage, Cheng Feng accessed the internet to check the A-share market trends, as well as the international foreign exchange market updates and relevant news. Today, he refrained from any trading activities, yet he garnered a modest profit of approximately 150,000 yuan from the 5 blue-chip stocks he had acquired the previous day, a commendable return indeed. As for the international foreign exchange market, the Greek debt crisis continued to simmer beneath the surface, inching closer to a potential eruption. There were no significant sudden developments in the international financial market. It appeared deceptively tranquil. After a swift review of the financial market trends, Cheng Feng shifted his focus. He searched for examples of de-application letters online, meticulously opening and studying them, intending to use them as templates. After dedicating a full 40 minutes to this research, he finally commenced writing his de-application letter. Drawing upon the writing skills honed from crafting various work summaries and reports, as well as designing numerous PowerPoint presentations in his former life, he effortlessly composed a resplendent de-application letter. Nevertheless, it wasn't until around midnight that he completed this letter. After thoroughly reviewing it several times to ensure its accuracy, Cheng Feng carefully transcribed a final copy, placing it in his backpack. He then shut down his computer, left the study, and proceeded to the master bedroom to wash up and rest. In the blink of an eye, it was Wednesday morning. As the second class ended, Cheng Feng sent a text message to Xie Yan, asking her to wait at her seat for a moment. Once the other classmates had vacated the classroom, he approached her, producing the handwritten de-application letter from the previous night and handing it to Xie Yan. "This is my de-application letter. Could you take a look? If there are any areas that need refinement, please assist me with that. We can submit it together to the D branch of the college, and I'll treat you to dinner or a movie afterward." Xie Yan was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe what she heard, and whispered, "This is incredibly fast. You didn't just copy it from the internet, did you?" The de-application letter is very important. One cannot simply plagiarize. It is best to write it based on one's own strengths and weaknesses, with an emphasis on highlighting one's merits and expressing a desire for progress. Aligning oneself with the organization. Lin Fei, seated nearby, also appeared incredulous, nodding repeatedly. Cheng Feng, however, shook his head confidently and replied, "Rest assured. I understand the significance of the de-application letter. I would never joke with my political future. Open it and see for yourself whether it's plagiarized." "Political future? It's not as exaggerated as you claim," Xie Yan retorted, still skeptical as she began to read the de-application letter. "Exaggerated? Not in the slightest. This treasure must be stored in one's personal file and is among the most crucial documents therein. If one does not pursue a political career, it may not be necessary. However, should one choose that path, this de-application letter will be meticulously scrutinized at each step along the way, without exception. Such a document, which determines one's future and fate, who could dare to underestimate its importance?" Moreover, Cheng Feng harbored high aspirations for his postgraduate recommendation, striving for admission into prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua and Peking University, with the ultimate goal of entering the political arena as a selected candidate for central government positions. Thus, he expressed that this application for entry into Program D was crucial for his political future, a statement devoid of any exaggeration. Before long, Xie Yan had perused the application thoroughly, remaining in a state of astonishment for 4 to 5 seconds before exclaiming a series of heartfelt sentiments. "Now I am convinced that this application was penned by your own hand. One could scarcely find such a flawless document online. It is exquisitely written, requiring no embellishment whatsoever. It is ready to be submitted to the college's party committee." Hearing that makes it all worthwhile. "My efforts last night were not in vain," Cheng Feng replied with pride. A few minutes later, the trio exited the classroom and made their way directly to the college's party committee to submit the application. Thanks to Xie Yan's prior arrangements, the entire process unfolded smoothly. Shortly thereafter, they emerged from the committee and hurried off to another lecture. Upon their arrival in the classroom, they found that the third period had already commenced for over 10 minutes. The sight of the trio entering together piqued the curiosity of their classmates, who began to speculate. The most prevalent theory was that Cheng Feng was once again pursuing Lin Fei. Little did they know the truth, that Cheng Feng had authored the application for Program D and had discreetly taken the initiative. After the midday class, Cheng Feng chose not to dine at school, but instead drove straight home. Upon his arrival, Adina had prepared lunch and was also readying herself with Reba and the others for their visit to the registration office, all in high spirits. Thus, they joyfully shared a meal before setting off for the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The registration process proceeded relatively smoothly, though Adina and Reba's household registration attracted some curious glances, leading to a few additional inquiries. However, when Cheng Feng produced the relevant documents from the neighborhood committee and the local police station, all concerns were swiftly resolved. The registered capital for this interior design studio was set at 100,000 RMB, a sum provided by Cheng Feng himself. The studio was named Aimei Lifestyle Interior Design Studio, playing on the phonetics of love beauty, with the character AI representing the first character of Adina's name, signifying clarity and special meaning. Having completed the registration process, Cheng Feng and Adina stepped out of the Jing'an District Industrial and Commercial Bureau together. Just as they exited the building, his phone rang unexpectedly. The call was from Manager Zhong of Guotai Junin Securities. Upon seeing the caller ID, Cheng Feng prepared to answer. At that moment, Adina suddenly approached him and, catching him off guard, enveloped him in a warm embrace. Resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes glistening with tears, she choked out, "Thank you, Cheng Feng. Apart from my father, you're the best man I have known throughout my life. I adore you for making me realize that I too can achieve something in my career." Her unexpected display of affection left Cheng Feng momentarily stunned, yet undeniably pleased, while Reba and Gully nearby could only stare in astonishment. Chapter 75. The battle inside the car. Observing Adina's flirtatious gestures, Reba's eyes instantly glistened with a hint of jealousy. Gully, albeit slightly slower to react, exhibited a similar sentiment. Cheng Feng, keenly perceptive of this dynamic, gently patted the back of the stunning woman in his embrace. "Adina, any words of gratitude can wait until we return or even until we are in the car. I must take this call now. It may be of great importance concerning investment matters." "Understood. Go ahead with your call," Adina nodded, her cheeks flushed as she released her embrace. Cheng Feng smiled softly before answering the phone. "Good afternoon, Mr. Cheng. This is Manager Zhong from Guotai Securities. Is this a convenient time for a call?" "Hello, Manager Zhong. Please proceed. I am currently outside and can take the call," Cheng Feng replied with a smile as he descended the steps alongside the three enchanting women, heading towards the X5M park nearby. Moments later, Manager Zhong's voice brimmed with excitement. "Mr. Cheng, regarding the off-market financing you previously mentioned, I escalated it the same day. After more than a day of deliberation, the company has decided to accept your financing request, providing you with $80 million in off-market funding. This capital comes from the company's own reserves, ensuring there are no issues regarding its origin. The interest rate will be 2 points higher than standard market financing. We can discuss the specifics in person, but there is one prerequisite. Your securities account must hold assets exceeding $40 million. Once your account reaches this threshold, we can sit down to discuss the off-market financing, and I'm confident the negotiations will proceed smoothly. Following the financing, our securities company will monitor your account closely and retain the right to liquidate positions to ensure the safety of the funds, although we will maintain confidentiality regarding your holdings." Before the words had barely left Zhong's lips, Cheng Feng's face illuminated with joy. "That is fantastic news, Manager Zhong. Thank you for your assistance in confirming the off-market financing so swiftly. It truly is a splendid development. It should be finalized by tomorrow or at the latest by next Monday. I will transfer an additional $38 million into my securities account for investment purposes. Once the funds are injected, I hope we can convene immediately to discuss the off-market financing, aiming to conclude this matter by the weekend. It would be prudent for you to send me a copy of the off-market financing agreement to my email. I will have my private attorney review it to ensure there are no loopholes in the terms." Manager Zhong paused for a moment before responding, "Wow, you are quite young and already have a private lawyer. You are indeed accomplished at a young age." "Ha, you flatter me. In truth, it is merely a proxy lawyer, practicing in the only prestigious firm in Magic City, with a notable reputation in the industry. He will be present during the financing negotiations." Seemingly casual, Cheng Feng subtly referenced Professor Zhou's credentials, the implication clear, to instill a sense of caution in Guotai Securities, discouraging any underhanded tactics, such as crafting contractual traps. The impact of this maneuver was immediate, as Manager Zhong's subsequent responses revealed a marked increase in caution. Still the lawyer from the red circle. "It seems we must take this off-market financing more seriously. I will have someone prepare an off-market financing agreement and send it to your email. You may take it to your lawyer for review." Meanwhile, Cheng Feng had already arrived at the car with 3 stunning beauties. He casually retrieved the car key, pressed the remote, and unlocked the vehicle. Turning to Adina and Reba, he was about to invite them to get in, only to find that the 3 enchanting women stood a few paces away, their eyes gleaming with admiration, even obsession, mixed with disbelief. Seeing their reaction, Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback. He quickly understood why Adina and Reba reacted this way. Their fascination was not solely for him, but rather the allure of the hundreds of millions in capital that surrounded him, leaving them somewhat dazed. It is essential to note that they were merely ordinary girls. with limited experiences, and had never encountered substantial sums of money. Coming from a region with relatively underdeveloped economic conditions, it was unlikely they had ever met billionaires. Thus, hearing Cheng Feng casually discuss figures in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions was indeed shocking. What was even more significant was their realization that Cheng Feng was not merely boasting. He genuinely possessed such capabilities. This realization left them further astonished, even to the point of infatuation. Before they could fully comprehend their emotions, Cheng Feng waved his hand in front of them, rousing them from their reverie. He then smiled and gestured towards the X5M, indicating they should enter the vehicle. Regaining their composure, the three beauties blushed, hurriedly opened the car doors, and settled inside. Cheng Feng followed suit, taking the driver's seat. After closing the door, he chatted with manager Zhong for a while and shared his email address before concluding the call. Just after he hung up, Adina eagerly inquired, "Cheng Feng, what are you doing with all that money? The total is over 100 million. It sounds terrifying. You have more than 20 properties in prime educational districts in Beijing and Shanghai. Just those assets alone could allow you to live a life of ease and luxury. Why continue to strive?" Following closely, Reba and Guli nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If I were in your position, I would simply enjoy life without any struggle." Cheng Feng turned to the three concerned beauties and jested, "Look at your lack of ambition. If I choose to simply relax, how will I afford to buy you luxurious cars and mansions in the future? How could I support three stunning beauties like you? Rest assured, I have a plan. With a scientific risk control strategy in place, I cannot guarantee immense profits, but I can assure you that I will not suffer catastrophic losses." Before he could finish, 6 delicate fists playfully swatted him, accompanied by a chorus of mock indignation. "Forget it. Who asked you to support us? 3 at once? Dream on." The charming rogue, who asked you to buy luxury cars and mansions, incessantly babbling, "How amusing." You, the incorrigible flirt, have the audacity to cast your gaze upon the 3 of us. May you meet your comeuppance, you lecherous scoundrel. Amidst playful pouts, delicate fists landed successively upon Cheng Feng's shoulders and back. Yet, as if preordained, each punch was feather-light, barely sufficient to tickle. In their united assault, they blushed with shyness, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Although outnumbered, Cheng Feng was not one to merely endure the blows without retaliation. After receiving 2 light jabs, he swiftly extended his left hand, deftly capturing Adina's delicate wrist and pushing it back toward her chest. He then pivoted, his right hand shooting out like lightning, reaching over the chair's backrest to lightly touch the charming faces of Reba and Guli. With a pair of startled gasps, Reba and Guli's faces flushed crimson, their ears burning with embarrassment. Adina, feeling completely overwhelmed, found her body softening, trembling slightly. She acutely sensed that this audacious fellow was up to no good. That very moment rendered Adina utterly defenseless, while Cheng Feng nearly howled with delight. After a brief spell of shyness and confusion, Reba and Guli promptly launched their counterattack, with Adina soon joining in. This time, however, they infused their playful strikes with a touch more force. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Feng was yelping in protest. Amidst the laughter and frolic, he took ample advantage, and not just Adina, but even Reba and Guli in the back seat fell victim to his playful antics. As their banter intensified, the distance between Cheng Feng and the 3 enchanting beauties diminished at lightning speed, drawing them ever closer. After 5 or 6 minutes, they finally ceased their playful skirmish. Cheng Feng then started the vehicle, leaving the scene with the 3 flushed and softened beauties, their cheeks aglow. A mere 15 minutes later, they returned to the community. Once Cheng Feng parked the car, Adina and Guli were the first to open the doors and exit, while Reba lingered behind. Just as Cheng Feng was about to step out, Reba leaned in, whispering, "Charming rogue, did you not enjoy holding Adina? Such audacity. Adina clearly adores you. Even a fool can see that. Do you fancy her in return?" Just as she began to respond, her courage seemingly evaporated, her words tangled in her throat. Abruptly halting her speech, she blushed and hurriedly exited the vehicle, fleeing as if from a tempest. Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then a triumphant smile spread across his face. Chapter 76. First, secure several millions after completing the registration process for the studio. The next step is to await the approval. Once the review is passed, a notification for establishment registration will be received, followed by the need to create a company seal and other related matters. Subsequently, one must obtain a business license, open a dedicated bank account for the studio, register for taxation, purchase tax control equipment, and acquire invoices, among other tasks. Only upon successfully navigating these procedures can the studio truly commence operations. Typically, completing these processes requires between 15 to 30 days. However, due to Adina's unique status, it is likely that the entire process will take a bit longer, possibly exceeding 30 days. Nevertheless, this presents an opportunity for her to thoroughly study relevant knowledge at Pancher Real Estate, familiarize herself with the architectural materials and decoration market in the bustling metropolis, and gain insight into the furniture and appliance market trends. At this juncture, Adina is brimming with enthusiasm and confidence, ready to carve out her niche in the interior design industry of the city. Upon returning home, the three ladies rested for a while before heading to the drama school to meet their instructor. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng entered his study and placed a call to Professor Zhou, explaining the agreement with Guotai Securities regarding the $80 million in off-market financing. During this time, Manager Zhong sent over the electronic version of the off-market financing agreement. Cheng Feng meticulously reviewed the agreement, scrutinizing every word and punctuation mark. Satisfied that the agreement was sound, he forwarded it to Professor Zhou for further examination. After more than 40 minutes, Professor Zhou completed his review and called back. Subsequently, Cheng Feng and Professor Zhou engaged in a detailed discussion over the phone, dissecting each clause of the off-market financing agreement to ensure no hidden contractual pitfalls were overlooked. The crux of their discussion centered on the interest rates for the off-market financing, as well as the rights and responsibilities of both parties, particularly regarding breach of contract liabilities. Amidst their busy deliberations, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. After concluding the discussion with Professor Zhou, Cheng Feng compiled a list of necessary modifications and adjustments to the financing agreement and sent it to Manager Zhou. He then called Manager Zhou to personally explain the situation. Given the high efficiency exhibited and the involvement of a renowned lawyer from the Red Circle, Manager Zhou took these suggestions very seriously, understanding their significance. He assured Cheng Feng over the phone that he would promptly submit these modifications, ensuring that they would not impede the normal progression of the off-market financing. Pleased with Manager Zhou's response, Cheng Feng hung up and casually opened his computer, preparing to check the status of the A-share market and the international foreign exchange market. At that moment, Chun-Li unexpectedly called. Cheng Feng immediately answered the phone, filled with anticipation as he inquired, "Good afternoon, Sisterly. Your call at this time must mean you have some good news?" Upon hearing this, Sisterly couldn't help but laugh. "Indeed, you are quite straightforward. I have delightful news to share. I just received a call from Zhang Hang, and your mortgage financing approval has been granted, amounting to a substantial $38 million. To be candid, I have seldom witnessed such rapid approval for mortgage financing. You are truly fortunate. Without a doubt, this is the splendid news Cheng Feng has longed to hear." Overwhelmed with joy, he hastened to express his gratitude. "Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sisterly. Without your assistance, I could hardly have dreamed of securing $38 million in financing so swiftly. In the future, should you require my services, do not hesitate to ask. I assure you, I will comply without a moment's hesitation. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I can and cannot do." Chun-Li chuckled appreciatively, responding, "Well, it seems you are quite sensible, truly a child of the capital, with an undeniable sensitivity. That reassures me. Honestly, the primary reason your mortgage financing was approved so effortlessly is due to the exceptional quality of those 22 properties. The bank leaders recognized this, leaving no grounds for denial. I merely facilitated a connection. Let us leave it at that. I have other matters to attend to. Manager Gu will call you shortly to inform you of the specifics. Prepare yourself to come to the bank tomorrow to sign the mortgage financing agreement. Once the agreement is signed, the funds will be disbursed immediately." Cheng Feng's smile grew even brighter as he eagerly nodded, "Understood, Sisterly. Please, attend to your tasks, and once you finish work, Let's enjoy dinner together at your chosen venue. We shall discuss the dinner another day. We have prior arrangements to dine at my aunt's home tonight. Chun-Li politely declined. Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng almost impulsively let slip the truth about Zhu Keiji's true nature. However, he restrained himself, recognizing the timing was not yet right, and the evidence was insufficient. After a few more exchanges, they concluded their conversation. Merely 5 minutes later, Manager Gu from the Bank of China called Cheng Feng to inform him of the approval for the mortgage financing, inviting him to the Shanghai branch tomorrow afternoon to sign the official agreement. Following the signing, the funds would be disbursed immediately. As for Cheng Feng's second financing request, it is still under review and has yet to reach a conclusion. After discussing these matters briefly, Manager Gu ended the call. As soon as the phone call concluded, Cheng Feng leapt in exuberance, celebrating his good fortune. Thankfully, the large house was empty, allowing him to rejoice without concern for eavesdroppers or startling anyone. After his private celebration, Cheng Feng composed himself and called Professor Zhou, explaining the situation and requesting him to arrange a time to accompany him to the Bank of China tomorrow afternoon to sign the mortgage financing agreement. Upon hearing this news, Professor Zhou was initially taken aback, even shocked by the swiftness of the approval process. However, once the surprise subsided, he was filled with joy, exclaiming that having connections in the capital certainly makes governance easier. After concluding the call with Professor Zhou, Cheng Feng remembered to inform Manager Zhong from Guotai Securities. He informed the other party over the phone that he might resolve the funding issue by Friday at the earliest, transferring $38 million into his securities account. In light of this, he expressed the hope to sign an off-market financing agreement with Guotai Securities on the afternoon of the same day the funds were transferred. He intended to finalize the off-market financing arrangements over the weekend, ensuring that the $80 million in financing would be available in his securities account by the following Monday. Consequently, starting Monday, Cheng Feng would be free to operate without restraint, with 3 weeks remaining until late November or early December, during which there were no holidays. He recalled the bullish trends of stocks from his past life. 3 weeks, equating to 15 trading days, would suffice to increase the over $120 million in his account by 60 to 70%. This was achieved while deliberately concealing his actions, as he had purchased several stocks, such as Matai, which remained stable or even slightly declined. If he fully unleashed his potential, it would not be uncommon for stocks to double in value. But such conspicuousness posed significant risks. Once this objective was realized, the second phase of his money-rolling plan could commence smoothly. By then, he would have the confidence to apply for a $10 million foreign exchange trading quota from the Bank of China, backed by substantial self-owned funds for collateral. Simultaneously, the over $100 million remaining in his securities account could continue to generate substantial profits in the A-share market without any hindrance. Upon hearing the good news he relayed, Manager Zhong was equally elated. He assured over the phone that everything would be prepared by noon on Friday, eagerly awaiting Cheng Feng and his lawyer for negotiations. After conversing with Manager Zhong for a while, Cheng Feng finally ended the call. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Shanghai Theater Academy, Edina, accompanied by Reba and Gully, emerged with laughter and chatter, preparing to head back to their residential area. However, after taking a few steps, Gully suddenly paused, her expression shifting as if she had spotted something. She gently tugged at Edina's arm, her voice low and vexed. "Sister, do you see that white car in front of the CAF across the street? That's Zhu Keiji's vehicle. He is here again." Upon hearing this, Edina and Reba immediately turned their gazes in that direction. The next moment, Reba whispered in agreement, "Indeed, that's the old rogue's car. He has parked there several times before, approaching us to flirt whenever we leave the academy. How shameless." Edina's expression darkened as she clenched her teeth and murmured, "Understood. Remember Cheng Feng's words. No matter the situation, do not engage with that old rogue. You must be cautious during your time at the academy and never venture out alone. Always travel in pairs. I will come and pick you up whenever I have the chance. If that old rogue bothers you again, call me or Cheng Feng." Inside the CAF, Zhu Keiji, who was about to rise and exit, cursed under his breath in frustration. "What is that woman doing here? She's ruining my plans." Chapter 77. Jealousy from Reba. Who do you choose as your girlfriend? Upon safely returning home, Adina and her companions did not mention having seen Zhu Kg's vehicle again outside the drama school. Consequently, Cheng Feng remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Today marked a momentous occasion, as the interior design studio completed its registration, and the mortgage financing with the Bank of China was finalized, heralding a double celebration. Given this joyous milestone, Cheng Feng decided against having Adina cook at home. Instead, he drove the three of them to an upscale restaurant near the Bund that specializes in local cuisine, treating them to a lavish dinner. After their meal, they strolled along the Bund for a while, capturing beautiful photographs. The only downside was the chill of early November, which prevented them from lingering outdoors for too long. After less than 40 minutes at the Bund, Cheng Feng hurriedly took Reba and the others back home. As they spoke, it was already around 11 o'clock at night. After enjoying a warm shower, Cheng Feng lay alone in bed. The successful completion of the mortgage financing left him exhilarated, and sleep was a distant thought. He picked up the remote control and turned on the television mounted on the wall at the foot of his bed, casually selecting an entertainment program to watch. However, just a few minutes in, his phone suddenly chimed. Cheng Feng reached for his phone on the bedside table and glanced at the newly arrived message. It was from Reba. Have you slept? You still haven tea? Answer my question from earlier. Now is the time. I want to know the answer. The playful tone of a young girl made Cheng Feng chuckle to himself, realizing that his recent efforts had not been in vain. He feigned ignorance in his reply. What question? You're like a curious child, asking me 100 questions a day. How am I to know which one you mean? After sending the message, he waited for a response. 5 minutes passed before Reba replied. Playboy, don't pretend you don't remember. It was the questions I asked when we got out of the car in front of the building after coming back from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Cheng Feng smiled softly, continuing to tease the enchanting beauty. Oh, I remember now. You were halfway through your sentence when you suddenly stammered, blushing as you dashed out of the car. How could I possibly respond to that? In an instant, Reba's reply arrived. You're driving me mad. You naughty boy. Still playing dumb? If I stop asking, will you respond? Don't think I'll dance for you later. Cheng Feng's laughter grew more joyful, and he quickly began to soothe her. Don't be like that. Your question was rather vague, and you didn't finish your thought. It's indeed difficult to answer. Why don't you rephrase your question? I promise to respond. Reba fell silent once more, and after a couple of minutes, she finally responded. Naughty boy, let me ask you again. Do you like Adina? Do you want her to be your girlfriend? I want to know the answer. Gazing at the text, thick with jealousy,